This handsome guy right here is our male lead, Zhang Yuan. He's just working his shift as a tour guide when suddenly the museum starts shaking violently, the ceiling cracks open, and a massive alien claw smashes down. You'd think our guy logged out of life right then and there. But when he snaps open his eyes in a hospital bed, Zhang Yuan is shocked to realize that although he is reincarnated 4 years into the past, his body has completely lost all signs of life. Freezing cold like a corpse, that's right, he was resurrected by the power of a mysterious golden coffin. But now he's trapped in the body of a dead man. Think being a zombie makes him useless. Think again. Our guy instantly switches on War God mode, sweeping through aliens and absorbing 100% of their crystals to level up his abilities like he's using cheat codes. On the outside, he's an absolute badass, throwing darts and wielding a broadsword to slash monsters. But when needed, he can split his consciousness and transform into an odd-eyed black cat. Using the ultimate power of overwhelming cuteness, he mind controls everyone, from terrifying monsters to his own teammates, turning them all into his willing cat slaves. It's a seamless blend of epic action, big brain scheming, and laugh-out-loud comedy. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Without further ado, let's dive into this incredibly addictive masterpiece right now. Let's go. Before his eyes stood the towering building of the Dashi City Museum. Inside the exhibition space, a handsome young man appeared. He was Zhang Yuan, a sophomore and part-time lecturer. He introduced with enthusiasm and pride, "Everyone, take a look at this coffin. It is a precious cultural relic unearthed in 2024 from pit number 9 at the White Mound site. A large amount of gold was mixed into the coffin during the refining process, so we call it the Golden Coffin. The lid and body are one piece and it has never been opened since its excavation." Zhang Yuan continued his focused introduction. "So what you see now is exactly how it looked when it was unearthed." Chi was only focused on her live stream, paying no attention to the introduction, checking in with this incredibly handsome lecturer. This guy is even more handsome than in the videos online. Seeing this, he walked over, snatched her phone and lowered his voice to remind her, "Special cultural relics are not allowed to be photographed. Please put your phone away." She retorted nonchalantly in a playful tone, "I wasn't filming the relic, I was filming you." Zhang Yuan's gaze instantly turned vacant. Jia Qi boasted smugly, "You're famous online now, everyone is saying hi to you. Handsome guy is too hot. I have 3 husbandos. Hey, is he looking for a girlfriend?" However, his face immediately darkened, and he replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, but I still hope you'll put your phone away." As he turned, he left a final remark. "Also, I hope you won't discuss matters unrelated to work during my working hours. I only answer questions related to the job." Ji Qi quickly chased after him. "Wait please, I have a question. Do you know what's inside the golden coffin?" Getting to the point, he answered succinctly, "The material of the golden coffin is very special. Currently, even the most advanced detection teams cannot see what's inside. According to the principles of cultural relic protection, it cannot be forcibly opened." The two stared at the coffin, and Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. "So no one knows what's actually inside." Upon seeing it, she suddenly widened her round eyes. At that moment, a notification rang out clearly. "Due to an ongoing fire drill, the museum will close in 10 minutes. Please evacuate the museum quickly." Hearing this, he frowned in confusion. "Why a drill at this time? I didn't see this notice before." Receiving this news, Ji Qi on the other hand showed interest. "A drill? Does that mean you're off work?" At this point, everyone was hurrying away, and a sharp alarm sounded. Another reminder. Due to the ongoing fire drill, amidst the chaos, she still had the mood to extend an invitation. "Can I treat you to dinner?" Zhang Yuan ignored her. The next second, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Let's go first." Soon rocks and soil began to fall, startling them. An earthquake. Meanwhile, outside the window, flocks of birds were gradually disappearing as if being sucked into a void. He was panicked and sweating profusely. That bird just now disappeared. The royal-level void cave, predicted to appear at 3:40, had appeared early. 3D anchor point activated. Original terrain complete. The boundary realm of the void cave has been dragged into the boundary realm. The boundary realm is almost complete. The Owl Squad is the main attack team. All units are ordered to prepare for battle quickly, clear the void cave and protect civilian safety. Zhang Yuan had been guarding Ji Qi. Suddenly an unusual sound rang out. "What's that sound?" "Void cave boundary realm." "What about the people in the museum? Have they all gotten out?" Outside, a group of people were busily executing their mission. "Zhang Lan, you're the main attacker this time, with you Zichu as the vice captain." However, the young girl directly refused. "No way. My brother is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. I also have to look after the newbie." Zhang Lan grinned and said firmly, "Looking after newbies will only slow down my monster-killing speed." The people behind chased desperately while shouting demands. Zhang Lan, slow down, how many times have we told you, don't charge ahead on your own. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly snapped to attention, thinking he heard the name Lan Lan, but he immediately resumed worrying about Ji Qi. Forget it, the earthquake is constant. I need to find a place to hide. She's at school now, it can't be her, he commanded sternly. Get up quickly, let's go. After a while her face turned pale and she spat out blood. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was stunned. On the ceiling a space was gradually opening. Zhang Lan calmly looked up and judged, it's coming. He anxiously took out his phone to contact someone, but things didn't go well. What the hell, no signal? Did I buy a refurbished phone? The next second Zhang Yuan decided to take Ji Qi's phone. Use her phone. Suddenly his eyes widened in extreme terror. On the phone screen a red-eyed monster was reflected, rendering him speechless. What is that thing? The surrounding space was now filled with a dangerous aura. Zhang Lan and her teammates charged forward without hesitation. Kei Qing hurried to follow but couldn't help feeling uneasy. Zhang Lan, this void cave is wrong, really wrong. Is this really just a royal-level void cave? The young girl replied coldly and succinctly. Don't get distracted. Be careful. After a moment a ghostly hand suddenly reached out from the void, attacking them. Zhang Lan swiftly slashed at it and a hole immediately appeared on the back of the hand, spurting blood like a black hole. The young girl felt somewhat confused. The 3-cat boundary realm was also broken. How could it be just a royal-level void cave? The next second, Zhang Lan unleashed her full power. Her entire body now emitted a faint glow. It was Zhang Lan, shouting while determined to defeat the opponent. Calamity level. Seeing this, Kei Qing was stunned, her mouth agape, realizing 5 auras? Is she the legendary monstrous genius who absorbed the power of 5 void stars? At this moment, Dong Liang frowned, staring coldly at the spatial rift and muttering to himself, damn it, the intel was wrong. This isn't a royal-level void cave at all, but an unprecedented alien race. Dong Liang lowered his voice and commanded, the 9-cat boundary realm is in progress, about to drag in the void cave. Don't get sucked in, Zhang Lan firmly retorted. This thing isn't the main body. Dragging it into the boundary realm is useless. Hearing this, he paused, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? The young girl continuously unleashed dazzling techniques, muttering irritably while fighting, annoying, so annoying. Relentless. This is just an illusion. Where is the main body? Back with Zhang Yuan, he still hadn't shaken off his panic. This, suddenly an arm as sharp as a blade shot out from the screen. He was so startled he scrambled to escape. It's over, no time. Just as the creepy thing was closing in, the Golden Coffin suddenly appeared, summoned to rescue. At this moment, Zhang Yuan seemed to trip, his hand still tightly gripping the phone. The Golden Coffin then suddenly became blurry, as if about to disappear. Inside the coffin was a very quiet space. He closed his eyes, feeling every faint breath. Am I dead? Unconsciously, Zhang Yuan was jolted awake by overhearing a familiar name. Lan Lan, run, you can't fight it. However, the young girl firmly refused. No, I'm going to kill it. What if it's an illusion? They all have to die. We can't win, Mom. I want to go home. Kill, 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 kill. Zhang Lan, I order you to come back immediately. The more he listened, the more stunned he became. Zhang Lan, obey orders. No, 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 I want to kill, whether it's an illusion or reality, even so. Zhang Yuan still couldn't believe it. Zhang Lan, is that really Lan Lan's voice? No way, impossible, impossible. He clung to his own belief. My sister Zhang Lan is in a private high school, top 10 in her class, gentle and well-behaved, a bit clingy. How could she be talking about killing and fighting? Zhang Yuan struggled against the illusion space. The voice is clearly right behind this light. Why can't I see anything? Why can't I see anything? He pleaded desperately. Let me see, is that really my sister Zhang Lan? Don't let me die without knowing. The illusion space seemed to respond to Zhang Yuan's plea. He directly witnessed his sister shouting ferociously about killing. Zhang Lan even boldly unleashed a killing move. Die? The young girl decisively brought down the blade. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded, so angry he felt like spitting blood. The image of the well-behaved girl instantly shattered. The ghostly hand continued to fight against Zhang Lan. Its sharp claws lunged straight at her. Zhang Lan gritted her teeth and resisted with all her might. This thing is about to materialize. I can't retreat. At that instant, the cracks in the illusion space shattered like glass fragments. Dong Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Great. It's materializing. In 3 more minutes we can drag the void cave into the 9-cat boundary realm. We must protect Zhang Lan until then. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. Don't worry, I won't let this genius get hurt. It wasn't over. Zhang Lan seemed caught in a whirlpool of battle. Seeing the situation grow increasingly dangerous, he shouted in despair, Stop, stop right now. Zhang Yuan was frantic. Stop fighting, you'll die. Yet the young girl remained stubborn, refusing to give up. And then a fatal blow struck Zhang Lan. Blood splattering from her body, she was ultimately sent flying 1,000 meters away. Zhang Yuan scolded weakly, Won't you listen to your brother? Stop, you'll die, Zhang Lan. At this point he couldn't control his emotions, tears streaming down his face. You go out every weekend. Now it's summer and you don't come home even when it gets dark. Doing things like this here, if I had known your brother would have protected you properly." At this moment, Zhang Yuan was consumed by self-blame. "I only knew your grades were good. I rarely asked about your school life. I'm sorry. Your brother knows too little about you, far too little." As Zhang Lan knelt wearily before the spatial rift, he still tried to dissuade her. Lan, listen to your brother. Stop fighting. I'm begging you." Zhang Yuan's voice grew louder. Lan, stop. Your brother begs you." Only then did she have a chance to hear him. Even so, she clung to her own reasoning. "Is that my brother's voice? Sorry, brother. I'm being disobedient again. The boundary realm isn't complete yet. If I retreat, the entire city will die." Zhang Lan struggled to stand up on the brutal battlefield. "Besides, this is the place where my brother and I live. If I retreat, who will protect this place? Who will protect my brother?" She gritted her teeth, her voice firm. "I have to hold on a little longer." With that, Zhang Lan swiftly charged forward to attack and kill. She kept telling herself, "I have to protect the home my brother and I share and continue living together with my brother." She rushed forward with rocket-like speed. Zhang Yuan shouted frantically, Lan, come back, don't go, come back to reality." He was asleep with his eyes closed. The next second, Zhang Yuan woke up in a panic, relieved to smell the scent of disinfectant. "This is a hospital. I'm alive." He tiredly turned his head to look at the vital signs monitor. Heart rate and blood pressure were both 0. "What broken machine? Is it broken?" At the same time, a voice came from outside. "Zhang Lan, you don't want your brother to stay in the hospital forever and become a vegetable, do you? So you should consider my proposal." Hearing this, he quickly sat up. "Zhang Lan is outside?" Even though that terrifying moment was just a dream, Zhang Yuan still couldn't calm down. Lan, you're alive too. That's great. This time your brother will definitely protect you properly." Then the hospital room door opened. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up with joy. "Brother, you're awake," she cried, tears of happiness. Approaching him while acting cute, she said, brother is awake, that's great. I was so worried." Unable to control her emotions, Zhang Lan tightly hugged her brother and burst into loud sobs. He patted her head and coaxed gently. There, brother is perfectly fine, not a thing wrong with me. Completely different from the dream. He asked himself with some confusion. Strange, why does Lan look so young? She looks like she's in middle school. The next second, Zhang Lan cried again. "Brother, don't lie to me. How could you be fine after being hit by a car?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan paused, muttering to himself. At this moment he hugged his sister again, thinking to himself, 2042, it's 4 years ago. I've been reborn to the time of the car accident 4 years ago. He gently pinched Zhang Lan's cheek and secretly rejoiced, "Great, this way I can protect Lan properly. There's still time for everything." Meanwhile, Dong Liang walked in calmly. "You're Zhang Yuan, right? The doctor said you might have been brain dead. Not only have you miraculously woken up, but you're also in such good spirits. Excellent. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Dongliang, captain of the Owl Squad, a major-level void energy user." His enthusiasm was ignored by Zhang Yuan. Treated this way, Dong Liang was at a loss for words, feeling awkward. He quickly pulled his sister into the room and said sternly, Lan, don't interact with strange people casually from now on." Zhang Lan tried to explain. "Brother, Uncle Lin is a good person. He's been helping us ever since you were hospitalized after the car accident." But in Zhang Yuan's mind, the scenes from the dream were still vivid. He's a villain, unprecedented alien race. 9-cat boundary realm in progress, preparing to drag in the void cave, can't let it in. Anyway, in his eyes he had no good impression of Dong Liang. Good, I remember his face. I didn't expect these people to have their eyes on Lan 4 years ago. Then Zhang Yuan warned seriously, Lan, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Did he propose any conditions for helping us like this? The young girl calmly repeated. Uncle only said I'm talented. He hopes I can go to Cheng'an Academy to contribute to society. After hearing this, he was silent for a moment, calculating. That strange uncle doesn't seem to have told Lan the specifics yet. As long as she doesn't go to Cheng'an Academy, maybe Lan won't have to become a void energy user. She was still attentively caring for her brother. Brother, your hands are so cold, like ice cubes. Should I call a doctor? Thinking it over, Zhang Yuan still felt uneasy. But if she doesn't become a void energy user, can she escape danger? Perhaps the opposite is true. When a threat appears, we won't even have the basic ability to protect ourselves. That was the most terrifying part. So to protect Zhengping, the best way was to eliminate the threat himself. The next second his attitude shifted. Lan, can you help me with the discharge procedures? I'll go thank Uncle Lin. Zhang Lin nodded without hesitation. Okay, I've gotten familiar with the hospital procedures these past few days. Dong Liang had been standing at the door for a while. When they met, he forced a faint smile and said, No, there's no need to thank me, but I do want to talk to you. Zhang Yuan looked displeased, too cunning. Lan had been with him these past few days. He wondered if she had noticed anything strange. The sky was still clear that day, the scorching sun baking the hospital. The two had come out to talk, and he got straight to the point. I know you're a void energy user. You tried to recruit my sister to your side while I was in trouble. If I'm guessing correctly, that Chengying Academy is a school for training void energy users. Hit where it hurt. Dong Liang immediately faltered. What else do you know? Zhang Yuan replied with a firm tone. I know a lot, like the existence of void rifts and the monsters inside them, and my sister is a genius, while you, this hypocrite, talk about contributing to society. In short, you're tricking a 12-year-old into risking her life. He couldn't accept it and hurriedly defended himself. Don't make me sound like some pervert, okay? I'm trying to find talent for the safety of humanity. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan's words dripped with sarcasm. Uncle, you're so noble, sneaking around and eavesdropping. Is that for humanity's safety? The guy's crazy. I hope you'll stay away from my sister from now on. Since it's come to this, Dong Liang, why beat around the bush? Since you know so much, I won't waste words with you. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Lan's talent can save many people. I hope you'll think it over. Let her go. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan interrupted him. I agree to let Zhang Lan enter Chengying Academy and train to become a void energy user. Hearing this answer, he was skeptical. You say you agree, but weren't you just telling me to stay away from her? He calmly retorted. Are these two things contradictory? Besides, I have my conditions. If you can't meet them, I won't let Zhang Lan enroll. At this, Dong Liang was very eager. As long as you agree to let Zhang Lan enroll, name your price. But he still flatly refused, Uncle Lin. You're not well off either. I don't want money. Then, Zhang Yuan demanded firmly, I want to enter Chengying Academy and study alongside Lanlin. No matter what training she undergoes or what missions she carries out, I'll be by her side. Before leaving, he left a warning. Think over my condition carefully. Lanlin listens to me the most. If you don't agree, I guarantee she won't set foot in Chengying. Dong Liang silently watched the siblings' retreating figures, thinking, entering Chengying is no problem, but as an ordinary person, how could he get into the special class for training void energy users? But if I don't agree, I'm afraid I'll really miss out on the genius Zhang Lan. A moment later, the siblings strolled leisurely down the street. The little girl asked gently with concern, Brother, are you sure you're okay being discharged? You look pale and seem weak. Zhang Yuan lifted his arm and complained. Recovery in the hospital was too slow with all those injections. My arm is bruised. When we get home, I'll cook something to help us recover. I've put you through a lot at the hospital too. Hearing this, Zhang Lan's eyes lit up with joy. I want sweet and sour ribs and chive pockets. Pig trotters. Suddenly, when he looked closely, Zhang Yuan felt something was off again. Wait, that doesn't look like a bruise, but rather, finally, gritting his teeth, he recognized it as liver mortis. Before him stretched a row of modern high-rises. At that moment, Zhang Lan was excitedly savoring every dish. So delicious, brother's cooking is unbeatable. The little girl was still cheerfully enjoying herself. In an instant, Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks. Zhang Lan also stopped and asked with concern, Brother, are you done eating? Has your appetite shrunk since being discharged? You don't look well. Should we go back to the hospital for a checkup? He stood up and turned around, replying gently, It's normal for your appetite to shrink after waking up from a coma. It'll recover. While washing the dishes, Zhang Yuan mused to himself, Actually, I don't have a stomach at all. As he rinsed and carefully dried each dish, he suddenly realized, it's been several days, and not only am I not hungry, I don't feel like eating, I'm not tired, and I don't even feel sleepy or need to use the bathroom. His eyes grew heavy, and the most terrifying thing was, recalling that moment, Zhang Yuan examined himself. And then a chilling truth was discovered. It really was liver mortis. From this, Zhang Yuan realized he had superpowers. At first, he thought the hospital equipment was faulty, he wasn't an ordinary person. But after returning home, he found he truly had no blood pressure or heartbeat, no body temperature or breath, and liver mortis had appeared on his body. Zhang Yuan held his head and grinned wryly. All signs pointed to him being dead. He thought the only reasonable explanation now was the special power of that coffin, which had brought his soul back to the body that died in a car accident 4 years ago. At this point, Zhang Yuan was still puzzled. But without the Golden Coffin incident, he would have been revived by void energy users. How did they do it? This world held too many secrets. If he could enter Chengying, he would slowly search for answers. The next second, he carefully rolled up his sleeves and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the liver mortis on his arm was gradually fading. As long as he didn't go to the hospital for a checkup, no one would find out he was a dead man. Otherwise, it would definitely scare Lanlin. Just then, a phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yuan quickly answered. Hello, a familiar voice came from the other end. Zhang Lan's brother, this is Lin Dongliang. I've decided on what you mentioned last time. After summer break, come directly to Chengying to register with your sister. He frowned, full of doubt. Is it that easy? He immediately shouted angrily. It's not easy at all. At that moment, Dong Liang held a gem and said, I really can't bear to lose the genius Zhang Lan. Then he laid out the conditions. But I have to say this first. I can only arrange for you to be in the special auditing class for void energy users, and you can't fall behind in regular cultural courses. If your scores in any subject drop below 90, you'll have to leave. Hearing this result, he felt it was satisfactory enough and replied confidently, "No problem." A few days later, the siblings Zhang Yuan and Zhang Lan arrived at school with their backpacks. Zhang Lan was very excited, exclaiming, "Brother, Chengying Academy is so beautiful." In the new environment there was much to pique her curiosity. "Brother, who is that person? Shouldn't there be a statue of Confucius at the school gate?" he enthusiastically explained. "That's Mr. Cheng Yunqiao, who established China's void energy user training system and is also the strongest void energy user in China." Meanwhile, a young man stood in the distance, seemingly searching for Zhang Lan through an image on his iPad. The next second he stepped forward, showing a friendly smile and greeting, "Hello, I'm Xie Yihan, in charge of special class enrollment reception and also your senior. You must be the new student Zhang Lan and the auditing student Zhang Yuan, right? We'll be classmates from now on." After speaking, Yihan immediately tossed a bag to Zhang Yuan. But toward Zhang Lan his attitude was gentle. "These are study supplies. Take them. There's a communication watch inside. It's best to put it on now. Let me first take you to familiarize yourselves with the dormitory environment." Yihan slowly shared everything he knew. Chengying Academy seemed to offer free access to most public social resources. "I can take you to the nearby amusement park and art gallery." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan reached out and firmly grabbed his shoulder. Then he politely declined, "Thanks, but no need to trouble you. We can look around ourselves." After saying this, the siblings happily left. Zhang Lan chattered innocently, "Is that brother handsome? You should put yours on too." Watching their backs, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Yihan's lips. Zhang Yuan carefully watched his watch, afraid of being late. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up. "New students of the 2042 academic year special class, welcome to Chengying Academy. Our academy plans to start military training at 1 p.m. Please complete your enrollment procedures as soon as possible and assemble on time at the sports field." After hearing this, he froze for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth in disbelief mixed with curiosity. "Military training starts so soon. I wonder what's different about the military training for the special void energy user class." That day, bright sunlight bathed the campus. Meanwhile, a male classmate frowned and directly threw his watch to the ground. "This crappy watch, if you keep ringing, I'll smash you." Some even burst into tears, sobbing and trembling. "I'm about to have a nervous breakdown." From this, Zhang Lan slowly understood. "I get it." That sound combined with the vibration was very uncomfortable. So Zhang Yuan silently concluded, "It seems that except for Lanlin and me, everyone else's watches haven't stopped working." Seeing him calm and unaffected, the little girl asked curiously, "Brother, how did your watch stop?" Zhang Yuan pretended not to know and replied innocently, "Brother just said received and it stopped. What about you? How did you do it?" Hearing this, the little girl suddenly covered her mouth and snickered. Then, Zhang Lan immediately played along, her eyes watery. "Please watch, brother. If you vibrate again, I really can't take it. Stop, okay?" The little girl held back her laughter triumphantly, never expecting that begging like that would make it stop. After hearing this, his face darkened, speechless. "At first I thought the watch had keyword recognition, but now it seems someone might be receiving and controlling it via voice, probably some perverted lolicon." A moment later, the PE teacher shouted loudly, "Everyone, assemble!" The whole class had to gather in the scorching sun while lining up. Xu Ming said gruffly. The broken watch finally stopped ringing. Zhang Yuan glanced over and then commented, "This guy's about 40, so it seems Chengying's special class recruits based on potential, not age." Suddenly, he stared hard at him, a grin spreading across his face. The next second, Lu Wen sternly demanded silence. She stepped forward gracefully and introduced herself. "I'm Lu Wen, your freshman advisor. You can come to me with any problems during your time at Chengying. But first, you need to pass the upcoming military training test. New student Zhang Lan is exempt from military training due to her age. The rest of you, sign the documents and then head to the training site immediately." Upon receiving the documents to sign, Xu Ming fiercely resisted. "Wait, what the hell are we signing?" He was practically rebelling. "Military training involves risks. If an accident happens, the academy isn't responsible." "What does that mean? It's just training. Are you treating our lives as a joke?" Not wanting to argue, Lu Wen coldly and authoritatively said, "If you don't sign, you can go to the academic affairs office to withdraw." She crossed her arms, frowned, and added, "But I should remind you all, military training gives you a chance to obtain void crystals, and I can help double your success rate in absorbing them." Hearing the benefits, Xu Ming quickly signed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was a bit confused. Was he not afraid of dying? It wasn't hard to deduce that void crystals were likely crucial for helping void energy users enhance their abilities or even become void energy users. But the absorption rate seemed extremely low. Still, he decided to sign. At that moment, Feng Jing observed Zhang Yuan's every move. He remained calm as ever. I'm already dead, signing this doesn't matter. Luckily, Lanlin doesn't have to participate in this dangerous stuff. If I can get a void crystal later, can I become a void energy user too? Yet he curled his lip in disdain, looking at him. Tall and thin, seemingly underdeveloped, but putting on quite an act. Signing just like that, and he was Zhang Yuan, the only one who had answered, received. A moment later, the whole class filed onto the bus. A firm announcement rang out. All 40 special class students are on board, ready to depart. Before leaving, Feng Jing stood below and shouted, "Hey Zhang Yuan, stick your head out," looking confused. Calling me, he approached, looking directly into Zhang Yuan's eyes and sincerely advised, "If you feel it's dangerous, go hide somewhere safe, or use your watch to call for help. Protect your watch. Don't let anyone take it. This advice is a reward for giving the right answer when the watch called." From this, he learned a shocking secret. "You're the one behind the watch eavesdropping. I answered correctly, so you turned off my watch." However, Zhang Yuan still had a question. He grabbed Feng Jing's wrist tightly and pressed urgently. "Then why did Zhang Lan's watch also turn off?" he explained awkwardly. "You mean that cute little sister? That voice is really my type, I couldn't refuse it. By the way, what does she look like? From her voice, she's definitely a sweet girl." Hearing this, he couldn't help wanting to jump at Feng Jing. "You lecher, I'll kill you." Despite that, he was more eager than anyone. Is this how he thanks me for my advice? That reluctant look in his eyes. A grateful person will go far. The scene shifted to Snakegate Mountain, where the whole class was now lined up neatly. Lu Wen said sternly, "You all have the potential to become void energy users, but before absorbing void crystals, you're still ordinary people. This military training will help you shed your weak ordinary bodies. Next, I'll introduce you to the training location." Not only that, she raised her arm and stated firmly, "A boundary is a sealed area drawn based on multiple anchor points of energy. It's equivalent to replicating a parallel space based on the original area." Lu Wen's voice rang out resolutely. "Battles within the boundary by void energy users do not affect the real world, and the boundary is the only way to control alien races. To obtain void crystals, governments use boundaries to raise some alien races. Snakegate Mountain is one such breeding ground." Then she got to the point. "Your task is to stay inside the Snakegate Mountain boundary for 3 days. The bag in front of you contains items you can use." Everyone panicked upon hearing this. "What? Entering the boundary as ordinary people? Didn't you say there are alien races inside?" Lu Wen didn't want to elaborate. "If you don't like it, you can opt out. You can freely hunt alien races, and you don't need to hand over any void crystals you obtain. Opportunities like this don't come often." Zhang Yuan stood thinking carefully. A chance to get void crystals. It seems there really is a chance to become a void energy user. If so, I'll be even more capable of protecting Lanlin. Before the first lesson began, she kindly suggested. For example, when encountering danger, you can use your watch to call for help. The watch can not only locate your position but also emit high-frequency sound waves that will cause low-level alien races to flee in fear. However, be aware that activating the sound wave function will accelerate battery consumption. And the watch battery only lasts for 3 days. After speaking, she conjured a new space out of thin air. So, if you're ready, enter the Fang realm. Finally, Lu Wen wants to remind you that we are all fellow Chinese compatriots when facing danger. We should unite, not harm each other. Once any act of harming a classmate is discovered, the offender will be immediately expelled and sent to a military court. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The final warning was meaningful, but I have nothing to fear. I must see the alien races here. Lu Wen meant well, carefully advising that teaming up is safer, and cautiously reminded that virtual energy teams consist of 6 people. At this moment, everyone was freely forming teams. Zhang Yuan quietly searched, then spoke friendly. "Let me join your team." However, the other party waved him off. "Sorry, we already have 6 people. Find someone else." Meanwhile, Xiao Yan appeared and said, "You don't have a team yet." "We only have 4 people." Before she could finish, Lu Yu hastily interrupted. "Huang Xiaoyan, let's go. He's selfish and self-serving. Find a way to refuse directly. We have enough people." After hearing this, his face darkened. "Enough? They only had 4 people. They clearly didn't want me to join." She was innocent and oblivious, awkwardly smiling and saying, "Sorry." From then on, Zhang Yuan began to be wary. "They've already targeted me so quickly." Immediately after, Wang Meng stepped out from the bushes. He glanced lightly, and cold sweat broke out. Indeed, in a harsh environment, the most dangerous thing is the human heart. Instantly, Zhang Yuan suddenly left quickly. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, his face full of displeasure. Meng Chong asked directly in confusion, "Wang Meng, that guy took a shortcut. Did he find us?" At this moment, he seemed drenched in sweat. The alien race raised in the Fang realm is called the Snowbone Snake, which hunts prey by sensing heat and has average attack power. Zhang Yuan cautiously opened the map, thinking nervously. The virtual crystal is of high quality, possessing 4 abilities. He calculated extremely seriously. Super perception randomly improves with physical ability. Ice freeze freezes objects within a certain range for 10 seconds. Regeneration gradually heals injuries. Death immunity prevents death once when near death. A typical thin-skinned, thick-filling type, meant to be fattened up. Especially this death immunity ability is too tempting, but it's useless to me. With that thought, he sped up. First find one. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan accidentally stepped on and shattered a piece of ice. He froze in shock. Ice the next second. Zhang Yuan looked into the distance slightly, then looked up and saw the snowbone snakes. On the branches 2 of them were tightly entwined. Without hesitation he gripped his knife. But before he could strike, those snowbone snakes began biting each other. They hissed in pain. Immediately, one fell down, sending dirt and stones flying. It flicked its tongue, staring intently at him. Zhang Yuan was startled, raising his knife to attack. Just as the blade tip was about to touch, he suddenly stopped. It didn't attack me. Even if raised without wildness, it wouldn't be this docile. Then he suddenly remembered, right, this thing hunts by sensing heat. If so, then in its eyes, I'm no different from a piece of wood right now. So I'm a dead person with no body temperature. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan swung his knife and cut off the snowbone snake's head. It immediately collapsed in a pool of blood, motionless. Dead, but not over yet. The wound was slowly healing. No, it activated death immunity and is reviving. I must not let things get out of control. He decided to continue striking. If one strike doesn't kill, then strike a few more times. Zhang Yuan's frenzy sent flocks of birds scattering in panic. Then he slowly bent down and picked up the emerald green bead. Zhang Yuan's eyes fixed on it as he judged. This is the virtual crystal. The virtual crystal has appeared. Maybe it's really dead. I can't let the instructor discover my death state. Try to see if I can absorb the virtual crystal myself. Thinking this, he hurriedly tried. Lan is a genius. My talent shouldn't be bad either. Any skill will do, come on. Then the system prompted, Snowbone Snake Virtual Crystal detected. Absorb. The Snowbone Snake Virtual Crystal possesses the following abilities. Super Perception. Yellow level 1. Upgradable. Ice Freeze. Yellow level 1. Upgradable. Regeneration. Yellow level 1. Upgradable. Death Immunity. Catastrophe level. Not upgradable. He recklessly gave it a try, and there was also a text prompt. Try it first anyway. I won't die anyway. Instantly, a green airflow quickly enveloped Zhang Yuan's entire body for absorption. At this moment, he seemed to possess a powerful force. He looked at his mysterious hands and exclaimed, all 4 abilities successfully absorbed. Am I this lucky? Meanwhile, Lu Yu's group and Xiao Yan gathered to discuss countermeasures. He calmly analyzed. Currently, even the strongest person in China can only successfully absorb about 0.03 of the death immunity ability. She opened her mouth in surprise. This probability is comparable to drawing an SSR from a basic card. The friend beside him thought, except for guaranteeing 100 retention, it's impossible to succeed. Lu Yu then offered an opinion. Forget about that death immunity relying on luck just now. Make good use of the watch's sound wave function. Hunt more to get virtual crystals, and then find a powerful instructor. That's the top priority from a distance. Wang Meng was secretly observing them. Seeing this, Meng Chang became even more anxious. Brother Meng, we smashed our watches earlier. Now we only have one left that works. What do we do? He curled his lips into a sinister smile. So what if we smash them? Others' things are ours. The fat guy immediately got to the point. Then let's go snatch that 4-eyed girl's watch now, Wang Meng said loudly with pride. At this moment, Feng Jin was intently observing everyone's every move through a computer. He sighed and said, I already told you the watch can be used for communication, and you still dare to break it. Truly watch-smashing warriors. Feng Jin muttered while looking at the various positions on the map. Do you really think we would dare bring you into the mountains without any preparation? Lu Wen said excitedly and gently. Students have already started fighting each other, he replied smugly. Of course, worried things might get out of hand, she tentatively asked. Should we intervene and rescue them first? Feng Jin grinned and replied, rescue? Then he leaned back. Fu Mo is just a bunch of fools seeking their own death. Saving them would only add to the military court's workload. Let them fend for themselves. At this moment, even the leaves were frozen by Zhang Yuan. From then on he was very satisfied with this rare ability. Awesome. Being able to freeze an object for 10 seconds can determine life or death at a critical moment. He explored bit by bit. So this is the Snowbone Snake's perception ability. A 10-meter range isn't small either. Zhang Yuan carefully took off his glasses, thinking to himself. Among these 4 abilities of the Snowbone Snake, death immunity is useless. Ice freeze and super perception are okay, and the best is regeneration. Then he folded his glasses and put them in his pocket. Although he hadn't regained a normal body temperature, the white spots had disappeared. I no longer need to wear glasses to hide my eyes. After that, Zhang Yuan kicked the tree trunk fiercely. Because of death immunity, snow-bone snakes must be killed twice to die. He had killed a few earlier, and they all regenerated from the head. It wasn't over yet. He continued to fight them. After multiple attacks, Zhang Yuan summed up his experience. I guessed right. As long as you kill the head, you can prevent them from using death immunity. So far, he had collected 3 green beads. The system immediately asked, Snowbone Snake Virtual Crystal detected, absorb. Zhang Yuan answered decisively, absorb. So one by one the skills merged into his body. Super Perception Yellow Level 3, Ice Freeze Yellow Level 2, Regeneration Yellow Level 1. Death immunity cannot be upgraded. Zhang Yuan looked at his hand and murmured to himself, so upgrading depends on the same type of virtual crystal. 1 level 1 virtual crystal, 1 random skill. I wonder what level comes after yellow. Zhang Yuan ventured deeper into the forest alone. Anyway, I'll find out by hunting a few more. On Wang Meng's side, a group of timid teammates began to waver and wanted to retreat. Brother Meng, this path is getting more and more remote. Let's just forget it, he began to shout harshly. That coward still dares to take this path. What are we 5 afraid of? Meng Chong was sweating profusely, his face full of unease. More than that, I doubt we can even find him. Meanwhile, Jia Zhang accidentally saw the corpse of a snowbone snake. He pointed and judged inwardly. There's an alien corpse here. Meng Chong panicked upon hearing this. Oh my god, he killed a snowbone snake all by himself. Wang Meng personally inspected it while asserting he must have used the watch's soundwave function. An ordinary person absolutely couldn't be this powerful. Not only that, but he also pointed in another direction in panic. There are 3 more snowbone snake carcasses over there. After hearing this, he became even more incredulous. Has he already become a virtual energy user? Did he just absorb a virtual crystal, or was he already one? Jia Yang's face turned pale with fear as he begged, Brother Meng, let's just give up. However, Wang Meng firmly refused. So what if he's a virtual energy user? The anger in his heart grew day by day, veins bulging on his skin. He's been fighting so many battles, he must be heavily exhausted. This is our perfect chance to take him out. The scene shifts to Zhang Yuan, who was still constantly searching for prey. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was facing countless snowbone snakes, and at the same time he sensed movement around him. Someone was coming. Zhang Yuan's ears were astonishingly sharp. 5 people in total surrounding me. It's the group from the mountain that had their eyes on me. Immediately, Wang Meng appeared. He held a weapon and threatened, Kid, hand over the virtual crystals. Wang Meng drove him away harshly. Then get lost. At this moment, the 5 people, along with the snowbone snakes, had surrounded Zhang Yuan alone. His eyes instantly sharpened like knives as he warily observed their stance, ready to rob. To avoid alerting them, Zhang Yuan played dumb. I don't have any virtual crystals on me. Wang Meng couldn't contain his emotions for a moment. He shouted while pointing at the snowbone snakes, Who are you trying to fool? With so many snakes on the ground, you're telling me you don't have any virtual crystals? He replied calmly. I haven't harvested any yet. These snakes are just unconscious, not dead. But Zhang Yuan squinted, thinking to himself, This scum doesn't kill aliens but instead robs classmates of their things. They might bully Lan Lan in the future. I have to teach them a lesson. After saying that, he directly dumped everything from his backpack to prove his innocence. I really don't have any virtual crystals. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Nevertheless, he still firmly refused to believe it. Pointing at his face and cornering Zhang Yuan, there were 4 snake carcasses on the way here. There should be at least 4 virtual crystals, he admitted with a worried expression. I failed to absorb the 4 virtual crystals. I've been eliminated. Wang Meng was unwilling to give up and started putting on airs, lecturing him. Foolish. Absorbing without waiting for the instructor. If this could succeed, virtual energy users would be everywhere. At this moment, Zhang Yuan thought seriously and carefully. Given this situation, I can't let anyone know about my 100 absorption constitution. On the other side, he gloated. That kid must be too exhausted to fight. As long as I drive him away, the virtual crystals from those snakes on the ground will be mine. Wang Meng put on a terrifying expression and threatened him in a sinister tone. Leave the watch behind and you can get lost. Zhang Yuan took off his watch without hesitation, then decisively threw it on the ground without any delay. This overly straightforward action stunned them all. Can I go now? Jia Zhang then demanded another item. Meng Chong whispered in his ear, We've already taken all his supplies. This knife is still. Wang Meng was far-sighted. The knife must stay. Otherwise, what if he fights us with it? At this point, he didn't want to tolerate it anymore. His voice was full of threat. You're pushing me to the brink like this. Aren't you afraid I'll make you lose everything? Worried things might escalate, he tried to calm him down. Classmate, calm down. As long as you can get back to the safe zone, you'll be fine. Upon hearing this, he also chimed in. Yeah, we didn't encounter any danger on the way here. The safe zone has food and drink. Stay there for 3 days and you'll complete the task. As he spoke, he raised his foot. You'd better not be lying to me. Then Zhang Yuan stepped on the tail of a snowbone snake. Consequently, the other snakes attacked them. Meng Chong kept flattering him. Brother Meng is amazing. A few words and you tricked him away. However, Jia Zhang was trembling with worry. What if he finds out there's no food in the safe zone and comes back to cause trouble for us? He gripped the watch tightly and asserted through gritted teeth, he doesn't even have a weapon anymore. What's he going to fight us with? Looking at the watch, Wang Meng froze, his face turning pale as he saw the battery was at 95. He hadn't used the sound wave function. Those snakes, soon after, snowbone snakes came swarming in. He shouted in panic, "Run, these snakes are still alive." At this moment the entire forest was in chaos, filled with desperate screams. Help! Zhang Yuan walked away calmly, his hand clenched tightly as he said firmly, "My things aren't so easy to take." In the deep forest, Lu Yu's voice rang out, guiding the way. "This is the path. Another 10 minutes and there's a snake den." Beside him, Xiao Yan asked with some concern, "Just the two of us, won't we be in danger?" He hesitated to speak, as long as, at the same time, Zhang Yuan suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw her, he hurried over. "It's you. Why are you here alone?" he replied calmly. "Someone just robbed my bag." Xiao Yan asked with urgent concern in a low voice, "Are you hurt?" However, Zhang Yuan answered coldly, "No." He glanced back slightly, then recounted, "After they took my things, they went to kill the aliens. They're probably all dead by now." Lu Yu casually grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and pulled her away. "Let's hurry, before they take the alien." But she stopped and declined. "Wait, he has no supplies. We can't just leave him to die." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in irritation. After a moment, Lu Yu suppressed his emotions and put on a friendly demeanor toward Zhang Yuan. "Hello, our team." Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan interrupted, "No need. I know you don't want to team up with me." The next second, Zhang Yuan thought to himself that if he didn't eat or drink, it would draw attention. It was better to put on an act. Besides, without a knife, killing aliens would be inconvenient. So he made a decisive choice. "I'll go with you, and I'll leave once I get a bag." Despite the lurking danger, the sky was eerily calm before them. A scene of death unfolded under the fangs of the snowbone serpents. One person was directly bitten into flesh. Screams of despair rang out. "Help!" In an instant the person collapsed onto the cold ground. Lu Yu froze, his mouth wide open in shock. "How are there so many snakes?" Xiao Yan's face turned pale. Her voice trembled as she blurted out, "Someone's dead." At that moment the snowbone serpents began attacking the three of them. He seized the chance to pull her away. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Xiao Yan, worried, called out to her classmate. But Lu Yu deliberately interrupted. Why bother with him? Now only Zhang Yuan stood in the distance, holding a sturdy knife, looking ready to take on the snakes. "Why are they running?" he said. Then bravely engaged, "These snakes kill people anyway. Even if I die, there's nothing to complain about." Zhang Yuan began to swing his blade, taking them out one by one. In no time the kills added up. The system quietly detected a void crystal from the snowbone serpent. "Absorb it," he asked. "Absorb," he replied decisively. At that moment Zhang Yuan focused on each surge of power. Super perception. Yellow level 2, ice freeze. Blue level 3, rebirth. Yellow level 3, death immunity cannot upgrade. The next second he cast a sharp gaze at the world and stared at his own hand. Upgrading from yellow to blue required 10 void crystals, and each blue level needed 10 more. He clenched his fist, calculating. The probability of upgrading a skill with 1 void crystal seemed inconsistent. Ice freeze had already reached blue level 3, while rebirth was still at yellow level 3, as if some hidden force was preventing him from upgrading rebirth. Based on others' attitudes, it wasn't hard to infer that ordinary people might fail when absorbing void crystals. Zhang Yuan refused to give up and stood up to pick up his sword. After a failure, the void crystal would be discarded and couldn't be used for upgrades. The skill's name matched the data. Could they see the text prompts too? At this point, he decided to use ice freeze. To finish, Zhang Yuan carefully withdrew his technique, realizing that the matter of absorbing many void crystals couldn't be exposed. He had to deal with the snake corpses and the dead classmates. Cut to. Lu Wen and Feng Jin were highly focused. A classmate being killed by an alien was no small matter. He used a coin to request rescue, asking the supervising teacher to handle it. Then she turned and asked, "A classmate is calling for help. Is there any rescue?" He put on his earphones and grinned smugly. "They're not in danger, but they don't know about the surveillance. Acting convincingly is only natural." Soon after, Feng Jin came directly to investigate. "This is the scene where they were killed." Lu Yu immediately confirmed loudly. "Yes." After speaking, he bent down to examine the scene himself. Most wounds were from snowbone serpents, but one person had a knife wound. 3 watches were broken and 1 had no battery. Feng Jin listened intently, analyzing based on the recording and the scene. The situation was probably, he suddenly paused, his face darkening as if he had discovered something. Cut to. The other side was still under fierce attack from snow-bone serpents. Meng Chang sighed in extreme anxiety. I can't hold on. The sound waves only hit a few snakes, not enough to block them all. Meanwhile, a subordinate asked in panic, "Isn't your strongman ready yet?" He gripped his watch and said in a starting tone. At the same time, Meng Chang fled in a hurry, shouting, "Brother, you die. I don't want to. Farewell." Wang Ming rushed after him. "Wait for me," but the snakes still pursued relentlessly like hungry ghosts. He panicked. "Why are these snakes so fast?" He immediately replied, "Slower than me, don't worry." Without hesitation, Wang Ming stabbed him directly from behind. He was in too much pain to speak. "You!" In an instant, Meng Chang was devoured by the snow-bone serpents, while Wang Ming walked away smugly. "As long as I'm faster than you, that's all that matters." From the above events, Feng Jin concluded, these watch smashers were probably lured to the snake nest by Zhang Yuan and indirectly killed by him using the snow-bone serpents. After taking them out, they swaggered back to hang on the trees and watch the view. At least 30 snakes were permanently stationed nearby. But why wasn't Zhang Yuan attacked when he came? He looked up, showing interest. He used a method even I can't see through. Interesting. Seeing Feng Jin muttering, Lu Yu asked in confusion. He shook his head seriously and said, "Nothing, the truth is clear, just continue your training." Also, Feng Jin smiled with satisfaction. "This kid Zhang Yuan has cunning, guts and ruthlessness. I like him." It seemed he had high hopes for Zhang Yuan. "As long as he comes back alive, I'll handle the murder case." Cut to. In the cafeteria of Chengying Academy, Dong Liang sat down and gently greeted Zhang Yuanlin. "How was your first day at school?" She tilted her head and smiled, praising endlessly. "The campus is beautiful, the dorm is big, the teachers are kind, and the cafeteria food is delicious. Everything is great." Then he took out an item and handed it over, saying, "This is a phone with satellite communication. Even if you enter the boundary, it won't lose signal. Use it." But Zhang Yuanlin turned away and directly refused. "My brother said I can't accept gifts from strangers." Dong Liang froze awkwardly. This, he thought to himself in admiration. Good, her brother is absolutely right. Then Dong Liang tried to explain, "It's a loan, not a gift. When you earn money, buy a new one and return it to uncle." Hearing this, her eyes lit up and she excitedly took it. "Then I won't be polite." The next second he rested his chin on his hand and asked, "By the way, where's your brother?" Zhang Yuanlin replied innocently, "He went to military training." Dong Liang was struck as if by lightning, extremely shocked, his mouth wide open. Taking an auditing student to military training, what are the people at Chengying Academy thinking? What if something happens to him? Zhang Yuanlin will definitely hate me. To avoid trouble, he quickly stood up. "You eat first, Uncle Lin is going to make a call." Before leaving, Zhang Yuanlin said softly and gently, "Is military training dangerous? Can you let my brother come back early?" He forced a smile, sweating profusely. "No, it's not dangerous. He'll be back soon. He better not get into trouble." At that moment, Ao Yun and Lu Wen were sitting and chatting. He spoke softly. "That sunglasses-wearing handsome guy came with us. Is he the legendary Suri?" But she inadvertently reminded him. "Don't call him Suri, you'll get blocked." Meanwhile, Wu Mo suddenly appeared and interrupted. "He's not here for training to give us face, but to..." Before he could finish, Lu Wen exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" The next second he enthusiastically introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Feng Wumo from the Wind Dragon Squad, here to carry out a mission at the Snake Gate Mountain boundary. Is the person in charge here?" Upon receiving this news, she cursed under her breath in annoyance. "Isn't this the young master of the Feng family, ranked 68th on the youth list, and he's here on a mission? Why didn't the higher-ups inform me that the military training schedule changed?" Then Lu Wen stood up, patted his chest, and confirmed, "I'm the supervising teacher of Chengying Academy." Lu Wen was also the person in charge of this military training. Wu Mo held a photo of Zhang Yuan and got straight to the point. "My mission here is to rescue a student named Zhang Yuan." "Do you know his location?" Lu Wen answered directly. "The equipment is all with Feng Jin. He just went to Safety Zone 1 and hasn't returned yet." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving only a "thank you." Lu Wen replied awkwardly. "You're welcome." Beside him, she was somewhat dissatisfied. Military training was going fine, and suddenly someone shows up looking for a person. Ao Yun clenched his fist and spoke frankly. "I don't understand the business of finding people, but I've heard many rumors about the young master of the Feng family." While eating an ice pop, he enthusiastically recounted, "I heard his brother has a terminal illness, and he applied to be stationed near Snake Gate Mountain to find a snow-bone serpent void crystal with a death immunity effect. Also, this guy has severe face blindness." Wu Mo entered the forest alone, exploring confidently. With Feng Jin overseeing the military training, there definitely won't be any problems. He paused lightly, calculating carefully. "There's a snake nest right over there. I might as well take out a few while I'm at it." As soon as he set foot, Wu Mo couldn't help but be surprised. Such messy swordplay. Did a freshman do this? Just then, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yuan's back. The sword in his hand was full of holes, mud stains, and cracks. Wu Mo hid behind a bush, his mouth wide open in shock. The spears Chengying Academy issues to freshmen are high-quality weapons produced by the Supervision Bureau, but he's wrecked it like this. Unbelievable. He decided to step in and resolve it. Your sword is crying. That's not how you use a sword. Zhang Yuan turned around blankly. Who are you? What do you want? Where did you learn all that fantasy talk? What does it have to do with you if I can't use a spear? Is this a new way to hit on someone? Then he lowered his posture and pleaded, then teach me how to use the spear. Seeing Zhang Yuan's strange reaction, Wu Mo was even more confused. What's wrong with this guy? Shouldn't an ordinary person feel ashamed and walk away? Then he leaned in and said in a pleading tone, the academy only issued one knife, and it's already useless. Can you lend me one? Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a new knife and handed it to him. You can go now. However, Zhang Yuan still hesitated. But the snakes are here. Before leaving, Wu Mo specifically reminded him, the void crystal has already burst. You pick it up, the rest is mine. After hearing this, his face turned pale. Stealing monsters from a student in training? Aren't you ashamed? He replied seriously. This isn't your territory, and there's no rule of first come, first served. Then Wu Mo immediately struck. Who do these snow-bone serpents belong to? The move charged straight at them without mercy. A dazzling flash of light passed, and he confidently confirmed, of course, it's decided by strength. Witnessing Wu Mo's skilled technique, Zhang Yuan felt admiration. This guy can hit a snow-bone serpent's head in one go. He's definitely an expert. This spear looks a lot like the weapon Lanlin used in her past life. Is it standard equipment for official void users? Then he said smugly. See that? That's the gap in our strength. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from his hand. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned sharp. An incompetent official comes to steal monsters from a training student. There must be some dirty deal behind this. As he struck, Wu Mo immediately froze his defense. Distance. Despite Zhang Yuan's fierce swings, they had no effect. But he still stubbornly attacked violently. At this point, Zhang Yuan's hands were swollen, his skin rough and his bones nearly breaking, while his opponent was only slightly dizzy. The next second he calmly muttered to himself, he doesn't seem like someone unforgivable. I'd better quit while I'm ahead. Not wanting to waste time, Zhang Yuan made his own decision. Because of the knife you gave me, I'll leave this place to you. After speaking, he directly pulled out the sword stuck in the snow-bone serpent, then asked to borrow the spear for a moment, promising to return it. Now only Wu Mo stood alone in the cold ice layer. Cut to, in a village, a weak foot slowly approached. He appeared covered in wounds. Feng Jin asked directly in confusion, who are you? Although Wu Mo's appearance had changed a bit, he still recognized him. Feng Wu Mo? Seeing this, Feng Jin slapped the table and burst into laughter. Feng Wu Mo, did someone slap you in the face? Not many injuries, but high damage. Your spear was stolen, he weakly suggested. You'd better heal me quickly. After speaking, Feng Jin reached out and a force enveloped Wu Mo's body. He decided to take him back and restore the target to the state it was in 24 hours ago. After recovery, Feng Jin got straight to the point. Spill it. Share your unhappiness so we can all have a laugh. Wu Mo sighed in dissatisfaction, but he just looked at the map and gritted his teeth to ask in detail. You say a Chengying student stole your spear here? Are you sure you're right? He confidently confirmed. I'm sure, but there's no watch around that can send a signal. Feng Jin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The only student without a watch right now is Zhang Yuan, and his watch is in the hands of the watch smasher Wang Meng. So this face-blind Feng Wu Mo passed by here without recognizing the mission target and even got into a fight. Feng Jin stepped forward, patted his shoulder and comforted him. At the assembly, the one who stole your spear will come back. For now, focus on your mission. Hearing this, Wu Mo agreed. Fine. Do you have Zhang Yuan's location? Feng Jin looked into the distance and confidently replied, of course I do, but your real purpose for entering the boundary this time is the snow-bone serpent's void crystal. Listen to me. You should do this, and then this. In that dense forest, Wang Ming seemed exhausted. For 2 days and 2 nights every snake he encountered was dead, and he was lost in the mountains. Am I seeing ghosts? Suddenly, Wang Ming stepped back in panic, unable to believe his eyes. Why is everything fixed everywhere? The next second, Wang Ming scratched his head and turned away. Forget it, I won't look anymore. Let's see if there's another way, damn it. After a moment, Wu Mo sighed with emotion. Sorry, to help me get more void crystals, I'll have to trouble you to wander around for a few more days. He put on a stern face as he executed his moves. After all, a newcomer who needed privileges to gain anything didn't really need void crystals either. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still buried in studying the map. Standing amidst the scene littered with snake corpses, he asked himself blankly, just which bastard had killed all the snakes in this area? It seemed Zhang Yuan was quite enthusiastic about this trip. He wasn't afraid to climb up a tree to observe. That mountain wasn't on the school's map, and maybe there were snakes that could burrow underneath. He had to take a gamble. As soon as he spotted the target, Zhang Yuan charged forward immediately. In an instant he had claimed the treasure. After traveling so far, he had finally found a few fake snowbone snakes. From then on, Zhang Yuan's strength skyrocketed. Super Perception Green Level 4, Ice Coagulation Green Level 4, Regeneration Gold Level 4, Death Immunity unable to level up. He thought happily that the range of Super Perception had expanded to 1 li after the upgrade. The duration of Ice Coagulation increased to 2 minutes, and with abundant mental energy he could use it multiple times, even freezing consecutively several times without issue. Not only that, but Zhang Yuan continued his long journey. The Hua Kingdom domain had no distinction between day and night, and his body didn't feel hunger, so his sense of time was somewhat off. After this long it was almost time to gather. At that moment the tip of his sword scraped against the ground with a screech. It accidentally cut into the skin and flesh of a snowbone snake. The snake immediately reacted, flicking its tongue as a threat. Its eyes were bloodshot, flashing with hatred. Seeing this, he froze instantly, cold sweat pouring down. Then it viciously attacked Zhang Yuan. He retreated backward, panic rising in his heart. No way! How could there be such a huge creature here? At that moment it opened its massive jaws wide as if it were about to swallow him whole. Too fast, Zhang Yuan swiftly dodged move after move, yet he still couldn't avoid getting injured. Zhang Yuan quickly regenerated his wounds. Faced with this situation, he knew full well that with his skill he couldn't even land a hit on it. Fighting against it, Zhang Yuan also had a question, whether the upgraded ice coagulation would work on it. Even so, he decided to go all out, shouting firmly, "Freeze!" As expected, the snowbone snake was truly frozen solid. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. It worked. He should use it a few more times. So he continuously unleashed ice coagulation with ferocity. Afterward, Zhang Yuan cautiously used the tip of his sword to test the ice block. The next second his eyes widened in extreme shock. It cracked. Understanding the principle behind it, Zhang Yuan hurriedly stabbed at its entire body. With every strike of his sword he used all his strength. Though the damage wasn't high, he could still break through its defense. This move was incredibly effective. In the end, the snowbone snake was defeated. Zhang Yuan gasped heavily and sighed, having used ice coagulation so many times that his mental energy was nearly depleted. Its head was severed too, and maybe death immunity had already. Suddenly he snapped back to reality. No, it didn't drop a void crystal, the immunity was still in effect. The scene shifted, and Lu Wen stepped forward shouting loudly, "There's still half an hour until the official gathering time. Students who have returned can come to me to sign in." At that moment, Wang Meng trudged over exhausted, while Brother Long secretly rejoiced that he had already found his way. Meanwhile, Wu Mo said softly, "I've safely escorted Zhang Yuan down the mountain. I'll leave it to you to bring the students back to school." Feng Jing stepped out and interjected, "That's right, young Master Feng mistook someone again. The one you brought back isn't Zhang Yuan." He rested his chin on his hand and asked in confusion, "Wasn't it the location you gave me?" He stepped closer to Wang Meng, enunciating each word. Of course, the location was from Zhang Yuan's watch. As for why Zhang Yuan's watch ended up in the hands of this classmate, Feng Jing stood calmly before him, his voice soft yet carrying a threatening undertone as it rang out, "Come on, I'll give you a chance to explain." On the ground, the remains of a broken dragon. Zhang Yuan struggled to hold the long spear, thrusting it at the head of the cyan dragon. "Even a dead man like me is lying flat on my back from exhaustion, and it's still trying to regenerate." A small shimmering sphere emerged. Zhang Yuan, covered in grime, breathed wearily and caught the sphere. Finally dead. System prompt: discovered the withered crystal of the Snowbone Snake King. Absorb? The Snowbone Snake King possesses a special ability. Ice Blood Explosion, Calamity Level, cannot be upgraded, requires comprehension of the freeze ability. Ability description: all abilities are immediately increased by 1200 for 30 seconds. After the effect ends, enters a weakened state, lasting 48 hours. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Good thing it didn't get to use it. Zhang Yuan pressed the sphere against his body. Being able to absorb such a powerful ability made this trip well worth it. The sky was blue, the leaves were lush. Dong Liang was crying and sniffling. "Don't let me die here, don't send me to the military court." Wu Mo looked at Feng Jing, who was comfortably sitting in a chair, and asked discontentedly, "Feng Jing, did you do that on purpose?" Feng Jing held a water bottle in his hand. "The evidence and witnesses are all here. He brought it upon himself, didn't he? I mean, you knew the location was wrong, and you still shared it with me." On the other side, Dong Liang was being dragged away, shouting incessantly. "No," Feng Jing asked calmly. "Does it matter? What matters is that only Zhang Yuan hasn't come to assemble yet. The one who took your gun is definitely him." Then Feng Jing looked towards the direction of the car. "Instructor, take the other students back to school first. I'll stay here and wait for Zhang Yuan." Lu Wen, who was standing nearby, asked, "What about you two? We'll take the Feng Long group's car back." Wu Mo looked at his phone to check the time. "It's only 10 o'clock now, not even assembly time, and you're sending the other students back already." Feng Jing watched the car drive away, smoke trailing behind. What else? Fight in front of the instructor? The two looked at the distant mountains. Zhang Yuan is someone I've taken a liking to. When you get your revenge later, don't go too hard. Wu Mo put his hands in his pockets. With you, the head of Huasha's medical department, around, he won't die, but he'll be half dead from exhaustion. The time reached 10:05. Feng Jing and Wu Mo were bored out of their minds. Feng Jing sat in his chair playing games while Wu Mo diligently did push-ups. 20, 21, 22. The time reached 14:20. The two were still in the same state. Feng Jing was pressing buttons on his game. Wu Mo had already reached 298, 299, 300. It was now 17:12, and the sun was gradually setting. Feng Jing sat waiting with his hands behind his head while Wu Mo had switched to weightlifting. 951, 952. Feng Jing was extremely irritable and roared furiously, "No one has ever made me wait this long, especially a man." Wu Mo patted Feng Jing's shoulder to soothe him. "Cheer up, don't get excited." Feng Jing was burning with rage. "Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him." One person was furious, the other trying to calm him down. "Aren't you tired? Even if I die from exhaustion, I'll make sure he dies 100 times first." At that moment, Zhang Yuan walked over holding a tattered long spear, looking completely bewildered like a lost fawn. "All the other students are gone. Did I come back too early?" Feng Jing and Wu Mo stopped what they were doing as they saw Zhang Yuan approaching. Zhang Yuan walked closer with the long spear. "I knew it, I should have taken one more lap." The long spear in Zhang Yuan's hand was full of cracks, holes, and covered in black bloody grime. Wu Mo's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. "What did you do to my spear?" Zhang Yuan answered calmly. "Normal use." A shadowy figure shot out and wrapped around Zhang Yuan's feet. Zhang Yuan was stunned, he couldn't move. It was a shadow. Wu Mo, enraged, swung his fist at Zhang Yuan. "Bastard, pay for it." His fist connected with Zhang Yuan's face. Feng Jing reached up and scratched his head. "You hit him a bit too hard." The man who had just been shouting about killing him, whoever he was, would have been pinned to the ground and beaten. He flew so far that even Su Ri couldn't save him. What if he really died? A ray of rebirth light shot toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan lay motionless on the ground with his eyes open, uncontrollably flying backward 10 meters. It seemed this shadow had a distance limit. Feng Jin and Wu Mo were still standing and discussing. Zhang Yuan had a gun in his hand and had to find a way to create distance from him. HMPH, what were those two muttering about? Feng Jin and Wu Mo were about to transform into amateur villains for a performance. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Feng Jin's mouth as he raised a finger to point at Zhang Yuan. "You caused a classmate to be bitten by a snow-boned snake, and the evidence is solid. Guilty of heinous crimes." Wu Mo, standing by, joined in the act. "Don't struggle anymore. Just surrender." Zhang Yuan, covered in filth, was utterly shocked. These two, one had secretly gone into the mountains during military training to hunt others, and the other wanted to take the law into his own hands without a second thought. They had teamed up and were even trying to silence him. Zhang Yuan activated the pistol in his hand, super-sensing, assisted aiming. Zhang Yuan raised the gun and fired repeatedly. Wu Mo had a copper skin and iron bones to protect him, while Feng Jin dodged and evaded. Feng Jin looked at Zhang Yuan, who was barely holding on ahead, and smiled. "Give up. You can't break through our defenses." Zhang Yuan could barely stand. He gave it his all. "Don't push me." The two continued to play the villains, grinning evilly. "So what if we push you? You have no way out." Feng Jin thought to himself, "Does this kid still have a trump card he hasn't used? Ha, let me see." Feng Jin revealed a cruel and dangerous smile. "When you're dead, your little sister will be my little sister." Zhang Yuan was stunned. This crossed his bottom line. He erupted with the power of ice and blood. "Dare to touch my sister and you'll all die today." Wu Mo, standing by, scolded Feng Jin for going too far. Feng Jin raised his hand to cover his mouth. "It had to be this way. System prompt, your ability super sensing has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, thermal explosion pressure catastrophe level. Upgradable. Thermal explosion pressure uses the temperature in the air to form a thermal pressure layer with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. Your ability freeze has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, eternal ice domain catastrophe level. Not upgradable. Eternal ice domain freezes all matter within a maximum range of 10,000 meters according to your will. Your ability rebirth has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, immortal body red level, upgradable. Immortal body. You are immune to all damage and negative status effects. Power radiated. First, use the abilities he understood. Zhang Yuan made his move. Eternal ice domain. A stream of ice shot toward Feng Jin and Wu Mo. Feng Jin struggled to control it, using life resonance, revitalization Su Ri. Meanwhile, Wu Mo was frozen. Feng Jin's body gradually froze as well, filled with terror. Too terrifying. If it weren't for Feng Wu Mo's copper skin and iron bones, this one move could have defeated us both. Feng Jin supported the frozen Wu Mo, continuously casting revitalization. Su Ri, it's no use. The surrounding temperature was too low. Even in a recovery state, they were frozen every few seconds. Zhang Yuan too was exhausted. This move consumed a massive amount of energy. After using it just once, his mental energy was drained and he couldn't use it again. Zhang Yuan finally raised his gun, die, but the gun was frozen and he couldn't pull the trigger at all. Zhang Yuan panicked. It's over, the gun is frozen too. Zhang Yuan gave it his all, even as he smiled weakly. It seemed his luck had truly run out. Zhang Yuan collapsed to the ground. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Wu Mo was frozen stiff, standing motionless in place. Feng Jin supported him. The two frowned at Zhang Yuan, assessing the ability's flaw. Maximum enhancement of 448. Anything above that could be life-threatening. His move just now definitely exceeded that. Feng Jin said to Wu Mo, "Help me over quickly." The two stood before Zhang Yuan's body. Feng Jin reached out to heal Suri, but Feng Jin himself was already shaken from being hit and using his power. "Won't let me off even in death, then don't die." And with that, Feng Jin also collapsed to the ground. Wu Mo held his forehead. "You guys," Wu Mo helped Feng Jin up and left, not forgetting to complain. "Feng Jin, you idiot, you brought this on yourself. I'm such a fool for going along with your villain act." At night in the hospital, the monitor showed a long flat line. Beep beep, could he really not be saved? It's too cold, his heartbeat and blood pressure are gone. Life resonance has already worn out 2 healing-type ability users. Sigh, send him to the morgue. But Feng Jin, wearing a hospital gown, burst through the door and shouted, "Stop right there." Wu Mo was surprised to see the newcomer and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Feng Jin said indignantly, "You don't recognize me without my sunglasses?" Feng Jin pushed the doctors out. All right, he's just playing dead. No need for your useless treatment." Wu Mo pointed at Zhang Yuan lying motionless on the bed. "Are you sure he's playing dead? Livor mortis has already appeared on him. Where? Let me try to treat him." Feng Jin used his ability to heal Zhang Yuan. "Suri, all right, he's healed. Just some bruises, don't talk nonsense." Feng Jin crossed his arms and looked at the person on the bed. "Are you sure you're not lying to me? Can't I tell if someone's alive or dead?" The next morning, the sky was clear blue with white clouds drifting. A message appeared on the phone. Washa Youth Ability User Rankings 68th, Xuan Ming. 69th, Feng Wu Mo. Wu Mo looked at the screen in Feng Jin's hand and said, "Isn't this fake name too silly?" Feng Jin replied, "I said he beat me twice. Not reporting it wouldn't be good. Using his real name might get him into trouble with others. You came up with the name. You can tell him yourself later." Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, frowning. "So noisy." Zhang Yuan sat up abruptly and cursed. "Everyone shut up." The two leaning by the window were startled. Feng Jin looked happily. "See, I told you he was playing dead. You lost, pay up." Wu Mo clicked his tongue and the transfer notification sounded. Zhang Yuan looked at the two so calmly and thought to himself, "What's going on? When did I go from being their mortal enemy to their friend?" Zhang Yuan received a message. "Bro, are you injured in the hospital? I'm doing well at school. The teachers and classmates are very caring. Rest easy and don't worry about me. Call me when you wake up." Zhang Yuan read it and muttered, "Has it already been 2 days? How come a dead man like me wasn't sent to the cremator? Did they cover for me?" Feng Jin put his hands in his pockets. "Hello, Zhang Yuan. I'm Feng Jin, Student Council President. Senior from the special training class. I falsely accused you earlier to provoke you into fighting. It was my fault. I'm very sorry." Feng Jin extended a hand to reconcile, but Zhang Yuan punched him in the face, sending his sunglasses flying. Feng Jin hit the wall, his face swelling, and stared blankly at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and extended his hand. This is what they call no fight, no friendship. Elsewhere, Dong Liang looked at Zhang Lan, who was sitting in a chair. "Zhang Lan, relax. It's okay if you fail." Zhang Lan held a red crystal in her hand. Dong Liang instructed, "Just hold it like that and carefully feel the energy within it." Lu Wen raised a hand to activate energy toward the crystal, thinking to herself, "The success rate of absorbing void crystals is just a statistical result. The real key lies in individual talent and mental state." Blindly believing in talent, Lu Wen's expression was serious. Giving her the king crystal right away, "Is that really okay?" Zhang Lan held the king crystal in her hand, frowning, trying to absorb it calmly. "Many alien races have invaded this world. Only void ability users can fight them. Uncle Zhu Lin treats us siblings so well because he sees our talent. I can't fail. I must protect the world and protect my brother." The king crystal in Zhang Lan's hand disappeared, revealing it to be the Fire Cloud Wind King Void Crystal. Absorbed, it can consume 20 years of lifespan. On campus, Zhang Lan excitedly pounced on Zhang Yuan. "Bro, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." Zhang Lan grabbed his arm, which wore a red disciplinary armband, and was very surprised. "Hey, your uniform is so special." Zhang Yuan smiled and scratched his head. "Yeah, I joined the student council and became a disciplinary officer. This is the student council uniform." Zhang Yuan had heard from Feng Jin that after military training, the school would give a week off to help instructors assist special training class students in absorbing void crystals. Since Lan had talent, she was recruited into the school and should have similar arrangements. Zhang Yuan patted Zhang Lan's head. Lan, did the instructor arrange any special studies for you these past few days? Zhang Lan thought for a moment and replied, The school didn't arrange anything, but Uncle Lin had me absorb a void crystal, the Fire Cloud Wind King. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed slight surprise, and Zhang Lan cheerfully said, Now I'm a powerful void ability user. From now on it's my turn to protect my brother. Zhang Yuan had long known that in this life, Lan still couldn't escape becoming a void ability user. All he could do was make himself stronger to protect Lan. Zhang Lan took Zhang Yuan's hand, puffed out her cheeks and said with a hint of a spoiled tone, Bro, aren't you going to ask what ability I absorbed? Zhang Yuan asked, Is it divine speed and heavenly origin? Zhang Lan hummed in agreement and ran to a nearby statue. Hee, watch this, Zhang Lan kicked out, splitting the statue in two. Zhang Lan asked excitedly, How was that? Am I super awesome? Zhang Yuan smiled. Lan, of course I'm happy that you've gotten stronger. But damaging public property means you have to pay for it. At that moment, a letter of self-criticism sat on the table. Lu Wen rubbed her temples, holding her forehead. Nice kick, don't do it again. Zhang Lan just smiled, stood by Zhang Yuan and pulled him away. All right, let's go. Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. No need to pay, that lenient? Lu Wen sat in her chair and said, Zhang Yuan, you performed very well in this military training. Do you want to absorb a void crystal and become a void ability user? I can help you activate it. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. HMPH, hadn't he told her he was already a void ability user? He replied, Thank you for your kindness, instructor, but I don't need your help to activate it. Lu Wen sighed and raised a hand to touch her forehead. Sigh, even if this kid isn't interested in becoming a void ability user, he doesn't have to say it so bluntly. Lu Wen suddenly realized something. Wait, he's wearing the student council uniform. Feng Jin came to the military training camp to pick a successor for the new president. Could it be that he was chosen? The sky was clear blue, inside a building. This building used to be an armory. I renovated it according to your requirements. The training ground is downstairs, and the living area is upstairs. Everything's moved in. Let me know if you need anything else. Zhang Yuan walked with his hands in his pockets, observing as he went. Just giving me such a big dorm like that, is this the power of the student council president? Feng Jin smiled respectfully. How could I treat you poorly when you're with me? Wu Mo looked at Zhang Yuan walking beside him. I agreed to teach you weapons. When do you want to start? Zhang Yuan replied, Right now. Feng Jin was enthusiastic. Great, I'll join you for the fun. After a while, weapons were scattered everywhere, and all that could be heard were tired gasps. Feng Jin and Wu Mo both collapsed to the floor. Can't take it anymore. I need Su Ri. Feng Jin said wearily. Su Ri is dead. Burn paper if you need something. Wu Mo asked again. Do you still have life resonance? No, I don't. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was different. Still handsome and composed, he assessed his body and said, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Wu Mo spoke. It's already 3 in the morning. Let's have a late-night snack first, then keep going. Feng Jin said wearily, There are snacks in the fridge on the 2nd floor, but I can't walk. Zhang Yuan walked up as if nothing was wrong. The two lying on the ground crawled with difficulty, very surprised. This kid got beaten by us, how is he not tired at all? Wu Mo rubbed his head dejectedly. Tiredness is secondary. The key is that this kid has no talent for using cold weapons. Ordinary void ability users don't have bad combat talent. Normally it takes a day to get started, the fastest is 10 minutes to look decent. Swords, spears, guns, sticks, this kid can't use any of them well. Zhang Yuan came over with a few cans of drinks. Happy water is here. Feng Jin reached out to take a can, gulped it down and perked up. I'm alive again. I'm alive. He crushed the empty can in his hand. Zhang Yuan asked happily, So shall we continue training? Wu Mo was drenched in sweat. We've been training for over 10 hours straight and only rested for 3 minutes. Are you a demon? Feng Jin fell onto his back. I'm only half alive. I need another can to truly come back to life. Zhang Yuan stepped on a drink can and crushed it. Fine, I'll give you the equivalent of 1 can of Happy Water's rest time. Without even looking, Zhang Yuan tossed the can and it landed precisely in the trash can. Feng Jin and Wu Mo were stunned, their mouths forming an O. A trash can over 10 meters away and he hits it with a casual throw. Does he have a talent for throwing weapons? Wu Mo handed 2 empty cans to Zhang Yuan. Quick, throw again. This time both at once. The 2 cans landed in the trash can with a clatter. Wu Mo excitedly grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan, throwing weapons are the perfect weapon for you. Zhang Yuan replied. How can throwing weapons compare to the coolness of a 40-meter greatsword? Wu Mo clicked his tongue. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, You're really fixated on close combat. Maybe you could try the Ghost Howl Joy Void Crystal. It has 3 abilities, Courage, Rage Strike, and Poison Bearer. Rage Strike can greatly boost combat power and isn't limited to any weapon. During a suppression operation in a void cave, I once encountered a Ghost Howl Joy. After it activated Courage and Rage Strike, its combat power increased tenfold. and it went into a frenzy, extremely hard to deal with. In the end, we had to gather 3 teams of void ability users to kill it. The 3 sat in a circle, and Feng Jin asked, "Did you encounter a king level? Where did the void crystal go?" Turned over to the state, Zhang Yuan asked, "Where can I get a Ghost Howl Joy void crystal?" "I can't use those assessed void crystals." Wu Mo pointed a finger. "Since I can't teach you to use weapons as compensation, I'll help you solve the Ghost Howl Joy void crystal issue." Feng Jin said happily. With Brother Feng's word, it settled. Wu Mo stood up to leave. "I'll head back to Guanyuan City first. Can I just mail the void crystal to the school?" "Sure." Zhang Yuan asked Feng Jin with a straight face. "Running on the road at 3 in the morning, do I look like a ghost?" "Actually, he's not afraid of you. He's in a hurry to finish up your business and go back to give the void crystal to his brother." "What void crystal?" Feng Jin held a drink can. "The Snowbone Snake's void crystal with the ability Undying." Wu Mo placed a box of Snowbone Snake void crystals on the table. "Brother, I brought back the Snowbone Snake void crystals. The chances are slim, but give it a try anyway." Wu Mo took a few steps and turned back. "Once you become the head of the Feng family, I'll definitely come to take you back and restore your Yi surname." Yi Zhen was still wearing a respirator and didn't respond. Looking at the closed door, Yi Zhen murmured, "Silly little brother, the real reason my illness can never be cured is the Feng family." A surge of black energy burst from his body, enveloping Yi Zhen. The void crystals in the box flew up and emitted light. Yi Zhen looked at them and instead took the void crystals for himself. The void crystals were absorbing the black energy, and the black energy gained the skill Undying. Yi Zhen was shocked. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yuan's side, the delivery guy looked friendly. "Brother, this delivery wasn't easy for me. I just asked for a good review." "Thanks." Zhang Yuan took the package. "Oh sure." The delivery guy sat on his bike and didn't forget to remind him, "Call me if you need anything delivered. 20 off the shipping fee." Zhang Yuan opened the package. Inside were several golden spheres and a letter on top. It should be the Ghost Howl Joy void crystal from Feng Wu Mo. There's also a piece of paper. Zhang Yuan opened the note to read its contents. "Molang, ever since you left without saying goodbye that day, I haven't been able to eat or sleep. I originally wanted to cut off contact with you, but I never expected we could rekindle our connection. On the 15th at 8 p.m. at Fisherman's Riverside, be there or be square." Zhang Yuan guessed correctly. It was a love letter mixed with a curse-breaking star. Is this Feng Yemo trying to latch onto a rich woman? Zhang Yuan pondered. "What should I do? I've forgotten Feng Yemo's phone number. Should I have Feng Jing help contact him? No way. Feng Jing would definitely post this love letter on his moments and completely embarrass Feng Yemo. Forget it, I'll just go myself when the time comes. I'll explain the situation to that rich woman and let her contact Feng Yemo herself." Zhang Yuan reached out and took out a curse-breaking star. The information on the curse-breaking star appeared, revealing that the Joy Ghost curse-breaking star had been absorbed. The Joy Ghost curse-breaking star possessed the following abilities: Courage green quality non-upgradable, Rage Strike green quality upgradable, and Poison Eater green quality non-upgradable. Courage removes all mental control. Rage Strike randomly enhances combat skills. Poison Eater grants immunity to all toxins. The higher the concentration of toxins in the body, the stronger the ability, with an attack power increase cap of no more than 148. The curse-breaking star in Zhang Yuan's hand disappeared. Zhang Yuan was absorbing the entire green quality level 2 Rage Strike. Zhang Yuan reached for a knife and activated Rage Strike. Zhang Yuan traced a sharp trajectory with the knife and smiled faintly. "So this is how a knife can be used." Student council meeting room, a voice rang out. "I disagree with letting that freshman named Zhang Yuan join the student council." It was Lei Ba, the student council's propaganda officer. Lei Ba stood up and firmly opposed. "A special training class auditor, since when did they have this position? Making him a discipline committee member is an absolute joke." The girl sitting across from Lei Ba explained. "Lei Ba, don't get worked up. The president just wants him to run errands." Shangguan Yi spoke up again. "That's not right." The girl who had just spoken was Jian Ru. The student council secretary looked at Shangguan Yi, who offered his opinion. "A discipline committee member needs to be strong and morally upright, and also has to oversee the student council president. Is it a position just anyone can fill? I'm still nominally the discipline committee member, so don't be so high-handed." Feng Jing smiled and reminded him to speak plainly. Shangguan Yi, the former student council discipline committee member, clenched his fist on the table and proposed, "Letting Zhang Yuan into the student council is fine, but only as a runner." In class, the teacher was explaining that alien purification energy usually exists in the body as energy and only condenses into a purification star after death. Zhang Yuan raised his hand to speak. "Teacher, will a purifier's purification star appear after death like an alien's?" The teacher replied. "Humans and aliens have different body structures. They can't be compared." Zhang Yuan continued. Then what if someone started absorbing purification stars from the womb and was born a purifier? The teacher, holding a book, looked serious. China bans experiments on pregnant women. Don't let your thoughts wander too far. The city sky was clear blue, and at that moment on the school forum. At the dining table, Zhang Yuan held a dish in his hand and kept urging, Xiaonan, you're growing, eat more. Zhang Yuan Lan, sitting next to him, replied, Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. I can pick what I want to eat myself. Feng Jing appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yuan, your sister is adorable. Seeing is believing. Zhang Yuan scowled and threatened, light sentence, 5 years, heavy sentence, life. Feng Jing chuckled, don't scare me, even if I wanted to, I'd wait until your sister comes of age. The more Feng Jing spoke, the angrier Zhang Yuan got, snapping the chopsticks in his hand. What did you say? Feng Jing waved his hand to calm him down. Don't be so dramatic. Are you two really biological siblings? Zhang Yuan Lan happily linked arms with Zhang Yuan. Of course, Feng Jing imagined and blurted out, Yuan Ji Kong. Zhang Yuan punched Feng Jing, flying. The dignified student council president, what's always on your mind? Zhang Yuan Lan asked blankly. What does Yuan Ji Kong mean? Zhang Yuan instructed. Good kids don't ask. Feng Jing sat across from them, smiling and humming. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Zhang Yuan Lan asked. When my brother was hospitalized, a student council senior who helped him call, was that you? Feng Jing quickly replied. It was me. Just call me Feng Jing. Zhang Yuan Lan pointed. Senior Feng Jing. Your glasses are broken. The glass could hurt your eyes. Ah, my eyes are a bit special. Without sunglasses, I'd scare people. Zhang Yuan Lan curiously pressed. Oh, can I see them? Feng Jing took off his glasses. Since you're so cute, I'll make an exception today. Feng Jing's eyes showed a bright purple. Zhang Yuan Lan was amazed and found it interesting. Wow, such beautiful eyes, and they glow. Zhang Yuan, sitting nearby, asked. Born with them? Feng Jing explained. When my mom was 3 months pregnant, she absorbed the power of a purification star, but it wasn't her who absorbed it, it was me. So I was born a purifier, and my body is tougher than average. Zhang Yuan lowered his eyes, thinking, the teacher said this is forbidden. The secret behind him must be significant. Forget it, it's none of my business, I won't pry. Feng Jing remembered something and quickly said, Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. Zhang Yuan, as the discipline committee member now, you need to patrol the campus at noon. Zhang Yuan asked dejectedly, Can I quit the student council? Feng Jing tempted. The student council subsidy is generous. Adding a spicy chicken leg to your sister's meal every day would be nice, right? Zhang Yuan Lan got excited upon hearing this. Spicy chicken leg, Feng Jing said. The campus situation was very peaceful, with few fights usually. Just recently, there have been a few student council members. Well, handle it as you see fit. As long as no one dies, I'll cover for you. Zhang Yuan Lan was thrilled. Brother, are you going to fight? I'll help you. Zhang Yuan refused. No, you're skipping grades to 8th grade now. You need to go to tutoring. Zhang Yuan Lan was on the verge of tears. No, I don't want to go to tutoring. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was patrolling. Passing girls saw Zhang Yuan, blushed and shyly praised. Oh, is that the new discipline committee member? He looks so handsome when he's serious about patrolling. Zhang Yuan guessed inwardly. Super sense is working. Someone is definitely secretly following me. Should I find a secluded spot to teach them a lesson? Zhang Yuan walked ahead and the stalkers followed behind. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Yuan turned and said, Behind that tree, 25 meters away at 3 o'clock. Stop hiding. Come out. Lei Ba and 2 others stepped out. HMPH, you actually noticed we were following you. Not bad. Kneel and bark like a dog and I might consider letting you off. Zhang Yuan exuded a dark aura. So this is the campus style of Yinghua Academy? I've definitely come to the right place. Lei Ba walked out and stood opposite Zhang Yuan, sneering contemptuously. HMPH, you're quite sensible. Zhang Yuan stepped forward. Repeating Lei Ba's earlier words, what are you thinking? I mean, you take off your clothes, kneel, and bark like a dog, and I'll let you off. Lei Ba swung a fist and charged. Are you asking for death? Sonic curse. Zhang Yuan dodged easily, courage removing all mental control, and smiled. Why open the door so wide? Zhang Yuan knocked Lei Ba flying with one hand, rage strike. It's too late to beg for mercy now. One punch wasn't enough. Zhang Yuan pummeled Lei Ba up and down, beating him to a pulp, kicking him harder than a shuttlecock. Lei Ba's face was swollen beyond recognition, and he lay unconscious on the ground. The people following Lei Ba couldn't believe it. Impossible. Besides a few big shots at school, no one can break the boss's move of first using a sonic curse to control the opponent and then punching to kill. What kind of background does this Zhang Yuan have? Zhang Yuan reminded. Aren't you taking him to the infirmary? The two hurriedly hoisted Lei Ba up and scrambled away. We're going right now. As they carried Lei Ba, they cursed inwardly. A demon turning someone into a dead dog over a single word. Truly ruthless. But they had no idea that Zhang Yuan Lan was hiding behind a big tree, watching everything. Zhang Yuan Lan stepped out, pointed at the three, and said, Stop, put him down and hand over his phone. If you don't, you'll get this. Zhang Yuan Lan's steps were light, but the ground beneath her cracked terribly. One person hastily handed over the phone. "Spare me, mistress, I'll do as you say." Zhang Yuanlan smiled, holding the phone. "Now pose him like a dead dog, butt up, head down, hands in surrender." The person hesitated. "Mistress, isn't that a bit much?" Zhang Yuanlan smiled kindly. "It's fine with that." Zhang Yuanlan used the phone's fingerprint to unlock it. Lei Ba's screen lit up and the fingerprint unlock succeeded. Zhang Yuanlan took a photo of Lei Ba's pose, happily pressed publish, and laughed maliciously. "Got to post this look on Moments." Zhang Yuanlan asked the other two, "Did you see the post just now? Share it." The two cowered and lowered their heads. "Spare us, mistress. If Lei Ba finds out we're dead." Zhang Yuanlan put her hands on her hips and suggested, "Get all your alt accounts to share it together." "Can he kill everyone?" Zhang Yuanlan's eyes turned dangerous. "I've already filmed you posing him. If you don't obey, I'll send it to him." With that, Zhang Yuanlan skipped away. The remaining two were left with long faces, crying like a river. At that moment, Lei Ba was lying in the hospital room. His head wrapped in bandages, he cried heartbrokenly, still managing to tattle, "President, that kid is too brutal. He beat me and took ugly photos of me to post on Moments." Feng Jing, sitting across from him, scrolled through Lei Ba's photos, casually liked them, and secretly laughed inside. "If I told you how brutal he is, it wouldn't be fun." Feng Jing spoke. "Tell me, how did that kid defeat you?" Lei Ba recounted. "I used my sonic curse like usual, but he was completely unaffected and just knocked me flying." Feng Jing thought the sonic curse was ineffective. "Looks like he successfully absorbed the courage from the Joy Ghost curse-breaking star." Feng Jing continued. "And then, did he use a weapon?" "No." Feng Jing was surprised. Why didn't he use a weapon? He wondered inwardly. Did he absorb Rage Strike or not? Can't guess. Lei Ba handed over a towel to wipe his tears. "If he'd used a weapon, I'd be dead." Feng Jing put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "All right, you're not dead, that's enough." "I'm leaving," but Lei Ba wasn't done. "Now he's made me look so pathetic online. How am I supposed to face anyone at school?" Feng Jing replied. "No one cares about a small fry like you. Take a few months off from school and it'll blow over." Lei Ba reached out and called, "Wait, President, heal me before you go." Feng Jing casually closed the door. Cold and ruthless, Dr. Su can't cure stupidity. Elsewhere, "What's this? Youth ranking 68th. Feng Jing explained, "That's it. The official ranking of Purifier combat power. Only youths under 28 can be on the list." Zhang Yuan looked at the phone info Feng Jing handed him. 68th place, Zan Mi. Feng Jing leaned close to Zhang Yuan's ear and whispered, "This is the title I and Brother Feng racked our brains to come up with for you. Doesn't it sound earth-shattering and soul-stirring?" Zhang Yuan found it too cringy. "You might as well call it cringy." Feng Jing was displeased. "Same sound, Doc Pei." Zhang Yuan asked, "What's the use of being on this list?" Feng Jing smiled. "It's capital to act like a part-time war god." Man King curled his lip. "The 4-year limit is up. Welcome back, Zan Mi. The employee card has been thrown away. The Qi group doesn't matter either." Zhang Yuan wasn't too concerned. "If there's nothing else, I'll go do my homework." Feng Jing quickly said, "There is something. I also brought you a weapon." Feng Jing opened a weapon case. The Extreme Series from the Supervision Bureau, an improved prototype. "Try it out." Zhang Yuan picked up the weapon. "The weapon stays, you can go." Feng Jing panicked. Hey, don't be so cold. Go to the training room downstairs. I really want you to beat me up right now." Zhang Yuan held the weapon, his face full of black lines. In the end, Feng Jing was bruised and battered, his body covered in injuries. But he was still laughing. Success, he really did absorb Rage Strike. Zhang Yuan remained expressionless and coldly reminded, "The city psychiatric hospital is excellent. I suggest you check in." Feng Jing still smiled. "Our Yuan finally knows how to use cold weapons. Dad is proud of you." Zhang Yuan kicked Feng Jing flying. "Get lost." Zhang Yuan picked up the scabbard from the box and examined it. "That Feng Jing guy seems too neurotic, but he's quite meticulous. He even prepared a knife bag." Zhang Yuan hung the knife bag on himself. Just then there was a flying disc training for reaction time. Now to try throwing knives. Zhang Yuan started. Default speed 120 km/h. Start 3-way random. Interval 10 seconds. 4 rounds total. Press start. Zhang Yuan looked at the flying disc before him. "Please be ready. Ensure the distance from the machine is no less than 20 meters. The first round will begin after 3 beeps." The discs launched one by one. Zhang Yuan practiced seriously. He swung his hand and threw the knife, hitting the disc. The game prompt sounded again. "Please be ready. The next round is about to begin." Discs launched continuously. "Please be ready. The next round is about to begin." "Please be ready. The final round is about to begin." Zhang Yuan hit consecutively. "Congratulations on completing your first training session. Your training score is 100 points. Zhang Yuan pulled the knife from the ground, satisfied. "No wonder it's the Extreme Series throwing knife from the Supervision Bureau. The feel is really good." The game prompt sounded again. "Congratulations on unlocking the next stage of training." Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Oh, this thing can gradually increase difficulty like a level-based game? Nice. I'll play it every day." The sky was clear blue, the sunlight warm. In the room, listening to the sound of discs being hit, After several days he finally opened the last level. Zhang Yuan looked at the discs, hit the last level several times in a row, only scoring 80 points. Looks like my skills still need improvement. A time prompt sounded and Zhang Yuan calculated. School, hitting discs, homework. High school life is truly colorful. Now the student council is empty. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something. Wait, is it the 15th today? I almost forgot about that matter. At the dock, Zhang Yuan stood. Fisherman's dock, it should be here. Tisk, why is no one around? The roar of a helicopter's rotors came from the sky, and a girl lowered a rope ladder. Come up. Zhang Yuan looked at the person on the helicopter. So this is how a rich woman makes an entrance, truly eye-opening. Zhang Yuan climbed up and Kai Jie reached out to pull him. With a handshake he got on the helicopter, and Kai Jie happily hugged Zhang Yuan. Great, Sis thought you weren't coming. It wasn't in vain that Sis went to all the trouble to get you a purification star and wrote a heartfelt love letter. Sis knew you'd be moved by my sincerity one day. Only then did Kai Jie realize. She quickly pushed Zhang Yuan away. Who are you? Then she fell flat on her back, crying pitifully. He still didn't come, he never took me seriously. To him, I'm like a piece of butter easily brushed off. Zhang Yuan quickly explained. Feng Yamo never saw that letter. The thing was sent directly to me. I came to explain the situation and thank you. Zhang Yuan stood at the cabin door ready to fulfill his duty, not forgetting to thank Kai Jie before leaving. Thanks for your support. I'm off, but Xiaoen stopped him. Wait, was the purification star for Feng Yamo given by you? Zhang Yuan stopped and replied, yes, and Kai Ji's mouth dropped open in shock. Someone as proud as Feng Yamo. He lowered his head again to examine himself, wanting to reclaim Xu Jing. Their relationship must have been very solid. This person might also be a powerful superpowered individual. Captain An grabbed his shoulder worriedly and asked loudly, how strong are you? He replied seriously, this is very important. I absolutely cannot say carelessly. Zhang Yuan was a bit stunned, but my mouth still responded subconsciously. I guess I just can't die, and Cage laughed with satisfaction. Great, we need someone like you, and Cage excitedly notified her teammate Yan Tuo. Old Yan, we've got someone, get to the Shenangjia Square as soon as possible. Xiaoen led Zhang Yuan back to the main cabin and personally introduced him to Lin Dongliang and Chan Hong. Let me introduce myself. I am Cage, captain of the War God Squad, from the command center. The other three were also very enthusiastic. Chan Hong was the main attacker. Lin Dongliang was responsible for defense and protecting teammates. Wu Jun was the healer, and Yan Tuo, who was in the main cockpit, also joined in. He was the investigator. Zhang Yuan was outgoing and extroverted, not an introvert, and he responded to everyone. You can call me Zhang Yuan. Captain An's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, showing she was very satisfied with the newcomer. Everyone shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Yuan, welcome to temporarily join our War God Squad. Zhang Yuan looked at Cage and thought to himself, not bad either, that love letter was really neatly and beautifully written. So it turned out she wanted me to recruit Feng Wumo and have him help with the mission. Wu Jun looked at the physical cooperation between the two people before him. Her hands were too cold, but Cage waved her hand. All ice-type destruction masters are like this. It was only after Wu Jun thought for a long time that it suddenly dawned on him that the name Xuan Ming seemed familiar. Right, that was him, ranked 68th on the outstanding youth list. After everyone had sat down, Cage spoke first with some worry. Xuan Ming, to be honest with you, the difficulty of this mission is extremely high. A week ago, several superpowered individuals from the Lighthouse country infiltrated the Shenangjia Fengji to poach. The garrison troops and nearby superpowered squads were all knocked out by an unknown toxin. They are still unconscious in the hospital. The War God Squad also lost one person. Feng Wumo's shadow servants are not afraid of toxins, so that's why I wanted to ask for his help. Who knows, Xuan Ning, if you think the mission is too dangerous, it's okay to back out now. She cautiously warned Zhang Yuan as she spoke, while Zhang Yuan responded calmly, since we're here, we can't just sleep on the plane, can we? Lin Dongliang beside him saw his performance and said excitedly while cracking his knuckles, you're pretty confident, kid. Have a spar with this old man. Zhang Yuan gently extended 2 fingers and used an ice freezing move to freeze him in a look of surprise. After finishing, he said seriously, don't always think about fighting. Cage beside him couldn't help but show a face full of surprise. Impressive. How long can this move of yours last? Zhang Yuan immediately replied, 2 minutes. Hearing this, her eyes lit up and she sighed enviously. Wow, I've never heard of any ice-type skill lasting this long. Zhang Yuan also replied helplessly. Actually, I have a passive support skill that can enhance the power of other skills. He calculated in his mind. Ordinary people can't upgrade skills at all, so I'd better find a good excuse. Cage became even more envious, her eyes shining like stars as she continued to ask. Do you have any other abilities? He replied helplessly. Thermal sensing range of 1 kilometer. Old Wu was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped, blurting out, "What? That's not scientific." Zhang Yuan added, It's been enhanced." An image formed in his mind, a figure with a ring of inlaid crystals behind him. Old Wu pondered. According to Chinese legends, Xuan Ming is the deity in charge of ice and snow, responsible for slaughter, the master of the underworld. This kid has such powerful ice-type abilities and is on good terms with Feng Wumo. It must be him. How come I've never heard of such a strong person before, and his age is probably around junior high? He sized up Zhang Yuan while thinking. Meanwhile, Cage took out a small knife and asked, "Don't you carry a weapon?" "Used to daggers," Zhang Yuan quickly replied. "No problem. According to the latest intel, the poachers are nearby. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation." By now, the group had landed in a desolate forest. They reminded each other. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan raised his hand to report, "Wait. 2 o'clock direction, 900 meters. There's a living creature." Using his super sensing, he saw some animals materializing in the space. Then Zhang Yuan described to everyone a group of animals, probably wolves. About 9 of them. Seems like they're attracted by something. After listening, Cage replied, "They deliberately put the wolves into the Fangji to serve as food for the aliens. The garrison would regularly drop food for them. The garrison was wiped out, but the wolves can still find food. That's not normal." Zhang Yuan then said, "Yeah, let's go check it out." At that moment, a pack of wolves, drooling with hunger, was surrounding a piece of meat being roasted over a fire. The smell of the roasted meat was so strong that it would easily expose their position. It was probably a trap deliberately set by the enemy. The whole team was now hiding behind another clump of trees, discussing. Zhang Yuan suggested, "I'll be the bait to lure them out." Cage replied worriedly, "Wait, that area is likely poisoned." He reassured her. "I'm not afraid of poison." Captain An was once again shocked by Zhang Yuan's ability and blurted out, "Toxin Eater, you can absorb this low-probability ability?" He just calmly hummed in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Cage's heart sank a little, and she looked at him expressionlessly, asking, "What kind of monstrous genius are you?" But Zhang Yuan brought the topic back to business. "I'll go first. Within 5 minutes I'll blend into the environment and be hard to detect." After saying that, Zhang Yuan used super camouflage. Cage earnestly instructed him, "Go ahead, we'll be right behind you, ready to support at any time." Zhang Yuan asked, "When we encounter the enemy?" "Kill or capture," she replied decisively. "Kill on sight, no mercy." The wolves saw another bait appear, turned their heads to stare fixedly, and then they all howled at the sky. Zhang Yuan had already jumped in front of several wolves. He calculated in his mind, "These wolves see me but don't attack, instead they howl to send a signal. It seems the enemy is nearby." So Zhang Yuan began using super sensing. Saw 2 figures rushing over 1 kilometer away, approaching from left and right, running really slowly. "Let's deal with them first." After his calculation, he started to draw his dagger, condensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, and then leaped towards the direction of the wolf pack. The timer showed 1 minute 1 second. Zhang Yuan charged over, swung his knife and chopped off a wolf's head. After a ticking sound, he casually sheathed the dagger with a nonchalant expression. As his words fell, the wolves on the ground were either dead or dragging their injured legs crawling. The timer showed 1 minute 25 seconds. Then a prompt sounded again. "Poison scorpion detected." "Absorb?" Zhang Yuan quickly turned his head. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and he thought, "Here they come." Zhang Yuan stood amidst a pile of wolf corpses emitting a dense cloud of poison gas. The system prompted, "Poison scorpion detected. Absorb." Zhang Yuan then absorbed the poison gas. The system prompted again, "All your abilities increased by 108. After absorbing, Zhang Yuan complained with dissatisfaction, "This poison is as weak as a chicken. Is it even effective?" The teammates observing from outside discussed among themselves. Cage asked, "What is he saying?" The person opposite replied, "Seems like he's complaining the poison isn't strong enough." Hearing this, she quickly said, "Poison means the enemy is coming. Let's support him quickly." But when she turned back to look at Zhang Yuan, both their faces froze. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his arm, slashing out sharp bursts of energy. 2 enemies who were running over each had a flying knife embedded in their foreheads. Blood splattered, and they fell backward. After finishing, he walked over to the 2, saying disdainfully, "With just this little skill, too weak." Cage rolled her eyes and asked her teammates, "Did you see him make a move?" One teammate dejectedly held his head and said, "Don't even mention it." Another was on the verge of tears. The enemy also had super camouflage. "I didn't even notice where they were." Zhang Yuan was now examining the bodies, pulling out the flying knives while saying, "No danger for now." Cage noticed the blood-stained flying knives in his hand. Her expression darkened, and she pondered, "These flying knives are clearly made by the Supervision Bureau. The serial number engraved on them indicates they are samples. I've never seen this flying knife on any purchase list. Could it be specially customized? Xuan Ming's identity is definitely not simple. Damn it. her whole body stiff as she raised her hand, forcing a strained smile as she greeted. Xuan Ming, are you okay? Any discomfort? Don't push yourself. No, it's fine, that's good, she thought to herself. Killing someone and staying so calm, better not ask any more questions. Zhang Yuan looked at her with a face full of question marks. Lin Dongliang also came out at this time, his eyes squinting into slits with a smile as he praised. Good job, that flying knife was absolutely amazing. The teammate beside him gave a thumbs up and added, throwing knives with both hands, hitting 2 different targets at the same time. How many years of practice does that take? Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and replied calmly, not bad, just shooting some clay pigeons every day. The teammate was dumbfounded after hearing this. Aren't clay pigeons the superpowered training equipment that was discontinued because it was too difficult? Then he asked awkwardly, may I ask, how do you adjust the settings for the clay pigeon machine to make it right? Zhang Yuan answered honestly, default clearance mode, just pass 1 level at a time. He asked again, then what ability did you use to shoot them? I couldn't even pass the first level using all my abilities. But Zhang Yuan asked innocently, shooting clay pigeons, do you even need abilities? This directly caused the teammate to sit down on the ground in a daze, drawing circles on the ground with his hand while muttering dejectedly, I'm useless, I'm useless, I'm useless. Meanwhile, Cage asked Zhang Yuan, Xuan Ming, can you tell which abilities they used just now? He quickly listed them. One is controlling the wolf pack, one is the poison scorpion and super camouflage. That's about 3. After hearing this, she panicked and grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand, asking, poison scorpion, are you sure? He was a bit stunned but quickly replied, sure, I have the toxin eater ability. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Cage placed one hand on her chest and said seriously, Xuan Ning, on behalf of the entire Shenongjia garrison, I thank you. They are still in the ICU because the toxin composition hasn't been identified yet. After saying this, she walked aside and said, wait for me to make a call and report the situation. At this time, Zhang Yuan asked the other teammates, can't the healing skill Resurgence detoxify? Old Wu explained, Resurgence isn't omnipotent either. If the poison has been in the system for a long time, it's hard to cure. Xuan Ming, your information can really save many lives. After listening, he thought to himself, it seems most superpowered individuals aren't that strong either, right? Ordinary people have a low absorption rate for superpowers and can't upgrade. Technology is still an important part of combat. After making the call, Cage turned back and called out to Xuan Ming, who responded, she continued, in your opinion, what should we do next? Everyone was now looking at the 2 corpses in front of them. Zhang Yuan spoke, the other side are poachers. Their most desired outcome is, of course, to leave alive with the spoils. Now that they've alerted too many people, it's hard for them to slip away. They might try to break through the line by force. At this point, the best way is to capture a key figure to exchange for a chance to leave. Compared to the regular army, which can use human wave tactics, individual elite superpowered individuals are easier to bully. Cage confirmed again. So now we just need to wait for them to come to us. Zhang Yuan affirmed, exactly. Suddenly, a leaf drifted down from behind the group. Zhang Yuan turned his head, frowned, and said, see, they're already here. A group of people gradually emerged from the depths. As they got closer, it became clearer. A group of 4 men, one with dark skin, one with golden curly hair, one with purple hair, and one wrapped in a heavy coat. The exposed face had a dangerous expression, grinning. The golden-haired man spread his arms and said proudly, I knew the Chinese military would send capable superpowered individuals to block the way. Then he approached Cage and greeted with a smile. I'm very glad it's you, beautiful Miss Cage. She couldn't understand what Robert said, thought he was cursing her, and angrily retorted, you're the one who's Kai. Your whole family is Kai. He still replied with a smile. Thank you for your blessing, and I wish your whole family Kai as well. Cage snapped back irritably, Kai, your sister. He also replied cheerfully, I don't have a sister. Old Wu said to Zhang Yuan, this man is called Robert, a top 100 powerhouse from the Lighthouse country. You need to be careful. He turned and asked the people behind, what about the others? Old Wu replied, not sure about the other 2 and that Chinese guy. Before he could finish, another golden-haired teammate pointed angrily ahead and shouted, Zhao Zheng, aren't you supposed to be dead? How come you're with the poachers from the Lighthouse country? How much effort and resources did the country spend cultivating you? And you dare to betray the country? Zhao Zheng sneered and replied, cultivation don't make me laugh. Just because I didn't hand over my crystal cores, they ruthlessly suppressed me, stripped me of my resources and achievements. His eyes grew more dangerous. If it weren't for Master Zhu acting as an intermediary to help me, I wouldn't have known how free and happy it is to be a superpowered individual in the Lighthouse country, having everything I want, let alone crystal cores, unlike China. Ordinary people don't even know about crystal caves. Before he could finish, a flying knife had already pierced straight into his forehead. Blood splattered, super energy surged, locked onto a target, charging. The The dark-skinned man quickly used his ability to block the flying knife heading towards him. The knife fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan maintained his throwing posture, seeing this and thinking, using abilities to counter my flying knives, it seems I need a different approach for them. Robert calmly picked up the flying knife and said excitedly in lighthouse language, China's manufacturing technology is truly admirable. Unfortunately, the one using the knife has no manners at all, and Cage looked at the two of them and asked, I don't have a translator. What is he saying? The golden-haired teammate, though unsure, replied, seems like he's praising the quality of Xuan Ming's flying knife. Zhang Yuan, however, found the situation speechless, but he responded in lighthouse language, those who invade my China shall be killed on sight. Those who betray my China deserve to die. I never show manners to the dead. Robert was even more surprised. Lighthouse language, kid, your lighthouse language is pretty good. I originally only planned to let Cage live, but now it seems you are more useful than her. Join our lighthouse country, and I guarantee your treatment will be better than Zhao Zheng's. After he finished, and Cage asked again, what did he say? Zhang Yuan replied, he said, kill everyone except you, and wants to invite me to replace Zhao Zheng's position. Her expression showed some worry. So how do you plan to answer? Zhang Yuan didn't reply. He walked directly up to him, extended his hand and said, give me back the flying knife. Old Wu thought, how could someone like Xuan Ming be swayed by the lighthouse country? A force was already gathering in his hand, and after Zhang Yuan got the knife he said, thank you. Robert continued, haha, China, you have an old saying, how does it go? A wise man submits to circumstances. Old Wu had already used his blessing skill, boosting the target's abilities by 20 for 10 seconds. He looked back, felt satisfied, and thought, not bad, the support came just in time. Then he immediately extended both hands, used his freezing skill, and shouted loudly, I told you I don't show manners to the dead. Ice crystals flew out with his gesture, instantly freezing the people opposite, catching them off guard, all their faces filled with panic. Finally, while they were still reeling, Zhang Yuan threw a knife straight at Robert. He was dead. Suddenly, the flying knife was deflected back. Robert gradually melted, revealing a sinister face as he retorted, insidious and cunning Chinese, daring to ambush me, you're dead meat. Zhang Yuan grew worried at the sight, thinking that this guy had not only broken free from the freeze but could also throw his own knife back. He was a formidable opponent, and even a rage-fueled strike might not harm him. Unexpectedly, while Zhang Yuan was distracted, Robert punched him squarely in the chest. He flashed a smug, contemptuous smile and said in tower language, daydreaming are you? Zhang Yuan was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Old Wu and his teammates helped Zhang Yuan up, calling out anxiously, Xuan Ming. And Kaika also urged urgently, Old Wu, heal him quickly. Old Wu placed 2 fingers under his nose to check his breathing and shouted in panic, Captain Xuan Ming seems to have gone cold. And Kaika was stunned. What? Another teammate cried out in disbelief. Xuan Ming, Old Wu exclaimed in terror. His heartbeat, breathing and body temperature are all gone. He looked down sorrowfully at the person he was holding. And Kaika calmly reminded them, now is not the time for grief. Old Bear, charge Zhanong, provide cover. Defeat Robert first. Zhang Yuan lay there with his eyes closed, listening to his teammates' words and thought to himself, although I really have gone cold, it would be awkward for me to stand up now with everyone like this. Forget it, I'll just lie here and think of a strategy. At that moment, Old Bear used his massive body to lock Robert in place, activating his Qilin arm. While Zhanong swung his arm to attack, it pierced through Robert, but he remained eerily calm, his eyes cold as he spat out, with just you lot you can't kill me. Robert's entire body then burst into flames, transforming into a flame giant, startling even Old Bear who had him locked from behind. His eyes grew bright, and Robert flashed a proud smile, saying in tower language, let me show you my true strength. Flames spread outward, and Old Bear quickly let go, shouting, so hot, aha. Old Wu swiftly used a healing wind to blow toward that area, supporting Old Bear, and Kaika shouted in panic, this is the flame giant ability unique to the tower country. Our intel was wrong. Robert's specialty isn't just close combat. Zhanong gritted his teeth in anger. What do we do? My arrows are melting from the high heat. And Kaika tried to calm everyone, shouting, if physical attacks don't work, use mental attacks. Everyone get ready, I'm about to unleash it. With that, she began using mental resonance. A large-scale mental attack within a 500-meter radius affected friend and foe alike. A circular energy wave emanated from her body, gradually spreading outward. Everyone struggled to cover their ears, and Robert was no exception. Caught in it, he was engulfed in flames, dropped to one knee, raised a hand to his head and cried out, HMPH? A hurried voice urged, quick? Seizing the opportunity, Robert still clutched his head in pain, gritting his teeth and saying in tower language, do I have to use that move? It seems I can't die in human form after all. I'll have to let the flames consume my body. Tower language, for the glory of the tower country. He began to activate the flame giant. Transformation's second stage. Then, clenching his teeth, he stood up, his body burning even more fiercely. The flames were so intense they spread densely in all directions. The defending team members struggled to raise their hands to shield their faces, and Kaika shouted in frustration, "Damn it, I can't understand a word he's saying," Old Bear chimed in. "I'm definitely learning a foreign language when we get back." Xuan Ming lost confidence and replied, "Will we even make it back alive?" Just as the three were fooling around, Zhang Yuan sat up and spoke, "You're no match for him. Everyone retreat. Don't look back." He raised a finger and the flames began to extinguish, and Kaika was speechless with astonishment. "Xuan Ming, you, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. "Didn't I tell you, I can't die." Old Wu found it even more unbelievable. "You died and came back to life. You're immortal." Then Zhang Yuan walked through the flames to stand before Robert and said to him in Tower language, "Robert, the Tower country has always valued freedom and fairness. Let's settle this one-on-one." Still engulfed in flames, Robert replied angrily in Tower language, "Why should I agree to that?" Zhang Yuan explained, "After you use this move you'll die, right? If the 6 of us join forces you might not come out on top, but if it's just you and me, you still have a chance to take me down with you." Hearing this, Robert found it amusing and replied with a laugh, "Haha, I accept your proposal. The great Tower spirit lives on forever." And Kaika wanted to stop him out of concern and said to Zhang Yuan, "Xuan Ming, don't go, you'll die." He replied almost pleadingly, "Go now, don't hold me back." At that, the others hesitated no longer and quickly ran off as he instructed. The blonde teammate swiftly hoisted Kaika onto his shoulder and said loudly, "Captain, don't let emotions cloud your judgment." Still deeply worried, she reached out. "No, we can't abandon a teammate." Woo-woo, Old Wu comforted her. "He told us to leave, which means we'd hinder his performance if we stayed. Now we have to trust him." Watching a tiny figure face a demonic form, everyone could only silently pray, "Xuan Ming, you have to survive." When only Zhang Yuan and Robert were left facing each other, the latter spoke first. "I admire your courage. You didn't have to die." Zhang Yuan replied politely, "Thanks for the compliment, but we're on opposite sides. Besides, it might not be you who dies." He said this confidently while activating Ice Bloodstorm. Dense, sharp ice spikes then flew outward in all directions. System notification. Your ability trait, Super Sensing, has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Heat Explosion Pressure, which can be upgraded. Freeze has been upgraded and you have gained a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain, which can be upgraded. Regeneration has been upgraded, and you have gained a new ability, Immortal Body, which can be upgraded. Rage Strike has been upgraded and you have gained a new ability, Combat Master, which can be upgraded. Combat Master, you are born for killing. Master any weapon and you can take an enemy's life with any move. Zhang Yuan's expression was now intensely focused as he stared at his opponent. The sharp ice spikes seemed to await his command to fly out at any moment. Robert, still radiating fierce flames, said with interest, "So this is your true strength? Good, make your move." Suddenly, he let out a startled cry. "Ah!" He looked at the scene before him in both panic and confusion. Robert's surroundings were completely frozen, and the flames on his body had somehow gone out. Zhang Yuan said calmly, "I've already made my move." In an instant, Robert's flame giant state vanished and he was trapped inside a bubble. He gritted his teeth and thought, "What's going on? My transformation has been cancelled. Why can't I speak? And what's this invisible air wall?" Zhang Yuan seemed to know what he was puzzled about and explained calmly, "This move is called Heat Explosion Pressure. Its ability is to drain the heat from the air. The ideal gas law is PV equals nRT, meaning that by controlling the range and timing to lower the temperature, I can use the pressure difference to make the surrounding air flow, creating a near vacuum around a person." Robert was now frantically clawing at his own neck, mouth wide open, eyes bloodshot. Zhang Yuan continued, "The second stage of the flame giant transformation burns the user to death, meaning it doesn't transcend physics, and flames can't burn in a vacuum. Robert, you've lost to physics." With that he coughed up blood and collapsed onto the sharp ice beneath his feet. Robert lay dying on the ground, struggling to speak in a sorrowful voice. "Joan, I'm sorry. Daddy can't." Then beautiful gentle flames emanated, revealing a golden pill. Zhang Yuan stood there, deep in thought. The effects of Ice Bloodstorm ended, entering a weakened state. "I didn't pass out this time. Maybe because I didn't consume too much mental energy?" Zhang Yuan reached out and picked up the pill, examining it in his hand. The system notified him again. "Ruins Crystal variant detected. Absorb. This Ruins Crystal variant possesses the following abilities: Giant Strength level 3, not upgradable. Bright Pupil plus Kill level 2, not upgradable. Flame Giant level 1, not upgradable." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan analyzed to himself, "So humans can produce Ruins crystals too, but unlike the aliens, they're hidden inside the body. The information about Ruins is deliberately concealed to prevent infighting among Ruins ability users, isn't it? Even the God of War team might not know this secret. Carrying it or handing it over to the country could get me into trouble. The Ruins Crystal variant's abilities have levels but can't be upgraded. Absorbing it locks the level permanently, which isn't worth it. After a while, a new small mound of earth appeared before Zhang Yuan. He calculated, forget it, I'll dig a hole and bury it. Pretend I didn't see it. Oh, and they came to poach. There should be good stuff in their backpacks. As he thought this, he looked at the several backpacks nearby, but when he unzipped them they were full of glowing round objects. The system panel popped up another notification. Ruins Crystal detected. Cute Bear. Absorb. Cute Bear Ruins Crystal possesses the following ability. Acting Cute, level Gold, upgradable. Acting Cute, increases your charm, reduces target hostility, range unlimited. Zhang Yuan listened to the system's words, looked down at the objects before him and wondered, what is this? Then he continued opening the other backpacks, thinking happily, there are 2 more cute bears in their packs, but they were all killed by the flame giant's high heat. For a strong guy like Robert to come poaching cute bears and want to take them back alive, their value must be high. He stood up, not letting the backpacks go, and picked them up. He thought, setting aside the prejudice against the name, maybe it'll evolve into an overpowered divine skill after upgrading. After pondering for a while, he looked at the glowing items in his hand and began, absorb all. The system panel notified, Acting Cute, level Gold, level has reached its limit. Your ability Acting Cute has been upgraded. Acting Cute, level Blue, level has reached its limit. Your ability Acting Cute has been upgraded. Zhang Yuan's body was enveloped in intense light as the skill continuously upgraded. Then the system continued, you have gained a new ability, Super Acting Cute, level 2, upgradable. Super Acting Cute, permanently increases your charm, causes targets to lose hostility, range unlimited. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, his teammates were still waiting in the distance. The blonde teammate had climbed a tall tree to observe and reported, Captain, the fire over there has gone out. Xuan Ming's battle should be over. Hearing this, Enkaika said to everyone, alright, let's go back and check. After walking a bit, they saw a familiar figure sitting with their back to them. Urgent calls rang out, Xuan Ming, I knew you were still alive. Enkaika cried tears of joy and spread her arms to rush toward Zhang Yuan. Unexpectedly, she tripped over a small stone and fell face first to the ground, yelping in pain. Ouch! Zhang Yuan was speechless at this older sister. He replied expressionlessly, the mission's over. Can you send me back to school quickly? The blonde teammate said in surprise. You're still in school? Zhang Yuan stood up amid the falling leaves, creating a picturesque scene. He replied confidently, yeah, my sister's still waiting for me to go to the cafeteria for lunch. If I don't get back soon, she'll be mad. Soon, a helicopter swiftly rose into the sky. Crossing the rugged mountain range, it flew toward the familiar city. Messages kept popping up on his phone screen. Bro, why can't I reach you? Did you forget to charge it? Why aren't you at the cafeteria for breakfast yet? Did something happen? Bro, I asked Brother Fengjin to bring me to the south dorm to find you. After reading the messages, Zhang Yuan thought helplessly, I'll have to coordinate my story with Fengjin first, then explain things to Lanlin. Regular phones have no signal in the Fang realm, what a hassle. Then he turned to ask Enkaika, Captain N, where can I buy a phone that works in the Fang realm? She quickly replied, satellite mobile phones require special approval, and you can't get one even with merit points. She then winked and added, but if you're willing to officially join our God of War team, I might be able to get you one. Zhang Yuan was looking out the window and casually replied, TCH, I'll think about it. Enkaika then suggested, actually someone as strong as you could try for the 9 ruins. Their treatment is much better than regular teams, and satellite phones are just basic equipment. Zhang Yuan was surprised and said, 9 ruins. The 9 ruins is a special department directly under the capital's administration. With a total of 9 people, each one is equivalent to an independent squad, and they usually operate alone, specializing in high-difficulty missions that regular teams can't handle. After explaining, Enkaika looked at him with a doting expression and asked, so Xuan Ming interested? Zhang Yuan quickly turned his head and replied indifferently, not interested. Another teammate's voice came from the helicopter, Captain, it seems Chengying Academy has misunderstood something. The principal has brought people. Below the airport, 3 people were already lined up waiting for them. In the middle was a white-haired old man, Principal Chen Wenshuang. Beside him was the middle-aged academic director Ji Yu Yan and finally Shangguan Yi. After the helicopter landed and they saw Enkaika and her teammates descend, the principal quickly extended both hands and greeted warmly. Captain and welcome to Chengying Academy for guidance. I am Principal Chen Wenshuang, pleased to meet you. He then introduced the 2 beside him. This is our academy's academic director, Ji Yu Yan, and this is our student representative, Shangguan Yi. Enkaika quickly responded, putting her arm around Zhang Yuan's shoulder and saying, we're just passing through, escorting your student back to school. This surprised the principal. He then pointed at Zhang Yuan's resigned face and asked, Ah, is he a student at our school? And Kaika was even more puzzled. You don't know Xuan Ming? The principal doesn't recognize him? Ji Yuyan then leaned in and whispered, Principal, he's the auditing student Zhang Yuan that Major Lin arranged into the special class a few days ago. A few days ago, Major Lin also had someone bring him back from the Fang Realm military training. Shang Guanyi, standing nearby, was taken aback. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and thought angrily, What? This Zhang Yuan is a useless guy who got into school through connections? I thought he forced Lei Ba to drop out on his own merit. I was almost fooled. Then, pointing at Zhang Yuan with extreme arrogance, he shouted loudly, Zhang Yuan, Chengying Academy never accepts useless people. You got into the special class and the student council through connections. So today dare to prove your strength in front of the leaders with a match? This panicked the two adults beside him. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, I refuse. But he thought to himself, Who are you, classmate? Do we have a grudge? Then he walked past him nonchalantly, saying, Take your time chatting, leaders. I won't disturb you. He thought, if I drag this out any longer I'll miss lunch with Lanlin. Seeing his attitude, Shang Guanyi shouted angrily, Stop! He grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm aggressively and said fiercely, If you don't fight me today, you're not leaving. And Kaika watched this fearless guy and found it amusing, daring to lay a hand on Xuan Ming, truly asking for trouble. Before she could finish the thought, Zhang Yuan was slammed hard onto the ground with a shoulder throw. Only then did she let out a shocked cry, her face turning pale. After finishing the move, Shang Guanyi pointed at the ground and taunted, Wasn't this guy supposed to be tough? Can't even match an ordinary person. The crowd quickly surrounded the unconscious Zhang Yuan, and Cage worriedly cradled his head, calling out to Xuan Ming, Wake up, why are your eyes rolling back? Shang Guanyi stubbornly pointed at him and said, I barely used any force, he's definitely faking it. Old Wu began using healing wind to treat Zhang Yuan. A fresh green vortex of energy surged toward Zhang Yuan lying on the ground. Soon he sat up, rubbed his eyes and said, I'm fine. I just needed to lie down for a bit and I'd get up on my own. But in his mind, he thought, my regeneration during the weak phase is a bit slow, but at least it still works. And Cage stood up, angrily pointing at Shang Guanyi's face and demanded, Apologize. He quickly retorted, Why should I apologize? And Cage immediately cut him off. We risk our lives for the country, bleed and sweat, and when we come back we don't even get a word of thanks. Instead, you give him a shoulder throw. What gives you the right? Behind her, Zhang Yuan helplessly explained, I didn't bleed or sweat. Still fuming, and Cage turned back and snapped at him, Shut up, which made him break out in a cold sweat from fear. The principal then walked over and knocked Shang Guanyi on the head, bowing quickly to apologize. This was our school's fault. Sorry to disappoint Captain, and Yi apologized to him now. Shang Guanyi still grumbled unwillingly. Uncle, he has no strength at all. A useless guy who got in through connections. I'll never bow to someone like that. And Cage crossed her arms and looked down at him, exposing the truth. Uncle, you got your position through connections too, and you have the nerve to talk about others? I'll report today's incident to the military commander. I hope your school is ready for a rectification. With that, she turned and gently patted Zhang Yuan on the back, saying, Xuan Ming, I'll walk you back to the dorm. The principal then panicked, exclaiming, It's over. This time it's completely over. Ji Yuyan came over to support the principal, calming him with a sly expression. Old Chen, don't panic. Our academy was founded by Mr. Cheng Yunchao himself. It has history, achievements, and prestige. It's not something that can be shut down so easily. Chen Wenchong still clutched his chest, answering in panic. The school will be fine, but the principal won't. Ji Yuyan was left speechless. Ah, Chen Wenchong cried even harder, muttering pitifully, You won't even call me principal. The scene shifted to a building, the sky still clear outside. Zhang Yuan expressionlessly poked his head through the door crack. Feng Jin was waiting for him, and waved excitedly as he saw him enter. Yuan, you're back. This startled Zhang Yuan so much his eyes nearly popped out. He immediately closed the door and said calmly, I must have opened the door wrong, and Cage also felt there were 3 dots above this guy's head. But Feng Jin quickly pushed the door open again and said loudly, Wow, staying out all night and bringing a strange girl back to the dorm. Uncaged Suri. This made the other two look at him with strange expressions. Zhang Yuan took the chance to slip inside, leaving behind a remark, You two know each other, so take your time chatting. I'm going upstairs to change. Feng Jin still held up his fist, staring in Cage's direction, and Cage crossed her arms and smirked teasingly. I never thought a freak like you would end up studying at Chengying. Feng Jin sneered back. The only thing I can share fairly is knowledge. The person's been delivered, so shouldn't you be leaving? She continued to mock. Don't think you can run wild just because you have the 9 ruins and the Academy of Sciences backing you. Feng Jin immediately replied in a tone begging to be hit. I hold the sun, moon, and stars. There's no one like me in this world. Go ahead, hit me if you can. He deliberately dragged out the last few words, infuriating Cage, who snorted and left. Outside another building, the sky remained a clear blue. Inside, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Lan, and Feng Jin were sitting together chatting. After hearing the story, Zhang Lan angrily exclaimed, "What, last night a strange girl dragged you into playing Canyon Survival until morning and you didn't log off?" Feng Jin chimed in. "That girl clearly didn't know how to play but was totally addicted. Your brother didn't agree at first, but she was too persistent. Lucky that Lan Lan called me to check, or you might have ended up with a sister-in-law." Feng Jin grew more animated, unaware of how many times Cage would die and come back to life if she heard him. Zhang Yuan quickly turned to his pouting sister and said softly, "It wasn't that exaggerated." Then the little girl suddenly burst into loud sobs, tears streaming. "Brother, I don't agree to this match. This woman dared to make you skip class to play games. She can't really care about you. If you marry her, she'll bully you even more." Faced with this, Zhang Yuan felt a bit helpless. He quickly grabbed Zhang Lan's hand and promised repeatedly, Lan, don't worry, brother won't get married and I'll never skip class to play games again." The little girl still wasn't reassured and asked, "Then what if another annoying strange girl bullies you in the future?" He answered bluntly, "I can use Feng Jin as a shield." Hearing this, Zhang Lan was satisfied. They didn't know the person opposite them was so aggrieved he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was probably thinking people are so cold-hearted. He patted his chest, comforting himself that it was fine. Suddenly, Zhang Lan turned to him and asked, "Brother Feng Jin, please protect my brother when I'm not around." Feng Jin immediately raised a hand in a vow, putting on a mature expression as he replied, "Don't worry. From now on, anyone who dares to bully your brother, I'll make sure they wish they were dead." After saying that, he lowered his hand, his round eyes thinking, "I should find time to read more books on plastic surgery. Might come in handy someday." Suddenly, near their table, someone was taking notes with a notebook and pen. He observed the siblings, noting Zhang Yuan's slightly shorter height and build compared to his peers. Pale complexion, suspected malnutrition. He ate even less than his 12-year-old sister, giving her all the meat from his bowl. Her brother is just an ordinary member of the student council, with a weekly allowance of 30,000. The discipline committee member's allowance should be higher, so there's no reason he'd go hungry. Could he have an eating disorder? The person muttered while scribbling furiously. Seeing Zhang Lan eating with her cheeks puffed out, he continued, "On the other hand, his sister Zhang Lan has been eating more since becoming a Ruin energy user. 2 servings of spicy chicken every meal, and most other dishes are spicy too. Easy to guess her taste. As for Suri, who often eats with them, his taste is very mild, leaning slightly sweet, and he avoids spicy food entirely." After calculating and recording for a while, the person pulled out his phone and sent a series of messages. "Sister Sue, today I'll try to invite Zhang Yuan and his sister to the Molotong shop at the school gate. Suri doesn't eat spicy food, so he probably won't come. I'll let you know if it works," the person on the other end quickly replied. A while later, Zhang Yuan and the others stood up to leave after eating. Suddenly, the person called out, "Zhang Yuan, I heard a new Molotong shop opened at the school gate. It's really good. Let me treat you to try it," he invited friendly. But Zhang Yuan, holding his sister's hand, answered bluntly, "No." Unexpectedly, Zhang Lan's eyes lit up and she excitedly raised her hand and said, "Molotong." This made her brother's face turn pale. Zhang Yuan was helpless with his sister. He then pointed at the classmate's chest and demanded, "Xie Yifeng, you've been secretly observing my sister in the cafeteria for days. Were you investigating her taste and preferences?" Xie Yifeng hurriedly explained, "Hey, no, I wasn't." But Zhang Yuan pressed on, threatening, "Under 18, minimum 5 years, maximum life sentence." The classmate, cornered, answered honestly, misunderstanding Zhang Yuan. "Actually, my target is you." This time it was Zhang Lan's turn to panic. Before her brother could react, she grabbed Xie Yifeng's shoulders and exclaimed, "What? I thought my brother only attracted girls, but now boys too." His face turned even paler than before. Xie Yifeng covered his face and explained, "I just want to be friends with you, no other intentions." Zhang Yuan quickly pulled his sister away, saying, Lan, this guy has ulterior motives. Stay away from him." The little girl replied, but still felt a bit regretful. "But Molotong," he quickly answered, "we can go ourselves." Only then did Zhang Lan happily agree. They quickly left, leaving Xie Yifeng standing there in panic. Feng Jin quickly called out, "Hey, you two going to eat Molotong at the school gate? Take me with you." Soon he caught up with the siblings. Zhang Yuan asked, "Don't you not eat spicy food?" Feng Jin leaned in and whispered, "Look at how frail you are, how could I not come?" Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "You can tell that too," Feng Jin replied confidently. "Of course, remember how Shangguan Yi threw you this morning? He's been forced to write a 10,000-word self-criticism and has cursed you hundreds of times in the student council. He might try to get back at you." Zhang Yuan smiled pleasantly and replied, "Got it. You'll be my shield." Zhang Lan, holding her brother's hand, looked around. As they approached a large restaurant, Zhang Lan turned and said, "Brother, it's too crowded here." Zhang Yuan said, "Let's buy it to go." Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. "Discipline guy over here." Zhang Yuan looked toward the voice and saw Su Weiniang waving at him. He asked, "Are you calling me?" She happily replied, "Yeah, you're a celebrity on the school forum now. Let me introduce myself." Before she could finish, Feng Jin interrupted. "I was wondering who took up 4 seats in the shop alone. Turns out it's the ultimate volunteer." Xuan Ming's expression soured as she replied. "Suri, what are you doing here?" Feng Jin replied calmly. "Eating molotong, of course." He then turned to the owner and loudly ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of molotong, no pepper, no chili, not too hot." Even the owner was speechless at this strange customer. Inside the restaurant, Zhang Yuan and the others sat across from Su Weiniang, the atmosphere frozen, no one speaking. She thought nervously, why do these 3 look at me so strangely? Zhang Yuan looked at her with a troubled expression. Feng Jin with an entertainment expression, and Zhang Lan with a strange girl expression. Zhang Lan spoke first. "What? Ultimate volunteer? That's a weird name." Su Weiniang quickly denied it. "Ah, I'm Su Weiniang. Don't listen to Suri's silly nickname." The little girl leaned over to Feng Jin and teased, "Brother Feng Jin, ultimate volunteer is a nickname Suri gave you, right?" Feng Jin wasn't angry and even raised his hand to show off to Su Weiniang. "Ultimate volunteer, the strongest support skill, boosting human limits by 448 for 3 minutes. This is the only ultimate volunteer in WA. Her admirers could circle the school 30 times. Su Weiniang seemed to radiate light with his praise. Zhang Lan, not to be outdone, replied, "When I grow up, my admirers will circle the earth 30 times. Zhang Yuan patted his sister's head affectionately and said, "The Earth's too small, let's make it the Milky Way 30 times. Feng Jin leaned in and whispered, "She probably isn't here to cause you trouble." Zhang Yuan replied unhappily, "But she looks like trouble." Feng Jin reminded him, "She's the school beauty after all. Give her some face." So Zhang Yuan asked Su Weiniang directly, "You tricked me into coming to this molotong shop. Just say what you want." She was still staring at him thoughtfully, then got straight to the point seriously. "Here's the thing. Every year, the Academy selects students from the special class to participate in the University Ruin Energy User League. Last year it was 1 team per school, 6 per team. This year it's 2 teams per school, 4 per team." Zhang Yuan asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Su Weiniang replied in confusion, "The school team's labor has dropped out plus the rule change. There are at least 3 vacancies this year. Don't you want to try for it?" Zhang Yuan turned away and answered, "Not interested." Su Weiniang stared at him in surprise. Then Zhang Yuan turned back with a smile, looking friendly, and explained, "Fighting among classmates isn't good. Besides, isn't the ultimate volunteer very strong? With that ability, you should be able to win the championship, right?" Hearing this, Su Weiniang stood up, pointed at Feng Jin, and fumed, "It's all because of Suri, that black hand. He drew away the strongest team." Feng Jin replied calmly, "That's just the difference between losing early and losing late." Zhang Yuan added, "Only the weak blame luck. The strong can beat anyone." Su Weiniang was left speechless by the two. I can't argue with you 2 at all," she stormed off in anger. "I have nothing more to say to you." Zhang Lan's eyes lit up as she looked at the food on the table. He. "Since she's gone, her molotong is mine." Feng Jin asked in surprise, "Hers is milk and apple flavor. Can you handle that?" The little girl replied calmly, "I can add 2 spoonfuls of chili." Feng Jin could only sigh helplessly. "Demon." Then he reconsidered and said, "I thought Shangguan Yi was being clever, trying to use a divide and conquer tactic. Turns out Su Weiniang acted on her own to recruit you." Zhang Yuan picked up some food and asked calmly, "Do they know each other?" Feng Jin quickly replied, "Me, Shangguan Yi, and Su Weiniang are the main trio of Chengying Academy. With the rule change this year, Su Weiniang not only wants to kick me off the team, but she also tried to poach you right in front of me. How shameless." Meanwhile, Zhang Lan squeezed almost an entire bottle of chili sauce into her bowl, took a bite, and immediately started crying, sticking out her tongue. Pitui, what kind of hellish taste is this?" Seeing this, Zhang Yuan swapped their bowls and said softly, "Here brother, eat mine." Feng Jin watched this gesture thoughtfully, then said seriously, "The University League has both team and individual events. Your ability is clearly suited for individual events," but she deliberately didn't mention it, not even the rewards. But when he looked at Zhang Yuan drinking the soup from Zhang Lan's hellish bowl, he exclaimed in horror, "Wait, do you have no sense of taste?" Zhang Yuan thought to himself, "Indeed I don't." But he answered lightly, "At least I can still feel something. Where were we? Rewards." Feng Jin quickly listed them. The top 10 in both individual and team events get ruin crystals. The top 3 get 4 purple grade, 4th to 8th get 2 purple grade, and 9th and 10th get 4 red grade. Plus, the top 10 get to train in a Fang realm of their choice. After graduation, they get priority in choosing Ruin Energy user teams. Zhang Lan slurped her noodles and remarked, "Oh, so this University League is a Ruin Energy user competition? Then why would the ultimate volunteer want to recruit my brother, an ordinary person?" Feng Jin pointed at Zhang Yuan and asked, "You haven't told your sister yet," he replied calmly. I was about to find the right moment. If not now, when?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan turned to his sister and said calmly, Lan, I've actually become a ruin energy user, the little girl exclaimed in surprise. What? How many ruin crystals have you absorbed? Zhang Yuan answered cautiously, quite a lot. Zhang Lan put down her chopsticks, a few drops of soup still on her hands, and began to cry sorrowfully, tears falling like rain, looking deeply distressed. Woo, my brother is going to die. He doesn't have long to live. Feng Jing broke out in a cold sweat and asked, what's going on? Why doesn't he have long to live? Zhang Lan wiped her tears and sobbed even harder. I absorbed 2 abilities and lost 20 years of my lifespan. My brother must have lost even more. Even Zhang Yuan was shocked and blurted out, what? At this point the scene shifted to night. In the silent darkness outside a wall, the 3 of them, Zhang Yuan and the others, had already returned. Zhang Lan looked down at the void star in her hand and said gloomily, back then Uncle Lin also gave me a void star, scythe, cone, hidden wind, but it has 3 abilities and would cost 30 years of my lifespan. Zhang Yuan's sister's expression wasn't great either, and she stared ahead in deep thought. Seeing his trembling, sorrowful sister, he felt a pang of heartache. No wonder before his rebirth his sister fought so desperately. It turned out she knew she didn't have long to live, so he turned to Feng Jing, who was standing behind him, and asked, Feng Jing, does absorbing a void star cost you lifespan too? Feng Jing immediately explained, as far as I know, ordinary people can only know what abilities a void star contains after successfully absorbing it. During this process, lifespan doesn't change at all. Your sister's situation is the first I've heard of. Zhang Yuan asked cautiously again, is there any? Feng Jing understood what he wanted to ask and interrupted. No, there's no void energy or technology that can increase lifespan, not yet. Even the ability to separate abilities can't eliminate the effects of absorption. After saying this, he began to take off his sunglasses and used his purple pupils to probe their lifespans. The number above Zhang Lan's head showed 68, then he thought he hadn't noticed before, but now looking closely, his sister's lifespan had indeed decreased by 20 years. Void energy talent is hereditary, so her brother must be the same. So he began to probe Zhang Yuan's lifespan. The number above his head left Feng Jing both confused and alarmed. Is your current lifespan the result or the cause? Zhang Yuan closed the box and urged his sister. Lan, from now on you absolutely must not absorb void stars that consume lifespan anymore. Zhang Lan quickly explained. But Uncle Lin has high hopes for me. Zhang Yuan then reassured her. I'll explain it to Lin Dongliang. You should return this void star to him. Then he hugged his sister tightly and urged, Lan, if you die, my life will become meaningless too. For my sake, don't continue, okay? Zhang Lan was moved and blurted out, brother. Then her tears couldn't help but flow again as she sobbed. If I'm not a void energy user, how can I protect you, brother, and protect the world we live in? The aliens are so strong, and ordinary people have no talent. Zhang Yuan asked softly, Lan, do you know what human talent is? The little girl finally stopped crying and curiously blurted out, huh? Zhang Yuan then explained, relying on training to enhance physical strength, a runner crosses the finish line, relying on strategy to overcome the strong with the weak. An officer commands his soldiers, using technology to create weapons. A soldier lies on the ground with a gun waiting for the enemy, using technology to save lives. A group of doctors hurriedly push an emergency patient inside. These are all human talents. Void energy is not the only way for humans to become stronger. At least the first person to defeat an alien wasn't a void energy user. As he explained, he tossed something from his hand, producing a bright flash that made the little girl stare in amazement. That thing was a throwing knife. It embedded itself straight into the wall. Zhang Yuan continued, see, like this, with practice you can do this too. Besides, you already have 2 abilities. With diligent practice you might even become a top-tier powerhouse. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan reached out and patted his sister's head to comfort her. Zhang Lan, still teary-eyed, obediently replied, I understand, I'll work hard. Then he looked warily behind him and asked Feng Jing, by the way, in my sister's case, would she be caught and dissected for research? He was still holding his sunglasses and replied calmly, dissected? How could that be? Then, while putting on his glasses, he continued, the Academy's people change their research methods every day. They haven't done that in over a decade. Don't ask me how I know. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and reach out to his sister saying, got it. Lan, lend me your phone. The little girl quickly handed it over. Over on the other end, Lin Dongliang answered the phone and said hurriedly, Lan, it's rare for you to call me on your own. But when he heard the voice on the other end, he couldn't help but blurt out in alarm, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan said to him seriously, Lan has some physical issues and can't absorb void stars. Uncle, please take back this void star, scythe, cone, hidden wind. Lin Dongliang dismissed it and replied calmly, if she's sick, get her treated. Zhang Yuan replied, it's hereditary, incurable. Lin Dongliang, somewhat displeased, questioned, Zhang Yuan, you were the one who agreed to let that child become a void energy user. Now I've arranged all her training courses, are you messing with me? For her sake you don't even have the talent to become a void energy user, Zhang Yuan immediately replied. My talent is no less than Lan Lan's, and I've already become a void energy user. Lin Dongliang, furious after hearing this, shouted, You're lying, trying to trick me out of resources? He calmly retorted, Then how does Uncle want me to prove it? Frowning, Lin Dongliang replied, From now on I'll suspend all resources and privileges for you siblings at the school. If you can still make it into the top 10 in the individual competition of the University League, I'll believe you. Without bringing up the past, the three of them soon returned to the dormitory building. Zhang Lan raised her hand to say goodbye. Brother, I'm going up. Zhang Yuan waved back and reminded her. Sleep early, see you tomorrow. Feng Jing turned to him and said, You could actually let her move into your single dorm. The model brother Zhang Yuan replied, She can make more friends living in the girls' dorm. Her campus life can't just be about me, her brother. Feng Jing then reminded him, You hide everything from your sister, one day it'll come out. Then Zhang Yuan turned and asked him, Does the academy know about your ability to see others' lifespans? Feng Jing quickly raised a finger and replied cheerfully, You're the first to know. Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously, Deliberately revealing your secret to me, are you hinting that you won't reveal mine to others? Of course, compared to me, you'd better worry about yourself first. Lin Dongliang cut off your resources, and you still want to make the top 10, he's clearly making things hard for you. Feng Jing turned and reminded Zhang Yuan with a hint of mockery, but he seemed lost in thought, looking elsewhere. Suddenly, Feng Jing got interested and asked, You're not going to find a sugar mommy over this, are you? Begging a sugar mommy is worse than begging. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan replied innocently, Right, I can find a sugar mommy to help. Feng Jing froze mid-step and blurted out, Hey, no you. Zhang Yuan immediately called someone and said, Captain Un, I need your help. Do you still have that Void Star Ghost Howl Joy from last time? I'll take as many as you have. Okay, thanks sis. I owe you a big favor. He nodded as he spoke, looking as if he was ready to pledge himself to the person on the other end. The scene shifted to another space where countless people were carrying things through a large room stacked with cardboard boxes. A conversation echoed. Ghost Howl Joy Void Stars, know what they're for? Is it requested by the War God team? Said they need them urgently? The eldest daughter of Commander Un. Did she issue a first-level mobilization order? What's so urgent? How many are left in the warehouse? Check quickly and bring them out. The person spoke while hastily jotting things down. The scene shifted elsewhere. A voice sounded again. Olden, your daughter has made another contribution this time. In a room, two men were sitting and talking. Another man replied, This time my daughter dare not take the credit. Clearly that young man named Xuan Ming contributed the most. Over half of the Central China military region was secretly poisoned this time. Plus our East China people went to support. The situation afterward might be a bit complicated. The speaker was in Guangfeng, commander of the East China military region. The worst case is that there's a traitor from Lighthouse Country in Central China. The person beside him was Lu Jianlin, chief of staff of the East China military region. He looked at the documents in his hand and said thoughtfully, The battle report mentions a man named Zhao Zheng beside Robert. This person seems to have used the power of Zhu to betray the country and defect to Lighthouse Country. And Guangfeng thought and replied, Zhu, unlike the strongest organization in Huasha, Jushu, which operates openly, this organization called Zhu has always operated in secret, with elusive movements. Although Zhu's methods are somewhat unscrupulous overall, they have principles and boundaries. The government turns a blind eye to them. Recently, Zhu's actions have been going too far. Lu Jianlin, while handing the documents over to him, replied calmly, Let Central China deal with their own problems. As for your daughter. And Guangfeng asked in surprise, What about that girl? He quickly looked at the newly handed over document content. Lu Jianlin said, Last night, she issued a first-level mobilization order, mobilizing all the Void Star Ghost Howl Joy in the entire military region, totaling over 2,000. And Guangfeng slammed the table in anger and said, Nonsense, the reason Ghost Howl Joy Void Stars are overlooked is that Courage and Poison Master are both defensive abilities, but they only match the constitution of attack-type Void energy users. If the constitution doesn't match, no matter how many times you try, it's futile. He clenched his fist as he spoke, both angry and worried. Lu Jianlin calmly flipped through the documents and continued. The report mentions that Xuan Ming's Poison Master ability seems to come from those Ghost Howl Void Stars your daughter mobilized last time. And Guangfeng looked on in surprise as well. Lu Jianlin added, This batch of Ghost Howl Joy Void Stars is presumably also for Xuan Ming. After speaking, he closed the documents and said, It's not quite appropriate. I suggest mobilizing 1,000 for her first, then tracking along the flow of the Void Stars. And Guangfeng immediately replied, Agreed. The scene shifted to Han Yumo's side, where he was angrily slamming the table and questioning a middle-aged man in front of him. "How can you do this? My brother sacrificed himself for the country, and you not only refuse to let him be buried in the Feng family's martyrs' cemetery, but how can you sell his body to the research institute?" The man replied calmly. "The body donation agreement was personally signed by your brother. We can't break our word." Han Yumo continued discontentedly. "Then at least restore his surname." The man replied, "What couldn't be done in life, even less so after death?" The conversation continued. "Yumo, you are the heir of the Feng family. That outstanding brother of yours is dead. Don't mention him anymore, okay?" Outside, a man and a woman, each holding a black umbrella, stood there, seemingly having heard the conversation inside. The girl turned to the other person, revealing a cold smile, and asked, "Hey, did you hear that? The Feng family is like this after you're dead. So are you ready to work for our Iron Tower country now?" The other person remained thoughtful, looking upward. She added, "And they're willing to sell a void energy user who's both powerful and attached to Washa to us. I really don't understand what Juyao is thinking." After saying this, the man decisively turned and left. "Let's go," the girl quickly called out. "Hey, wait for me." The scene shifted to an office. Zhang Yuan stood before a woman and said, "Instructor, I want to sign up for the University League." The person hesitated and replied, "This is a competition for void energy users." Zhang Yuan replied loudly, "I'm already a void energy user." Lu Wen sighed and took out a piece of paper, saying, "Becoming a void energy user during school must be reported immediately." Forget it. Fill out this ability registration form first." Zhang Yuan quickly took the paper and turned to leave. As he filled it out, he thought, "Ability name, source, level. HMPH, only 8 slots. Perfect, Ice Blood Storm is too overpowered, and Super Cute Act should be downgraded a bit." After reading the information on Zhang Yuan's form, Lu Wen couldn't help but blurt out in shock and panic, "Immune to death, wait. You." Then she quickly stood up and rushed toward Zhang Yuan, shouting, Zhang Yuan, teacher is sorry for you." He also stumbled backward in panic. Lu Wen exclaimed repeatedly, "Human void energy users can only absorb up to 8 abilities at most anymore, and they'll explode and die. Even immune to death you can't absorb. Rare talent." But as she couldn't help shouting in excitement. Zhang Yuan replied worriedly, "How about you stand up first?" Lu Wen was still wiping tears of excitement. "If I had discovered it earlier, I would have given you better void stars, instead of letting these low-level skills fill up all 8 slots. No, young Master Lin has void energy sensing ability, so he could see Zhang Lan's talent and bring her to our academy. Why couldn't he see your talent when it's so high?" She leaned in close to Zhang Yuan's face as she spoke, looking at him suspiciously. Zhang Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "My talent should be the same as Lan's, but I have no lifespan left to consume, yet neither before nor after my rebirth did Lin Dongliang discover my talent. Why? Could it be that the Golden Coffin 4 years later activated my talent, and Lin Dongliang can't detect its power? To find out the truth, I still need to find a chance to see that Golden Coffin." Zhang Yuan looked thoughtful. After finishing, he lowered his head and said to Lu Wen, "Instructor, let the past be the past. There's no point in dwelling on it. I'm quite satisfied with my current abilities." She then sat back at her desk and continued reading the information. Okay, let me see your current abilities. These Void Star Snowbone Snake abilities are all higher level than normal. So you must have absorbed high-year Void Stars, at least you didn't lose out. Void Star Mighty Bear Cute. This is a banned alien species, right? Oh well, as long as you absorbed it successfully. She looked up at Zhang Yuan as she spoke, then asked curiously, "What type of ability is Cute Act? Can you demonstrate it a little?" He sighed helplessly and replied, That's not a good idea," she urged seriously. "Since you've absorbed it, you have to use it. Don't underestimate it because of its name. Ready?" Then Zhang Yuan activated his ability, Super Cute Act. He smiled and squinted at Lu Wen, and suddenly a crow flew over his head. Lu Wen asked in confusion, "Did you activate it?" Zhang Yuan pursed his lips and said calmly, "Instructor, you've already been hit, really hit." Her eyes widened, and she thought to herself, "I didn't feel a thing." Then Lu Wen looked down elsewhere, comforting herself. I've rarely cared for this kid anyway. How can I keep discouraging him? Even if the ability is useless, I should still compensate him more." Zhang Yuan stood there dumbfounded. Then she energetically started typing on the computer and said, "Zhang Yuan, what's your family's annual income?" Seeing Lu Wen's expression, he stared wide-eyed, stunned. Lu Wen focused on typing and continued, "Forget it, let's report it as 50,000. So you can apply for the highest scholarship, and this youth nutrition subsidy, 4 bottles of milk a day. I'll sign you up for that too. With your grades, you should be able to get a scholarship. Your student status can also be upgraded to a formal trainee in the special training class." Zhang Yuan panicked at this sight, thinking, the target has clearly been hit, but she doesn't realize how terrifying the Super Cute Act ability is. Lu Wen looked at the information again and continued, "It's rare to have a regeneration ability at the Royal Level 4. Show me that too." Zhang Yuan immediately replied, "I'm not injured right now," she replied. "Use your hair. Cut off 1 centimeter of hair and activate the ability immediately. The surrounding hair will grow back. Royal Level 1 can grow about 10 centimeters or so." Without further ado, she picked up scissors, snipped off a lock of his hair and then said, "That was fast." Zhang Yuan quickly clasped his hands together and muttered, "Regeneration." His hair grew at an astonishing speed, long strands falling to cover his face. He still asked naively if a haircut could be reimbursed. Lu Wen was too stunned to speak. After a moment, Zhang Yuan walked out of the room and closed the door. He stretched as he walked, thinking that the weakened state seemed to only affect his mind and body, not the effect of regeneration. Suddenly, he collided with someone who had just arrived. Stumbling backward, Zhang Yuan fell to the ground, still exuding a half-charming, captivating aura. He touched his head and blurted out, "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." "Whoa!" The boy he had bumped into was still standing there dumbfounded, thinking, "You were the one who fell. Why are you apologizing?" "I should be the one apologizing." Zhang Yuan struggled to look up. The uniform belonged to someone from another school. This newcomer felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck his heart, pink hearts of fantasy floating all around him. "Wait, what just happened? Did I just bump into a high school girl? Isn't this like a manga scene where you meet your destined one?" Watching Zhang Yuan scratch his head with a delicate air, he silently marveled. "Long black hair, pure, petite, totally my type. The voice is a bit rough, but it's probably a girl, right?" The uniforms at Chengying Academy were the same for both genders, so he couldn't tell. Better ask first. He reached out a hand and asked softly, "Classmate, what's your name?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. "I already apologized. Why are you still pestering me for my name? Can't afford to mess with this. Time to run." With that thought, he quickly activated his teleportation and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the boy in a cloud of dust, both amazed and a little regretful. Forget it. I'll handle business first, then ask my sister to help find her." He then raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing the response, he pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, the boy stood straight in front of Lu Wen and introduced himself. "Hello, Instructor Lu. I'm Zhang Tianshuo, Student Council President of Huoling School. I'm here today to discuss the inter-school competition with you." Lu Wen replied cheerfully, "Welcome, please have a seat." After a moment, as she poured tea, Lu Wen asked, "Don't the student councils from both schools usually organize the annual competition themselves? Why come to me, the instructor?" Zhang Tianshuo quickly explained, "Every year, it's the same faces fighting each other, and continuing like that is pointless. This year, it's Chengying's turn to compete with us at Huoling. I'd like to give the first-year students a chance. Our side will only send first years to compete." Lu Wen took a sip of tea, thinking, last year's competition, and the year before that, Huoling's people were all beaten by the iron triangle of Feng Jin, Shangguan Yi, and Su Weining. No wonder they don't want to negotiate with the student council this year, and deliberately limited it to first years. Looks like Huoling recruited some strong new students this year. After mulling it over, she replied, "The teacher agrees to your request, but the timing of the competition will be decided by our side." Zhang Tianshuo quickly responded, "No problem." Lu Wen looked at him, thinking, Huoling students all come from wealthy families and are clearly stronger than Chengying's. Letting the new students take a hit might be good for them. Zhang Yuan's combat ability is too strong. After he leaves, there's no way to train the others. Might as well announce this to the students while that kid is away. At the entrance of a certain shop, Zhang Yuan was sitting inside, ready for a haircut. He reminded the barber, "Boss, please give me a buzz cut." The barber replied, "I'm a stylist, not a disfigure." Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, fumed with smoke, saying, "My brother wants to look ugly. Please, Tony, give him a hairstyle that will captivate everyone and make him a heartthrob." The barber answered seriously, "Mission guaranteed." The little girl cheered, "Almost done, just needs a little soul." Zhang Yuan emerged with neatly trimmed long hair. Exuding a gender-neutral beauty, Zhang Yuan enthusiastically tied his hair into 2 buns, startling the barber. Zhang Yuan, tears streaming down his face, said, Lan, just a single ponytail is fine." Zhang Yuan then pouted with a hurt expression, "But when I was little you always gave me this hairstyle and said twin tails were the hairstyle of the strong. You lied." Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly and turned his head, then patted the little girl's head and said, Lan has grown up, now it's my turn to unlock the power of dark magic for you." Zhang Yuan froze. "Wait, what are you trying to do? That's so embarrassing." "I'm not a little girl anymore," her plaintive voice rang out. Zhang Yuan replied, "If you want to style my hair, you have to make an equal exchange." Zhang Yuan cried out, "Wah!" After the siblings left the barber shop, Zhang Yuan's hair was now tied into 2 very cute braids. She pouted and said, "HMPH, from now on I'll give you a new hairstyle every day." Zhang Yuan, with his single ponytail, replied calmly, "Fine, from now on I'll give you twin tails every day." A moment later, realizing he had been tricked, Zhang Yuan panicked. Zhang Yuanlan, feeling she had gotten the better deal, happily replied, "Deal." The scene shifted to the school's public training room where a girl asked, "Yingying, why did you suddenly increase your training volume?" The questioner was Su Wanying's roommate Zhang Saiyuan, also Zhang Tianchuo's twin sister. Watching Su Wanying sprinting on the treadmill, Zhang Saiyuan continued, "Is it because Zhang Yuan refused to team up and you're taking it hard? The competition rules changed, so it's only natural for you and Feng Jin to disband. Zhang Yuan is Feng Jin's person." Feng Jin even argued with Shangguan Yi over him. It would be weird if he didn't refuse. Su Wanying, sweating profusely, looked at her friend and replied, "He said I'm not strong enough yet." Zhang Saiyuan handed her a bottle of water, surprised. The best support in ultimate will isn't strong enough?" Su Wanying took the water bottle, smiled, and replied, "The best support is Zhang Yuan's ultimate will, not mine, Su Wanying. I still need to train more." She tilted her head back to drink. Zhang Saiyuan put her hands on her hips and sighed, "If even a genius like you works this hard, how are us ordinary people supposed to survive?" Suddenly her phone rang. Zhang Saiyuan happily picked it up and asked with a grin, "Oh, my little brother actually called his sister today." "What, trying to gather intel for Huling?" Zhang Tianchuo was currently huddled in a corner hesitating. "It's not that," he comforted himself inwardly. "Calm down, this is the only way to find that mysterious girl I bumped into in the hallway today. I can't fall out with my sister. Seeing a halo over a guy's head is a common girl thing, so I shouldn't be biased. Now that my sister and I are at different schools, I've escaped her shadow." As he thought, he recalled the image of his sister sticking a note on his forehead, his face turning pale. But finally, Zhang Tianchuo spoke, "I want to ask my sister to help me find a girl. She's a student at Chengying. I bumped into her this morning outside the staff office. Long black hair, petite, gentle, and really cute." Zhang Saiyuan asked with interest, "Are you looking to pick a fight or to chase her?" Zhang Tianchuo's cheeks flushed slightly on his end, and he replied shyly, Okay, I might have a crush on her." Upon hearing this, Zhang Saiyuan cheered happily. "Great, my little brother likes girls, the Zhang family won't die out. Don't worry, little brother. I'll head to the surveillance room later and find that girl for you." He called out helplessly on the other end of the line. Su Wanying, who was lifting weights nearby, couldn't help but feel speechless. The scene shifted to the East China Military District office wherein Cage was sitting and chatting with her father, constantly praising Zhang Yuan. "Dad, you have no idea how amazing Xuan Ming is." And Guangfeng replied somewhat helplessly, "You've already bragged about his achievements to me 3 times, she asked again. "So what do you really think of him?" He took a sip of tea and shared his thoughts. "Zhang Yuan is only 16 this year. His level is stable and far above his peers. He's powerful but doesn't show off. And he has no interest in joining the driver division or the 9 ruins. Getting thrown in a shoulder throw and not reacting at all shows he doesn't care about ordinary people's affairs. This kind of person is hard to predict with common sense. You can't control him. Give up." An image appeared of Zhang Yuan wearing a very handsome suit, sunglasses, a cigarette between his fingers and his legs crossed with the word "scram" next to him. And Guangfeng continued, "If you really can't let go, being friends with him is fine." And Cage stood up and left angrily. "HMPH, I'm done talking to you." He was puzzled by his daughter. Suddenly his phone rang. He opened it and thought, Zhang Yuan's file just updated. Top secret clearance. Looking at the classified file, he continued thinking, bear-shaped ruin crystal, Meng half charm. Robert's poached ruin crystal must have fallen into his hands. He has death immunity and half charm. Stealing classified items isn't wrong, but compared to that, I don't know if others have condensed ruin crystal variants. But given Robert's age, he definitely has one. His Flame Giant ability is the most precious ability in Lighthouse Country. Lighthouse Country will definitely try to recover it. It's good that Zhang Yuan hid it and didn't hand over the Ruin Crystal variant. But it also puts him in danger. And Guangfeng's eyes showed some concern. Anyway, I'll keep observing him. At that moment, in a private dormitory, the sky was still clear, and the sunlight made the building shine even brighter. He was carrying a safe, showing a bright smile and saying, "Yo, changed your hairstyle, suits you." Zhang Yuan also smiled helplessly and replied, "I wanted a buzz cut, but my sister likes long hair." He put the safe down and said, "Got it. Remember to give me a 5-star review." "Okay," Zhang Yuan replied. Then he started fiddling with the safe, thinking the password is HMPH, open. Looking at the contents, he read the note, "Xuan Ming, no need to thank me between friends. Zhang Yuan thought earlier when I unlocked Bloodburst, I found that Rage Strike could be upgraded to Combat Master. With so many Ruin Crystals this time, absorbing them should directly grant me the Combat Master ability." The system panel appeared again. Ghost Howl Joy Ruin Crystal detected. "Absorb?" He quickly reached out and replied, "Absorb all." A moment later, Zhang Yuan's body was enveloped in intense light, and the system chimed continuously, "Rage Strike upgraded to max level." Your ability Rage Strike has been upgraded. Your new ability Combat Master, born for slaughter, proficient in all weapons, any move can take a life. His eyes widened. The number of ruin crystals was considerable, and it seemed he could upgrade further. Then Zhang Yuan closed his eyes again, and the system panel chimed continuously. Combat Master, max level. You have gained a new ability, Eye for an Eye, upgradable. Eye for an Eye requires understanding courage. Combat Master max level ability description. Combat Master ability immediately increased by 100. Eye for an Eye, max level. Ability description. Combat Master ability immediately increased by 1000. Your ability Eye for an Eye has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Blood for Blood, level 8, upgradable. Ability description. Combat Master ability immediately increased by 1000 when attacked. Absorbs a certain amount of attack power and rebounds it to the target. Rebound power exceeds 300 of the user's original attack. Phew, these upgrades came a bit suddenly, causing Zhang Yuan to clutch his head in pain. The teacher had said that ruin crystals contain the negative energy generated when alien races die. Absorbing them before hadn't felt like much, so he thought it was a constitution issue, but now it seemed quantity was the key. His body didn't need sleep, but now he felt drowsy. He realized he couldn't just absorb large amounts of ruin crystals casually anymore. He'd have to be more selective. As he thought this, he looked down at his hands. Upgrading Combat Master had granted Eye for an Eye, and Eye for an Eye had upgraded to Blood for Blood, with 10 times the power. How similar was this to the ability of the Ghost Howl Joy King that Feng Yumo had mentioned? Could alien races upgrade themselves and evolve new abilities? Over time, alien races would grow stronger, even evolving into. An image appeared of a monster with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. 4 years later, a giant claw had already smashed me into a golden coffin. Now I've been reborn. Will that giant claw also come in 4 years? Suddenly, a hand appeared in his vision. Feng Jin covered Zhang Yuan's eyes with both hands and playfully asked, "Guess who?" Then a scream rang out. Ah! It was earth-shattering, audible even outside the room. Zhang Yuan, hands in his pockets, said calmly, "You should be glad my counterattack instinct hasn't killed you yet." Feng Jin raised his limp hands, tears streaming down his face, and said, "I knocked, but you didn't respond. I came in through the window and saw you standing there dumbly. I couldn't resist." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan asked, "What do you want from me?" Feng Jin then seriously extended his glowing right hand and said, "Reminding you to attend the student council's regular meeting on Friday." The scene shifted to a meeting room where 6 students sat facing each other. A short-haired girl spoke up. "The president said he'd bring Zhang Yuan today. Is it really okay for us to deliberately not leave him a seat?" Shangguan Yi Rong replied, "No matter what Feng Jin says, there's no seat for a waste here." Jian Ru was momentarily speechless. A moment later, Feng Jin pushed the door open and walked in, announcing loudly, "Come on, let me introduce the new member of the student council. This is Zhang Yuan." Feng Jin patted his back cheerfully. Zhang Yuan, top special class first year, starting this semester as the student council's discipline committee member. "Say hello," Zhang Yuan also spoke flatly. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yuan." One person showed a disgusted expression and said, "That's it." Another person gritted their teeth and added, "That attitude is way too dismissive." Feng Jin ignored their comments and pointed to a seat, saying to Zhang Yuan, "There's an empty seat over there. Sit down." Zhang Yuan replied, "Oh." As he pulled out the chair to sit, Jian Ru spoke up, "Zhang Yuan, that seat is the president's." His expression immediately darkened, and he asked coldly, "What, can't I sit here?" Jian Ru panicked and clutched the documents in her hands. The president's attitude clearly shows he wants Zhang Yuan as the next president. I need to be smart about this. So she quickly gave her own chair to Feng Jin, saying, "President, sit here first." "I'll get another chair." "Enough!" A sudden shout made her even more flustered and scared. Shangguan Yi was furious, pointing at Zhang Yuan and yelling, "You shameless, despicable pretty boy waste, you got your position through backdoor deals. If you've got guts, challenge me," he continued with a torrent of insults too numerous to list. Jian Ru tried to calm him down. Zhang Yuan and the others just found this person incomprehensible. Jian Ru pulled him back while admonishing him, "Yi, say less." Shangguan Yi instead pushed further, mercilessly cursing, "You're shameless, and your sister is no better, colluding with military big shots at such a young age." Zhang Yuan had reached his limit upon hearing this. His face turned ashen, his eyes blazing like an asura's, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Dare to badmouth my sister? Looks like you don't want to leave the student council standing on your own 2 feet. Shangguan Yi, still oblivious to the danger, taunted, "Bluffing, are you? If you've got guts, challenge me." Zhang Yuan replied coldly, "Fine, if you lose you'll apologize to my sister and be her dog for a month." Kneeling at the cafeteria entrance every morning, offering steamed buns with both hands, Feng Jin kindly warned, "Shangguan Yi, take my advice. Stop fighting." But at this moment he was furious and wouldn't listen to anyone. Grinding his teeth, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Do you think you can scare me with made-up stories? Don't even think about it. Today I'm going to expose this waste for what he really is." He then rudely pointed at Zhang Yuan's face. "I accept your conditions, but if you lose you'll have to repair things while crawling out of the academy city." Yet Zhang Yuan still responded calmly. "Fine." Feng Jin, standing nearby, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Then he put down his phone and said seriously, "All right, I'll be the witness for this duel. Let me make this clear. You two don't have a life or death grudge, so there's no need to kill each other." After speaking, the two stood facing each other. Zhang Yuan still said calmly, "You make the first move." Feng Jin, focused and intrigued, recorded the scene with his phone. Shangguan Yi clenched his fist into a palm and shouted, "Just what I wanted. I'm using explosive flame. If it hits, the target will explode." With fierce force his power increased by 150, and he was enveloped in a powerful blaze. Duel Master Zhang Yuan merely sidestepped lightly, causing his move to miss. Shangguan Yi panically looked behind him and blurted out, "Impossible," thinking to himself, "Did I actually miss? Could it be that he's not a powerless waste?" Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, assessed inwardly. After activating Duel Master, his opponent's movements appeared 4 times slower in his eyes. It seems he's far inferior to Feng Jin. Defeating him without using a single move might be difficult. Shangguan Yi, still unaware of the danger, kicked out, believing it to be a strong move, and shouted, "I don't believe you can dodge this." Naturally, Zhang Yuan dodged again with ease, moving so fast that a residual image was visible. Feng Jin, observing from the side, was stunned, thinking, "This kind of skill definitely can't be achieved through sheer rage. Damn, your secrets are no fewer than mine." Shangguan Yi's fists kept coming. The scene shifted to 10 minutes later. Zhang Yuan stood there looking at the loser, while Shangguan Yi trembled, lying on the table, his expression twisted, unwilling to believe the truth. "How is this possible? He's so strong. Why didn't he fight back when I knocked him down that day? Could it be that he never took me seriously?" As he speculated, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and swung his fist again, charging at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, you coward, if you've got guts, don't dodge." Feng Jin was speechless at this guy, while Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. What a hassle. Just as Shangguan Yi, grinding his teeth, charged with a flaming fist, Zhang Yuan still stood calmly in place using a move. Blood for blood, then he thought. "I've counterattacked now, life and death are up to fate." As Shangguan Yi swung his fist and charged, seeing Zhang Yuan still standing still, he panicked, thinking, "Wait, why aren't you dodging? This punch will kill him." No, with that thought, his fist quickly struck Zhang Yuan's shoulder, the force immense, shattering the clothes on his body, only managing to pull back half the power. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened and his pupils changed instantly. Shangguan Yi screamed in agony. One arm seemed to shatter, blood splattering as he writhed in pain on the ground. Trembling, he couldn't speak. In the end, Zhang Yuan raised one hand, using a healing function to treat his own shoulder. Thinking he even knew to pull back, he's not beyond redemption after all. Jian Ru quickly crouched beside Shangguan Yi, calling out worriedly, Others gathered around. A male classmate raised his phone to take a picture, saying in surprise, "Feng Jin specifically used the word witness before the fight started. Shangguan Yi is ranked 209th on the youth list. Zhang Yuan's rank will rise after this battle," another person nearby added. "Zhang Yuan is strong, but breaking someone's arm over a disagreement is a bit too much." Another female student also felt it was unfair. Shangguan Yi was robbed of his disciplinary committee position by this thug. How pitiful. Feng Jin helplessly said, "I told you not to kill, and you go and beat him half to death. You don't even look like you want to treat him." Zhang Yuan retorted in confusion, "What move did I make? I stood here without moving and he even tore my clothes." Feng Jin quickly countered, "His arm is broken and you say you didn't do anything?" Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. "So annoying. Can I bluff my way out of this?" Then he activated super cuteness, his eyes sparkling, and said with a clear conscience, "It's not my fault." Action and reaction. Feng Jin saw that look and shouted, "Do you think I never studied physics? Action and reaction are equal. He's crippled and you're fine." Zhang Yuan thought in confusion. Did the cuteness not work? This ability is so inconsistent. But Feng Jin kindly said, all right, your clothes are torn. Let me fix them for you." As he spoke, the torn fabric began to gather in his hand. Zhang Yuan then asked, "Did you foresee today's events?" Feng Jin immediately replied, "Pretty much." Jian Ru was still sitting beside the injured Shangguan Yi, then turned and shouted angrily, "Ai is hurt this badly and you two are still joking around? Feng Jin, heal him quickly." Feng Jin, still with his arms crossed, replied impatiently, "Heal him? Am I your repair tool? Do you really think my temper has improved after 2 years of self-cultivation? That I'll let you boss me around? This fool provoked me repeatedly, ignored my warnings and insisted on attacking my people. I won't heal him." "Do whatever you want with that." He calmly sat down on a chair. Jian Ru, at a loss for words, could only glare and shout, "You?" The onlookers began to murmur. To be fair, Zhang Yuan was dodging the whole time. He even gave him chances and didn't counterattack. That's already very gracious. Shangguan Yi really doesn't know what's good for him. How could someone Feng Jin recommends be weak? It serves him right that Feng Jin won't heal him. The murmurs continued. Jian Ru bit her lip worriedly, thinking, what's going on? Weren't they on Ai's side just now? Why are they suddenly defending Zhang Yuan? They're usually not this fickle. Forget it. I need to call the guards to take Ai to the infirmary now. She pulled out her phone and dialed. After a while, a group of guards appeared. Contact the infirmary and prepare for emergency treatment. A red-haired guard asked, Jian Ru, what happened? Who beat Shangguan Yi like this? Zhang Yuan immediately stepped forward and admitted. I did. Feng Jin added from behind. They had a fair duel. I can vouch for that. The red-haired guard continued. Regardless of the truth, if you've seriously injured Shangguan Yi, you'll have to come with us. I hope young Master Feng won't make things difficult for us. Feng Jin quickly moved in front of him and demanded, What are you threatening me? The red-haired guard quickly replied, I wouldn't dare, just following the rules. Zhang Yuan patted Feng Jin's shoulder and soothed him. It's fine, I'll go with him. I believe the higher-ups won't be unreasonable. Before leaving, he turned back to remind him, Oh, and don't tell Lan Lan about this. Feng Jin became unusually serious. He frowned, thinking, Trust that guy, fine, if you choose to trust them, I'll give them a chance. After entering a room, the red-haired guard said, Student Zhang Yuan, thank you for your cooperation. Until the higher-ups confirm the situation, you'll need to wait in this detention room. You can't go anywhere else for now. Zhang Yuan asked, You're not confiscating my phone? The guard immediately replied, No need, there's no signal in here. Looking at the bed below, Zhang Yuan thought, I'm too sleepy. There's a bed, I'll take a nap. With that, he reached out and turned off the light, then closed the small window on the door. Afterward, lying on the bed, he thought contentedly, A dark space is indeed extremely comfortable. If this room were smaller, with the bed sealing off all sides, that would be even better. Why do I have such a strange thought? Never mind, it's not important. Activating super perception. I'll wake up automatically if someone approaches. He closed his eyes and after a while sank into a silent, peaceful space. Whoosh! The dark, silent world. This was his eternal home. Outside, 2 guards watched Zhang Yuan through the surveillance camera. The red-haired guard found it amusing and said, This kid actually turned off the lights and went to sleep, carefree as can be. The other added, Maybe he's just pretending to sleep to hide his nerves. The red-haired guard proposed a bet with interest. I bet a pack of spicy sticks he'll wake up in 5 minutes. The other chimed in. I'll bet 10 minutes. The scene shifted to the principal's office, where Chen Wenchang was looking at a document and saying, The crackdown on our school's academic discipline has finally arrived. Ji Yu Yan, standing beside him, optimistically encouraged, This crackdown covers the entire East China military region. We're not being singled out. Chen Wenchang's face was pale, sweating profusely as he pointed at a report card and said, Look at this requirement, a minimum of 85 in all subjects. The report card read, Chinese 85, Math 85, Foreign Language 85, Physics 85, Chemistry 85. He continued, If midterm scores don't meet the standard, you can't participate in the middle school league. If graduation scores don't meet the standard, you're forced to repeat a grade. Xiao Yi doesn't meet the standard in any subject. Zhang Yuan got perfect scores in all subjects. How is this not being singled out? Ji Yuan still tried to calm him. Captain Chang'an already said that the last battle made her realize the importance of knowledge. Suddenly, a guard ran in panically and reported, Principal Chen, it's bad. Shangguan Yi's arm is broken and he's in the infirmary. The medical staff with limb regeneration abilities can't get here in time. The arm might not be saved. Both men inside stood up in alarm. The principal asked, Where's Feng Jin? The guard immediately replied. He was at the scene but refused to treat him. Chen Wenchang trembled, clutching his chest, and said, If Xiao Yi loses his arm, he's as good as finished. Ji Yan supported him and advised, Old Chen, don't panic. The most important thing now is to figure out what happened. You know Feng Jin's temper. If we can't handle it, we can ask Commander N to persuade him. Even so, his expression was far from good. At that moment, the phone screen showed an incoming call from Guangfeng. Feng Jin looked at the screen and sneered, HMPH can't convince me. So they're calling in that old fox to pressure me, as expected. Then he leaned against the wall, answered the phone and spoke first. Commander N, you're not calling to talk about the greater good, are you? Saying things like East China can't lose Shangguan Yi, right? But the voice on the other end immediately replied, No, he blurted out in confusion. And Guangfeng continued, I've seen the video of the fight. Zhang Yuan did nothing wrong, and you have no obligation to heal Shangguan Yi. Zhang Yuan is a rare talent. He's willing to trust us, so we can't deliberately show favoritism and disappoint him. Whether you heal Shangguan Yi or not, the military region won't hold Zhang Yuan responsible. And Guangfeng tried hard to explain his stance to the young man. Feng Jin, you've known Shangguan Yi for 2 years. You know exactly what kind of person he is, whether he deserves to be saved or not. I believe you have your own thoughts. Feng Jin was silent for a moment, then replied, I understand. He then turned and saw Zhang Yuan Lan drooling over a bowl of food, exclaiming in surprise, Lan Lan, the little girl widened her eyes and replied, "Brother Feng Jin Yu," he asked, "is this all you're having for dinner?" Zhang Yuanlan looked innocent and asked, "Is that not allowed?" Then she became puzzled. "Oh right, didn't my brother go to the student council meeting this afternoon? Why didn't he come to the cafeteria with you?" Feng Jin calmly replied to the little girl, "Your brother got bitten by a dog and is at the hospital getting a rabies shot." Zhang Yuanlan exclaimed in panic. "Ah?" He then added, "He's fine. Just his clothes are torn, but you know, even if it's just a scratch from a dog bite, you still need a shot." The little girl lowered her head worriedly and said, "Is that so?" Feng Zhen changed the subject, pointing at the dish in Zhang Yuanlan's hand and saying, Lan, while your brother's away, if you only eat spicy chicken and nothing else, I'll tell on you." The little girl widened her eyes, then furrowed her brows adorably and said, "Don't tell. I just accidentally took a bit too much and was too embarrassed to put it back." Standing in front of the serving window, Feng Jin said, "How about this? I'll order some more vegetables and staples and share them with you. You can give me half of your extra spicy chicken." Zhang Yuanlan asked in confusion, "Don't you not eat spicy food?" He replied, "It's good to try new things once in a while." After sitting down at the table, the little girl drooled as she pointed at Feng Jin's food and said, "Hee, the cafeteria's spicy chicken is super delicious. I guarantee you'll be hooked after one bite." Feng Jin replied with some anticipation, "Really?" He then picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Feng Jin felt like he was on fire, his nose red, his eyes almost rolling back, thinking, "Spicy, deadly. How is this edible? I shouldn't have trusted the taste buds of you siblings." Zhang Yuanlan's eyes sparkled as she asked, "How is it? I told you it's delicious, right?" Feng Jin struggled to swallow the food and turned to the little girl and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "So good it's out of this world." This made Zhang Yuanlan smile with squinted eyes, while he turned aside to cough. Then the siblings continued eating and chatting. Lan, the dog that bit your brother has been kept by the principal at the student council for years, guarding the place. Your brother wasn't familiar with it, so he got bitten. He was going to bring it to play with you, but now your brother has beaten it into a lame dog." Zhang Yuanlan replied calmly, "What use is a lame dog? Oh, my brother broke its leg." Feng Jin recalled the scene and tentatively asked, "Yeah, almost beat it to death. Do you think this dog should be treated?" The little girl, cheeks puffed out as she ate, continued asking, "Will it bite my brother again?" Feng Jin raised his hand to adjust his glasses frame and replied reliably, "No, I guarantee it." The little girl took a big bite, thought for a moment. Then she smiled brightly and replied, "Then treat it." The scene shifted to Shangguan Yi's hospital room where he still sat on the bed with one arm bandaged. Chen Wenchang asked anxiously, "Old Jiyu, should we call the military region again?" Jiyu Yan replied, "A repair takes 24 hours and there are still 2 hours left. What's the rush? If Feng Jin really doesn't want to come, no one can force him." Shangguan Yi said impatiently, "Enough all of you, get out, you're just disturbing my rest." Jian Ru then spoke up, "Uncle Chen, let's go out and let Ai have some peace." Chen Wenchang advised, "Xiao Yi, get some rest." The three filed out of the room, and Shangguan Yi said nothing more. After everyone left, he covered his face and berated himself painfully. "Why did I make such a stupid mistake? I knew Zhang Yuan was the one Feng Jin chose, yet I stubbornly doubted his strength. Zhang Yuan didn't fight back when I hit him, and he kept letting me win during the duel. Why couldn't I figure it out? I had to bully a good person like this. Even if Feng Jin doesn't come to save me, I deserve it." Thinking this, Shangguan Yi's body trembled even more. Feng Jin appeared at some point. He leaned against the doorframe and asked aloud, "Now you know regret." Shangguan Yi was instantly stunned, then quickly knelt before him to confess, "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please save me." Feng Jin swiftly used his ability, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him while saying, "All right, stop crying." After a moment, Shangguan Yi watched in astonishment as his arm recovered before his very eyes. The newly wrapped bandages fell off on their own. Once the treatment was complete, Feng Jin walked out of the ward, saying as he went, "You got lucky this time. He doesn't want to kill in front of everyone. If you want to seek death again next time, no one can save you." After speaking, Feng Jin reminded him not to forget to fulfill their agreement. "Your arm recovered because his sister doesn't want a lame dog." The scene shifted to a few guards who were chatting among themselves. "It's been a whole day and night. Can that kid from the Central Plains still be asleep? I've brought him meals several times, but he hasn't reacted at all. Could he be pretending to sleep? He hasn't eaten, drunk, or used the bathroom for so long. Is he okay?" Suddenly, a man pushed the door open urgently and asked, "The military district has investigated and filed the case. Why haven't you released him yet?" A guard pointed inside and replied, "It's not that we won't release him, he refuses to come out." The man said in surprise, "Take me to see him." He pushed the door open and called out, "Zhang Yuan, get up." As he spoke, he reached out and flipped the light switch. Standing before Zhang Yuan, who still lay quietly, he continued, "Shangguan Yi's matter has been resolved. You don't need to take any responsibility. If you want to sleep, go back to the dorm." But when he touched his body, he cried out in panic, "Why is this kid so cold? Then he extended a finger to check his breath, and the man turned back to the guard and shouted loudly, "Call the medical staff quickly." The guard asked back, "Call Feng Jin?" The red-haired guard then barked, "Let Feng Jin know that Zhang Yuan has become like this in the detention cell. Go call the city's chief physician." After a while, a white-haired doctor hurried over. "I just saved Shangguan Yi's life and barely got off work only to be called back by you. You really know how to make things difficult." The guard explained anxiously, "We wouldn't have called you if it weren't an emergency." The doctor replied, "All right, let me perform emergency treatment." He began to use life resonance. A comfortable blue spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips. But it seemed that Zhang Yuan's body rejected the treatment, as all the power rebounded. The doctor unexpectedly spat blood. Peeved, he fell backward but was fortunately caught by the red-haired guard. "Doctor, what's wrong with you?" The doctor suddenly panicked and rushed out saying, "Frozen solid, no saving him. Farewell," leaving the others baffled. Over at Nguangfeng's place, he was on the phone. "The medical records show that Zhang Yuan has had similar pseudo-death symptoms before, but it's actually just a state similar to hibernation requiring no special treatment." The voice on the other end asked, "Which hospital's medical records?" He replied, "Submitted by Feng Jin. Won't work." After hanging up, the man here also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If Commander N says so, it should be fine, right?" The red-haired guard replied, "But we can't let him keep sleeping in the detention cell." Another guard spoke up, "I heard raising the room temperature can make animals stop hibernating. Let's give it a try." So, heaters and warmers were turned up to the maximum. The man still sat by the bed watching the sleeping Zhang Yuan with concern as he waited. Meanwhile, the guards took turns reciting texts to try to wake him. "Winter has passed, Zhang Yuan, wake up quickly. The spring thunder has sounded, it's time for hibernating animals to wake up." Seeing this, the man also boldly offered some conditions. "Zhang Yuan, you earned a first-class merit in your last mission. The higher-ups have awarded you a Golden Star medal and a banner, plus a large bonus. Get up and claim your reward quickly." Another guard was even bolder. He leaned close to his phone and said excitedly, "I have dozens of high-definition uncensored collection images here. If you wake up, I'll send them all to you." But Zhang Yuan still lay completely motionless. The guard put his hand on his chest and said helplessly, "What now? We've tried everything." Another chimed in, "It's hard to just carry him back to the dorm." The man finally made a decision. "Since it's come to this, let's not cling to pride. Call Feng Jin quickly." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was still fast asleep deep in his subconscious, a boundless dark world. Thoughts echoed in his mind. "No time, no space. This is the other side of the boundary between life and death. Stay here, merge with this place." Suddenly, some highly impactful words awakened the slumber deep in his subconscious. "Zhang Yuan, your sister was beaten by someone from Huling Academy. Zhang Yuan, your sister was beaten by someone from Huling Academy. Zhang Yuan, your sister was beaten by someone from Huling Academy." The voice grew louder and louder, until finally Zhang Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up quickly, grabbed Feng Jin by the collar and demanded, "What did you say?" The man then asked urgently, "Zhang Yuan, are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary for a checkup?" The two guards hugged each other and cried, shouting excitedly, he's awake, you're finally awake." Feng Jin was happier than anyone. He quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying cheerfully, "He's perfectly fine, no checkup needed. Yuan, come on, let's go get some late-night snacks." Zhang Yuan then picked up his phone to check the time and said in surprise, "Has it already been a whole day and night? I feel like I only lay down for a moment." He thought to himself, and even his super perception hadn't managed to wake him. Then Zhang Yuan wondered, "The principal let me off so easily, that's strange." Feng Jin explained, "With the commander backing you, a mere principal wouldn't dare make things difficult for you." He asked in confusion, "Commander?" Feng Jin replied, "Commander of the East China Military District. And Guangfeng, and Taishi's father. Anyway, I don't understand why that old fox is favoring you. Maybe he was moved by your sincerity." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan began to rest his chin on his hand and ponder. "Originally, I was thinking that if they continued to cover for Shangguan Yi, I would raise the academy. Tisk, better keep that thought to myself." But suddenly remembering something, Zhang Yuan quickly turned back and asked, "By the way, you said earlier that my sister was beaten by someone from Huling Academy?" Feng Jin scratched his head and replied, "This has to do with the tradition of martial arts competitions between the two schools." The scene shifted to 12 hours earlier, where Zhang Lan hung her head dejectedly and said, I lost. Xie Yifeng sat beside her, comforting her. "Students from Huling come from wealthy families and started training earlier than us, so losing is normal. That guy Kui Shengxi is really strong. Being able to exchange a few moves with him is already impressive. I couldn't even touch his sleeve." The little girl still sobbed as she replied, "Losing is losing. I'm not like you, making excuses. It's clearly because I'm not strong enough. I need to work twice as hard to become stronger." Xie Yifeng was scolded instead of thanked for his comfort and felt wronged. Lu Wen sat above, arms crossed, deep in thought. This competition with Huling had sparked Zhang Lan's fighting spirit, so it wasn't a wasted effort. After a while Zhang Lan called someone and said in a firm tone, "Hello, is this Brother Feng Jin? I have a request. You said I'm good at fighting and I want to ask you to give me special training." Back to the present, Feng Jin summed it up, "That's how it is." Suddenly Zhang Yuan appeared like a vengeful spirit and demanded, "She actually went behind my back to fight and she asked you for special training instead of me." Feng Jin quickly whispered back, "Don't look at me. I've confessed everything to you. I did it for your own good." Facing the overwhelming fury, Feng Jin explained repeatedly, "Specifically, although your sister didn't suffer any physical injuries, her young heart was crushed by someone from Huling Academy. She must be hoping for a superhuman brother to go and get revenge for her. Unfortunately, only first years can participate in this competition." But Zhang Yuan grew even angrier. He cracked his knuckles and gritted his teeth as he asked, "What's the name of the person who hit my sister?" The scene shifted to another space where a group of people was gathered. A man standing in the middle raised his wine glass and said arrogantly, "Everyone in Dungta country is as strong as me. I can take on 5 at once. The people here are all as weak as chickens. I can beat 15 with one hand." A few people beside him laughed and flattered him. Chu Ren, watching from the side, gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This Kui Shengshi keeps boasting about Dungta country and looking down on Huasha. Are we just going to let this slide?" Zhang Tianshuo quietly reminded him, "We can't touch him for now. Kui Shengshi has half-Smit country blood. His purpose in coming to Huasha is to participate in the University League. His family spent 200 million RMB for this. Plus, they exchanged other benefits with the board of directors. The board wants to use the 2 schools to build momentum for him. So they even made me bypass Chenggen's student council and talk directly to the advisor. At least give him some face on the surface. It's just a pity that no first year from Chenggen Academy can suppress him." As he spoke, he sighed helplessly. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, startling both boys as they looked out. "Trash from Huling Academy, come out and take your beating. Trash from Huling Academy, come out and take your beating," Zhang Tianshuo asked in panic. "What's going on?" Chu Ren also replied in confusion. "It seems like someone from Chenggen is here to cause trouble. It's 11 o'clock now. Not yet the end of the competition. I'll go out and take a look." As he spoke, Zhang Tianshuo rushed out the door. Outside, Feng Jin was holding a loudspeaker, continuously issuing provocative shouts. "Trash from Huling Academy, come out and take your beating." Beside him stood Zhang Yuan, with androgynous beauty. The two of them looked extremely cool. Zhang Tianshuo recalled the previous scene and blurted out in surprise, "It's her." Zhang Tianshuo became even more flustered. "It's her, the one destined for me. But why does she look more and more like a boy today?" Opposite him was the radiant Zhang Yuan. He quickly turned to his friend for evaluation. "Chu Ren, look at the person standing next to Feng Jin. Is it a man or a woman?" Chu Ren also answered seriously, "It looks like a man to me. It's normal for guys to have long hair these days. President, don't judge people by their hairstyle." Hearing this, Zhang Tianshuo found it hard to believe. Then he raised his hand to his chest and cried, "How can it be a man? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Suddenly, Kui Shengshi walked out arrogantly and said, "HMPH, I've already knocked down 15 of Chenggen's trash and you still won't admit defeat? 2 more come?" Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, "Was it you who hit my sister?" He replied calmly, "One comes after another. Is Huasha so shameless?" He had already gathered spiritual energy in his hand and said, "Today is the agreed-upon competition day." As he spoke, he condensed various functions into one punch and aimed it straight at his face. "Courage freeze, strike across mountains, blood for blood." As he punched, he shouted, "I came to challenge you. Isn't that what you asked for?" This punch instantly deformed Kui Shengshi's face, sending him flying, then crashing into the fountain beside him, causing his mouth to spout a small stream of water like a fountain. Exclamations of surprise rang out. "Damn, that's amazing. What kind of ability is that? Call for treatment quickly." Zhang Yuan was still holding his punching pose, his spiritual energy not yet dissipated. Then he looked at his fist and said happily, "After sleeping I seem to have gotten stronger." Beside him, Feng Jin's mouth was also wide open in shock. The image of Feng Yumo's 3 heads appeared, and he was regarded as a unit of combat power measurement. Feng Jin turned and whispered, "How strong? How many Feng Yumos can you kill?" Zhang Yuan raised his fist and replied, "It's not about how many I can kill, but the cost is smaller." Feng Jin asked again, "The weakness period is shorter now? How long is it?" Zhang Yuan asked in confusion, "Why do you care about that?" "To help cover for you," he replied, "half a day." As he raised his hand to gather a stream of spiritual energy, he looked at it and thought, "It seems my mental strength has also increased. Using 4 abilities at once doesn't feel tiring at all. Sleeping in the detention cell actually has this effect. I should do it more often." Kui Shengshi, staggering and supported by others, stood up, his face already swollen with a lump. He roared without hiding his anger. Washan people are so despicable, attacking me when I wasn't ready. I'll kill you. Zhang Yuan was still looking at the spiritual energy in his hand and asked calmly, "Is killing allowed in the interschool competition?" The people beside him quickly dissuaded him. "No, this guy is an international student from Smith country. Killing him would cause international issues." Only then did he say, "Oh," indicating he understood. Hui Shengxi, not knowing his place, roared again, "Trash, that round doesn't count, let's fight again." Zhang Tianchuo raised his hand to stop him and said calmly, "Wait a moment." Then he turned to ask Feng Jin, "Feng Jin, what's the name of the person you brought?" He replied calmly, "Zhang Yuan, a first-year freshman. No agreement has been violated." Zhang Tianchuo broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "A guy!" Feng Jin then barked, "No shit." Zhang Tianchuo felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He fell to his knees directly, petrified on the spot, his mouth still open in shock. "It's a guy. Really a guy? Wait," he said, his sister was beaten by Hui Shengxi. His sister is also a first year at Chenggan? Siblings in the same year and their hairstyles are different. Could it be that the girl with long black straight hair that day was his twin sister? After thinking it through, Zhang Tianchuo lowered his head again, and under Zhang Yuan's puzzled gaze introduced himself. "Hello, classmate Zhang Yuan. My name is Zhang Tianchuo, 18 years old, 1.89 meter tall, 78 kilograms. But he didn't stop and continued, "I fell in love with your sister at first sight. I want to date your sister with the intention of marriage." This made Feng Jin panic. The person beside him had already begun to darken his expression. "Good grief, others joking is one thing, but you're serious and saying it so grandly. This person absolutely cannot stay." Zhang Yuan's eyes were now red like a fierce demon. Hui Shengxi, enraged, thought, "Zhang Tianchuo, you're something else. You're in cahoots with him. No wonder you stopped me from going up." Zhang Yuan, right? "You ambushed me just now. Now it's my turn to ambush you." As he thought, he wore a sinister and malicious expression and began to use simulation. "Let me explain this ability. Through contact, simulate the target's abilities, the number not exceeding one's own ability count." His mouth had already stretched to his ears, with a smug expression of someone about to get beaten. Thinking to himself, "I'm a bitter ability user with 3 abilities. That punch of yours just now, no matter how strong, can't exceed 3 abilities. Suddenly his entire body stiffened, his eyes wide open, his expression as if he didn't understand what had happened. Then Hui Shengxi spat blood and fell, causing panic among the others. How did Hui Shengxi suddenly collapse? "Ambush, it must be an ambush." One of Hui Shengxi's underlings pointed at them and shouted, "Feng Jin, what did you do to Hui Shengxi? How did he suddenly faint?" Feng Jin was speechless at this group and replied calmly, "What's it got to do with me? Do I need to ambush him?" Zhang Tianchuo urged, "What are you looking at us for? Send him to the infirmary quickly." But Feng Jin patted Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Hey, if you concede on behalf of Huling, I wouldn't mind helping you save him." He replied reluctantly, "Why should I concede? In 16 matches Senior Kui has already won 15. Feng Jin continued to tease, "TCH, whoever stands last is the winner." Zhang Yuan finally spoke angrily, "Enough," changing the subject. "Are you trying to silence me? If you want to be with my sister, you'll have to step over my dead body first." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his entire body, causing the other 2 to panic and struggle to stay on their feet. Feng Jing thought frantically, "Damn it, that idiot from Simi Kingdom interrupted me, and I forgot to calm Zhang Yuan down. The volcano is about to erupt. The world is going to end. I'd better get out of here first." Although Zhang Tianchuo was terrified, standing before someone whose face was black with rage and whose eyes blazed with fire, he still mustered the courage to ask, "Why do you think I'm not good enough for your sister?" Feng Jing mentally raised a hand in salute to Zhang Tianchuo and prepared to slip away. "Zhang Tianchuo, you're on your own. If you survive this, I'll call you the world's toughest scumbag." Zhang Tianchuo was still trying to reason with him at this point. His cheeks were flushed red. "My dad is the chairman of the Zhang Group. I'm the youngest billionaire in Hua country, one of the world's top 100 richest people." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. "That doesn't change the fact that you're a beast." The pressure surged like tidal waves, even stronger than before. Zhang Tianchuo used various abilities to defend against Zhang Yuan's attacks: crystal walls, solid rock, dark bronze, iron sand. He was now enveloped in a golden spiritual energy shield. He gritted his teeth thinking, "What did I say wrong?" He went straight for the kill. Black aura had now appeared around Zhang Yuan. He shouted darkly, "What are you doing out here?" Then, without hesitation, he punched the barrier with full force, sending Zhang Tianchuo flying back, blood spilling from his mouth. Even he was startled. "Damn, what kind of turtle shell is this? My hand is numb from the impact." The people watching anxiously exclaimed, "The president can't hold on much longer. Call the guards." Even beaten to a pulp, Zhang Tianchuo desperately asked, "Why are you stopping me from pursuing your sister?" Zhang Yuan's hair was now disheveled, his eyes bloodshot as he replied, "My sister is only 12 years old. What do you think? It was only then that Zhang Tianchuo reconsidered. That girl with long black hair didn't look 12, could it be? Then he continued. The person who bumped into me in the hallway that day was you, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Who else? I just barely touched you, and you're still holding a grudge? Zhang Tianchuo felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes rolling back, looking utterly pathetic. It really was you. Then he wailed inwardly. Let it all end. Reality is too cruel. I might as well die. Zhang Tianchuo collapsed to his knees in misery. Zhang Yuan then pulled out a throwing knife and said darkly, There's nothing more to say. Zhang Tianchuo snapped back to reality, staring wide-eyed at the knife in his hand. Suddenly, a group of people in uniforms appeared. The leader with green hair raised his hand and shouted, Show mercy. Zhang Yuan only gave him a cold glance. One of them ordered, Restrain him. The others began to act, unleashing techniques like spiritual cages and quagmires, all surging toward Zhang Yuan. He thought, is this the guard team from Huling? The ground was melting. Was it the effect of void energy? He thought as he leapt away. Poor Zhang Tianchuo was still lying in the quagmire. The group discussed anxiously. The target is outside the quagmire's range. Has the spiritual cage been released yet? Used it. No effect. The leader, while using life resonance, said urgently, Zhang Tianchuo is trapped. Pull him out. Zhang Yuan quickly used his freezing ability, encasing Zhang Tianchuo's entire body in ice. He thought, head down, stuck in the ground. He should die in a few minutes, as long as those guards don't get in the way. With that, he shot 3 throwing knives toward the Huling guard team. The group was blocked by the knives. Zhang Yuan said calmly, I don't like killing innocents, don't move. The group gritted their teeth, thinking, not good. This guy is too strong, we're no match for him. If he's determined to kill Zhang Tianchuo, we can't stop him, and we'll only get ourselves killed. Then they turned to the green-haired man and shouted, Zhen Jun, break the life resonance link. The man named Zhen Jun replied, I can't. If I break it, he'll die. I can still hold on. His teammate worriedly said, No, if this continues, you'll die. You have a bright future ahead. I told you I'd help you find out about the Nighthawk team. Then, Zhen Jun, while diligently channeling spiritual energy, replied with a sense of loyalty, If I can't even save a student, what right do I have to join the Nighthawk team? The Nighthawk team. An image of Zhen Jun fighting alongside Zhang Lan flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. After recalling this, he began to calculate. He was Lan Lan's healing-type teammate in her past life. He fought to the last against the aliens without backing down, but he died for a scumbag. Not worth it. I'll spare this scumbag's life for now and take it next time. With that, he began to retract his freezing ability. Zhang Tianchuo was still lying in the quagmire, being treated by Zhen Jun. The other guards were surprised to see Zhang Yuan turn and leave. He's just leaving like that? Should we chase him? Chase my ass, save the person. After walking a distance, Zhang Yuan saw Feng Jing sitting on a rooftop waiting for him. As soon as he saw Zhang Yuan, he said, I thought Zhang Tianchuo was done for this time, but you held back at the last moment. Zhang Yuan walked past calmly and replied, tired, didn't feel like fighting anymore. Feng Jing had already appeared on the ground leaning against the wall and continued, It's because that healing type used life resonance on him, right? You didn't want to hurt an innocent. Sigh, the kind-hearted get bullied. Zhang Yuan was a bit speechless. Then he pulled out his phone, looked at it for a moment and said, No signal. Can't get a cab. Come join the Shandong City night running team with me. Feng Jing jumped beside him angrily and shouted, Night running? Do you know how far Huling is from Shandong City? Zhang Yuan held up 3 fingers and said calmly, It's only 30 kilometers. Feng Jing replied hot-headedly, 30 whole kilometers? What do you mean only? Then he pressed on his contact list. Yan Ruonan from District 9, Dang Ji, Ren Ping, Tong H. Shang Yuan, Chong Yang, Qi Shu, Yi Yining. Then he said, I'm not running anyway. I'll call someone via satellite phone. The scene shifted to another space where tall buildings appeared, and outside was a wide, clean road. A white car was driving. Zhang Yuan sat inside looking at the female driver, thinking to himself, This sister came to pick us up, but she hasn't said a word the whole way. It seems like Feng Jing doesn't want to talk to her either. The female driver had a cold expression, focused on the road. Looking at Feng Jing, who was tapping on his phone, Zhang Yuan thought, Is it because I'm a third wheel? Sensing someone staring at her, the female driver turned back with a displeased, haughty look. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yuan teased, I didn't know you had a sugar mommy behind your back. Feng Jing immediately replied, What sugar mommy? She's my mom's friend. You're not into her, are you? He flatly denied. Dream on, it's late. I'm going back to sleep. He waved and turned to leave. Feng Jing called out, Directionally challenged, that's not the way to the dorm. That's the isolation room. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, unfazed by Feng Jing's confusion. The isolation room is exactly where I need to go. A while later, the two returned to the familiar isolation room. Zhang Yuan lay down and complained, I'm going to sleep. What are you doing here? Acting as a human nightlight, Feng Jing sat on a chair by the bed and replied, Afraid you'll sleep so deeply I won't be able to wake you. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. Feng Jing continued, Why don't you talk to your sister first? Zhang Yuan replied helplessly, It's 1 in the morning, she's already asleep, besides she probably doesn't want to see me for the next couple of days. Feng Jing was puzzled. Why? Recalling the little girl from childhood, Zhang Yuan explained. Lan Lan has always been strong-willed. Whenever she lost a competition, she'd hide in a corner and cry. She always looked so unwilling to accept it. Then he glared at Feng Jing and warned, she hid it from me and asked you to train her. I won't interfere with that, but you'd better not teach her anything weird. Feng Jing tactfully replied. I do have some principles, just in case. Let's test this sleeping thing. I'll sleep for 5 minutes and you try to wake me up. He said this as he lay down on the bed. Feng Jing was a bit surprised at first, then understood the issue. He sat quietly, watching Zhang Yuan sleep, waiting. After a while he leaned close to Zhang Yuan's ear and said, Your sister was beaten up by someone from Huling Academy. Zhang Yuan remained fast asleep, unmoving. Feng Jing came up with more provocative words, gesticulating wildly as he said, Zhang Tianshuo kidnapped your sister. Lan Lan is eloping with me. Yuan, I was beaten up by someone from Huling Academy. Wake up. Lin Dongliang made your sister absorb void crystals again, but Zhang Yuan still lay motionless. Feng Jing looked at him helplessly, thinking, even this can't wake him. Can he tell truth from lies in his sleep so he doesn't react? Then he made a silent resolve. I'm an anomaly, and you're an anomaly too, but you're the only kindred spirit I've met. This time, no matter what, I'll find a way to help you. The scene shifted to another space, a magnificent and ornate building, countless lights twinkling in the night sky. In a hospital room, a doctor was reporting to a woman, Madam, we truly did our best. The woman looked through the glass at Kui Shengxi, who was severely injured, unconscious, and on oxygen. The doctor continued, Young Master Shengxi may have been hit by a void energy user's mental attack. We can't undo it. The woman stared inside, frowning in thought. My son is the key to controlling the Kui family. He can't have anything happen to him. At this critical moment those 2 useless healing types from Simi Kingdom are completely worthless. Then, as if struck by an idea, her eyes lit up. She abruptly turned and hurried away, planning, right, Wa country has a management bureau that deals with criminal void energy users. I can use Simi Kingdom's name to pressure them, to get them to send an expert to save the person. The phone screen showed the caller Ji Xiao Ruo Ai. Zhang Saiyuan was working at her computer when she answered. Brother, calling your sister at 1 in the morning? Don't tell me you're drunk and need someone to pick up your body. She had already walked to the balcony, replying to the person on the other end. That girl with long black hair you asked me to find last time, don't even mention it. I checked all the hairstyles on the student roster and I still couldn't find her. Zhang Tianshuo with bandages on his head replied helplessly, No need to look anymore. I already know who it is, the voice on the other end asked loudly. Who? He quickly replied. Freshman special training class, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Saiyuan was also stunned inwardly. Zhang Yuan, the discipline committee member Yingying was looking for a few days ago. As she thought, she glanced at Su Weining, who was sleeping soundly in the room. After hanging up, Zhang Saiyuan sat back at her desk pondering, setting aside gender, the hairstyle doesn't match either. Looking at the information on her computer, she broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, it really is him. Let me try changing the hairstyle with Photoshop. The student council uniforms for men and women are the same, easy to confuse. Then Zhang Yuan's photo had its hairstyle changed. Zhang Saiyuan sent the photoshopped photo to Zhang Tianshuo and asked, Brother, is this the person? Zhang Tianshuo saw the photo and started blushing again. It's him. Wait, calm down, what am I thinking? That's a guy, another personality appeared to retort. The photo looks good, might as well save it for eye candy, like following a celebrity. Right, following a celebrity. After hesitating for a while, he decided to save the photo and then replied to his sister, Got any more? His sister asked, What? He replied curtly, Photos, sister, 5 million each, no credit. He immediately replied, Give me 100, and attached a transfer of 50 million the next morning. Zhang Lan was deeply asleep. The sunlight outside shone on the bed, making the scene very peaceful. Her phone displayed a notification. Today is Sunday, the 22nd. Sunny, pleasant temperature. She finally woke from her long sleep and then sneezed. Maybe she had caught a cold. Zhang Lan thought blankly, how it's morning already? Then she looked at herself in the mirror in panic. Her eyes were red and swollen with dark circles. She thought, damn it, I cried too much last night. My eyes are so swollen. How am I supposed to go out? Suddenly her phone rang. Zhang Lan was surprised. Oh, why is brother Feng Jing calling so early? Did something happen to my brother? She quickly answered, not even having time to greet him. Feng Jing interrupted her from the other end. Your brother is fine. He just had an allergic reaction to a shot and is under observation at the hospital. Zhang Lan asked blankly, What's an allergic reaction? Feng Jing replied, You'll learn about that in 2 years. Anyway, your brother is healthy, just sleeping like a log right now. Can't wake him up no matter what. Zhang Lan said calmly, That's normal. My brother's always like that. You have to shout right in his face. Feng Jing opened his phone's recording function and said to Zhang Lan, "How about you try calling him for me?" Zhang Lan shouted with all her might, "Brother, wake up, the sun is shining on your butt, get up and make me breakfast." Zhang Yuan was in a deep sleep, unresponsive to Feng Jing's earlier attempts, but now he groggily opened his eyes and replied lazily, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it right away." HMPH, Zhang Lan laughed and teased him from the other end. "Silly brother, are you still half asleep? How can you cook in the hospital? Get some rest." Zhang Yuan was now fully awake and replied softly, "Ah, okay." Zhang Lan continued, "You'll have to eat with your roommate for the next couple of days. Don't worry about me. Get lost." Zhang Yuan agreed softly. "Okay." After hanging up, he turned to Feng Jing and said, "Why did you call Lan Lan in the middle of the night?" Feng Jing held up his phone and asked, "What time do you think it is?" The phone showed 7:21 a.m. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the time. "I only slept for a minute and you—" He grabbed Feng Jing's phone to look again and was shocked. "Ha, it's morning already," Feng Jing mused. "It seems your sense of time is different from others. I'll edit the recording of that call and send it to you as an alarm clock." Zhang Yuan thought it was a good idea and said, "Thanks, good thing you thought of it." Feng Jing pushed up his glasses and said smugly, "You flatter me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan lay back down to sleep. He said calmly, "Since you've set an alarm, I'll go back to sleep. If the alarm doesn't work, think of something new." Feng Jing shouted in frustration, "Hey, hey, hey, hey." He almost didn't let Zhang Yuan continue sleeping. The two went to the school cafeteria together. On the way, Zhang Yuan suggested, "By the way, can I add a kitchen to my current single dorm?" Feng Jing was speechless at his level of demands. "You really are fine." In the senior commander's office, Commander N was sitting and talking with the head of the management bureau. The head asked Commander N, "Did Zhang Yuan act cute with you?" Hearing this, Commander N spat out all the tea he was drinking. He replied darkly, refusing to answer. "Wang Pati," the head of the management bureau said seriously, "Don't laugh. I'm serious. Zhang Yuan's file is problematic. It kept me up all night. That scrawny kid from Simi Kingdom was beaten by Zhang Yuan, and his mother raised a stink at the management bureau trying to pressure us into punishing him. My subordinates checked Zhang Yuan's file. It's top secret. Even I, as the head, can't access it. I've already pulled some strings to take a look." "Playing cute?" Director Wang asked coldly. Commander N replied, "Don't tell me you don't know that cute bears are protected from hunting, and that the absorption rate of playing cute is extremely low. The fact that this kid has the ability to play cute is problematic in itself." Commander N soothed Director Wang. "I know the inside story of this matter, and the conclusion is sound." Though he said this, Commander N thought to himself, compared to this trivial matter, the kid's ability to return attacks tenfold with that ghostly howl style he used against Shangguan Yi was what needed attention. Commander N spoke up, "Zhang Yuan's abilities far exceed what you see in the files. I've already decided to recommend him to Jushu. I hope Director Wang will do me the favor and not tarnish his record." In the hospital room of Simi country, a subordinate was reporting to Madame Kui, "Madam, we've lodged a protest with Washa. Once they start work tomorrow, we're sure to get news." Madame Kui shouted in anxious fury, "You don't understand a damn thing, it has to be today. Washa's group day is only valid for 24 hours, after that, it's hopeless." Just then the door opened, and Commander N walked in with his assistant Xiao Qin. Madame Kui's bodyguard asked warily, "Who's there?" Madame Kui quickly wiped the tears from her face. As soon as Xiao Qin entered, he pointed at Commander N and introduced him. "This is Commander N from the East China military region, here to visit the injured foreign friend." Seeing that it was Commander N, Madame Kui thought to herself, "Commander N has come in person. Does that mean the protest was effective? Is Washa ready to save someone?" She anxiously looked at Kui Shengshi, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. As soon as Commander N entered, he used his sense to examine Kui Shengshi's injuries. After a quick scan, he asked, "How many abilities does he have?" Madame Kui replied anxiously. 3. He then asked, "Is one of them the most common simulation ability in Simi country?" The lady answered frankly, "Yes." After examining Kui Shengshi's condition a bit longer, Commander N concluded, "This child has been backlashed by his simulation ability. He only has 3 abilities but simulated skills beyond that number. His brain is constantly being damaged by Shu energy, which is why he's like this." Upon hearing this conclusion, Madame Kui was stunned and couldn't refute it. She collapsed to the ground crying, "Get that Su-Ri person here, I'll pay any amount," Commander N said coldly. "It's not a matter of money." With a dark, expressionless face he said, "You should have seen the surveillance footage too. Shengshi lost the match and tried to use simulation to sneak attack. Getting backlashed is his own fault. Washa won't take responsibility." Hearing Commander An say they wouldn't take responsibility, she flew into a rage and threatened, "Not take responsibility? Do you know that the backing behind this child is the all-powerful Kui family conglomerate of Simi country?" Commander N didn't back down and warned coldly. Then do you know what the backing behind Zhang Yuan is? She was momentarily stunned and confused. Commander N stopped dealing with these trivial matters, turned around and walked away saying, his backing is the entire Huasha. Hearing this, Madame Kui's face turned pale and she collapsed to the ground. She knew her son was beyond saving. A piercing, helpless wail came from the hospital room. Commander N and Xiao Qin entered the elevator. After a moment of thought he said, the Kui family is easy to handle. The real trouble is with Zhang Tianchuo. Xiao Qin asked in confusion, didn't Zhang Tianchuo say he wouldn't pursue it? Commander N frowned and said, that's exactly the trouble. That Zhang kid said he likes Zhang Yuan's sister and now he doesn't want to give up pursuing her. Xiao Qin was also speechless, not knowing how to resolve it. Sigh, well, Commander N, later you should buy a copy of the criminal law and subtly hint at him. Xiao Qin asked slyly. Physical strike or mental strike? Commander N thought for a moment and said, a two-pronged approach. Early in the morning, the Zhang siblings and Feng Jinsai arrived at the cafeteria. Zhang Lan hummed a tune as she walked. Ha ha, Zhang Zhangyuan said dotingly to his sister. Just lie in, you're still growing, get some more sleep in the morning. Once my dorm kitchen is set up tomorrow, I'll make you breakfast and bring it over. Lan blinked her big bright eyes and said coquettishly, no. Hearing his sister say that, Zhang Zhangyuan felt as if struck by lightning. He thought in panic, is my cooking not good? Zhang Lan quickly waved her hands to explain, no, your breakfast is of course delicious, but you'd have to get up early to make it and you'd be very tired. Besides, the cafeteria breakfast is rich and tasty. I'll let you try some, okay? Seeing that his sister knew how to care for him, Zhang Zhangyuan said happily, he thought to himself, although I have no sense of taste, I can already taste sweetness now. As they walked into the cafeteria together, suddenly Shangguan Yi ran over carrying a steamer basket. Zhang Zhangyuan became alert. Shangguan Yi, what does he suddenly want by rushing over? Holding a steamer basket, is he planning a long-range attack with hot food? Zhang Zhangyuan immediately stepped in front of Zhang Lan and watched Shangguan Yi warily. Completely contrary to his imagination, Shangguan Yi walked over, knelt down, opened the steamer basket and said, your Xiaolong Bao has arrived, woof. He seemed to have transformed into a dog trying to please Zhang Zhangyuan. If he had a tail now, it would probably be wagging in front of him. Seeing this, Zhang Lan exclaimed in panic, there's a weirdo at the cafeteria entrance proposing to my brother with big buns. Feng Jinsai said softly, little Lan, that's your dog. After this embarrassing incident, everyone entered the cafeteria. Zhang Lan picked up a big bun, took a bite and said happily, the big bun is really delicious. Seeing Shangguan Yi's pitiful look, Zhang Lan turned back to Zhang Zhangyuan and pleaded coquettishly, brother, it's not right to make him be a dog. Let him be a human. Shangguan Yi smiled and refused, I think being a dog is fine too, woof. Zhang Lan ran over and untied Zhang Zhangyuan's hair to comfort him. Brother Shangguan Yi, don't be scared. Although my brother doesn't smile much, he's an incredibly good person. As she spoke, she loosened Zhang Zhangyuan's hair, making him look quite gentle, completely different from before. Seeing how doting Zhang Zhangyuan was towards his sister, no matter what Zhang Lan did, he sat still and let her mess with him. Shangguan Yi was stunned, his mouth forming an O shape. He knew Zhang Zhangyuan was the warmest and kindest person in the world, but one still needed to have some reverence. Zhang Zhangyuan said coldly, if I tell you not to be scared, then don't be. After successfully turning Zhang Zhangyuan into a gentle image, Zhang Lan was satisfied with her work and activated the state swap. Big brother, you have to be gentle today and not bully your classmates. Zhang Zhangyuan, with a dark face and angry, chased after Zhang Lan, wanting to change her hairstyle too. The effect of state swap is that both parties' states are exchanged. You have to change your hairstyle too. The two happily roughhoused. Zhang Lan tightly guarded her hair, not letting Zhang Zhangyuan touch it. No, in the end, Zhang Zhangyuan still caught her and quickly tied up Zhang Lan's hair, leaving her no choice but to accept her fate with tears in her heart. Sigh, Shangguan Yi had never seen this side of Zhang Zhangyuan and stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak. Feng Jinsai sat beside him and patted his shoulder. Stop daydreaming, eat your dog food. Zhang Zhangyuan's long flowing hair was seen by Shang Saiyuan as she entered the cafeteria. She quickly took out her phone and snapped a picture, thinking to herself, drew an SSR Zhang Zhangyuan. Selling it to my little brother will cost him at least 448 more. After taking the photo of Zhang Zhangyuan, she quickly used PS to edit it, making Zhang Zhangyuan look exactly like a girl. Hee, gotta use AI to change his outfit and makeup into a pure young girl. State swap naturally needs the full set. In the afternoon in the special training class, the homeroom teacher announced, according to the latest notice, students with scores below 85 in any cultural subject will not graduate and will not be allowed to participate in the university league. Students who are weak in cultural subjects need to work harder. Otherwise, you'll end up repeating the year like this student. After speaking, he pointed at a poor-performing student standing nearby as a warning to remind everyone to take their studies more seriously. After speaking, the teacher called on Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, your situation is special. You don't need to attend cultural classes with the other students. Just go directly to your previous tutor. Zhang Lan stood up to pack her books and asked the homeroom teacher, "Okay, should I go now?" The homeroom teacher said, "Yes." After Zhang Lan left, a seat was empty in the classroom. The teacher pointed at Shangguan Yi and arranged, "Shangguan Yi, you temporarily sit in Zhang Lan's seat." After arranging the seats, the homeroom teacher began the lesson. Today we'll talk about operations between sets. Shangguan Yi looked completely lost, sweating profusely as he stared at the book but couldn't understand a single word. Complement sets, empty sets, what are these? I can't learn this no matter how hard I try. The homeroom teacher said Zhang Zhangyuan was a top student. If I ask him, will I get beaten to death? Miss Lan swapped him to a gentle state this morning. Should I give it a try? Shangguan Yi mustered his courage, raised his book, and asked Zhang Zhangyuan, Zhang Zhangyuan, could you teach me how to do this problem? Seeing this, Zhang Zhangyuan was willing to explain the problem to Shangguan Yi. Set M has 3 elements. Set N, seeing that Zhang Zhangyuan was willing to teach him, Shangguan Yi cried with joy, barking like a dog. He's really willing to teach me, woof woof woo, so gentle. Seeing that Shangguan Yi wasn't paying attention, Zhang Zhangyuan turned to him and asked, "Are you listening?" Shangguan Yi, like a little dog, wagged his tail and acted cute with sparkling eyes. Listening, the homeroom teacher, standing at the podium, saw Zhang Zhangyuan explaining problems to Shangguan Yi and was very satisfied. Shangguan Yi directly asking the top student is also a learning method. Let them be. 10 minutes later, Shangguan Yi had infuriated Zhang Zhangyuan. He angrily pointed at the exercise and shouted 5 times, "You've asked the same type of problem 5 times." Seeing him angry, Shangguan Yi was scared and started crying. Woo woo woo. Finally, Zhang Zhangyuan couldn't stand Shangguan Yi's pig-headedness anymore and decided to tie up his hair, looking at Shangguan Yi with a murderous glare. He threatened, "If you still can't do it, I'll kill you. It's over." Seeing him tie up his hair, Shangguan Yi was so scared he almost fainted, his eyes rolling back and his mouth wide open, terrified he might be killed at any moment. "It's over, the gentle state is gone." Just as he was scared, the teacher called him to the blackboard again. Shangguan Yi, come up and solve this problem. He walked slowly to the blackboard, his legs trembling. He felt a dark force staring at him from behind, and if he got this problem wrong, he'd be heading to the haunted house. Fortunately, he finally got it right, and the teacher praised him. "Well done." Shangguan Yi wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhangyuan, on the other hand, turned his head away and ignored him. HMPH. As soon as he returned to his seat, Shangguan Yi was still terrified. "Did I just walk through the gates of hell?" After school in the afternoon, the two walked leisurely. Feng Jinsai asked, "Hey, why haven't we seen Lan Girl?" Zhang Zhangyuan said, "She started taking separate cultural classes from today. We'll basically meet at the cafeteria from now on." Feng Jinsai was puzzled because Zhang Zhangyuan usually stuck close to his sister, but today he let her go alone. "Strange you didn't follow her." Zhang Zhangyuan sighed, thinking of his sister wanting to be independent and not rely on her brother anymore, and said, "I wanted to go too, but she's not little anymore. She can't rely on her brother for everything." Zhang Zhangyuan recalled the match with Huling Academy and asked, "Speaking of which, hasn't Huling Academy caused any trouble?" Feng Jinsai said calmly, "They did cause trouble, but Old Fox took care of it." Zhang Zhangyuan was surprised. "Commander Un stepped in?" Feng Jinsai said seriously, "He's probably after your abilities, just like that Lin guy, wanting you to work for the military region." Zhang Zhangyuan interrupted, "They're different." Zhang Zhangyuan thought to himself, Lin Dongliang used his own car accident to force the underage Lan Len onto the battlefield, while Commander N never asked him to carry out any missions. Seeing this, Feng Jinsai took out his phone to show Zhang Zhangyuan something. "Alright, enough talk. Let me show you something." The phone screen displayed the Huasha Youth Shu Energy User rankings. Rank 137 was Zhang and rank 138 was Zhang Tianshuo. Seeing the name Zhang on the rankings, Zhang Zhangyuan's face darkened, ready to give him a lesson. Feng Jinsai, still unaware of the danger, proudly boasted, "How about it? This time the name suits you right. Both names are on the list. From now on you can call yourself Xuan Ming or Zhang whenever you want." Just as he was gloating, Feng Jinsai suddenly got punched a few times. Bang bang, Zhang Zhangyuan clapped his hands angrily. It took Feng Jinsai a few punches to realize, it's not it's Yuan, there are 2 curved strokes below. "That's right, Zhang Zhangyuan. Next time don't get the name wrong." Feng Jinsai held his head in pain and said, "Sai, having your real name on the list means you have to show up publicly, and trouble will keep coming." In Feng Jinsai's training ground, filled with all kinds of professional training equipment, Feng Jinsai was training Zhang Lan to improve her combat skills while Shangguan Yi cowered in a corner watching them train. Zhang Lan executed a fast and accurate kick, showing great talent. She turned back and asked Feng Jinsai, was my movement just now correct? Feng Jinsai praised her endlessly. Very good, very standard. You learn faster than your brother. Zhang Lan was surprised and asked, really? Feng Jinsai couldn't help but recall Zhang Zhongyuan's terrifying training sessions. The way he drove the instructor crazy was still vivid in his mind, an instructor who wished to remain anonymous. The more Feng Jinsai thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Seeing Feng Jinsai praise her talent, Zhang Lan trained like crazy. Hee, I'm going to slowly surpass my brother without him knowing. Feng Jinsai thought to himself, actually your brother already knows. Feng Jinsai put a pair of rabbit ear headbands on Shangguan Yi and said, this doesn't seem right. Shangguan Yi asked, sweating. Feng Jinsai said, try sparring with her a bit. Seeing him sweating profusely with the rabbit ear headband on, Feng Jinsai comforted him. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I'm here. Shangguan Yi timidly stepped forward. Then I'll go, Zhang Lan said confidently. Come on, let's fight. In the evening, Zhang Zhongyuan was studying in his single dorm room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Zhang Zhongyuan asked, who is it? In the middle of the night he opened the door and heard a dog bark. Woof 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 woof. Shangguan Yi tightly hugged Zhang Zhongyuan's leg and wouldn't let go. Zhang Zhongyuan impatiently told him to speak human language, and Shangguan Yi cried and begged, save me, teach me, I want to get stronger. Zhang Zhongyuan asked, what makes you think I'll teach you? Shangguan Yi cried with snot and tears, I know, you're super nice just like Miss Lan said. You taught me algebra 5 times before you got angry. Hearing him mention the algebra lesson from the morning, Zhang Zhongyuan flew into a rage, kicked him away and said coldly, no, I'm not nice, let go. Seeing Zhang Zhongyuan directly refuse, Shangguan Yi begged humbly, I was wrong, I'm really sorry. I was arrogant and blind to challenge you. Actually, I'm very weak. I can't even beat Miss Lan. Hearing Shangguan Yi say he fought with Zhang Lan, Zhang Zhongyuan grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up like a chick and asked angrily, you fought with Lan? Shangguan Yi then told Zhang Zhongyuan everything. Yes, Feng Jinsai had me train with Miss Lan. I got beaten by her more than a dozen times without being able to fight back. After saying this, Shangguan Yi begged humbly, at this rate I'm not even worthy of being your dog. I don't want this. I want to get stronger. Please, I can endure hardship. I'll do whatever you say. Seeing Shangguan Yi's sincerity, Zhang Zhongyuan softened a bit. He said softly, all right, for you to be able to train with Lan Lan I'll make you stronger. From now on, every time Lan Lan has a special training session, you record the whole process and send it to me. Don't let her know. Seeing that Zhang Zhongyuan agreed to teach him, Shangguan Yi showed great determination. No problem, he thought to himself. Afraid Feng Jinsai will lead his sister astray, so he wants me to supervise. Makes sense. Zhang Zhongyuan thought this time he didn't want to miss Lan Lan's growth process again. Shangguan Yi's eyes lit up and he said energetically, can we start training now? Zhang Zhongyuan was speechless at the idea. In the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of dropping dead? Shangguan Yi put on a fearless look and said bravely, train until you can't, then train until you die. Zhang Zhongyuan didn't disappoint him either. He immediately struck, using his ability to attack Shangguan Yi. He thought to himself, the improvement of a Shu energy user mainly lies in physical fitness, combat skills, mental fortitude and ability efficiency. Shangguan Yi had a solid foundation. I couldn't beat him without using my abilities, but I was afraid that using master-level combat techniques might kill him. Starting with his moves, Shangguan Yi launched a continuous assault, but Zhongyuan only defended without counterattacking. 2 hours later, Shangguan Yi was exhausted, his limbs weak, on the verge of fainting. Huff puff. In contrast, Zhongyuan remained as calm as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, after fighting this long he hadn't seen any significant improvement from the other. Instead, he had mastered the master-level combat style, able to precisely control it to avoid killing him. Zhongyuan was furious who was training whom. Shangguan Yi sat down to rest, saying, I can't fight anymore, but I feel like I'm getting stronger. Zhongyuan said in surprise. Oh, Shangguan Yi commented seriously, before I couldn't make you leave your spot at all, but just now you took a step. He pointed at the small footprint where Zhongyuan had stood, startling Zhongyuan into looking down. Shangguan Yi felt a great sense of accomplishment and said happily, your small step is my big step. This month I'll make you move 1 meter from your spot. That evening in Shangjing City at the Nine Void Courtyard, a calm middle-aged voice rang out. Obliterates has retired, the voice said. Across from him, Uncle Chi was a beautiful girl. Uncle Chi poured tea and handed it to her. The girl asked in return, what happened? Wasn't Obliterates helping the Void Administration investigate a case? Uncle Chi confirmed, yes, recently the increase in cross-border cases has also uncovered clues to some old cases. Just as Obliterates was about to conduct a deeper investigation, he was severely injured, missing the window for treatment. Saying this, Uncle Chi's face darkened. He suspected the other side had a very high-level shadow servant, and there was a mole in the military district, but for now it was just speculation without solid evidence. The girl then asked another question. The 8th position is vacant. Who do you plan to put in? Uncle Chi already had his own plan and said, Quangfeng recommended someone to me. He's only 16 this year, still studying at Chengying Academy, and quite capable. The girl asked in surprise if he was Feng Jing's classmate. Seeing that the girl seemed to know him, Uncle Chi asked, have you met him? The girl poured tea and thought for a moment. Maybe Uncle Chi should consider it. Either way, you should take a look. Coincidentally, he just made the youth rankings under his real name these past 2 days. Let my useless student go meet him. The next morning at Chengying Academy, Yan Tuo walked neatly into the office and greeted, hello, classmate Zhang Yuan. I'm Yan Tuo, captain of the Southern Military District Wind Army Academy, ranked 150th on the youth rankings. I suddenly came today to challenge you. The supervising teacher, Lu Wen, spoke up. Zhang Yuan, you're currently ranked 137th. If you don't accept the challenge, your rankings will swap. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, coming all the way from the south to the east to challenge me, only 13 places apart. That's very unreasonable. Zhang Chen agreed. I accept your challenge, thinking, I'll only know his purpose by fighting him. At the outer field of Chengying Academy, Zhang Tianxuo walked over with a group of people. Chu Ren walked behind and urged, hurry up, President. Just give the order and we'll snatch Zhang Yuan back to Huling right away. Zhang Tianxuo, hearing his underlings talk about taking Zhang Yuan back, blushed and said awkwardly, our Huling is a proper academy. What captured bride? Don't talk nonsense, Chu Ren whispered to him. President, no need to explain. We'll clear the obstacles on your path to love. Zhang Tianxuo was already hooked but still stubbornly said, don't misunderstand. I just purely admire him. Zhang Tianxuo was shy, but his heart was already blooming. Also, our main purpose in coming to Chengying Academy today is to apologize to him. Poaching talent depends on fate, you can't force it. At that moment in the venue, Zhang Yuan was preparing to fight Yan Tuo. The referee was the academic director Ji Yuyan, with instructor Lu Wen standing by to observe along with Feng Jing and Shangguan Yi watching. Ji Yuyan announced the rules. The training grounds barrier has been activated, so no other students will disturb you. I'll witness this ranking match. Begin when you're ready. After teacher Ji Yuyan finished, Yan Tuo drew his sword and said, Zhang Yuan, aren't you using a weapon? Zhang Yuan replied bluntly, your ranking is lower than mine, I'll let you have one sword. Hearing this, Yan Tuo didn't stand on ceremony and began his moves. Since you don't mind, I'll start. Yan Tuo drew his sword and charged straight at Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan dodged nimbly, and Yan Tuo praised, nice footwork. He then unleashed a series of lethal strikes, but Zhang Yuan evaded them all easily, thinking, using only a real sword, no void energy, what's his plan? Shangguan Yi cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Zhang Yuan 666, beat him, don't hold back. If you get hurt, Feng Jing's here. Feng Jing observed Yan Tuo and said, isn't this guy Uncle Chi's student, sent by those from that broken little courtyard to test Yuan's strength, right? After some ability probing, Yan Tuo said, only 137th place. Too low a ranking, Zhang Yuan humbly replied. Same to you. Yan Tuo got serious. Next I'm going all out. From his sword he created a technique. A wind sickle formed a whirlwind that shot rapidly toward Zhang Yuan, but it completely missed him. Zhang Yuan observed and thought, why isn't he aiming at me? Is he trying to show me master-level skill? But Yan Tuo jumped up and shouted, watch out! Then he quickly fired 2 strong gusts of wind at Zhang Yuan in succession, double wind. Zhang Yuan stood calmly, but the 2 moves didn't fully hit him. He spoke up, fighting so cautiously, are you underestimating me? Hearing this, Yan Tuo stated his achievement. My fastest sword speed is 18 strikes in 5 seconds. I was afraid you couldn't handle it. Zhang Yuan waved his hand calmly. Don't hold back, just use your ultimate move. Yan Tuo changed his attitude, no longer as cautious as before. Since you insist, I'll oblige. This time, Yan Tuo truly unleashed his technique. A great wind formed a massive whirlwind, and wave after wave of whirlwinds came in succession. 5-fold wind. Now it was no longer small whirlwinds but wind pressure that struck with tremendous destructive power. Zhang Yuan faced the whirlwinds and thought nervously. With such dense angles, unless I go airborne, there's nowhere to dodge. With that, he leaped up with force. Seeing Zhang Yuan jump, Yan Tuo froze for a second. Good one, choosing to go airborne. But my wind sickle lasts 3 seconds. Now that you've jumped, you'll still get hit when you land. Worried that Zhang Yuan couldn't handle it, Yan Tuo shouted, Feng Jing, give him life resonance quickly. Hearing this, Feng Jing looked disgusted. Are you kidding? Give him resonance? Would I even survive? But Yan Tuo, seeing the situation turn bad, broke out in a cold sweat. Why isn't Feng Jing acting? Damn, I've messed up big time this time. But before he could worry further, Yan Tuo froze in shock. Hey, Zhang Yuan froze the air after flying up, he said coldly. Everything is frozen, including the air. Seeing Zhang Yuan slowly descend after freezing the air, teacher Ji Yu exclaimed in surprise, how freezing the air lets him descend that slowly? Feng Jing explained with a reason. He's light to begin with, thinking his weight can be lifted with one hand even beyond human limits. Shangguan Yi, standing by, heard Feng Jing's explanation and retorted, free fall speed has nothing to do with weight, my physics is bad, don't fool me. Hearing Shangguan Yi nitpick, Feng Jing gave him a lesson. You talk about physics. Zhang Yuan froze the air above him. The cooled air contracts to a higher density, creating strong convection with the air below. The wind resistance from the strong convection offsets some gravity, reducing his descent speed. Given that Zhang Yuan falls from 8 meters to the ground in 3 seconds, what's his instantaneous velocity just before landing? Shangguan Yi's ears rang at Feng Jing's words, and he covered his head in fear, saying, Stop, I admit I'm a slacker student. Seeing Zhang Yuan land safely without any injuries, Yan Tuo exclaimed, the way you broke my fivefold wind is impressive, but now the room temperature is low, so you can't use the same move again. With that, Yan Tuo unleashed the fivefold wind once more. As the gusts of wind appeared, Zhang Yuan quickly dodged, then accelerated and rushed toward Yan Tuo at terrifying speed, almost invisible. Zhang Yuan said calmly, Too bad, I've already seen through the trajectory of your fivefold wind. As the words fell, he appeared before Yan Tuo and said darkly, You can't use the same move again either. Then he exchanged moves with Yan Tuo. Yan Tuo held on with drops of sweat appearing on the ground. Using forward propulsion to break my fivefold wind, what speed is this? Yan Tuo looked down at the ground and was surprised to see the water trail he had slid across. The moisture in the air had frozen and melted on the ground, reducing friction. Seeing Zhang Yuan charging at him, Yan Tuo used a wind wall, creating a massive gust up close that attacked Zhang Yuan from both sides. Yan Tuo said smugly, HMPH, you think that can beat me? Zhang Yuan used master-level combat techniques and threw a fierce punch, blood for blood, hitting Yan Tuo's face so hard it deformed, temporarily losing consciousness. He fell but barely stood up, smiling as he replied, Cough, cough, cough. To break through my wind wall head-on, you're really strong, but now you must be injured too. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan used a regeneration technique. He said smugly, I have regeneration, do you? If not, just admit defeat and call for healing. Seeing this, Yan Tuo's eyes went wide and he spat out blood in shock. He said helplessly, I lose. Academic Director Ji Yan raised Zhang Yuan's hand and announced, The winner is Zhang Yuan. Shangguan Yi jumped up happily. Awesome. Lu Wen ran over and hugged Zhang Yuan tightly, saying joyfully, Great, you won, fantastic. Zhang Yuan, tightly held in her arms, said, Instructor, you're hugging too tight. I can't breathe. Feng Jing, treating Yan Tuo, thought scornfully, I doubt the authenticity of your breathing trouble. After the fight, Zhang Yuan shook hands with Yan Tuo in reconciliation. Yan Tuo said admiringly, Zhang Yuan, your strength and demeanor are truly admirable. I've learned a lot from this match. Zhang Yuan also appreciated Yan Tuo. You're very skilled too. I've gained a lot of experience, Yan Tuo replied. Next time you come to Guangyuan City, we'll spar again. As they chatted happily, Zhang Tianshuo and his group walked in. Academic Director Ji Yan said, Zhang Tianshuo, how did you get in? Why didn't the guards stop them? Chu Ren crossed his arms and said, The Academy guards' resistance to money still needs improvement. Seeing Zhang Yuan shaking hands with Yan Tuo, Zhang Tianshuo thought, they just fought and now they're shaking hands as friends? Two conflicting thoughts split in Zhang Tianshuo's mind. Challenge Zhang Yuan, shake hands after the fight, you'll get killed by him. Dao Fenyun didn't know what to do. Just then, Chu Ren walked over, patted his shoulder and urged, President, what are you spacing out for? Go for it. Zhang Tianshuo snapped out of his thoughts, blushed and said, Oh right. He mustered his courage, walked up to Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, on behalf of Huoling Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. Zhang Tianshuo said seriously, If you come, you'll get 30 million in monthly subsidies, free void crystals and all cultivation resources. After I graduate, you'll be the next student council president with a status equal to the principal, second only to the board of directors. Yan Tuo watched the spectacle, thinking, interesting. Even I'm tempted by such conditions. What will Zhang Yuan choose? Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Tianshuo with a cold, expressionless face and said, I refuse, thinking, he still has the nerve to poach me. If it weren't for the crowd, I'd kill him outright. Zhang Yuan refused outright. Zhang Tianshuo, I have my principles and boundaries. You can't just touch them with money. Zhang Tianshuo was stunned. He remembered that today's main purpose was to apologize. Damn it. Chu Ren interrupted earlier. And I haven't apologized yet. Zhang Tianshuo quickly clarified. Zhang Yuan, the previous incident was all a misunderstanding. I apologize. I thought the person I bumped into in the hallway was your sister. So I said those things. I have no other thoughts about your sister. Zhang Yuan tried hard to recall the hallway. Thought it was my sister. At that moment, Zhang Yuan realized that Zhang Tianshuo liked him. He blushed and exclaimed in surprise. Ah, by then his anger had erupted. Zhang Yuan shouted, All of you from Huoling Academy, get lost. Seeing his fury, the group fled in panic. Chu Ren ran while pulling Zhang Tianshuo along. President, run fast. If you don't, he'll make you climb a mountain without moving at night. Zhang Tianshuo was confused. Mountain and unmoving mountain, what's that? Director Gu criticized. This Huling group is lawless. We must strengthen the academy's security to prevent them from secretly poaching our excellent Chengying students. Instructor Lu Wen said. Director Gu, you underestimate Zhang Yuan. He won't go to Huling. Lu Wen turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, right? He replied bluntly, yes. Then he thought, if I transfer, Lanlun will definitely follow. Chengying's school spirit isn't great, but it's at least better than that bunch of Huling thugs. For Lanlun's growth, I can't transfer, no matter how much money they offer. On the way back to the dorm, Zhang Yuan asked, Feng Jing, are you and that Yan Tuo friends? Feng Jing neither confirmed nor denied. Why do you think that? Zhang Yuan explained. You treated him directly without a single sarcastic remark. Feng Jing said seriously, not really friends, at most we've fought twice. Just happen to know each other. Him coming to challenge you this time isn't a bad thing, but it's not a good thing either. Zhang Yuan didn't want to dwell on it and said, let it be. Less trouble is better, let him go. Feng Jing laughed. Haha, that's so like you. In a high-end hotel, Yan Tuo was carefully writing a report on Zhang Yuan. Test subject report. Zhang Yuan evaluation as follows. Combat ability 9, judgment ability 8.5, endurance 10, mental stability 7.5, leadership ability unknown, charisma 10, bonus points 10. Bonus point supplement. Strong-willed, loyal to our military, unmoved by money, hard to bribe with interests. Overall evaluation. Excellent personal combat ability, superb on-the-spot judgment, steady personality, slightly passive, regeneration ability far above average, perseverance particularly noteworthy, body temperature lower than normal, very high appearance. Yan Tuo carefully checked the report, then rubbed his chin thinking, delete the last two. It's normal for ice-type void users to have low body temperature, and judging by appearance isn't good either. After a thorough review, Yan Tuo pressed send on the report. Done. Talent like this is rare. Once the higher-ups review it, he'll be a probationary member of the 9 Void. At the Chengying Academy cafeteria, Zhang Yuan stared blankly at his phone. Zhang Lan asked, Bro, did something upset you? Zhang Yuan explained, I saw the message too late to book tickets for the Golden Coffin exhibition during the National Day holiday. This precious Golden Coffin will be displayed at the Shandong City Museum for 7 days, and people can book tickets to see it. Hearing it was a Golden Coffin exhibition, Zhang Lan was puzzled. Golden Coffin, what's so interesting about a coffin? Shang Guanyi chimed in agreement. That's right, it just so happens to coincide with Chengying's anniversary and the Golden Week holiday. The Academy has prepared many activities including free movies, stage plays, a mini amusement park, a night market food street, band performances, and a maid cafe. The more Shang Guanyi spoke, the brighter Zhang Lan's eyes grew. She couldn't wait to join in. Feng Jing leaned over and asked him, You want to go to the exhibition to see the Golden Coffin? Zhang Yuan said regretfully. Yeah, Feng Jing quickly advised him. Actually, you can use that ranking badge to skip the line. Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. There's a privilege like that? Feng Jing said smugly. That's right. If you get the Xuan Ming badge, you could even book the whole place. Zhang Yuan's face lit up, his eyes gleaming. Really? Feng Jing readily agreed. I'll handle the arrangements. You pick a date? Zhang Yuan immediately decided, let's make it the 4th. He thought to himself, while booking the whole place might be excessive, the Golden Coffin was tied to the secret of his rebirth, so he had to be cautious. Feng Jing called his mother and said, Mom, leave the museum clearance to me. Feng Jing's mother, sitting in her office, said gracefully, Oh, my good son has grown up. Today, for the first time, you're asking your mom for help on someone else's behalf. Feng Jing on the other end of the line said angrily. Are you going to help or not? His mother said calmly. I'll help, of course I will. Last time you had the Supervision Bureau send over the school's flying knife samples, that was for your junior too, wasn't it? Every bit of news about you lately has been related to him. Feng Jing asked impatiently, What exactly are you trying to say? Feng Jing's mother said softly, Nothing much. I just wanted to ask you to come home during Golden Week and tell me about your junior. Feng Jing was furious now. He shouted, You didn't even ask me to come home during summer break and now you do. Mom, be honest, is it that Uncle Chi's shabby yard urgently needs Qingning again? Feng Jing's mother said gently, Come home and I'll tell you. In a secret office, Ruan Kai was checking information and receiving orders from the Lighthouse Nation based on Zhu Yao's intelligence. Zhang Yuan, male, 16 years old, student at Shandong City Chengying Academy, ability unknown. The person who killed Robusta in the Shenongjia boundary and took the Void Star Xenogene from his body was this middle school student named Zhang Yuan. This Void Star Xenogene is either in his possession or has been absorbed by him. Robusta's only daughter, Joanna, has already renounced her inheritance rights to the Void Star Xenogene. Your current mission is to recover this Void Star Xenogene at all costs. Operation Codename Nirvana. Ruan Kai acknowledged the order. Received. After accepting the mission, he immediately began thinking and formulating a battle plan. He thought to himself, Robusta's daughter was really foolish. The success rate for letting one's own child absorb a Void Star Xenogene is nearly 100, yet she gave up the chance to become a top-tier Void energy user. He mused that over the past few years he had been lying low in Wagwo, running a company to provide protection and cover for Void Walkers from the Lighthouse Nation. But recently, Wagwo had suddenly started cracking down on foreign forces, and his company would inevitably be found out sooner or later. After finishing this job, he would collect the bounty from the Lighthouse Nation and retire to Beinan country. If Zhang Yuan hadn't absorbed the Void Star Xenogene, that would be fine. But if he had, he'd have to capture him and lock him up for a few years until he condensed a new Void Star Xenogene to extract. Under no circumstances could he kill him directly. Ruan Kai scrolled down the report and saw a piece of information. Zhang Lan, female, 12 years old, Zhang Yuan's younger sister. He immediately flashed a sinister smile. He has a little sister? That makes things simple. In the third-year special training class, welcome home Master and Miss. As Zhang Yuan and Zhang Lan entered the classroom, they were greeted by maids in cosplay. Zhang Lan said cheerfully and excitedly, "Wow, is this the third-year maid cafe? It's decorated so nicely, and the maids' outfits are really cute too." Su Weinian came up to greet them. "What would Master and Miss like to drink today?" Zhang Saiyuan enthusiastically offered, "We have coffee, black tea, and juice." When Zhang Lan saw Zhang Saiyuan's maid outfit, she pouted angrily. It's that final wish thing. Suddenly, I don't think this maid outfit is cute at all." Zhang Yuan focused on ordering 1 strawberry soda and 1 slice of strawberry cake. Seeing that Zhang Yuan only ordered things she liked, Zhang Lan pursed her lips and said, "Brother, why do you only order what I like? You've always had a small appetite, but lately you've been eating less than half of what I do. You'll ruin your health like this." Zhang Yuan went along with her. "Then Lanlin, you order for me." Lanlin happily turned around and added to Zhang Yuan's order, and add a double scoop ice cream, mint and chocolate flavors. While ordering, Zhang Lan caught sight of Shangguan Yi hiding behind the order counter in a maid outfit. She shouted loudly, "Brother Shangguan Yi, so you're here too." Zhang Lan immediately pulled out her camera and took a few photos of Shangguan Yi. "Hey, Sister Shangguan is stunningly beautiful. The school beauty contest this year definitely has a spot for you." Shangguan Yi helplessly covered his face, saying shyly, "No please." Zhang Saiyuan quickly pulled out her camera and secretly snapped a few photos of Zhang Yuan. She thought smugly, for the school beauty contest in cross-dressing, that's something Zhang Yuan should do. A few hours later, a photo of Zhang Yuan in a uniform with his hair tied up high appeared on the school's newsboard. 2042 Chengying Academy School Beauty Contest heats up. After attending the campus celebration, Zhang Lan and Zhang Yuan headed home together. Zhang Yuan said, "Lanlin, autumn is coming. Even if you like this outfit, it's time to change." Lanlin frowned in disagreement. "Change into that childish outfit you bought me? I'm a mature young lady now. I'm not wearing kids' clothes or tying my hair in pigtails." Watching Lanlin's still innocent and adorable appearance, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, in his past life he was too busy working to support the family and overlooked the changes in Lanlin as she grew up. He had always thought of Lanlin as that gentle, fragile little girl. 4 years later, she turned into a battle maniac. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence. Looking at her current innocent expression, Zhang Yuan immediately resolved to protect Lanlin and keep her as simple and cute as she was now. At the bus stop, Zhang Yuan said, "Lanlin, I'm going to the museum. Stay safe at school. Eat first." Zhang Lan waved goodbye and walked off. "Got it." After getting on the bus and sitting down, Zhang Yuan thought, over the past few days sleeping in the detention room, his mental strength had improved significantly. The weakness period for Ice Blood Rage had shortened to 24 hours, with no signs of further reduction for now. According to the trajectory of his past life, a void rift would appear in the museum 4 years later, containing an alien with giant claws. In this life, his and Lanlin's fates had already changed. Even if there were butterfly effects, it shouldn't affect this event. When he studied the Golden Coffin, he might encounter something, so he'd better get some sleep first. Just in case, he set the alarm to Lanlin's voice. As soon as he entered the museum's main gate, the curator and 2 assistants had already been waiting for some time. The curator stepped forward to greet him. Hello. I'm Curator Shi Ruan, representing all the staff of Shangdong Museum and welcoming you." The curator asked him kindly, "Would you like me to arrange a guide for you?" Zhang Yuan quickly declined. "No need. I'll just go in and look around myself," the curator agreed. "Understood. All surveillance cameras have been turned off as per your request, and your identity will not be disclosed." As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the hall where the Golden Coffin was on display, this was the Golden Coffin that had sent him back in time 4 years. No matter how he looked at it, it was the same as before. The lid and body fit perfectly, with no way to see what was inside. Touching it should be fine, right? Just as Zhang Chen touched the Golden Coffin, a black hole like a portal appeared on its surface. Zhang Yuan curiously reached his hand in to look, and immediately felt a suction force. Zhang Yuan asked in panic, "What's going on?" As soon as he spoke, he was pulled into the spatial portal by the Golden Coffin. In the girls' dormitory, a girl was lying down scrolling through the school's news about the 2042 school beauty contest and immediately spoke up for Wanying, that skinny beansprout. Where did this black-haired, long-haired girl come from? Wanying's school beauty throne is in danger. Su Wanying was writing an article and said indifferently, "It's all just empty fame." With that, she put down her pen and walked out. "I'm going to train." Seeing Wanying go to train, her roommate sighed. "Training during the school anniversary? She's really dedicated." Zhang Saiyuan said guiltily, even though Yingying says that she actually cares about it a lot. Using Zhang Yuan's photo to take her school beauty throne, is that not okay? Zhang Saiyuan then opened her computer to do something to ease her guilt. "Sai, I'll give you a vote, on a certain path." Chu Ren's voice rang out. "First, gain Zhang Yuan's sister's favor, then use her to recruit Zhang Yuan." He then added, "But if we just show up with a cake, could it backfire?" He held a box of cake in his hand beside him. Zhang Tianchuo walked along and said confidently, "I'm 70 sure." Then he gestured confidently, smiling smugly as he got lost in his thoughts. Intelligence said Zhang Yuan was a super sister-con, so he deduced. He himself liked chocolate and mint ice cream and his sister liked strawberry cake. Then he confirmed again. "Even though my sister likes to joke, she wouldn't lie to me about this." Then the two walked up to a building with two girls' images hanging on it. Chu Ren glanced at the banner and couldn't help but be startled, cursing, "Damn, how did Shangguan Yi enter the school beauty contest too?" Then he muttered an excuse to himself. "Chengying Academy has progressive ideas, a model for our generation to learn from." Hearing this, Zhang Tianchuo beside him also looked at the banner speechlessly. Then he pulled out his phone, looking obsessed with drool almost dripping, raised his phone high and while pressing buttons made a decision. "This is outrageous. I'm voting for Zhang Yuan." When he opened the voting info and ranking, Zhang Tianchuo couldn't help but be startled. Looking at his phone, he snorted in his mind, and then questioned doubtfully, "How does Su Wanying's vote count exceed the total number of students at Chengying Academy?" Thinking this, Zhang Tianchuo felt extremely angry, raised his hand and waved it, staring wide-eyed at his phone and shouting, "Su Wanying, you dare to rig the votes?" Chu Ren beside him glanced over, and looked at his friend with difficulty. But Zhang Tianchuo was still furious and made a decision to immediately mobilize everyone at Huling to vote for Zhang Yuan. He added a reward. Every 100 votes earns 1 credit point. Then the two simultaneously looked at the high-hanging banner. Chu Ren asked Zhang Tianchuo discontentedly, "Fight magic with magic, right? I get it." Then Zhang Tianchuo suddenly felt something, startled as a breeze passed between them. After the wind, Zhang Tianchuo snapped out of it, stunned. Then he put down his phone, looked at the person who had just walked by and shouted in his mind with confusion, "Ha, did someone just leave from here?" Then another question popped into his head, "If you're leaving, why use void energy?" Immediately after, Zhang Tianchuo quickly reached out to apply source power to the person running fast, shouting in the direction they ran, "No abusing abilities on campus?" The person, realizing they'd been caught, froze, slowed down, their face turning pale with panic. Chu Ren beside him raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered to Zhang Tianchuo, "President, this is Chengying, not Huling. We can't interfere." Then, as if suddenly remembering, he glanced to confirm, "Forgot." Then Zhang Tianchuo looked at the person who had just run past, now frozen in place, trembling, pale-faced and staring at him, and silently assessed him. Strange. This person was dressed in full combat gear, not like someone here for the school anniversary, but more like a dangerous element. The guy in military gear quickly regained his composure, put his hands on his hips and questioned him back. "Why are you stopping me?" he added. "The stage play is about to start." Hearing this, Zhang Tianchuo also looked confused, put his hands on his hips, watched him running frantically, and asked in confusion, "Stage play?" The man shouted at him while running, "I'm going to be late, gotta go." Seeing this, Zhang Tianchuo didn't say anything more. After the guy in military gear ran a distance, he pressed his intercom, glanced warily back at him, and reported to the other end. Shadow Walker calling Chameleon. "I was just spotted by 2 students. I bluffed my way through, but I can't rule out exposure." The man cut off the call. He was Fujiki Naoya, codename Shadow Walker. In another observation room, a cyan dragon commander with purple-red hair was observing with his team in front of a screen and scolded Fujiki Naoya. "How could you be so careless?" The man in military gear on the other end of the intercom replied. "Coincidentally, his ability counters mine." The purple-haired cyan dragon was Ruan Kai, codename Chameleon. In another place, a muscular man also held an intercom, put his hands on his hips and asked the person, "You guys okay?" Without waiting for a reply, he added, "I've set up the boundary and pulled a group of students in." This man was Li Mingzi, codenamed Super Soldier. On a section of city wall, an extremely seductive woman crouched on the wall, speaking into her intercom to confirm with Li Mingzi, "I have a bit of a problem here. I'm Shin Jia Karui, codename Black Widow." Then she reported the situation to the person on the other end. "The boys at school are acting weird. Instead of attending the anniversary, they're running around like locusts with banners. A bunch of students are wailing on the field below, and the banners say, 'Tianshan's sister, new school beauty, true fans crazy.' Their territory has taken over a corner of the campus, and it's a lively mess." Seeing this, the Cyan Dragon leader Ruan Kai on the other end quickly and sternly announced his decision through the microphone. "Change of plan. Distribute free poisoned milk tea at the cafeteria entrance to make them line up for the bathroom." On the other side, a stall with a banner reading "Free Milk Tea" was quickly set up. Shin Jia Karui stood in the stall, smiling warmly at the students and shouting, "Free milk tea." Seeing this, the students quickly gathered around, and she didn't forget to remind them, "Students, please line up to get yours." Soon a long line formed to get free milk tea, accompanied by lively laughter and chatter. Suddenly someone in the crowd called out, "Classmate Zhang Lan." Hearing her name, she turned around to see who it was, then realized she didn't recognize them and asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Then Zhang Tianshuo unhurriedly handed the cake box to her, smiling gently, "Hello, I'm Zhang Tianshuo, and this is Chu Ren." Chu Ren leaned out, also smiling happily at Zhang Lan. Then Zhang Tianshuo added, "We're your brother's classmates. We came to see him during the anniversary." Seeing the cake, Zhang Lan's eyes lit up, drooling as she stared intently at them and said, "Oh, my brother went to the county museum today." Seeing this, Zhang Tianshuo tested her. "The cake is for him. You can take it for now." Tempted by the dessert, Zhang Lan quickly hugged it and confirmed, "Well, all right then." She hesitated a bit, then added to the two in front of her, "My brother won't be back until afternoon. How about you hang around the school for a while?" Then she casually made a suggestion. Zhang Lan's gaze was still fixed on the cake in her hands, praising, "The drama club's performance was really good." Then she added regretfully, "Too bad the last show was already yesterday." Hearing this, Zhang Tianshuo shouted in panic to confirm. Then he shouted in confusion, asking himself who the person they had just encountered was, and he interrupted in alarm. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhang Tianshuo quickly pointed at Chu Ren beside him and urged, "Something's about to happen. Call Instructor Lu right now." Seeing this, he also quickly picked up his phone and reported to Zhang Tianshuo with a worried expression. The phone signal suddenly went dead. Zhang Lan beside him also looked at her own phone, puzzled, and thought to herself, "There's clearly a signal." Seeing this, Zhang Tianshuo quickly looked around and made a judgment in his mind. The school had been pulled into a boundary. Wagwo's boundaries had no day-night cycle. Then Zhang Tianshuo added this judgment with difficulty. But the sun in this boundary matched the real-time clock, which meant it was foreign technology. Over by the milk tea stall, saw Queen Ziri was holding a tray of milk tea, smiling and whispering a report. "Target number 2, Zhang Lan, spotted at the cafeteria entrance." Seeing this, the other party quickly responded, "Hold the target. We'll be right there." After receiving the order, Queen Jackery also carried a drink tray and walked over to test Zhang Tianshuo's group. They were still standing there assessing the situation. Then she smiled and raised her hand to touch her forehead. Immediately after, a milky white brainwave shot toward a male student who was drinking milk tea. He stared wide-eyed at her. This was a mental pollution technique, amplifying the target's negative thoughts and controlling them to a certain extent. Then his eyes turned purple, and he froze, holding the milk teacup, having fallen victim to the drunken flower technique, which caused strong hallucinations, numbed the nerves, and could be lethal in high concentrations. Subsequently, the milk teacup in the male student's hand fell to the ground, the liquid splashing out. The boy's face was full of madness, his controlled eyes purple as he spoke. "He, this girl is so cute. She must sound really nice when she cries." Sane Zagri stood to the side, looking up smugly, enjoying the show. Soon, more and more controlled male students surged forward surrounding Zhang Tianshuo's group. They all reached out frantically, muttering to themselves, "Grab them, he." Chu Ren stood in front of the two, watching the out-of-control students. Then he pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over those who had lost their minds. Zhang Tianshuo, standing behind him, frowned and made his own judgment. "Their eyes don't look right. They seem to be controlled. Try using Revitalize to break their control." Hearing this, he quickly reached out and shouted, "Revitalize technique." The bodies of the deranged students were rapidly healed, swaying unsteadily. Then Chu Ren urgently shouted again, "It's no use. Their level is higher. Even if I break it, they'll be controlled again immediately." Following that, they laughed even more lecherously, reaching out and muttering excitedly, "Long black hair, little beauty, he." Seeing this, Zhang Tianshuo frowned, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Even though they're innocent classmates being controlled, we have no choice but to fight." Then he shouted the name of his technique, Celestial Origin. Suddenly, Zhang Lan rushed up from behind, and Zhang Tianshuo, still frowning, didn't notice in time. Holding a cake box in one hand, she stomped on the face of a controlled classmate charging at them, then turned back to Zhang Tianshuo to warn him. "Big brother, watch out." Seeing this, he was also stunned, unable to believe it. Then Zhang Lan landed coolly, still holding the cake, and confirmed with a serious expression, "You guys go, I'll handle them." The downed, out-of-control student kept charging at her. Chu Ren beside her couldn't help but grin darkly in praise. Little sister Zhang Lan is really something. Zhang Tianshuo, having regained his composure, also looked at Zhang Lan and added, "Whatever you do, I'll do the same." Then the two quickly ran over, standing beside her in a fighting stance. Zhang Tianshuo blocked the front while confirming with the little girl, "Thank you, Zhang Lan. But your big brother Chu Ren and I aren't about to let a child fight alone." As he said this, he executed his technique and shouted, "Celestial Origin Force, Triple Gravity." A huge streak of light appeared in front of his palm. Immediately, the out-of-control people fell under Zhang Tianshuo's power, and Zhang Lan beside him was also affected. A green glow appearing on her body's surface. Under the triple gravity, the strawberry cake in the box Zhang Lan was holding began to fall. She stepped back, eyes wide, unable to react in time to the cake falling. Then the little girl quickly crouched down, trying to catch the cake and hold it to her chest, but it was already crushed. Zhang Lan hugged the cake and wailed miserably. "Well, big brother is too strong. You knocked all the enemies down in one go, boo-hoo." Seeing this, Zhang Tianshuo smiled awkwardly, still maintaining his technique, and comforted the little girl. "Don't cry, don't cry. I'll buy you 100 another day." Then the three of them charged forward together, breaking through the encirclement of controlled students while barely dodging the ones chasing them from behind. Then Zhang Tianshuo knocked one enemy away and suggested, "Let's go to the broadcast room to call for help." Hearing this, Chu Ren, running alongside, asked Zhang Lan, "Zhang Lan, do you know the way?" She also ran along, holding the cake box, and confirmed, "I know." Suddenly, a figure in the space holding a sharp blade raced alongside the three, assessing the situation in his mind. "Celestial Origin Force counters my Shadow M, but you can't sustain it forever." Seizing the moment, he appeared behind Zhang Tianshuo at incredible speed, attacking his back, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ah!" Then he glanced at the guy, finally turned and leapt away, shouting his technique at him. "Celestial Origin Force, Triple Gravity." The man's body was hit, slowing him down. Then he warned the other two, "The assassin is nearby. Don't leave the range of my Celestial Origin Force." A patch of blood had already spread on Zhang Tianshuo's back. Finally, he fell to the ground, clutching his side in pain. Zhang Lan behind him supported him and called out worriedly, "Big brother," on the other side. Chu Ren quickly calmed down, waved his hand, and shouted the technique name, Healing Wind. A wave of green restorative energy quickly enveloped Zhang Tianshuo. Chu Ren shouted to confirm, "President, hang in there, I'm healing you." Suddenly, a footstep accompanied by a mocking voice appeared before the three. "Healing? Ha, don't even think about it." Seeing him, the three quickly helped Zhang Tianshuo to his feet. Then he raised his hand, condensing a purple technique called Seal. Seal disabled the target's abilities for 5 minutes, failing if the target's ability level was higher than the caster's. It was Ruan Kai. He grinned smugly, reached out to the three and shouted, "Seal, Healing Wind." Then Ruan Kai stepped forward, his face dark, and sneered at the three struggling before him, warning, "Give up resisting and I'll spare your lives." He then added, "Especially you. Celestial Origin Force can't be healed. You won't hold out." Seeing him, Zhang Tianshuo, clutching the wound on his abdomen, looked at the man before him in a sorry state and murmured, "Zhang Lan, I'll hold these people off. You go to the broadcast room and call for help." Seeing this, Zhang Lan behind him also said worriedly, "I can't abandon my comrades." He then reminded the little girl, "Don't be foolish, you can't beat them. Just call for reinforcements." Cough. Chu Ren beside him looked at Zhang Tianshuo, his face already full of distress. At this point she seemed to remember something, frowned, and thought to herself, "Right, reinforcements. My phone is a satellite phone, it still has signal, I can call for help." Acting on this thought, Zhang Lan picked up her phone and held it to her ear, her face serious as she waited, weighing the current situation in her mind. The enemy was strong, and there was more than one. No matter how strong her personal abilities were, it was hard to gain an advantage. The best person to call for help was, she paused, then silently decided, Zhu Lin from the military district can bring more people to help. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Dongliang was sitting at a table with his subordinates when his phone suddenly rang. The person beside him softly reminded him, "Captain Lin, your phone." Seeing this, he glanced at it. Then Lin Dongliang picked up his phone, looked at it, frowned slightly, and thought to himself in confusion, "Zhang Lan, didn't those siblings both fall out with me? Why are they calling now?" Then, without hesitation, he hung up the phone, slowly put it down, closed his eyes, and slammed the table hard with a smack, making a decision. "It's probably nothing urgent anyway. I'll call back after the meeting." On this end of the line there was no answer. Zhang Lan held the phone to her ear, her brows tightly knit, listening worriedly to the automated message. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Finally, holding her phone in both hands, she scrolled through her contacts, frowning and muttering worriedly, "Can't get through. None of them can get through." Seeing this, the guy named Ruan Kai looked at the little girl and sneered contemptuously, thinking to himself, "Kids have no common sense. How could it possibly connect inside a boundary?" Then Zhang Lan dialed her brother's number. The phone emitted a beep-beep connecting sound, and she confirmed in her mind, "No choice. I have to call my brother." Suddenly, Zhang Tianshuo coughed up blood, looking utterly miserable, startling the little girl, who looked over. Chu Ren, beside him, frowning, supported him from behind and shouted, "President." Faced with this situation, she became even more anxious, staring intently at her phone. She frowned, weighing the situation. "It'll take time for my brother to get people here, but it looks like we can't hold out that long." Then Zhang Lan put down her phone and looked straight ahead. By now, Zhang Tianshuo had already collapsed, coughing up a pool of blood on the ground. Chu Ren was beside him, frantic with worry. Finally, Zhang Lan walked step by step toward the sneering Ruan Kai, silently deciding, "To survive, I have to take out the one who cast the seal, preventing us from healing." Acting on this, she pushed her phone into Chu Ren's hands, leaving him stunned as he caught it. Then instructed, "Hold on to it tight, my brother will definitely answer. When he does, tell him to call for backup." Having given her instructions, she quickly used super speed, charging forward resolutely. As she raced, she recalled her brother's back and his advice. "Little Lan Lan, when you face an enemy stronger than you, don't be afraid. Just seize one opportunity and you can win." Then Zhang Lan was standing right in front of Ruan Kai, startling him as he frowned and stepped back. The little girl stared at him intently, her brother's voice still echoing in her mind. "Remember, just stomp hard on that spot." Then, shouting the technique named Celestial Origin, she forcefully lifted her leg and kicked Ruan Kai right in the groin, causing him excruciating pain, his eyes bulging as he looked down at his crotch. After taking that hit, Ruan Kai's tears flowed like a waterfall as he howled, "Ah, it hurts so much." Then he knelt before Zhang Lan, clutching his injured area, his head bowed in pain. The two behind him also looked up. Then Chu Ren, holding the phone, happily shouted the technique name, Healing Wind. He reached his hand toward Zhang Tianshuo, accompanied by healing energy, cheering, "My ability is back, let me heal the president." Zhang Tianshuo, clutching his chest, muttered in disbelief. That hooligan kick was definitely not taught by Zhang Yuan. Hearing the vague words, the little girl turned back to them to confirm. You could tell that, but the little girl didn't notice that two people had already appeared before her. It was Sa Queen Jackery. She raised her hand toward Zhang Lan and shouted the technique name, Heavenly Silk. Then countless energy threads shot out from her palm, wrapping around Zhang Lan. She then withdrew her hand, smiled smugly, crossed her arms and taunted, "Hey, is it really okay for you guys to underestimate others like that?" Li Mingzi behind her also looked at them calmly. Seeing the two, Zhang Lan was startled, her body bound as she looked at them. Then the guy named Li Mingzi raised his hand again, a purple energy gathering in his palm, and softly spoke the technique name, Celestial Origin Force. Then he released his power wildly, shouting triumphantly, "All of you submit." Sane Zachary beside him was still smiling happily, arms crossed. Then the others nearby were affected by the power, quickly falling to the ground. The phone in Chu Ren's hand also dropped. Zhang Tianshuo, barely resisting the force, cursed, "Damn it, he has Celestial Origin Force too." Chu Ren on the ground, clutching his chest and kneeling, confirmed, "If I were at full strength I could fight him, but now," he paused. The phone on the ground still showed no sign of being answered. Inside a golden coffin in the museum, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. "Brother, wake up. The sun's burning your butt. Get up and make me breakfast." Inside that golden coffin, Zhang Yuan was sleeping in a boundless space, energy swirling around his body. Suddenly the phone rang. "Brother, wake up. The sun's burning your butt. Get up and make me breakfast." He jolted awake, a look of bewilderment on his face, his eyes wide with confusion. Then Zhang Yuan sat up in the void, took out his phone, looked at it, and asked himself, Lan Lan is calling me." Without hesitation he answered and put it to his ear, asking, "Lan Lan, what's up?" But the voice on the other end wasn't an answer. It was an accusatory shout. "Tell me, where is Zhang Yuan?" Hearing this, he was a bit surprised, phone still to his ear, eyes wide as he listened. On the other side, under the clear sky of the school, his just-answered phone lay on the ground, while Zhang Lan's body was cruelly bound by Senan Jackery's threads. Suspended in midair beside her were Chu Ren on the ground, and Zhang Tianshuo, whose hair was being grabbed by the guy named Li Mingzi as he was thrown to the ground. But facing the situation, the little girl still shook her head, refusing their demands. "I won't tell you where my brother is." Seeing this, the woman sneered, wiggled her fingers to manipulate the invisible threads, and pried Zhang Lan's index finger back, announcing, "If you don't talk, you're going to suffer." Then the threads began to tighten. Finally, with a crack, a joint in Zhang Lan's index finger was snapped. The little girl's finger was broken. She squeezed her eyes shut, crying out in pain, but still said firmly, "Wah, I won't tell." Seeing this, Saint Ziri pushed further, taunting, "Tisk tisk, let's see how long you can hold out." On the other side, Li Mingzi crossed his arms watching Chu Ren struggling to lift his head and gave an order. "This kid is still resisting. Shadow Walker, go finish him off." Seeing this, the Shadow Walker beside him clasped his hands together, bowed his head and acknowledged, "Understood." Suddenly, Ruan Kai frowned again, looked at them and shouted to stop. "Wait." Hearing this, the two turned back to look at him curiously. Ruan Kai looked at them and explained, "Celestial Origin Force is a rare ability. If we kill him, Wagwo will hunt us to the ends of the earth." Then he added, "Our mission is to retrieve Robert's primal crystal. Don't blow this out of proportion." Seeing this, Naoya Fujiki pointed at Zhang Tianshuo lying on the ground and the phone lying far away, reminding him, "If we spare him, we'll still be hunted." Then Li Mingzi beside him also looked at him and added, "I heard Wagwo just lost a 9 abyss. They're in disarray and won't have time for us." Hearing this, Ruan Kai ran over, disagreeing and retorting, "Still, we can't make a big scene." As the three argued, Zhang Tianshuo had already struggled to his feet, barely lifting his head, and judged in his mind, their target is actually Zhang Yuan. Then he forced himself to stand straight, clutching his bleeding stomach, wiped his mouth, looked at the group and thought further, "Zhang Lan is in their hands. They'll definitely threaten Zhang Yuan with her. I have to rescue Zhang Lan no matter what." Acting on this, he reached out, frowned and shouted the technique name, "Celestial Origin Force Tenfold Gravity." Then he shouted firmly, "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing this, the guy named Li Mingzi reacted quickly, using a Celestial Origin Force technique to create a space, nullifying the gravity, protecting his teammates. Then he had to admit, "TCH, still have the strength to fight back?" In another room, strange energy flows densely appeared on the bed and Zhang Yuan's body began to gradually take shape upon it while he was still sleeping. Then, when his body was fully formed, he sat up abruptly and shouted, his face full of anxiety, "Lan Lan." Then he looked around, observing and judging in his mind, "This is the Academy's detention room. I'm back." Over at the school, Zhang Tianshuo couldn't hold on any longer. He clutched his neck, coughing up blood in a sorry state, and shouted in his mind. Finally, he fell to the ground, making his judgment, still unable to splatter blood onto Zhang Lan's phone. Then, as if realizing something, he reached out in agony, screaming within his thoughts. Wait, Zhang Lan's phone had actually connected. He gritted his teeth, racked with pain. Then Zhang Tianshuo stammered into action, knowing he had to speak quickly. But before his trembling hand could even touch the phone, it was shattered with a single blow. Seeing this, Zhang Tianshuo also screamed in despair. Damn it. Meanwhile, back in the Central Plains, he imprinted teleportation into the endless void, holding his phone and looking around, shouting amidst his confused thoughts, "What kind of place is this? No boundaries, no exit, and the ability to absorb void crystals is completely useless." Then he used his doppelganger to run around frantically, but it was futile, only making him shout even more angrily in his mind. "Am I really inside that golden coffin?" At this thought, Zhang Yuan also ground his teeth in rage and roared upward, "Let me out, I want to get out." Then he added, "I have to get out and go back to the academy to save my sister." Zhang Yuan's hand gripping the phone tightened. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted over from the school side. Immediately after, Zhang Yuan heard the sound of the room being moved again. He leaned his back against the wall, rested his elbows on his knees, clasped his hands together, and sank into deep thought, calmly and cautiously considering his options. Then he deduced further. These terrorists' target is the void crystal. They won't kill anyone until they achieve their goal. Next, Zhang Yuan replayed the scene of the academy in his mind, asking himself in confusion where Lan Lan could be now. Then he spoke aloud to calm himself down. Think again. Any clues or sounds, he recalled, and then, as if he had discovered something, his eyes widened as he shouted in his mind. There was the sound of pigeons on the phone. An image of the cafeteria flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, and he yelled in confirmation that they were there. In an instant he teleported to a nearby tree. Looking at the group of terrorists who were discussing something, he assessed the situation with extreme caution. 4 enemies in total. Lan Lan is in their hands. Then, after observing more closely, he stared at them in horror. Seeing his sister bound, a rag stuffed in her mouth, trembling, he roared in fury within his thoughts. These bastards dared to torment Lan Lan. Then Zhang Yuan also saw her arm and judged that they had broken her fingers. Finally, he could no longer hold back. Layers of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He swung a slash with his bare hand, cleaving towards the group of terrorists. On the other side, Li Mingzi seemed to sense something. He frowned in slight surprise, then quickly reacted, turning his head and shouting. A sharp dart was shooting towards him, powered by 7th-level gravity source energy. The man called out to notify his companions of an enemy ambush. But Zhang Yuan had already lost his composure. Charging rapidly towards the group, he growled in anger, "Let my sister go and I'll grant you a clean death." Seeing this, Ruan Kai beside him looked at him and shouted to confirm that it was target number 1, Zhang Yuan. Li Mingzi, also startled, widened his eyes and stammered while still using his technique, asking how he could possibly move under 7th level gravity. Behind him, Sinori grabbed the hem of his clothes, grimaced, and shouted to Naoya Fujiki, "Cover me!" Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward and confirmed firmly, "Okay." Then she traced an arc in reverse pointing at him, and confidently smiled as she spoke the name of her technique, mental pollution. But on Zhang Yuan's side there was only silence, no movement, no expression. Then Naoya Fujiki, holding a small knife from behind, charged forward triumphantly to attack him. He was certain in his heart, as long as mental pollution can make you lose focus for a moment, victory is mine. But he stood still, completely unresponsive. Then a blade of sharp energy shot backward from his body. In the next instant, Zhang Yuan spun around and charged at Naoya Fujiki, slashing his neck with a single clean stroke, leaving him frozen in midair with his eyes wide open in disbelief before he crashed to the ground lying in his own pool of blood. Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as his hand touched his shoulder where the knife had stabbed him. Without hesitation he pulled the knife out. Seeing this, Sa Qin Zachary beside him stared at him in terror and asked in confusion, "You killed Xing Reniying?" Then she quickly looked at him and shouted the technique Beggar's Art, raising both hands in front of her as she yelled, "I want you dead!" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan merely cast a cold glance at her. Then a voice sounded in his mind again, wondering if poison 9 blossoms could be absorbed. He also frowned at her and silently confirmed, "Absorb." Immediately, another prompt sounded, "Your true poison user ability has been activated. All your abilities have been increased to 102. Then he shoved his hands into his pockets and slowly walked towards Sa Qin Zachary, causing her to shrink back in fear. Zhang Yuan asked her, "You're the one who tortured my sister, aren't you?" She was still lost in panicked thoughts, wondering why no ability could control this guy. Then, steeling herself, she shouted at him, "What do you want?" He then took out his own dart and held it horizontally in front of him, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he gave Sa Qin Zachary an answer that would make her wish she were dead. In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he bound her and delivered multiple slashes. Before Sa Qin Zachary could even feel the pain, he had already circled behind her. Finally, when he stopped the next second, chunks of her flesh began to fall to the ground while Zhang Yuan's eyes remained icy cold. Then he approached the man who was holding his sister. Sa Qin Zachary was already unconscious, a pool of blood forming at her feet. On the other side, Ruan Kai, trembling, placed his hand on Li Mingzi's shoulder, used the super disguise technique and commanded him, "Fall back now." Seeing this, the man stubbornly looked at him and asked, "Fall back? Why?" Then, without hesitation, he grabbed Zhang Lan by the neck and threatened him with a smug smile. "If you don't want your sister to die, drop your weapon and surrender." The little girl was startled, her mouth gagged and hands bound, unable to cry out. On Zhang Yuan's side, upon hearing this, he also put down his weapon, his face betraying no emotion. Then he raised his hands to shoulder height. Seeing him surrender, the oblivious man looked at him mockingly and said, "Kid, weren't you just showing off? Let's see what you've got now." Seeing this, Ruan Kai beside him looked at him in terror, suddenly remembering something. He muttered to himself, "Something's not right. My super disguise is still active, but this kid seems to be able to see us." Immediately after, the guy named Li Mingzi, holding Zhang Lan with one hand and reaching out with the other, sneered and shouted the technique name, "Haha, try my tenfold gravity." That guy had already tucked his tail and fled to the rear. As he ran, he looked back worriedly, criticizing his foolish teammate. "Source energy didn't work last time, and you want to try again? Idiot. If you want to die, die alone. I'm out of here. See ya." Over here, Zhang Yuan's expression was extremely resolute as he coldly analyzed the current situation. Source energy would affect the accuracy of the flying knives, and Lan was in his hands. Then he further confirmed that if he struck, it had to be a one-hit kill. He gently stomped his foot on the ground and silently chanted the technique name Iceblood Explosion, boosting all abilities to 1200. Seeing ice beginning to form, Li Mingzi, holding the bound Zhang Lan, asked in bewilderment, "Strange?" The temperature suddenly he froze. On the other side, Zhang Yuan was facing him, silently chanting the technique name Heat Explosion Pressure. He frowned, eyes wide, staring coldly at him. Then waves of heat began to appear in front of Li Mingzi, leaving him equally confused, his hand still gripping Zhang Lan beside him. Zhang Yuan's expression was grim, his hand still executing the technique, and he concluded in his mind that last time he had a vague feeling that the effect of heat explosion pressure on death temperature wasn't as simple as people thought. As expected, he cut off the thought, then shouted in his mind that temperature is internal energy. And when internal energy is drained, void energy transcends ordinary physical laws. Then he explained further, stating that matter undergoes a process of conversion from mass to energy, ultimately being drained and completely destroyed. At the same time, Li Mingzi's body exploded into countless ice shards, while Zhang Lan was sent flying by the shockwave. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly ran over and caught his sister in his arms. In the distance, the fleeing Ruan Kai was also thrown off balance by the tremor. He fell to the ground, limbs twitching, stammering as he looked at him in his mind. So terrifying. With such a powerful ability, I can't escape at all. Then in despair he spoke out to negotiate with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, I surrender. I can provide the Huasha nation with... But before he could finish, Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with icy coldness as he shouted, Die! The frigid aura rapidly spread outward. Looking at his bound sister in his arms, he retorted even more coldly, Ruan Kai, I don't accept surrenders. Then, holding his now unconscious sister, he silently chanted the technique name, Eternal Ice Domain. Immediately, huge sharp ice spikes rose around them. The spikes pointed at Ruan Kai, causing him to panic, his face turning pale as he raised his hands to defend himself. Finally, amidst the cold, he held his sister, merging with his voice. The ice continued to radiate heat and bulge upwards. Then he held his petite sister even tighter, pressing his forehead against hers, filled with tenderness. Later, in a certain high-end apartment, Feng Jing was sitting at a desk processing a pile of documents. Suddenly, his mother's excited voice came from outside the door as she walked in, calling for her son. Seeing this, he closed his eyes and reminded her impatiently, How many times have I told you to knock? Even if you're my mom, you have to knock. She then held up her phone to him and excitedly introduced, Come see your junior's masterpiece. His knife skills are pretty good. Hearing this, Feng Jing turned to his mother in confusion. Then she pulled out a photo of Sin Jerry's body, still moving but with the flesh stripped clean, leaving only the head. She squinted excitedly and made her assessment. This void energy user's skin has been cut off, but they're not dead. You can clearly see the condensed void crystal state in the internal organs through the ribs. It has great research value, then she added. And another person was frozen into an ice block that hasn't melted yet. They're being packaged and sent to the Academy of Sciences. Seeing this, Feng Jing rushed over worriedly, grabbed his mother's shoulders, and asked urgently, Zhang Yuan wouldn't attack someone for no reason. What happened? Seeing this, Feng Zuzan calmly placed her phone in front of him and smiled as she revealed, The East China Military Region is discussing this matter. Hearing this, he quickly picked up his glasses from the desk and made a decision. I'm going back to Shandong City right now. Hearing this, she couldn't help but repeat in a hurt tone, You promised to go shopping with your mom today. Is your junior more important, or am I? Hearing this, Feng Jing answered without hesitation, My junior is more important. Upon hearing this, she pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, pushed Feng Jing with one hand and wiped her feigned tears with the other, chiding him, You ungrateful little brat, I carried you for 9 months for nothing. Seeing this, Feng Jing looked at his mother calmly and called her bluff. I was soaked in nutrient solution until I was 12 and a half. Did you think I didn't know? Hearing this, she still reminded him. But I'm still your biological mother. Hearing this, he became serious and reminded her, If you're my biological mother, don't keep things from me. Then he asked further, What exactly does the military region plan to do with him? Hearing this, she crossed her arms and answered Feng Jing as she walked out the door, They'll probably give the kid a second-class merit. Hearing this, he looked at her blankly in confusion. Then Feng Zuzan turned her head, waved at her son and smiled enticingly, Kid, go shopping with mom and mom will tell you some inside information. In the office of the East China Military Region Commander, Zhang Yuan sat alone in the room, hands clasped together resting on his knees, his expression worried as he sank into deep thought. Killing a foreign void energy user within the country's borders will definitely lead to interrogation. Then he spoke aloud, formulating a countermeasure for himself. The root cause of this incident is that Robert's void crystal was almost destroyed. Should I play dumb? Then footsteps approached him. But Zhang Yuan remained seated, pondering and weighing his options. It's hard to explain the teleportation from the vault to the academy. I might as well pretend I don't know anything. The man, seeing that Zhang Yuan hadn't noticed him, gently bowed his head and introduced himself. Hello, classmate Zhang Yuan. I am Guangfeng, commander of the East China Military Region. Then he added, It was due to our negligence that you and your sister encountered danger at the academy. Finally he bent down, closed his eyes, and said sincerely to Zhang Yuan, On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the military region, I formally apologize to you and your sister. Xiao Qin, standing behind him, was also looking at him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was startled by Guangfeng's gesture. Then surprise filled his eyes as he shouted in his mind, Commander Un. He immediately deduced further that this was the person who had been silently supporting him behind the scenes when he had beaten someone in Huiling. Regaining his composure, he stood up abruptly, bowed properly, and apologized to him. I'm the one who should apologize. A few days ago I hit a student from the Smita Kingdom and caused you trouble. Seeing this, and Guangfeng extended both hands to signal him to stop bowing, looked at him and spoke to confirm further. No, it was the right thing to do. Besides apologizing, Uncle also needs to thank you. Then he bent down again, closed his eyes and said sincerely to Zhang Yuan, "You saved my daughter and Taixia in the Shenangjia realm." Then he added, "As a father, Uncle thanks you." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan also bent lower and apologized sincerely again. "She gave me so many void crystals. I'm the one who should say thank you." Xiao Qin, watching from the side, couldn't help but wonder to himself, are they trying to see who can bow more properly? Then, sensing the situation might be getting a bit awkward, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat and made a suggestion. "Maybe we should all sit down and talk first." Seeing this, and Guangfeng also voiced his agreement, looked at Xiao Qin beside him and reminded him, Right. Xiao Qin, I want to have a private talk with this kid. Guard the door and don't let anyone disturb us." Seeing this, Xiao Qin quickly stood at attention and confirmed, "Yes, sir." Then only Zhang Yuan and Guangfeng were left in the room. He sat down on the chair next to him and said directly, "Classmate Zhang Yuan, there's no need to be so formal." Then he added, "I asked you to come to the military region today not to investigate or assign blame but just to have a chat." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, sitting on the chair beside him, looked at Guangfeng in confusion and asked back, "Chat about what?" Hearing this, he didn't hide anything and said directly, "Your abilities." Then, recalling the scene of Zhang Yuan's battle from the surveillance footage, he told him, "The staff department analyzed your combat videos and found that your actual abilities don't quite match your file." He immediately added some internal information without hesitation. This incident has already alarmed the Academy of Sciences. In the surveillance room, a group of people in white lab coats were watching the recorded footage of your battle and have drawn their conclusions. And Guangfeng told him, "If they come to investigate and I can't explain it, you might have to go back with them to face reality." And Guangfeng's expression was full of sincerity and seriousness as he looked at him and asked in a questioning tone, "Zhang Yuan, did you obtain the Carnival King ability from those 1,000 ordinary Carnival Ghost Void crystals?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised, then concluded in his mind, "This isn't a probe, he's directly stating the truth, showing the stakes involved." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan lowered his head, weighing his options in his mind. "Commander Un is so sincere, why should I play dumb and act foolish?" He frowned. Then, looking at the birds freely soaring in the sky outside the window, Zhang Yuan made his decision. "I strive to become stronger to defeat the alien races and protect Lanlan. Blindly hiding all my strength will only be counterproductive." Then he silently concluded, "Since the military region is willing to treat me sincerely, there's no harm in telling them the truth about my abilities." Then he slowly walked towards the open window, the curtains fluttered in the wind, and the sunlight outside shone upon him as he spoke to confirm, "Actually, that ability isn't called tenfold return, but an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Then Zhang Yuan added, "Most of my abilities aren't fake, it's just," he paused before continuing, "they have long surpassed the limits of the 8 types." Hearing this, and Guangfeng looked at him, his eyes wide with shock. Immediately after, before he could react, he looked firmly into the distance and added by way of explanation, "I can absorb the same type of ruin crystals to enhance my abilities." Finally, he emphasized with certainty, "As long as there are enough, I can upgrade to the top level and gain new abilities." My other abilities were also upgraded level by level in the same way. Then he turned around intending to confess more. "Also but before he could finish, and Guangfeng rushed over, grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him wildly, his eyes wide with excitement. He confirmed again, "Are you sure that as long as I give you enough ruin crystals, you can upgrade your existing abilities to the top level?" Faced with this excitement, Zhang Yuan looked at him calmly and confirmed, "Yes." Hearing this, and Guangfeng shouted excitedly again, "Great!" He stood opposite him, in front of the window, his hands still resting on his shoulders. The sunlight outside the window shone on both of them, and Guangfeng cheered uncontrollably in his excitement. "Heaven helps the Huasha nation." Then he added, "We have another pillar of the nation-level strongman, Yao." Outside, dusk began to fall, enveloping the entire building. Now and Guangfeng sat back in his chair calmly, looked at Zhang Yuan and began to explain, "Over the years, countries around the world have to some extent disclosed matters related to the ruin caves to the public." He gestured with his hands as he added seriously, "Only Huasha, all facts that are detrimental to national stability are concealed as much as possible. Even the teaching materials on ruin energy have many unrealistic parts." The more he spoke, the more animated and Guangfeng became. He pointed at him, his expression serious and his reasoning clear, saying, "Regarding the confidentiality of Robert's alien ruin crystal, there is no record in the files." Then he added, "The fact that information related to you can be obtained in Taga proves that there is a hidden traitor within Huasha, but the current evidence cannot determine who it is." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan, sitting nearby with his hands folded on his knees, looked at Feng and stated his judgment. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. It's better to use me as bait to lure the traitor out. Faced with his proposal, Feng agreed without hesitation. Good, Uncle will find a way to arrange this. You go back to school first and wait for my news. Hearing this, he also stood up from his chair, looked at him, and said his farewells. Then your nephew will take his leave first, waiting for Uncle's good news. And Feng, as if remembering something, looked at him again and called him back. Oh right, one more thing about your parents. He paused. Zhang Yuan, however, turned his face away, his expression unreadable, but his voice suppressed as he took over the conversation and gave his own answer. Aren't they already dead? Then, without looking back, he walked out and closed the door. Only Feng remained in the room. He frowned, lost in thought, rubbing his hands together in front of him. His mind went back 10 years. The ruin cave appeared in Shandong City, affecting a large number of ordinary residents, including that child's parents. Then he added to cover up the truth. The military district, in the name of the child's parents, gave living expenses to his cousins. Finally, Feng swept his sharp yet sympathetic gaze around the room, and concluded in his heart, it seems that child has long guessed the truth. Outside, Zhang Yuan walked silently in the dusk, never looking back. Then memories of his childhood surged into Zhang Yuan's mind. He was sitting at the dining table, in front of him a birthday cake with a small candle stuck in it. He was laughing happily, his hands on the table, looking at the person opposite him and saying, Lanlin, happy birthday. I've been working part-time at a cake shop recently. The boss gave us this cake. Opposite him was Zhang Lan, a deep sadness on her face as she asked him, won't Mom and Dad come home this year either? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan looked at his sister and comforted her with a smile. Mom and Dad are very busy and can't come home, but whatever they can do, Big Brother can do too, he affirmed. Hearing this, Zhang Lan also laughed happily, her eyes sparkling, and made a wish to her brother. Then for next year's birthday I want a big round cake with a ring of strawberries around it. Back in reality, Zhang Yuan stood in front of the homeroom teacher holding a large cake. The teacher, hands in his pockets, looked at him and informed him. Zhang Lan's physical injuries are all healed, but the psychological trauma might take some time to recover. He confirmed to the teacher, she will get better. Teacher, you can go back first. The teacher agreed, all right, I won't disturb you too. Then, Zhang Yuan walked into his sister's hospital room, smiled, raised the cake and cheered to her. Lanlin, how are you? Big Brother bought a super delicious strawberry cake. Eat a little now, and have more later. She was still curled up on the hospital bed, hugging her knees. Before she could answer, Zhang Yuan had already walked over and sat down on the visitor's chair beside the bed. Zhang Lan still hugged her knees, head down, and stammered, Brother, I'm fine, I'm just still a little scared inside. Seeing this, he softened his voice and said to her, Then talk to Big Brother about it. Zhang Lan obediently replied, Then she remembered her childhood, imagining herself wearing a superhero costume, hands on her hips, proudly asserting, in most of the comics I've read, good always triumphs over evil. Then Zhang Lan added, It's childish, I know, but I want to be like the main character, someone who can protect the world and protect justice. Then she looked up, tears already welling in her eyes, just waiting to fall. She looked at her own palms and voiced her thoughts. I've always felt that ruin energy users should be comrades, that justice means being fellow soldiers fighting against the alien calamity together. Ruin energy users shouldn't be killing each other. Hearing his sister's naive thoughts, Zhang Yuan understood somewhat. He stepped forward, smiled, and wiped away her tears. As he wiped them with a tissue, he gently explained, Other people have different ideas of justice. When ideas of justice differ, they can't coexist. People become enemies. Then he asked his sister again, Lanlin, what is the justice in your heart? She was still hugging her knees, lifting her head slightly, and said between sobs, I think, Zhang Lan interrupted herself, then looked at the cake on the table, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and shouted excitedly, Justice is strawberry cake. Faced with his sister's declaration, Zhang Yuan was stunned, his mouth hanging open. Letting out a confused sound, and Zhang Lan clenched her fists even more excitedly, listing her thoughts. The person who makes the cake, the skill of making the cake, the ingredients for the cake, a peaceful world where you can open a shop selling strawberry cake and everything behind it. That's my justice. As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged her knees again, crying out in grievance and gloom, Woo-woo, I'm still too weak. I don't even have the power to protect strawberry cake. Beside her, Zhang Yuan gently stroked her head and proposed with a smile. In that case, let Big Brother help you protect the strawberry cake. Then he added, Lanlin just needs to be like when she was little, waiting for Big Brother to bring the cake home. Hearing these words, a hint of worry appeared on her face, then her brows furrowed, full of sorrow, as she slowly spoke her thoughts to her brother. But I have to grow up eventually, after all. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who was behind her braiding her hair into 2 pigtails, gently tightened his hands and confirmed, As long as Big Brother is here, Lanlin can be a child for as long as she wants. Then he added, A day, a month, a year, even a lifetime, it's no problem. Zhang Lan still frowned, kneeling on the hospital bed, obediently waiting for her brother to finish her hair, lost in the thoughts of his words. Then in response to her brother's comfort, she reached up and touched one of the pigtails, confirming with a happy smile, then I'll be a child for a little while longer until I can protect the strawberry cake myself. Then Zhang Lan, as if remembering something, said loudly enough for the whole corridor to hear, "Oh right, brother, there's a strawberry cake friend next door. Don't you want to go see him?" Then the two of them walked together to the next room where Zhang Tianchuo was. Zhang Yuan was still holding the strawberry cake while Zhang Lan announced excitedly, "Brother Zhang Tianchuo, my brother came to see you." Seeing them enter, Zhang Tianchuo sitting on the bed and Chu Ren sitting on a chair with his legs crossed both looked over. Then Zhang Yuan reached up and scratched his face, avoiding eye contact, and said awkwardly and perfunctorily, "Thank you for saving my sister." Then he added, "Sorry, last time in Huling I almost beat you to death." Hearing this, Zhang Tianchuo laughed heartily and brushed it off. "Haha, speaking of which, it was my fault too. I made you misunderstand before." He admitted his mistake and confirmed, "Things are in the past, let them be." Then Zhang Tianchuo extended his hand to Zhang Yuan sitting cross-legged and looking at him, asking back, "So can we be friends now?" Hearing this, he also reached out and shook his hand, replying frankly, "Of course, but let's get one thing straight. Friends don't try to poach each other, okay?" Seeing this, Zhang Lan, standing nearby, laughed happily with her hands behind her back. Then Zhang Yuan turned and put the cake on the table, carefully cutting it as he explained, and this just what Lanlin said." Hearing this, Zhang Tianchuo on the hospital bed also looked over curiously. Then, as he handed over a piece of cake, he confirmed with a smile, "You can have a piece of her strawberry cake." Later on a phone screen there was a ranking list titled Huasha Youth Ruin Energy User Ranking. Rank 1 Zhang Buyu, Rank 2 Xuan Ming, Rank 3 Bai Wuyan. Feng Jin, looking at his phone, reported to Zhang Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, also looking at his phone, "That old fox has ranked you second." Hearing this, he also confirmed, "I've also been awarded the Golden Star Medal, 3rd class, Commendation Order 2nd class, and the rank of Major." Then he added, "2 of the campus attackers were internationally wanted criminals. The bounty has already been paid out." Hearing this, Feng Jin couldn't help but sigh, "All useless, impractical stuff." Then he put down his phone, spread his hands, pushed up his glasses, and said loudly, "Speaking of which, the museum people called my house off the hook that day, saying you went into the exhibition hall and never came out, vanished into thin air." Then he added, "I told them it's common for ruin energy users to come and go without a trace, no need to make a fuss." Zhang Yuan, listening to him brag, was speechless. Suddenly, Feng Jin became serious, his expression full of concern as he judged, "Lately you haven't been sleeping in your own dorm every night, you've been going to the solitary confinement room." Then he asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you have claustrophilia, and you can only sleep in dark, narrow places?" Hearing this, he looked at him, put down his phone and confirmed seriously, "It's possible, maybe." Then Feng Jin pointed at him and said, "Do you want to sleep in a dark, sealed rectangular box?" Seeing this, Zhang Yuan also asked with interest, "Where can I buy a bed like that?" Hearing his question, Feng Jin crossed his arms, lifted his head, and answered while asking back, "It would need to be custom made." "What style do you want?" Hearing this, he also reached up and stroked his chin, his expression serious, lost in the imagination of a golden coffin, then asked back, "Can you make it look like a golden coffin? Just modify it a bit so the lid can open." Then Zhang Yuan judged, "The material should preferably be gilded because pure gold has no impact resistance." Seeing this, Feng Jin confirmed to him, "No problem. Do you want a sliding lid or a pop-up lid?" Hearing this, he still stroked his chin, imagining the 2 coffin lid designs, imagining himself sitting inside and popping up, his hand still propping up his chin, and made his decision. "Pop-up lid. It's more convenient to use." Hearing his answer, Zhang Yuan across from him quickly confirmed with an "Okay, I'll bring it to you in a few days when it's done." Then at lunchtime 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, sat around a dining table. Shangguan Yi, eating with his head down, looked at Feng Jin and sighed, "Feng Jin, you were lucky to be out of school these past few days, you dodged a bullet." Hearing this, he also looked at Shangguan Yi, confused. Shangguan Yi, putting food into his mouth, explained his words, "That day the cafeteria gave out free milk tea. It was expired. Anyone who drank it got poisoned and all rushed to the bathroom. Then, to make matters worse, misfortunes never come singly. All the school's sewers froze. When the bathroom doors opened, it was like opening a golden treasure trove." Hearing this, Zhang Lan, sitting nearby, glanced at him in disgust, grabbing Zhang Yuan's earring and confirming, "Suddenly I've lost my appetite." Zhang Yuan, however, was still eating with gusto, ignoring Shangguan Yi. Feng Jin couldn't help it anymore. He reached up and rubbed his forehead, reminding him, "Shangguan Yi, don't talk about this topic while eating." Zhang Yuan still ignored them, eating happily, holding a bowl of white rice, chewing. Hearing this, he also scratched his head, embarrassed, and started talking about something else. Ah, then let me tell you about the time I was suspected of being gay because I took photos in women's clothes and my family arranged a blind date for me. Seeing this, Feng Jin looked at him puzzled, picking up some food with his chopsticks while imagining his girlfriend, and asked back, "Don't you already have a girlfriend?" Seeing this, Shang Guanyi answered honestly, "They say we're not well matched." Hearing this, Feng Jin snorted, turned his head to Shang Guanyi and commented, "What nonsense, she's pretty, gets good grades and has a big butt. Standing next to you it's like a jasmine flower stuck on a pile of dung." Hearing this, Zhang Lan leaned over and asked, puzzled, "Is having a big butt a good thing?" Zhang Yuan, holding his rice bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, watched the two of them like he was watching a show. Feng Jin, hearing the little girl's question, turned around gesticulating and affirmed, "Of course it is." Then he added, "From a medical standpoint, the wider the pelvis the easier childbirth is, of course it's a good thing." The little girl leaned on her brother's shoulder, watching Feng Jin and listening. Suddenly Zhang Yuan cursed, "Feng Jin, don't corrupt my sister." Hearing this, he looked wronged but explained reasonably, "We Ruin energy users could have an accident at any time." Then he confirmed, "When you meet someone you like, why hesitate? Get married early, have kids early, and you can contribute more to the country." Then he looked at him and Zhang Lan, snickering and teasing, "I won't talk about you two anymore." This left the two of them dumbfounded. Then, understanding the implication of his words, he got angry and punched him, sending him flying, shouting. Feng Jin. That afternoon on the training ground, students stood in a row under the scorching sun. A homeroom teacher looked at them and announced, "From today onwards, our class will conduct practical combat training every 2 weeks." Then he added, "The specific content includes ancient martial arts cultivation, physical exercise, and mental meditation." Then Lu Wen slightly turned his body, gesturing towards the person approaching from behind, and introduced to the students below, "For today's training, the military district has specially sent several active-duty martial-level experts to teach." Zhang Yuan, standing in the ranks below, calmly looked at the team of teachers in front and muttered to himself, "There are actually 2 familiar faces." Zhang Lan, also below, recognized them, a hint of worry on her face, and asked herself in her heart, "Uncle Lin, why is he always the one in charge of practical combat training?" Then the team of teachers began to introduce themselves. First was Lin Dongliang. He stood seriously with his hands behind his back and greeted, "Hello students. From today onwards, the 4 of us will guide you in basic practical combat courses." Then he added, "First, let's get to know each other." Then he announced in a loud voice, "My name is Lin Dongliang from the East China Military District Night Hawk Squad, a command-type Ruin energy user." There were 4 others beside him, and Lu Wen had already retreated to the back, leaving the stage to them. Then the remaining 3 introduced themselves in turn. The first, a person with neat brown hair, said, "My name is Zan Hong, from the East China Military District God of War Squad, an attack-type Ruin energy user." Next was a yellow-haired boy. "My name is Shang Chang, from the East China Military District Steel Squad, a defense-type Ruin energy user." Finally, a girl. "My name is Mu Hong, from the East China Military District Divine Eye Squad, an auxiliary healing-type Ruin energy user." Then Shang Chang pointed to a corner and confirmed, "I have won 2 martial arts medals in the military games. Students who want to hone their skills can come to me." Beside him, the only girl in the training team also pointed in another direction and gave her judgment. "Ruin energy users with weaker constitutions, especially girls, are more suited for auxiliary and healing-type Ruin crystals. Students interested in this type can follow me." Behind them, Lin Dongliang frowned deeply, lost in thought. The day before yesterday, the commander had called him to the military district office. He recalled that day, and Quang Feng sitting in his chair, hands crossed, his expression serious as he informed him, "Xiao Lin, when the Yingcheng Academy was attacked, the first person Zhang Lan called for help was you." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang also panicked, gesticulating wildly, and confirmed loudly, "What? That was a distress call?" And Quang Feng beside him calmly continued to explain, "You cut off that child's resources, but that child did not cut off her trust in you." Then with a firm expression he gave his evaluation of Zhang Lan. "What a clever child." He added another exclamation of admiration, noting that she could remain calm and seek help from the military region in a critical moment, then followed up with a reproach. "Are you going to deny her just because she only has 2 abilities?" Next he made a request to Lin Dongliang. "There's an opportunity now for you to mend your relationship with that child." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. Returning to reality, Lin Dongliang kept his hands behind his back, calmly approached him and his sister, and announced, "Zhanglin, Zhangyuan, the 2 of you will be trained by me." Seeing this, they both looked at him. Zhanglin tightly gripped her brother's hand. Then Zhangyuan silently averted his gaze without responding while his sister was chubby. Afterward he looked up at Lin Dongliang, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. Then he stepped forward and made a judgment. "Instructor Lin, you're not suitable to guide us. Find someone else." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang was also surprised, and the other instructors looked at him in confusion. Faced with Zhang Yuan's refusal, Lin Dongliang was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. He widened his eyes and reminded, "Zhang Yuan, don't bring personal emotions into the classroom." Then he added, "Although I'm a commander-type ability user, guiding someone like you, an ordinary person, is more than enough." Below, Zhan Hong also sighed and looked toward Lin Dongliang. Hearing his words, he gave an awkward smile, silently concluding to himself, "If Zhang Yuan is an ordinary person, then I'm extraordinary." But on the other hand, his face was fierce, his eyes cold and unfriendly as he asserted, "You're not qualified to guide me." Then he reminded Lin Dongliang, "Requesting a change of instructor is my reasonable demand, and I hope Instructor Lin won't bring personal emotions into the classroom." Shang Chang, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. He roared in anger, reached out toward him, and strode over to Li. "What do you mean by that? Captain Lin has outstanding achievements, and his strength is obvious to all." Then he questioned him, "You're just a student, what gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Seeing this, Lin Dongliang reached out to stop him, looked over and said, "Cao Shang, that's enough?" Then he bent down to Zhang Yuan and solemnly apologized. "Zhang Yuan, I admit I was wrong. I've wronged you and your sister. I sincerely apologize to you." On the other side he stood in front of Zhang Lin, and the little girl peeked out. Both of them looked at Lin Dongliang, while Shang Chang stood frozen in shock. Then he looked up at him again and rejected Zhang Yuan's proposal to change instructors. "But that's not a valid reason for you to refuse my guidance." Then he lectured him, "You should maintain a humble attitude in class, instead of acting impatient and willful." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and coldly commented, "Even when apologizing, you have to step on others. With your character, I really can't admire it." On the other side, Mu Hong couldn't help squinting and remarking, "A student deliberately picking a fight in front of the instructor? How disgraceful." Shang Chang could no longer stay calm. He pointed at his nose and demanded, "What exactly do you want, kid?" Zhang Lin behind him shrank in fear, not daring to look. But Zhang Yuan still insisted on his proposal. "Change the instructor. His strength and character are both lacking, he can't teach me." Seeing him so arrogant and infuriating, Shang Chang's knuckles cracked as he gritted his teeth, approached him, and asserted, "I've never seen someone as arrogant as you." Then he affirmed, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll be dead in 2 seconds on the battlefield." Hearing this, he also reminded him, "Big brother, I suggest you eat more and mind your own business." Shang Chang had already walked up to him, his face full of anger, frowning and pointing at his neck as he shouted, "I'm going to mind this business, come out today, and we'll fight." Seeing his certainty, his eyes were filled with mockery, and he smiled as he exposed him, "If you want to fight, just say so, don't make excuses." Zhang Lin behind him sensed trouble, glanced worriedly at her brother and stopped him. "Brother, let's just forget it." Faced with her concern, Zhang Yuan remained calm, looked at her and comforted her. "It's fine." Finally he smiled at Zhang Lin, pointed at Shang Chang and confirmed, "Beating him, I only need 1 move." On the other side, seeing this, he frowned and looked at him even more angrily. Shang Chang frowned and said loudly to Zhang Yuan, "1 move, then I'll stand still and let you hit me with 1 move. Use any ability you want." He looked at him with a firm gaze. Zhang Lin, holding a phone in the distance, also furrowed her brows slightly. He sneered and lunged, saying, "Let me tell you first, I'm one of the top defense experts in the military region. My reflection ability can also bounce your attack back at you." A sudden note explained, "Reflection. Takes only 20 damage from an attack and reflects 80 back to the attacker." The golden-haired man provocatively beckoned with his hand and laughed. "Kid, go all out. I won't move." He looked at him, unusually calm, and said, "Are you sure you want me to go all out?" The guy still confidently replied, "Of course." He suddenly turned around and said, "Instructor Mu, do you have life resonance?" The man quickly answered, Yes, what do you want?" His expressionless face turned to the distant sky and he said, "Good." He assumed a stance, his gaze fixed on the guy, thinking to himself, "Brave enough. Combat ambassador, blood for blood, poison reader." A light surrounded his body, emitting a powerful aura. He continued thinking, "Fight to the madness every second until death, battle frenzy stance." Seeing him like this, his face instantly turned pale, and he shouted, "Reflection." He closed in on him. A heavy punch shot straight at him. At the same time, numbers jumped in his mind and his strength increased tenfold. Reflected by 80, that's 8 times, which was then tripled by his own blood for blood, resulting in the final blow before everyone. It was his firm, hate-filled eyes. He was sent flying by his force. The golden-haired man crashed heavily to the ground, his face covered in bright red blood. The girl ran over in panic and said, "Life resonance, 1 punch drained the life force of a defense-type expert. That's insane." It was then that Zhan Hong hurriedly scratched his head and walked over. The woman shouted, "Saved, saved, his life is safe." Then she instantly passed out. Zhan Hong thought to himself, "I was planning to ask Xuan Ming for frisbee tips, but you guys." He quickly and easily hoisted both of them onto his shoulders and said, "I'll take them to the hospital." Zhang Lin smirked slyly, looked at her phone and thought anxiously, "The video's done. Time to post it on Moments. Commander Anne's satellite phone really comes in handy. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and called out to Lin Dongliang. Now do you think you can guide me? He was stunned, pondering various possibilities. How could this be? His talent was clearly worse than an ordinary person's. I once absorbed void energy with a red sensing ability. Besides being able to identify royal-level beings among the aliens, I can also sense ordinary people's void energy talent. Suddenly, he recalled a day in the past and thought to himself, that day I happened to meet Zhonglin, and my void energy sensing activated automatically. She was clearly very suitable to become a void energy user, with the potential to become the top powerhouse in Huaxia. He quickly continued thinking, I also checked Zhang Yuan's talent. It's rare to find someone so unsuited to being a void energy user. It really makes me wonder if he and Zhonglin are biological siblings. They don't look alike at all. Subconsciously, he looked at Zhonglin and hurriedly thought, I didn't wait long for the perfect opportunity when Zhang Yuan got into trouble, forcing my way into Yingcheng Academy through Zhonglin, but in the end Zhang Yuan's talent was so low. How did he become such a top-tier powerhouse in just over a month? Could my void energy sensing be malfunctioning? Then, a meaningful gaze from afar fell on Zhang Yuan. Perhaps judging a person's worth solely by void energy sensing is itself a mistake. At a place called Huling Academy, Zhang Tianxue was propping his chin, focused on his phone, thinking, Zhonglin posted a new update on Moments. Zhonglin's message caught his eye. Look how cool my brother is. Tianxue unconsciously blushed, revealing a meaningful smile, and a thought formed in his mind. Zhang Yuan got stronger again. Last time he hit me, it definitely wasn't this powerful. Ah well, let me save this video in 3 copies first. Meanwhile, Feng Jing also walked over, looked at the phone in his hand and laughed. Nice one, little Lan. I'll repost it in a snap. The scene shifted. Jiyu Yan was sitting, scrolling through his phone, lost in thought. Good. Commander and even reposted it on Moments. Is he trying to stir up internal conflict in East China? But this Zhang Yuan is indeed photogenic. He gently rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, just remembered, all elected candidates should receive the title of recruitment ambassador, and have a photo on the recruitment materials. Zhang Yuan won the title of strongest southern king with 180 million votes. In another scene, a spotlight appeared. Someone's voice rang out, this pose, this expression, professional. This year, maybe it's not a bad idea to replace the Southern King brand with youthful hero. Zhang Yuan was surrounded by the flashing cameras of reporters. Jiyu Yan looked at him with a confident smile. Zhang Yuan is the youngest major in East China. Who else would I use as a mascot? His smile was interrupted as he saw his tired face. He said, Are we done? Can I go back now? Seeing him like this, he hurriedly said, You were so excited just now, and now you've wilted? He immediately replied, That was a professional expression. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and hurriedly thought, feeling that he had acquired an ability called super cute, which made people around him unconsciously develop a fondness for him. The more he thought about this ability, the more dangerous it seemed. In short, he would try not to use it on people and first test its specific effects on animals. In the city's night, Su Wanying's figure was faintly visible as she walked, thinking, Earlier I invited Zhang Yuan to team up, but he refused. Now even the title of school beauty has been taken by him. Sigh, I'll go to the crematorium to pet cats and cheer myself up. She happened to pass by and saw a group of cats pestering a man who looked very cute. Subconsciously, she walked over, patted his shoulder and awkwardly asked, Friend, how do you get these cats to be more affectionate toward me? Zhang Yuan turned around, making her shout his name in panic. Seeing her call his name, he raised his hand to rub his chin and said, I remember you. You're the last wish who tricked me into going to Molotong that day. She smiled awkwardly and replied, My name is Su Wanying, not Last Wish. Then she asked him, Classmate Zhang Yuan, are you here to feed the cats too? He glanced at the snack bag in her hand and said, These cats keep making noise every night. I'm here to punish them. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. No, she's a cat lover. I can't badmouth cats in front of her. Then he continued, Did Senior Su just say she wants to get close to these cats? She smiled happily and said to him, Yes, how do you do it? Can you tell me? He continued the conversation. I can, but you have to keep everything you see today a secret. She quickly agreed to his request. No problem. Then he looked at her with a firm gaze and said, If you want them to obey, you have to learn how to act cute. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and she subconsciously said, Cute. He skillfully stroked the calico cat in his hands. Yes, act cute. That's how you win the affection of stray cats. She looked at him, her eyes filled with doubt about life, and could only think, Are you speaking Chinese? Why can't I understand a word? She watched him petting the cats with an adorable aura. Subconsciously, she leaned in and smiled. Zhang Yuan, let me touch. He made a dodging expression and said, Senior, are you harassing me? She hurriedly denied it. No, I meant the cat. Let me touch the cat on your shoulder. He quickly crouched down, took the cat off his shoulder and said, Oh, wait a moment, a blue light emanated from his hand, and a thought flashed through his mind. I just discovered that after using Super Cute to fully subdue this cat, I can have simple emotional exchanges with it. The cat suddenly seemed wrapped in some kind of force and happily ran toward Wanying. She was also incredibly surprised and blurted out, don't fight, there's plenty of cat food." He looked at her thoughtfully. "This Su Wanying doesn't seem as troublesome and tricky as I imagined." Just as he was calm, a sound came from his pants pocket. "Get up quickly, the sun's already shining on your butt." Hearing this, he thought to himself, Commander Anne's call. If he's calling in the middle of the night, it must be urgent. He quickly said goodbye to Su Wanying. "I have something to take care of. Senior, you should head back and rest early too." Seeing this, she immediately replied, "Ah, okay." He left like that, leaving her with a group of adorable cats. As she watched, she thought, it feels amazing to have stray cats approach me on their own. Can I still pet cats with Zhang Yuan in the future? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly froze, then thought again. Zhang Yuan said I had to act cute for them. Should I try? She did it, but immediately struck a cute pose with a silly smile. The cats looked at her with disdain and hissed. Startled, she fell backward with a cry of pain. Clutching the cat food in her arms, she said tearfully, "Wah, it's all fake. Acting cute didn't work. Now I've got scratches all over my face. I need treatment." She gently raised her hand to touch the wounds on her face and muttered, "Treatment? I have the strongest support ability, ultimate prayer, but I can't heal myself from such a small cat scratch." A series of past memories flashed through her mind. An image of her kneeling on the ground, trembling, appeared. A red-haired man stood coolly and asked who gave her that windhorn dear void crystal. She trembled and answered in fear, I bought it from a classmate." He began to show his violent nature, pushed her away, and accompanied it with insults. "Idiot, now you only have the intermediate prayer ability. As long as you stay behind the battlefield and let people use synergy to copy your ability, you won't have to risk your life and can gain fame and fortune. The intermediate prayer void crystal seed was meant to bring glory and wealth to our Su family. It must never be contaminated by a garbage ability like Healing Wind." He beat her until she curled up on the floor, trembling, then turned and continued. "Luckily, you're just a talentless waste who can't absorb anything except alien void crystals. Until you finish condensing and pass the alien void crystal to the next generation, stay put and don't do anything unnecessary." Another unpleasant memory surfaced again. She was surrounded by harsh words. "They say strength is the best love potion. So many people are chasing her. Are they all after intermediate prayer? Once intermediate prayer is over, she'll become a burden and we'll have to protect her. What a hassle. She's still usable as a synergy tool. Haha." Lu Wen raised his hand without looking at her face and said, "Sorry, your family has instructed me not to activate your ability." She was like a dead person, her lips tightly pressed together. Returning to reality, she held the void crystal in her hand and said, "I want to fight alongside my comrades. I don't want to be a burden who only relies on others for protection. If there really is a god in the void energy world, please answer my humble prayer." Her tears unconsciously dripped onto the void crystal. A tone sounded from the crystal. She gained the Healing Wind ability, her face full of surprise. A helicopter roared as it descended to the ground. "Zhang Yuan, sorry for disturbing your rest so late, but the situation in Jinling is urgent. The cave is about to be lost." Upon hearing this, he immediately responded, "No need to be polite, Commander N. Just send the battle situation and data to your nephew." A reply came quickly from the other end of the line. "Good. The satellite phone you're using now can directly connect to the battlefield communication channel. Remember to link it later." He replied with a single word, "Yes." He glanced toward the pilot, smiled slightly, and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to double as a pilot." The man replied cheerfully, "Just another day at the office. Dongfeng Express specializes in logistics for cave dwellers. One person, multiple roles," he added, saying it must be tough working overtime so late at night. Turning to Zhang Yuan, he smiled and said, "What am I compared to you? You're the ones who are truly working hard." Their conversation ended there. Location of the cave opening, Niasho Mountain, Jinling, level green. Opening time 4 hours ago. Enemy alien race, ancient cockroach. Ancient super reproduction ability, poison scythes, death strangle, super excretion. The system displayed a fierce battle erupting. A soldier said, "There are too many bugs, we can't kill them all. This is no green difficulty dungeon. 6 teams are too few. The Wangtian team is about to collapse." Before anyone could react, a bug charged at incredible speed, followed by agonizing screams. Upon hearing the shouts, Ji Yan said, "The Wangtian team is wiped out." A blonde youth panicked and yelled, "No, Xiaoyue is getting married next month, she can't die." He quickly calmed him down, telling him to stop talking and focus on the bugs in front of them. As they fought desperately against the disgusting bugs, a voice came through the earpiece, "This is command. All personnel retreat immediately." Strategic preservation, Ji Yan roared angrily. Are we just going to abandon the civilians out there? If we die, other teams will take over. In the battle 12 years ago, the ancient cockroaches breached the boundary, and it took over 100 casualties to suppress them. That memory is still deeply etched in our hearts. And Guangfeng quickly added, the boundary has been urgently reinforced with 9 anchor points. It won't break easily. A powerhouse with strategic level strength can turn the tide of the coming battle. I'm ordering you to retreat because I don't want any more unnecessary sacrifices. It wasn't until now that Zhang Yuan arrived. The courier quickly relayed to Dongfeng Express, calling command, we have arrived at Niasho Mountain. Please give instructions, a voice echoed in response. Command received. The boundary will open in 50 seconds. Fly at maximum speed. Dongfeng acknowledged. He repeated. The helicopter then charged in at a terrifying speed. Nipper began the countdown. 1, 2, 3 successfully entered the boundary. At this moment, a group of people in the system were looking outward and receiving external information. The Niasho Mountain Communication Tower received an unfamiliar connection. The login ID was Xuan Ming. A man raised his hand and said, let him into the channel and give him level 1 clearance. Looking down from the helicopter, he said softly, keep it down. My ears are about to explode. The blonde walking ahead said, Tisk. Judging by Xuan Ming's accent, he sounds pretty young. Ji Yan quickly interjected, he actually finds the communication volume too loud. Could it be he's never been on a cave battlefield? The man with the goatee added, I just hope this strategic level powerhouse can turn things around. Turning to Zhang Yuan before he could react, a massive swarm of bugs surged from all directions. The courier exclaimed in panic, Dongfeng requests instructions. The bug swarm is heading toward the helicopter, Zhang Yuan suddenly said. Ascend immediately. The courier, hearing his words, turned back in surprise. Ha, he quickly added, send until I say stop. Hurry, thoughts raced through his mind as he wondered if the ancient cockroach's poison scythes could be absorbed. No absorption, I'll figure it out later. This thought echoed repeatedly in his head. He looked down, adjusting the altitude. 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Wow, the altitude warning finally disappeared. Holding his backpack, he said to the courier, all right, the area below is full of poison gas. Make sure to maintain this altitude and don't get poisoned, the courier asked in surprise. Huh, you ascended for my sake? Before he could say anything, Zhang Yuan said, I'm going down first. The courier, full of trust, pointed at himself and said, come back victorious and I'll take you home. He just smiled slightly and quickly leapt down. The gray-haired old man in the system, seeing him jump, exclaimed in panic, how can Xuan Ming just jump down like that? That's 4,000 meters. The maximum deployment altitude for a parachute is only 1,000 meters. The person next to him quickly and decisively replied, HMPH, he has a special landing skill. The image of him jumping into the swarm of disgusting bugs appeared. A voice came through the earpiece, no way, why did he just bail out without a word? Hearing the reproach in the earpiece, he responded, Uncle, if there's nothing serious, don't shout like that. The man, hearing his reproach, lowered his voice and continued, sorry, Uncle will speak softer. May I ask what ability you're using to stay suspended in midair? Several people around quickly started whispering among themselves. This Xuan Ming actually dared to tell the chief of staff to speak softer. The people nearby joined in, and the key point was that the chief of staff didn't show any anger toward him. Seeing that they were only focused on discussing Zhang Yuan, the chief of staff's assistant quietly reminded them, aren't you missing the point? Xuan Ming is at 3,000 meters. Back to Zhang Yuan, he suddenly removed his auxiliary equipment and said, no ability needed. I just jumped onto the back of a big cockroach. If they attack me, we'll deal with it then. Then he activated his super charm skill to attract the bugs. Hearing his battle sounds, Ji Yan reminded, Shish, don't disturb his fight. Before they could steady themselves, a voice came through the earpiece again, it's over. These bugs aren't even as smart as a yellow-headed cat. Everyone exclaimed in unison. It ended in 2 seconds. Several people on the helicopter, hearing the news, also exclaimed in panic. Commander, what does he mean? What wildcat? The chief of staff calmly replied. Strategic level. He fights and thinks at the same time. The charm skill works on people only sometimes. But it's extremely effective on cats and bugs, and it only needs to be used once to keep them obedient. Then, looking at the phone showing the location, he continued to think, currently, only 5 of the 6 participating cave dweller teams remain, totaling 30 people. Unintentionally looking down, he saw a cave being flooded by a bug swarm and subconsciously asked, strange, why is a group of bugs heading straight for them? These bugs aren't smart enough to sense their location. He hurriedly pondered, his eyes full of doubt, and muttered a few words. Could there be an individual with higher intelligence among the ancient cockroaches, and it can even transmit information? He quickly relayed the information to Ji Yan's group. A large swarm of cockroaches is flying toward you. I'll come over to help you retreat. Jiu Yan shouted frantically into the earpiece. We'll handle these bugs ourselves. Xuan Ming, just carry out your mission. Seeing Jiu Yan's response, he immediately retorted, this group is acting strange. If you take your time killing them, it'll cause trouble. Upon hearing this, the others exclaimed as if hit by a divisive scheme. Huh? Someone next to Jiu Yan spoke up. He actually thinks we're killing too slowly. Xuan Ming is too arrogant. Another guy standing behind also chimed in sourly. Don't come over. We can still fight. The blonde guy also got angry, shouldered a cannon and roared, bring out all the weapons. Fight these bugs to the death and avenge the Wangqian team. Before anyone could react, someone pointed at a figure outside the cave and said, wait, it looks like he's here. He stood upright, exuding a cool and imposing aura, and said, anyone afraid of heights? If not, I'll have these cockroaches take you to a safe area. Jiu Yan's mouth dropped open as he exclaimed, controlling 31 targets at once, directly breaking China's highest record. The blonde guy, clutching his hair, had a similar expression and added, so this is the power of a strategic level cave dweller? Someone raised a question. These bugs are poisonous. Is it safe to have them carry us? He replied decisively. Their venom sacs are on their legs and only release when they rub against the ground during crawling. Their feces are also poisonous, but once they're airborne they're harmless. Time is tight. Everyone follow my orders. Get on the bugs. Then countless bugs emerged. He just turned his head and continued thinking, get them all in the air. Then I can safely study the secrets of this group. He gently pulled out a fiery red sphere and thought, found the ancient cockroach's cave crystal. Should I absorb it? The ancient cockroach's cave crystal possesses the following abilities. Super reproduction, red level, cannot be upgraded. Super reproduction. Enhanced reproductive ability, can produce tens of thousands at once. Poison scythe, green level, cannot be upgraded. Poison scythe, a unique toxin of the ancient cockroach, contaminating everything it touches. He continued analyzing. Death strangle, yellow level, can be upgraded. Death strangle. Attacks enemies with its serrated mouthparts and drains life force. Super excretion, crimson level, cannot be upgraded. Super excretion instantly expels a large amount of harmful waste, accelerating the spread of the poison scythe. He thought coldly to himself, who the hell would absorb that? Then he analyzed the cave crystal further. Racial will. Cyan level, cannot be upgraded. Racial will, resonates thoughts through the poison scythe, requires the poison scythe ability. Staring at the cave crystal, he pondered with suspicion. So besides the 4 abilities above, there's also the insect racial will, which resonates thoughts through the poison scythe. Let's do an experiment first. The scene shifted. Everyone was suspended in midair. The blonde guy spoke up. He sent us all into the air. What's he planning to do by stopping here? Jiu Yan said helplessly. I don't understand the strategic level either. Someone shouted. Look over there. He turned around and saw the words come to work overtime spelled out by the cockroaches against the blue sky. He exclaimed helplessly. Damn it! A group of people stared at the come to work overtime message formed by the bugs, and the atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Jianlin asked if Zhang Yuan could control so many bugs at once, and Guangfeng coughed lightly and said awkwardly, don't ask. If you ask, it's the strategic level. Lu Jianlin said into the communicator, Zhang Yuan, we can discuss overtime pay, but could you start a live stream on your phone so we can see what's happening on your end? Immediately, a spatial vortex opened, and Zhang Yuan's voice came through the communicator. Can you see it? Lu Jianlin said, yes. The young man in the white suit exclaimed in panic. Oh my god, the number of bugs is no less than 12 years ago. And Guangfeng said with a serious expression, our previous estimates were still too optimistic. Lu Jianlin said, we must kill these bugs before they breed out of control. Launch missiles for a carpet bombing. Zhang Yuan, standing on the head of a bug, said, no need for missiles yet. Lu Jianfeng exclaimed in confusion over the phone. Zhang Yuan reached out and activated the super charm skill. He thought to himself, the previous experiment was successful. I only need to control a small portion of the bugs, and through the racial will spread by the toxin I can make all the bugs obey orders. Zhang Yuan's command entered the bugs' minds. Retreat to the cave. Go back, go back. The moving ancient cockroaches suddenly stopped, then turned around and retreated. The people in the command room, seeing the bug swarm suddenly retreat, exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, the ancient cockroaches are retreating. Another person said, this is truly unbelievable. Someone else shouted, this, I've never heard of an alien race retreating back into a cave. Zhang Yuan's voice came through the communicator. A miracle. Zhang Yuan has created a miracle. We are witnessing history in the making. Suddenly, he noticed another ancient cockroach. It was carrying an arm in its mouth, completely unaffected by the super charm skill. Zhang Yuan thought in confusion, this smaller cockroach is unaffected. Could it be the Bug King? The blonde youth, seeing the scene through the communicator, shouted with hatred, Zhang Yuan, kill that bug, avenge the Wangqian team, please. The black-haired man, his team leader, scolded. Don't make decisions on your own. The blonde youth pleaded painfully. That's Xiao Yu's weapon. She was killed by the bugs. We didn't find her body. She was supposed to get married next month. Zhang Yuan replied, He took out 2 throwing knives and stepped toward the ground. Zhang Yuan aimed and forcefully hurled the 2 knives at the bug. The 2 knives flew with the force of thunder, but were blocked by 2 other bugs that emerged from underground. The bug busy gnawing on the arm sensed the attack. Zhang Yuan thought, it noticed me. It wants to escape and it can command other ordinary bugs as cover. Watching the special bug dig a hole and burrow underground, Zhang Yuan thought, I can't let it get away. He activated his freezing skill. Biting cold air carrying ice shards flew out, binding the bug's movements. Zhang Yuan quickly picked up Xiao Yu's fallen weapon from the ground. He gripped the weapon tightly and struck the bug's back with a powerful blow, shattering the attached ice layer. The bug was killed instantly. Zhang Yuan dug a yellow cave crystal out of the bug's body. A system voice sounded, found the ancient cockroach king's cave crystal. Absorb, Supermind, green level cannot be upgraded. Supermind, enhances what ability? Seeing the prompt box, Zhang Yuan understood and thought, so this is why the bug king was unaffected by the super charm skill. Not absorbing. Suddenly he saw something shiny on the ground not far away. Zhang Yuan walked over and picked up a diamond ring. Looking at the ring, Zhang Yuan remembered what Feng Jing had once said. We cave dwellers could meet with misfortune at any time. If you meet someone you like, why hesitate? Zhang Yuan clenched the ring and thought with emotion. So that saying was something he realized after experiencing countless partings through life and death. Zhang Yuan stood up and looked at the bug, thinking, this is the bug king. It's slightly smaller, has longer legs, possesses intelligence and can command other bugs to act. Zhang Yuan warned, there are likely other bug kings lying in ambush underground. Everyone, wait a moment. He jumped onto the bug's body and then used his super sensing skill. The surrounding scenery entered Zhang Yuan's brain in the form of color patches. A strange color shaped like a bug emerged. Zhang Yuan thought, as expected, there are more. Zhang Yuan immediately reported to headquarters through the communicator, found a bug king. Coordinates have been sent to you all. It has already laid eggs and built a nest underground. Please launch missiles to eliminate it. Lu Jianlin coughed lightly and said, I thought you didn't need us. The people around felt a bit awkward. Zhang Yuan said in a matter-of-fact tone, Uncle, what are you saying? I'm not Superman. When I'm out of my depth, of course I rely on you uncles. Zhang Yuan said, on the cave battlefield, individual heroism is useless. When in trouble, turn to the military district or the country. Lu Jianlin laughed heartily and said, haha, I like what Zhang Yuan said. Another person said, I almost looked down on him for complaining about low overtime pay. That was narrow-minded of me. Then Lu Jianlin issued the order, Iron Armored Army Missile Launch, attention. Immediately enter the boundary and coordinate operations with Zhang Yuan. A terrifying explosion occurred, with heat waves and immense pressure sweeping everything. Zhang Yuan, exhausted from overusing his skills, muttered wearily, used the super sensing skill to check the terrain 5 times, finally found all the bug kings. Standing in place, Zhang Yuan said, if no alien races pass through, the cave will automatically close after a while. The cave has now entered a stable state, and a small number of bugs remain within the boundary. It will be handed over to the Research Institute. He extended his hand, revealing the family heirloom ring, and asked, does anyone know what this is? The blonde youth immediately saluted and replied, reporting I know. Watching his pained expression, Zhang Yuan said, sorry, this is all I found. The blonde youth said, thank you very much. My cousin's spirit in heaven can find some comfort now. The battlefield observer reported to headquarters that the void rift was disappearing. In the footage, the void rift gate rapidly contracted, flickered once with light, and then vanished completely. The scout immediately confirmed the void rift had disappeared, and the suppression was successful. The people in headquarters cheered with joy. We succeeded. We didn't pay the heavy price we did 12 years ago, another person said. This is nothing short of a miracle in humanity's history of fighting void rifts. The surviving members of various teams gathered around BU, looking for him to ask questions. One person said, Zhang Yuan, you are the great hero of this battle. History will forever remember your contribution. Another said, Zhang Yuan, take a photo before you go. Zhang Yuan refused. No, I'm allergic to camera flashes. I'm off, goodbye. He then slipped into a helicopter and left. The courier, watching Zhang Yuan resting against the cabin wall, thought to himself, this kid is only 16 years old, and he's already been sent to such a dangerous battlefield. He must be exhausted, the courier thought as he piloted the helicopter. Thank you, hero of the void rift suppression. Zhang Yuan returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion, thinking, finally back in the prison of school, I need to sleep to replenish my drained energy. Zhang Yuan slowly sank into a deep sleep, thinking, it's 3 a.m. now, alarm set for 5 a.m. Well, I can get 2 hours this time. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan was wide awake again, staring at the ceiling, the alarm on his phone ringing beside him. Time to get up. The sun is already high, the screen showing exactly 7 a.m. Saying just a short nap never means just a short nap. In the cafeteria, Zhang Yuanlan entered worriedly and scolded. Bro, you were playing games with that strange woman again last night, weren't you? Feng Jing said, Yuan, your dark circles are as big as teacups. You'd better come clean or else little Lan will be heartbroken. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan thought helplessly. I don't even have a metabolic mechanism, how could I have dark circles? Zhang Yuan pulled at the corner of his eye and asked, Shang Guanyi, do I have dark circles? Seeing the murderous look in Zhang Yuanlan's eyes, Shang Guanyi replied perfunctorily, Looks like a little bit, Shang Guanyi thought to himself. Although I didn't see anything, it's always right to side with Miss Lan. Zhang Yuan questioned himself in confusion. Is my fatigue that obvious? Why does everyone say that? So Zhang Yuan confessed honestly, all right, actually there were a few cockroaches in my room last night and I was fighting them until midnight. Zhang Yuanlan, who had a severe case of mysophobia, screamed in fright upon hearing this. Zhang Yuanlan continued, there were 6 or 7 nests in total, so dense you couldn't even see, and I finally wiped them all out with insecticide. Zhang Yuanlan shook the chili sauce bottle uncomfortably and said, Stop talking, watching the chili sauce pour into the bowl. Feng Jing thought in horror. Oh no, this level of spiciness will blow anyone up who eats it. Just then, the green tea girl Xuan Ming said, Good morning, classmate Zhang Yuan. Good morning, little sister. Zhang Yuanlan. Shang Guanyi, you're here too, Feng Jing said with hostility. Xuan Ming, you sprayed someone. Go sit somewhere else. Feng Jing thought to himself, she's the only one who didn't greet me on purpose, right? Xuan Ming retorted without backing down. I've already eaten. I just came over to say hello to my junior. Xuan Ming leaned in close to Zhang Yuan, flaunting her figure, and said meaningfully, Zhang Yuan, can you continue what we were doing last night tonight? Everyone at the table was stunned into silence at the sight. Zhang Yuan coldly replied he was busy, thinking painfully to himself. I barely have time to sleep as it is, and I still have to train the dog, write combat reports, watch Lan's training videos. What the hell? A mountain of work flooded his mind. Xuan Ming thought, could he be busy studying? But on the surface she acted like a caring little girlfriend and said, Then how about we study together tonight? Shang Guanyi stood up and shouted, Zhang Yuan is studying with me tonight. There's no room for a third party like you. Xuan Ming sneered. A failing student who flunked 5 subjects and you dare to study with Zhang Yuan? Shang Guanyi said with extreme confidence. I may not have many virtues, but being thick-skinned is one of them. Just then Zhang Yuanlan said, I'm full, I'm leaving first. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan said, Eating so little, let me pack a small bun for you to eat later if you get hungry. Zhang Yuanlan said without interest, Not hungry. I need to go to the restroom now. Zhang Yuan said, See you at the school gate later. Zhang Yuanlan replied, Got it. Xuan Ming and Shang Guanyi continued their verbal sparring. Feng Jing watched in horror as Zhang Yuan finished off the leftovers from Zhang Yuanlan's plate, thinking, good grief, that damn tofu pudding ended up in your stomach after all? In the end, Zhang Yuan still packed some food to take with him. Feng Jing walked beside him and asked, Are you okay? You look terrible. Want me to use Su Ri on you? Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation, Sure. Feng Jing immediately activated the Su Ri skill, which restores the target's state to what it was 24 hours ago. Zhang Yuan's body became somewhat ethereal, overlapping into several images. Feng Jing was busy casting the skill and didn't pay much attention, but still caught a hint of strangeness and thought in surprise, How did this guy just turn into a phantom? Was I seeing things? Feng Jing then reached out and tried to pinch Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan asked in confusion, What are you doing? Feng Jing replied he was checking if the condition had improved. Zhang Yuan responded flatly, Oh, Feng Jing thought, the texture still feels solid. So Feng Jing changed the question. I suddenly remembered at this time last night you also ate your sister's damn tofu pudding. Zhang Yuan scratched his chin, recalling. Seems like it. Feng Jing sighed helplessly. Su Ri was wasted. The two walked to the teaching building. As they entered, Zhang Yuan asked, Isn't your Su Ri a healing ability? What does it have to do with what I ate last night? Feng Jing explained, Void energy itself has no classification. Terms like healing type or attack type are just convenient labels. The actual effect of Su Ri is to restore the target's physical state to what it was 24 hours ago. Zhang Yuan replied in surprise. So that's how it is, Feng Jing explained. If a person was injured 24 hours ago, and it's healed now, if I use Su Ri on them, it would actually return them to the injured state. Also, Su Ri only affects the physical state, not the mind. Zhang Yuan pondered and said, That's not right. The material basis of the mind is the brain, which should also be part of the body. Feng Jing said, The emergence of void energy has overturned most traditional theories of physics. In the context of void energy, what is the essence of life? Research is still ongoing and even the newest theories have many loopholes. What is certain now is that a person who is considered dead in the context of void energy cannot be brought back to life even if Su-Ri restores their physical state. Zhang Yuan fell silent after hearing this. He thought to himself, so it seems the essence of Su-Ri should be a time ability, right? I was reborn 4 years ago, but I'm still in a state of death, unless I was also affected by a similar ability. Zhang Yuan remembered that strange golden coffin, and a bold guess surged in his mind. Perhaps the power that brought me back wasn't just the golden coffin. A few days later, the courier brother carried a large box the size of a big teacup and called out, Zhang Yuan, your package has arrived. Zhang Yuan pulled up the rolling shutter door and said, just put it in the storage room at the back of the first floor. Thanks, the other replied. Okay, Zhang Yuan looked at him in disbelief, thinking, I never expected this brother to also be a void energy user. Zhang Yuan touched the custom-made golden coffin and said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. The shape is exactly the same as the golden coffin. From now on I don't have to go to the prison to get a good night's sleep. Suddenly he saw several things placed inside the coffin and muttered, there are things inside too, the order form, instructions, pads for adjusting the bed leg height, metal cleaning tools and a set of cute stickers. Zhang Yuan commented, pretty nice. I'll stick them all on. So the coffin lid was soon covered with stickers left by the courier. The teacup had wisps of hot steam rising from it. And Guanfeng said, Zhang Yuan, I called you to the military district today for 2 things. And Guanfeng was rummaging through a cabinet for something and said, first, your overtime pay has arrived. If it weren't for your fight in the Taigu Scythe Void Rift, Jinling City would probably have had to evacuate entirely, and the losses would have been incalculable, finally. And Guanfeng handed Zhang Yuan a box containing a medal and said, besides military merit and bonuses, the higher-ups are also awarding you a Yan Huang medal. Zhang Yuan said, can I refuse? I already have 2 in my dorm room. They just take up space. Hearing this, and Guanfeng said he had to accept it or else he wouldn't get his overtime pay. He thought to himself, this is a super high-level Yan Huang medal, even I want one and you're complaining. Zhang Yuan scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, oh, so the medal isn't the overtime pay. And Guanfeng placed his hand on the safe beside him and said, your overtime pay is in here. Zhang Yuan asked excitedly, what is it? And Guanfeng replied, we've allocated 12,000 snow-bone snake void crystals to you. Zhang Yuan tilted his head and asked back, all of this is for me? And Guanfeng said generously, yes, absorb as much as you can, but remember this power is a gift from the nation and its people. I hope you won't forget your original intention and will use it for the right path. Zhang Yuan nodded and replied, I understand, the system prompted. Snowbone snake void crystal detected. Absorb, Zhang Yuan said firmly. Absorb. The energy from that large pile of void crystals surged into Zhang Yuan's body like a waterfall. System prompts rang out continuously. Super Sense, Gold Grade, level maxed. Your ability Super Sense has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Air Bullet, Red Grade, upgradable. Air Bullet, Red Grade, level maxed. Your ability Air Bullet has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Thermal Explosion Pressure, Calamity Grade, upgradable. Thermal Explosion Pressure, Calamity Grade, level 2. The system prompt slowed down slightly. Freeze Plunder, Green Grade, level maxed. Your ability Freeze has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Extreme Cold. Plunder, Red Grade, upgradable. Extreme Cold, Red Grade, level 8. Zhang Yuan thought, 1 Gold Grade crystal for 1 level, 10 Green Grade for 1 level, 100 Red Grade for 1 level, 1000 Calamity Grade for 1 level. Shouldn't be able to level up further. The upgrade direction is leaning towards freezing. Zhang Yuan shouted, Commander, please open another box. And Guanfeng quickly said, Zhang Yuan, slow down, don't let your body explode. Zhang Yuan said confidently, don't worry, I won't. And Guanfeng brought another box and placed it in front of him. Zhang Yuan continued absorbing, and the system prompted again. Extreme Cold, Red Grade, level maxed. Your ability Extreme Cold has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Eternal Ice Domain, Calamity Grade, not upgradable. Regeneration, Gold Grade, level maxed. Your ability Regeneration has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Endless Vitality, Green Grade, upgradable. Endless Vitality, Green Grade, level maxed. Your ability Endless Vitality has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Indestructible Body, Red Grade, upgradable. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and said, Thermal Explosion Pressure, Eternal Ice Domain, Indestructible Body, all out. After Thermal Explosion Pressure reached Calamity Grade level 2, it seems to be hindered by some force, making it difficult to upgrade. Eternal Ice Domain cannot be upgraded. Only Indestructible Body is still at Red Grade, so Zhang Yuan raised his hand and said, another box. And Guanfeng opened his mouth wide in surprise and asked, are you some kind of void crystal beast, kid? Zhang Yuan absorbed another box. The system prompted, Indestructible Body, Red Grade, level maxed. your ability Indestructible Body has upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Authority of Life, Calamity Grade, upgradable. Authority of Life, Calamity Grade Level 2. Authority of Life, instantly grants Indestructible Body to self, and grants regeneration ability to any target within a maximum range of 1,000 meters. Zhang Yuan crossed his arms and said, "Commander, about that." And Guan Feng asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Need me to contact medical treatment?" Zhang Yuan said, "I am the medical treatment now. I just gained a new ability that can grant regeneration effects to others as well." And Guan Feng exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He immediately reached out and picked up a dagger, then without hesitation, and Guan Feng stabbed the dagger into his own palm. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's face turned pale as he said, "One word and he acts directly, what a tough guy." And Guan Feng urged excitedly, "Quick, let Uncle see." Zhang Yuan reached out his hand and shouted, "Authority of Life." A green halo enveloped in Guan Feng's hand. Looking at the perfectly flawless palm, and Guan Feng said thoughtfully, "Impressive, this speed is equivalent to gold grade level 9 regeneration. What is this ability called? Are there any usage restrictions?" Zhang Yuan answered honestly, "Authority of Life, no usage restrictions, it's just..." Zhang Yuan thought given his time perception it's better to overstate it a bit. So he started to fabricate. Using it consumes quite a bit of mental energy. Using it too much requires catching up on sleep at least 2 days. And Guan Feng was floating on cloud 9 with joy saying, "Good, good, good, excellent, excellent. Another strategic level healing ability has been born, and its healing effect is even more extensive than Su Ri. Humanity can finally seize the initiative." Zhang Yuan said, "Commander, didn't you say there were 2 things for me to come here for? What's the second?" And Guan Feng calmed down, cleared his throat. "Ahem." And Guan Feng turned around and said, "The second thing is that the plan to lure the snake out of its hole within the Huasha military district has been arranged." Elsewhere, in a magnificent and elegant building, a red-haired woman approached a wooden railing with a glass of red wine. The bright red wine was poured into a second glass. The red-haired woman said, "Wading Military District Commander An Guan Feng proposed allowing students to enter the Fang realm to obtain void crystals." The red-haired woman said, "Using this to select teams for the University League competition. He clearly wants to lure us into making a move against Zhang Yuan." BALA Hu said, "Do you think I can't see through such a blatant baiting tactic by An Guan Feng? I deliberately agreed to his proposal to open the Fang realm in Huasha, just to turn the tables." The red-haired woman said, "You sold Zhang Yuan's information to the Danglian, leading to the attack on the school. The leader already knows. He told me not to forget the Huasha people's bottom line." BALA Hu said, "So what if he knows a falling out is only a matter of time?" He sat down on a chair and said, "From the moment that son abandoned by the Feng family decided to join the 9 Radiances, he and I were destined to be unable to coexist." The red-haired woman asked, "Are you talking about that abandoned son of the Feng family? The one who cured his cancer by absorbing snow-bone snake void crystals?" BALA Hu recalled Yi Zhen from back then and said, "That's right. If his brother hadn't found the snow-bone snake void crystals, allowing him to recover so quickly, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to sell him to the Iron Tower Nation to prevent him from ruining my plans." BALA Hu said, "Snow-bone snake void crystals. If fate truly exists, then it must be the butterfly flapping its wings at the critical point of destiny." The red-haired woman stepped forward, put down her glass and said, "Still in the mood to talk about fate, it seems you've already figured out how to deal with Zhang Yuan." The gray-haired man replied, "Of course, after all, Zhang Yuan is just a 16-year-old high school student. Inside 2 test tubes were 2 bizarre insects as red as blood." BALA Hu was full of confidence, certain of victory. "No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand these flying eye ghost insects." Shang Guanyi happily held up his report card and shouted loudly, "Passed all subjects above 85 points. I can participate in the University League this year." The report card read, Chinese 92, Math 89, English 95, Physics 87, Chemistry 93. Feng Jing said contemptuously, "What's there to be proud of, you repeater? Zhang Yuan himself was part of this result, and you still dare to say it out loud." Zhang Yuan Lan said, "If you're capable, don't ask your brothers to help you solve the problems." Shang Guanyi angrily said, "You only talk about me, what about yourselves?" Then 3 shining report cards were produced. Feng Jing scored 85 in every subject. Zhang Yuan Wan scored a perfect 100 in every subject. Zhang Yuan Lan scored 100 in math and physics, 93 in Chinese, 88 in English, and 97 in chemistry. Shang Guanyi, utterly defeated, crouched on the ground drawing a thick protective circle. On the other side, Feng Jing asked Zhang Yuan, "By the way, have you signed up for both the individual and team competitions for this University League?" Zhang Yuan replied, I haven't formed a team for the team competition yet." Shang Guanyi immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Count me in." Zhang Yuan Lan also said she was in. Zhang Yuan said the University League only allows participants age 16 and above. Zhang Yuan let out a dejected sigh. Ah. Shangguan Yi excitedly pointed at himself and asked, "What about me, can I?" Looking at Shangguan Yi, Zhang Yuan thought, after forming the team they'd still have to go through the intra-school selection in the boundary. He himself had important tasks to attend to. Shangguan Yi was too impulsive and prone to accidents. Zhang Yuan refused. "Shangguan Yi, find another team. If you team up with me you won't have room to shine." Shangguan Yi held his head and cried, "Woof woo woo, you're looking down on me." Feng Jing then asked Zhang Yuan, "What about our team?" Zhang Yuan said, Besides you, find 2 more people. Their abilities aren't important, they just need to be smart and calm." Feng Jing replied, "Okay, I'll get you the 2 with the best grades." After a while in this room, a gray-blue-haired girl with glasses and a gentle cute face introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Rui from Special Class 5 Support Type. My abilities are Blessing, Mental Prison and Toxic Mist." The other was a brown-haired boy who seemed quite talkative. "My name is Xie Yihan from Special Class 53 Control Type. My abilities are Wind Breath, Sonic Hypnosis, and Position Swap." Zhang Yuan immediately said suspiciously, "You're that senior who was chasing after little girls during orientation, right?" Xie Yihan was startled and quickly explained, Misunderstanding. I'm always like this, no other intentions." Feng Jing said, "If you don't like him we can find someone else." Zhang Yuan said no need since his sister wasn't on the team anyway. Xie Yihan said, as expected of the boss, truly magnanimous. He thought, calm down. Making connections with them is the most important thing. Lu Wen, sitting nearby, said, "For this intra-school selection, the 2 teams that obtain the most void crystals in the boundary can represent the school in this university league. After forming your teams, go draw lots." Zhang Yuan was lost in thought. He recalled yesterday when Kuangfeng asked, "I originally wanted you to go to the Shenangjia boundary to retrieve Robert's abnormal void crystal, but they're not allowing access there. Which boundary do you think would be convenient for you to operate in?" Zhang Yuan replied flatly, "Any." And Kuangfeng said, "Oh, then let's draw lots." Back to the present, Zhang Yuan grabbed Feng Jing's hand and said, "I heard from Su Weining that your hand is the luckiest in the team and you always get the best draws." Feng Jing replied awkwardly, Maybe." Zhang Yuan said, "Hurry up, I believe in your luck." Feng Jing said, Yuan, be honest with yourself. Do I really have luck?" Zhang Yuan affirmed, "You definitely do." Feng Jing replied, "All right then, I'll go draw." Feng Jing walked over to Lu Yun's desk. He placed his hand on the mouse and muttered, click the button to draw." "Damn." Xie Yihan behind the computer clasped his hands in prayer. "Heavens, let a meteor fall and crush that unlucky Feng Jing." Feng Jing said, "Zhangjiajia." Lu Yun covered her mouth in disbelief. "Really? Zhangjiajia has the most treacherous terrain, the most complex ecology and the strangest alien races. Only your divine hand could pull that out." Xie Yihan was devastated and said, "Why didn't a meteor crush you?" Zhang Yuan asked, "Are there many alien races in Zhangjiajia?" Xie Yihan replied, "Yes." Zhang Yuan said, "Then it's a good boundary." Feng Jing said, touched, Yuan, you're truly a good friend." Zhang Yuan turned and asked Zhang Rui, "What do you think, senior?" Zhang Rui said fervently, "Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I'll follow you." Zhang Yuan said, "Zhang Yuan, I won't be at school for a few days. Take good care of yourself when you go to the military region for training." Zhang Yuan, sitting in the car, said, Be careful when you go to the boundary." Zhang Yuan replied, I plan to have Zhang Yuan stay at the military region these few days, so I don't have to worry about anyone targeting her while I'm away." Xiao Qin said over the phone, "Commander, we've picked up Zhang Yuan and are driving over now." Got it." He put down the phone, and Kuangfeng leaned back in his chair thinking, good. Although Lin Dongliang had conflicts with his brothers again, at least Zhang Yuan didn't resist the military region because of it. And Kuangfeng thought on the contrary, it was Zhang Yuan herself. After that injury she had lingering effects and couldn't use void energy smoothly. Moreover, she had previously contracted a strange illness and could no longer absorb void crystals. He remembered Feng Jing saying, "I've already examined her. The specifics involve Academy of Sciences secrets and cannot be disclosed. The inability to use void energy smoothly is a psychological issue and should naturally resolve over time." And Kuangfeng scratched his head and thought, forget it. Such a smart child, even if she doesn't fight, is still a rare talent. This time, let her learn things outside of void energy. The plane took off, leaving the city behind in the cabin. Zhang Yuan and Feng Jing sat together. Zhang Yuan focused his thoughts. After absorbing the void crystal of the snowbone snake, he could use heat burst pressure and ice domain eternal without activating ice bloodstorm. And the abilities under plunder could also be used with careful manipulation, Zhang Yuan thought. With my current strength among humans, perhaps only another top expert could still fight me. There shouldn't be anyone of that level within the borders of China, right? Zhang Yuan thought. I'll use the satellite phone to stay in real-time contact with the staff later. This mission should be solid. Feng Jing suddenly asked, "For this trip to the boundary, do we have any hidden teammates?" Zhang Yuan said, "You can guess that too." Feng Jing said, "I'm sitting next to you, but you're in a double seat without me." Zhang Yuan then handed an earpiece to Feng Jing and said, "Here's one for you. Listen to the command yourself." Feng Jing said, Yuan. "It's 2042 now. Why are you still sharing communications this way?" Zhang Yuan said, "What else is there?" Feng Jing said, "Bluetooth sharing, the satellite phone's internal communication system, or just add me directly to the command channel." Zhang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Jing pointed to the black earrings he was wearing and said, "These earrings I always wear are actually concealed micro-communication devices, and they won't fall off. I'll have the Artifact Forging Bureau make you a set sometime." Zhang Yuan said disdainfully, "What a bother." After a while, the four-person team arrived at a void cave. The soldier stationed there spoke, "Hello, students from Chengyin College. We are the Qianren team, stationed at the Zhangjiajia boundary. My name is Song Jiangguo." Song Jiangguo stepped forward, shook hands with Feng Jing and said, "It's already quite late today. How about resting at the camp for a night before entering the boundary?" Feng Jing said, "No need, we'll go in as early as possible." Feng Jing said, "Captain Song should have received the notification right. How many college teams are entering the Zhangjiajia boundary this time?" Song Jiangguo said with difficulty, "I can't say." Feng Jing whispered, "It's not really a secret. Just give a little hint," Song Jiangguo said resolutely. "In short, you're the first team to arrive." Feng Jing turned back and said, "Put on your watches. Let's enter the boundary." Zhang Rui replied. "Okay." Xie Yihan sighed. Sigh. Song Jiangguo looked at them with a strange expression tinged with malice and dissatisfaction. The four slowly stepped into the Zhangjiajia boundary. A message came through the earpiece to Zhang Yuan. The Qianren team wasn't originally stationed at the Zhangjiajia boundary. They were suddenly transferred here last night. The staff had just compared the voice. "It's him." The four followed behind Song Jiangguo. Feng Jing said, "I just used rejuvenation on him. He definitely isn't under mental control." Zhang Yuan said, "Good, we'll monitor him first." They kept their conversation secret. Feng Jing stopped and said, "Let's go. Time to discuss hunting alien races for void crystals." Within the boundary, Zhangjiajia nurtures 3 types of alien races: Moonlight Fox, Rosemary Rabbit, and Twin-Headed Eagle. This is their distribution map. Saying this, Feng Jing showed the map image on his phone, then continued to introduce to everyone. The Moonlight Fox's abilities are Seal and Dark Sanctuary. They are extremely rare and live in dark caves. The Rosemary Rabbit's abilities are Acceleration and Rosemary Bone Spray. They have a group effect, are highly reproductive, and are numerous. You can track their nests by following their droppings. The Twin-Headed Eagle's abilities are 2 minds as 1, Soaring Flight, Eagle Eye, Steel Feathers, and Iron Claws. They live in colonies in higher caves and prey on rosemary rabbits. Then, with a confident tone, he said, "The school's team selection only looks at the number of void crystals handed in. Hunting rosemary rabbits is the simplest and most efficient." After hearing his analysis, Xie Yihan quickly replied, "Then let's go kill rosemary rabbits." Zhang Yuan raised his hand and said, "Twin-Headed Eagles." Xie Yihan yelled, "Ha!" Zhang Yuan turned to Zhang Rui and explained, "Rosemary rabbit void crystals aren't worth much. To hunt them, you'd have to dig through their droppings. There's a girl on the team, so we should be considerate." Hearing this, Feng Jing thought to himself, "Someone like you, a 24K pure Siscon, would also consider an ordinary girl?" He clearly just had a cleanliness obsession. Thinking this, he asked Zhang Rui, "Zhang Rui, do you think you need to be taken care of?" She shyly covered her cheeks, blushing, and replied, "I'll listen to Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan gestured, "So it's settled then." He then continued, "Actually, the void crystal yield from hunting twin-headed eagles isn't necessarily lower than that from rosemary rabbits. Alien races don't eat void crystals, but twin-headed eagles eat rosemary rabbits. There could be a large number of rosemary rabbit void crystals in their nests." Feng Jing laughed excitedly. "Not bad, we're more than capable of doing that. The conventional approach isn't efficient enough." Xie Yihan, crying, grabbed Feng Jing's hand and begged, "Please no, can you consider the guys too? I'm afraid of heights." Feng Jing turned his head and replied coldly, "If you're a guy, you have to overcome your fear." Then he gave a clear, loud order, "Raise the white dragon sky, up we go." As they walked, Xie Yihan looked up and said fearfully, "There's no electricity in the boundary. We can't use elevators." Zhang Yuan said coldly, "Just climb up the rock face." Xie Yihan asked fearfully, "What if the twin-headed eagles attack?" Zhang Yuan looked down helplessly and replied, "I have my ways to deal with them," thinking to himself that for him the twin-headed eagles were easier to handle than the terrain. Then he glanced at the female companion and asked, "Zhang Rui, can you climb up?" She blushed and replied without problem, feeling in her heart that he had already cared about her twice. "He truly is warm." Feng Jing stepped forward, pinched Xie Yihan and mocked. "See, even the girl is stronger than you," he replied tearfully. "Fear of heights is innate. I can't help it." Zhang Yuan spoke, "If it's really impossible, I'll carry you up." Xie Yihan was sweating profusely and yelled, No, 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 I can climb myself, really, he thought. Daring to let the school beauty carry him would make him a public enemy of the entire school. Then Zhang Yuan quickly climbed up, turned back, and said, "All right, I'll go up first and tie the safety rope for you." Xie Yihan shouted at him, "Be careful." Zhang Yuan looked up, his gaze filled with extreme determination. When he saw the twin-headed eagle, he thought to himself, "The twin-headed eagle is really big." Maybe, with that thought, Zhang Yuan leaped off the ladder, stunning the others, who looked up and shouted, "Zhang Yuan, why did you jump? What are you doing?" As planned, Zhang Yuan successfully landed. Standing on the eagle's back, he replied, "I'm on the eagle's back, it feels great." The whole team later successfully got on the eagle's back as well. Xie Yihan was screaming in panic, "It's too high, too high, too high. Help, I feel like I'm going to fall." Sweating profusely, he tightly clutched Zhang Yuan's clothes. Zhang Yuan, sitting in front piloting the eagle, warned, "If you don't sit properly, you really might fall. But if you rip off my pants, I guarantee you will fall." On another eagle, Zhang Rui shyly asked Feng Jing, "Senior Feng Jing, why don't the twin-headed eagles attack Zhang Yuan? Why do they listen to him?" Feng Jing smiled and replied, "Because he's handsome." Leaving Zhang Rui momentarily surprised, "Huh?" Then he moved closer and continued, "Zhang Yuan received a total of 1.8 million votes in the recruitment ambassador election. The proof is obvious," Zhang Rui added. "It's the school beauty election, right?" Feng Jing corrected emphatically, "Recruitment ambassador election." Zhang Rui reluctantly agreed, "Fine, recruitment ambassador election," she said, dumbfounded. "But people have different aesthetics, let alone alien races." Feng Jing looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Actually, Zhang Yuan's handsomeness is a conceptual kind of handsomeness. Alien races can feel this handsomeness, so they instinctively like him." Zhang Rui said, "Oh, I see." Feng Jing glanced at her, thinking with astonishment, "You believe that nonsense I just made up? Oh well, at least it's better than him having to go through what I did." He recalled with emotion scenes from the past when he was discriminated against by others. Monster. He's a monster. The alien races don't attack him, they protect him. His purple eyes glared at them angrily. Luckily Qi Shu had come to calm him down and threatened them. "Watch your words. The alien races don't attack that kid because of the influence of mental-type abilities. Spread any more rumors and you'll be dealt with under military law." They were terrified and quickly replied loudly, "We're sorry. It won't happen again." After they scrambled away, Feng Jing asked, "Uncle Qi, isn't it tiring making excuses?" Qi Shu replied calmly, "Sometimes a proper whitewashing is necessary." He replied, "I don't think so." Saying this, Feng Jing looked at the dark hole behind him and continued, "I heal human wounds, yet they fear me and call me a monster. On the contrary, the alien races, the higher their intelligence, the more they protect me and are good to me." He frowned and lowered his voice. "Why don't I just jump into the void cave and surrender to the alien races?" Back to the present, the nest of the twin-headed eagles was now visible to everyone. Zhang Rui was stunned for a few seconds before exclaiming, "This is where the twin-headed eagles live." Xie Yihan yelled excitedly, "Void crystals, there really are a lot of rosemary rabbit void crystals here." On this side, Zhang Yuan was stroking the head of the twin-headed eagle, smiling and saying, all right, all right." Seeing that it seemed a bit reluctant to part with him, he continued stroking it. "All right, both heads are being petted." Xie Yihan, while picking up void crystals, marveled, "Incredible, they really only eat the rabbits and not their void crystals." Zhang Rui exclaimed excitedly, "There must be over 1,000 void crystals in the nest, right?" Xie Yihan said happily, "We don't need to worry about the school team selection anymore. Once we finish picking these up, we can go back to school." Zhang Yuan thought with some confusion. "My main mission hasn't even started yet, and you guys want to leave." Then he spoke, 1,000 isn't enough. Let's at least get 10,000 before we leave." Xie Yihan yelled in panic. 10,000, Feng Jing spoke, all right, it's already 11 o'clock, time to sleep. Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning." Zhang Rui scratched her head in confusion. "Right, there's no night in the boundary. I almost lost track of time." Zhang Yuan spoke, "The Eagle King has already given up the nest for us to sleep in. You all go rest. Feng Jing and I will keep watch," sleeping in his sleeping bag. Xie Yihan shivered and said, Zhang Yuan, could you tell them?" An enormous twin-headed eagle was staring intently at him. Zhang Yuan scratched his head helplessly. "All right," then he turned and said softly to the great eagle, "You guys go play somewhere else for a while, don't keep staring at us." Upon hearing this, the great eagle cooed with teary eyes, then obediently flew high into the sky as instructed. Feng Jin asked Zhang Yuan curiously, "That two-headed great eagle's void star is also your target, right?" Zhang Yuan was silent for a long time, then heard Feng Jin continue, "They're so good to you. When the time comes, can you bring yourself to do it?" Feng Jin asked as he sat on the ground. Yuan, you're not secretly going to run off to the alien camp, are you?" Zhang Yuan lowered his head and replied, "How could that be?" He raised his hand. Looking at the great eagle between his fingers, he said, "These two-headed great eagles submit to me because I used my adorability ability against them. Under the influence of void energy, they revere me as the adorable king, which is why they're so good to me." He squinted at them and continued to explain, "They're bewitched by void energy, addicted and unable to extricate themselves, but I won't get carried away and lose myself because of it." Then he asked Feng Jin in return, "Rather, why are you worried that I might defect to the aliens?" Feng Jin adjusted his glasses as he replied. Faced with a similar question, Zhang Yuan blurted out in confusion, "So what's your answer?" Feng Jin recalled what Qi Shu had said to him. "This kid, his wings have hardened, and he's learned to scare people by threatening to surrender to the enemy." At that time, Feng Jin had assumed a defensive posture and asked back, "Aren't you afraid I'll actually do it?" Qi Shu replied, "The aliens can't even afford a single pineapple-flavored fruit candy. Can that make you surrender to the enemy?" Little Feng Jin couldn't stay calm and pressed on. "What if the aliens could not only give it but give 10,000? Qi Shu said, "Wouldn't you get tired of just eating candy? The human world has far more interesting things than candy." Qi Shu patted the little boy's head affectionately and said, "What exactly are they? Go find the answer yourself." Back in the present, Feng Jin pushed up his glasses, closed his eyes and enjoyed the weather as he said, "Haven't figured out the answer yet. Anyway, let's rule out the trash first." Zhang Yuan replied with some surprise, "Next time I'll treat you to a Western-style pie." The pies Zhang Tianxue had sent were too many to finish. Inside the cave, Zhang Er was being driven to irritation by Xie Yihan's snoring. She stormed over to him, then picked him up, took off his stinky socks and without any hesitation stuffed them into his mouth. Then she went back to her spot and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan and Feng Jin saw this and stood there speechless for 5 seconds. Feng Jin leaned over and whispered to Zhang Yuan, Yuan, if I snore later." Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan replied, "I'm not sleeping tonight. Don't worry, I won't do anything harsh to you." Feng Jin smiled and answered, "Good brother." Zhang Yuan looked down at him somewhat surprised and thought, a message from the staff department. Then he covered his ears and listened attentively to the notice. Xuan Ming, latest news. A team from Hanlin Academy has just arrived outside the Zhangjiajia boundary. He asked aloud, "Can you locate their watches?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, I'll share their location and information with you." Zhang Yuan continued to ask, "Speaking of which, the watches we're wearing now have been specially treated. They can only be located, not used for communication, right?" His face darkened as he heard Feng Jin ask, "What are you planning?" Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "Nothing, just confirming whether the other side has our location. After all, entering the boundary in the middle of the night is quite suspicious, isn't it?" Then he walked over and took Feng Jin's hand, saying, "Let me borrow your watch." Feng Jin asked in a wary tone, "Haven't you had enough fun at Snakegate Mountain? Want to do it again in Zhangjiajia?" Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Not at all. I was well behaved at Snakegate Mountain." After getting the watch, Zhang Yuan walked toward the edge of the cliff. Feng Jin asked curiously, "Where are you planning to throw the watch?" Looking up at the two-headed great eagle, he replied, "Taking a flight around first wouldn't hurt." The two-headed great eagle had 2 rosemary rabbits in its beak. It gently landed in front of Zhang Yuan and Feng Jin. The great eagle dropped the 2 rabbits on the ground. Seeing this, the 2 boys were momentarily too heartbroken to speak. Zhang Yuan looked up and asked the great eagle in surprise, "Wow, is this for me?" He stared blankly at the great eagle's trophies in front of him and blurted out, "Oh my god, Feng Jin." He picked up a fox and exclaimed, "Hey, there's even a moonlight fox." Zhang Yuan was a bit taken aback. Feng Jin tossed him a gem and said, "Here, this is for you." The screen displayed Moonlight Fox Void Star detected. Absorb. The Moonlight Fox Void Star possesses the following abilities. Seal Plunder Red upgradable. Seal. Disable one of the target's abilities for 5 minutes. If the target's ability level is higher than the seal level, it is ineffective. Night Shelter Red level, not upgradable. Night Shelter. In darkness, all abilities are enhanced by 200. Looking at the gem in his hand, Zhang Yuan thought silently, Seal's Plunder Gold is useless to him, and Moonlight Foxes are too rare, making upgrades even more impossible. His eyes lit up as he thought of Night Shelter. But the boundary has no night, so it's limited. He decided not to absorb it. He thought, fighting the aliens isn't a one-man battle. This Void Star would be more useful in someone else's hands. With that, he tossed the gem back to Feng Jin, turned around and said, "You're the captain. You arrange it yourself." Zhang Yuan walked over and patted the great eagle's head, saying, "Come on, let's go for a spin outside." They teleported to the 2-headed great eagle's graveyard, then flew together into the sky. After spending some time in the air, they finally landed. As he climbed down, Zhang Yuan asked the great eagle, "You saw I wanted void stars, so you brought me to your graveyard?" The great eagle then clawed at the ground, revealing many sparkling void stars. Zhang Yuan sat down and picked up those void stars. The system prompted, 2-headed great eagle void star detected. Absorb. The 2-headed great eagle void star possesses the following abilities. Dual Mind Plunder Red, not upgradable. Soaring Flight Gold level, upgradable. Eagle Eye Green level, not upgradable. Steel Claws Gold level, upgradable. he decisively chose to absorb. The system prompted, Steel Claws Gold level 1. Steel Claws Green level 1. Your ability Steel Claws has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Penetrate Red level not upgradable. Penetrate Red level 1. He thought Penetrate is the most practical among attack-type abilities, with low consumption and high efficiency. Used with Combat Master, he could deliver strong attacks with just light force in the future. The system continued, Soaring Flight Gold level 1. Soaring Flight Green level 1. Your ability Soaring Flight has been upgraded. You have gained a new ability, Sky Rend. Sky Rend Plunder Red max level. Your ability Sky Rend has been upgraded. He thought Soaring Flight and Regeneration can't be upgraded, and Steel Claws had already erupted before it started upgrading. The screen displayed a prompt. You have gained a new ability, Sky Dominator Calamity level, not upgradable. Sky Dominator, you are the king of the sky. Before you, all creatures are grounded. He muttered in astonishment, Grounded, this ability is truly domineering, he thought. The two upgradable abilities had already erupted while the other two couldn't be upgraded. He read 2 lines of prompts. Eagle Eye, Vision increased by 3000. Dual Mind, split your spirit in 2, all abilities reduced by 50. He turned to look at the massive 2-headed great eagle and thought ever since he was sucked into the Golden Coffin at the museum, his original body had merged with the dark world inside, never truly leaving. He recalled the past, lost in thought. The version of himself active outside was a projection of the dark world's power from within, not an ordinary human body, so if he activated Dual Mind as he thought, he connected it to changes in his appearance. Zhang Yuan reached out toward the great eagle Void Star and blurted out, Could I use the dark world's power to project 2 of myself? He put the Void Star in his pocket, closed his eyes to concentrate and decided he must try it when he got back to school. All abilities had erupted and upgraded. He'd pack up the remaining Void Stars. He soared into the air and shouted, All right, let's take off. He looked down at the teary-eyed 2-headed great eagle and thought, after Soaring Flight upgraded to Sky Dominator, he couldn't use the lower-level ability anymore. Forget it, he'd just ride the 2-headed great eagle back. Sitting on the eagle's back, he thought, there were many habitats for 2-headed great eagles in the boundary, and this was the closest to the entrance. He suddenly fell into deep thought, then decisively dropped the watch, thinking, Good, leave the watch here. Feng Jin sat leisurely on a rock and said in a wary tone when he saw Zhang Yuan, You look like you've just done hundreds of bad things. Zhang Yuan replied, Be bolder thousands. Feng Jin answered, Anyway, you know what you're doing. With that, he pulled out his phone and said, Let me check the command channel. Those people from Hanlin Academy went straight to the location point after entering the boundary. Zhang Yuan looked into the distance and said, That means they really are after us and they have our location. Feng Jin spoke up, Not entirely, he continued. Just now when you were flying in the sky your flight path was clearly abnormal, but these people went straight to the location point. This shows they didn't get intelligence, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder sent to die. Feng Jin looked at the youth ranking 1, Zhang Burao 2, Xuan Ming 3. Bai Wuyan and Dai Bai, that old fox had adjusted the name Xuan Ming to 2nd place on the youth ranking. It means telling everyone that you're the key training target of the East China military region. Zhang Yuan showed displeasure as he heard him continue analyzing. The hidden enemies already have a certain understanding of your strength. They chose to act against you in adverse conditions. This person is likely impatient and absolutely confident they can kill you. Both of them put their hands in their pockets and looked up at the blue sky. Feng Jin spoke up. Logically, if something happens to these cannon fodder, the next step is to mobilize rescue personnel. If the enemy has normal intelligence, they should arrange the most exciting part for these rescue personnel. Zhang Yuan asked back, What if their intelligence isn't normal? Feng Jin sneered contemptuously. A truly smart person would definitely choose to be friends with you. Zhang Yuan pointed inside and said, Lack of sleep dulls the mind. You'd better go to sleep now. Feng Jin crossed his arms and said smugly, If I don't sleep, you'll make me dull physically, right? Zhang Yuan replied without thinking, Exactly. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight. These 6 words best describe today's weather. After a nap, Zhang stretched and welcomed the new day. Zhang Yuan sat on a rock at the cave entrance and greeted, Awake, wash your face. There are plenty of water sources nearby. I'll get more when it's used up. Zhang walked over and replied, Thanks. Then she reached out to take water and wash her face. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, She's clearly beautiful, so why cover her face with hair and deliberately wear glasses that seal away her looks? As he described, Zhang Rui was very pretty. He turned and said, You don't have to say if you don't want to. Just pretend I didn't ask. Zhang Rui silently confided, When I was little I was almost taken by a bad guy. I escaped on my own and called the police to avoid disaster. That person said it was because I was too cute that he had evil thoughts. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes sympathetically and comforted her. That was many years ago, it's time to let it go, he continued. Besides, if you weren't cute and got kidnapped, you might not have escaped alive. Protecting cute things is an instinct that living beings have evolved over millions of years. There's scientific basis for it. Zhang Rui was completely stunned by his words. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, in certain situations, beauty can also become your weapon and strength, he continued. And more than beauty or ugliness, the most important thing is to be yourself. Zhang Rui thought to herself, what he says makes so much sense. No wonder he's the legendary figure elected school beauty with 1.8 million votes. She blushed, thinking he even called her cute. HMPH. Zhang Yuan spoke up, if you're free, help me start a fire. Zhang Rui agreed without hesitation. Okay, Xie Yihan thought as he slept, what's that smell, fragrant but also stinky? Heaven and hell were rubbing against him in the middle. He sat up abruptly and shouted angrily, damn it, who did this? Was it you, Feng Jin? Zhang Rui walked over and replied with a bright smile. Sorry, Senior Xie, it was me. Your snoring was too loud and I really couldn't sleep, so I had to block your mouth. Xie Yihan fell into deep thought with mixed feelings. The culprit was her, but his little sister looked so cute without her glasses. Anyway, they were his own socks and holding them in his mouth wouldn't kill him. So last night she had personally taken off his socks. With that thought he stood up and quickly replied, it's fine, it's my fault. Feng Jin saw this, sighed, and remarked, ha, smitten by beauty. Xie Yihan stared in disbelief and asked suspiciously, is this alien meat? Can we really eat it? Feng Jin explained, with me a healing-type rejuvenation system, what's there to fear about poison? The stronger the poison, the tastier it is, got it? Xie Yihan replied, yes, you even brought salt and pepper. Zhang Yuan handed a skewer of meat to Feng Jin and interjected, this one's done. Take it, Feng Jin said politely. You should eat some too. Zhang Yuan pulled the skewer back and put it in his mouth, thinking, almost forgot someone was watching. Not eating or drinking would raise suspicion. Zhang Rui's cheeks flushed as she watched them, thinking to herself, ah, so sweet, so sweet. These two are just like a national-level voice-acting couple. Xie Yihan chewed as he said, using aliens as mounts, daily disposable void stars and meat to eat. Following Zhang Yuan was a wise decision, Zhang Yuan replied. I had the eagles dig up all the nearby void stars. Remember to pick them up later. Looking at the mountain of void stars before them, Xie Yihan and Zhang Rui exclaimed in turn, oh my god, this is too much. Yesterday I thought it was at most a few thousand, but now it looks like at least tens of thousands. Taking out a sleeping bag to pack them, Xie Yihan put his hand on his chest and held his breath. Zhang Rui thought, he's even holding his breath to pack faster. Xie Yihan scrambled over frantically to pick up the void stars, saying, this time we won't just win first place in the selection, we'll set a new record for void star acquisition. Feng Jin stared silently at a golden void star. Zhang Yuan saw this and asked, what's wrong, is there a problem? Feng Jin replied somewhat dazedly, no, it's just that the void stars the aliens offered you all sparkle like fruit candies. Zhang Rui asked curiously, void stars aren't edible, are they? Xie Yihan replied, not necessarily. The market price of a rosemary rabbit void star is 5 figures. One is worth 10,000 candies. Zhang Rui reached out to calculate. 1 candy is half a jin, 10,000 candies is 500 jin. Zhang Yuan thought compared to acting alone, team action is still more fun. Xie Yihan wiped his sweat and said, can't fit any more and there's still some left. I'm not satisfied, Zhang Rui remarked. Not bad. At least we packed all the high-quality ones. Feng Jin held up a void star high and asked, yesterday Yuan got a moonlight fox void star. Who wants it? Xie Yihan frowned and replied, absorbing a moonlight fox void star is mostly for the seal ability. With my constitution I definitely can't absorb it. Hearing this, Feng Jin turned to Zhang Rui and asked, what about you? I think your constitution has a good chance. Zhang Rui glanced at it and asked Zhang Yuan, what do you think? He smiled and replied, give it a try. If you succeed, change your hairstyle to celebrate. Zhang Rui reached out and grabbed the void star, saying, all right, I'll give it a try. If I fail, don't blame me. Then she began to absorb the void star. She slowly opened her eyes. Feng Jin and Zhang Yuan exclaimed in turn, success. I saw a beam of light flying in. Zhang Rui exclaimed, level 1. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down her face, and as she spoke it was as if the night shelter was upon her. She thought to herself, this ability can only be used at night, it would be better not to have it at all. Feng Jing lamented, what a pity, what a pity. The success rate of Wind Seal is 1 in 10 million, even in Huasha very few possess it. Yi Yihan smiled and comforted her. Don't be too upset, at least now you're a big shot with 4 abilities. Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone, it suddenly occurred to me that the conditions for activating night shelter might not be limited to nighttime. Zhang Rui, can your poison mist block out light? Zhang Rui exclaimed in surprise. Hey, you mean I can use night shelter within the poison mist? Xie Yihan shouted. Light will be scattered in the mist, but the actual brightness shouldn't drop to the level of night, right? Feng Jing explained, it's hard to say. The nature of the poison mist is different from ordinary fog. It depends on whether it has a light blocking effect in the sense of an ability. Zhang Rui clenched her fists and said, "Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. We'll know once we try." The three boys then sat on the back of the rock and flew high into the sky. Below, Zhang Rui also began to act according to their discussion. She thought to herself, her poison mist is green level 4. Normal range is 50 meters. Let's see the range of the mist later, and we should know if night shelter is effective. Golden light and gray clouds surrounded her. Her eyes were wide open with absolute determination in her gaze. Night shelter. All abilities are boosted to 200 in the dark. Then she raised her hand high and the clouds shot straight into the sky. Feng Jing laughed heartily and said, "The mist range has doubled." She succeeded. He walked over and rubbed Zhang Yuan's head, praising, Yuan, you're still the smart one." Zhang Yuan said, extremely displeased, "Feng Jing, I'm warning you, don't mess with my hair." Then he shouted loudly to Xie Yihan, "And you stop pulling my pants." The other replied in panic, "I'm afraid of heights, I can't control myself." Zhang Yuan jumped down while saying, "I'll go down and take a look." Xie Yihan grabbed Feng Jing tightly and screamed, "How can he just jump down like that?" "Feng Jing, it's all your fault," Feng Jing replied flustered. "If you've got the guts, let go of me first." By now, Zhang Yuan had landed safely. The system prompted, "Poison detected, absorb." He muttered to himself. Absorb. The screen displayed a notification, combatant activated, all abilities boosted to 122. He thought, not bad. This boost is higher than with other toxins. Zhang Rui ran over in a panic and said, Zhang Yuan, how did you get in here? You'll get poisoned." She accidentally tripped and fell flat on her face. He walked over, reached out his hand and asked, "Are you okay? Need treatment? It's just a life authority scan anyway." Zhang Rui shyly took his hand and replied, "I'm fine, no need for treatment. I'll just put on a band-aid. There's no need to make a big fuss and have Feng Jing use sunspeed." She clutched her heart and thought, "Woo, Zhang Yuan is so gentle. I think I'm falling for him. What do I do? Online urgent." Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, to make future communication easier, we should give this combo skill a name." Zhang Rui looked up at him and replied, "This skill was my idea, but you should name it." He replied, "How about Poison Shadows Heavy?" Zhang Rui praised, "Good name." A silence fell over the place. Xie Yihan spoke up, "Although it's not time yet, we can't pick up any more withered crystals. Let's just go back." Zhang Rui replied, "I'm fine with anything." Feng Jing suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." A notification came through Zhang Yuan's earpiece. "Breaking news. Those 4 students from Hanlin Academy are fakes. They used fake materials to deceive the Tianqian team. The location where they lost contact highly overlaps with your watch's position." "What's going on?" Zhang Yuan lowered his head and replied, "I threw my watch into the double-headed eagle's nest." The voice on the phone praised, "Well done. We've already obtained clues about the forged materials and are investigating." Zhang Yuan said confidently through the walkie-talkie, "Time to collect their bodies, right?" Lu Jianlin replied, "Exactly. 4 people disguised as a rescue team have already arrived at the Fang Realm entrance. Your mission is to capture them alive if possible. But if not, ensure their brains remain intact." Zhang Yuan replied silently. "I understand," he thought to himself. "I have to figure out how not to kill them again." Zhang Yuan said to everyone, "Zhang Rui, Xie Yihan, you two take the double-headed eagle and circle around the Fang Realm. Feng Jing and I have some business to take care of." Zhang Rui's eyes lit up and she pulled Xie Yihan along, saying, "No problem, go ahead and take care of things. I'll cure Senior Xia's fear of heights." Zhang Yuan waved them goodbye. "All right, I'll find you when I'm done," he thought to himself. Teaming up with smart people is so worry-free. They understand right away. On the eagle's back, Zhang Rui was enjoying the high-altitude feeling, while Xie Yihan was a complete mess. Zhang Rui laughed loudly and said, "Where are we going?" Xie Yihan replied tearfully, I want to die, I'm going to fall off." Zhang Rui comforted her senior, "Calm down or you'll be scared to death before they're done." Xie Yihan replied flustered, "Zhang Yuan is so strong he should be done in a few minutes, right?" Zhang Rui replied with interest, "The stronger the ability, the longer the work takes." Seeing Zhang Rui smiling shyly, Xie Yihan felt extremely confused. "Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed." Xie Yihan lay on the eagle's back thinking, "I've heard that girls really like shipping couples. Could Zhang Rui be one of them?" He asked her, "Well, who do you think is the bottom?" Zhang Rui replied without thinking, "Zhang Yuan, of course." Xie Yihan disagreed. "Zhang Yuan is clearly stronger. Feng Jing is the little wife." Zhang Rui showed a lovesick expression and replied, "If you love him, let him be the bottom." The two of them just kept flying high in the sky. Zhang Rui turned her head and asked, "Wait, Senior Xie Yihan's face darkened, and he thought, "Oh no, she's discovered my secret. Is she going to kill me and throw me off?" With that thought, he rushed over and grabbed Zhang Rui's hands, and said flustered, Actually, I'm one of you two, over here." Zhang Yuan and Feng Jing were discussing while looking at a map. Zhang Yuan said, "The enemy has entered the Fang Realm. We just need to go intercept them. Zhang Rui and Xie Yihan are flying in the sky, so even if they're followed, they'll be fine. Chief of Staff Lu wants me to capture him alive. If I hit too hard later, you heal the enemy." Feng Jing was stunned and replied, "Okay, I'll use life share to link them together. As long as one person is alive, everyone lives." Zhang Yuan continued to instruct, "Remember, if I accidentally kill someone, don't panic. Just make sure the brain is intact." Feng Jing exclaimed, "Brain intact? Yeah, I understand. Wang Padi is going to use Void Gaze on them." Zhang Yuan turned his head and asked, "Wang Padi? Void Gaze?" Feng Jing explained, "Wang Padi is the director of the Void Army Bureau. His Void Gaze ability can read other people's memories, even if the person is dead. As long as the brain is intact and death hasn't exceeded 24 hours, he can read it." Zhang Yuan sighed, "I see, enough talk. Once I find them, I'll act immediately." He activated Super Sensing Eagle Eye. Over here, Duan Yang was walking and saying, "The trajectory of these two signals seems to be flying. They might be decoys too." Lao Kai closed his eyes and calculated with his fingers. "The wall void ability can't last this long. They probably tied their watches to the double-headed eagle." Shahu exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, our actions have been discovered by them?" Cho Ma Gan gritted his teeth and said, "The enemy is strong and prepared. We definitely won't get any advantage. Let's just give up. Although the 2 million bounty tower climbing blade is tempting, you need to be alive to enjoy it." Duan Yang turned his head and warned sharply, "Don't be such a coward. Aren't you waiting for this money to treat your 2 daughters' lung cancer?" Cho Ma Gan replied, "I'm not in a hurry. You're the one who's in a hurry to pay tuition for your son studying in Maple Leaf." Lao Kai spoke from above. "Stop talking. If the mission fails, we'll have to pay compensation. Can you afford it?" Duan Yang looked up and said, "Sai, anyway, we need to think of a countermeasure first. If the enemy can locate us, we should destroy our own watches." Sha Hu looked up stunned and asked, Why is there a double-headed eagle above us?" Duan Yang replied, "It's fine, we'll just play dead." They exclaimed in alarm. "Not good. The enemy is attacking from above." A blue light shot out from Zhang Yuan's hand. Standing on the eagle's back, he shouted, "My head is only worth a 2 million tower climbing blade." Zhang Yuan impatiently used his ability to deal with them directly. He thought to himself, "An ability below thermal explosion pressure level is Air Bullet, which works well with penetration." Feng Jing sat beside him watching and also guessed in surprise, "Could it be that he's gained a new ability without me knowing?" After being attacked by Zhang Yuan, they scattered and fled, shouting incessantly, "Run, the enemy has penetration ability. We can't fight back," another person shouted in panic. "Duan Yang, you fight back quickly." He also ran hastily and said, "I can't reach him." "We retreat while healing," the subordinate impatiently scolded him. "And you call yourself the Wild Wolf King of the Northwest Military Region?" Duan Yang immediately cursed angrily. "Is this the time for such nonsense?" He used Healing Wind to extinguish the flames caused by Zhang Yuan's attack. Zhang Yuan heard this and asked doubtfully, "The one named Duan Yang is from the Northwest Military Region?" Feng Jing said he should have retired. The military region won't let injured, withered ability users continue fighting. Zhang Yuan said mercilessly, "A veteran who has degenerated deserves double the punishment." Feng Jing clicked his tongue. "He has contributed to the country after all. Go easy on him." Zhang Yuan turned around and asked Feng Jing in confusion, "You're actually speaking up for the enemy? What is he to you?" Feng Jing was startled and quickly denied, "He's nothing to me. It's just that he ended up like this mostly because of me." This was a scene inside the academy. Feng Jing was telling Zhang Yuan the story of what happened back then. Someone came to the room where Feng Jing was confined and said to him, "Feng Jing, someone has lost an arm and wants you to use Sunspeed to save him." Feng Jing sat on the bed and flatly refused. "No, he's a soldier from the Northwest Military Region, injured while suppressing a withered cave. His ability is precious. Losing an arm means he can only retire." Feng Jing emphasized again firmly, "I said no." At that time, Feng Jing was just a little boy locked in a room, his hands bound by chains, completely unfree. He said angrily, "All day long you just tell me to use Sunspeed. Sunspeed. You don't even give me the rights of a human being. So why should I bear the obligations of one?" Standing outside the cell was Feng Jing's mother. She asked worriedly, "What exactly happened back then when Chi Tu took you to the withered cave battlefield? You haven't cooperated with the experiments, haven't saved anyone, and have only been destroying the academy. If this continues, the higher-ups will really take extreme measures against you." Feng Jing stubbornly ignored her words, lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket tightly over himself and said dismissively, "It's fine, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me." After a long sleep, Feng Jing was awakened by sunlight covering most of his face. He saw a few bags of candy by the bed, picked one up and said, "Trying to bribe me with candy again." He didn't say a word, just stared intently at the glaring iron cuffs on his hands. After thinking for a while, Feng Jing used all his strength and effortlessly broke the chains on his hands. Then Feng Jing walked to the laboratory. He was going to find his mother. Seeing her, he called out, "Mom, where's the guy who lost his arm yesterday?" His mother didn't look up, busy with her own work, and replied, "The deadline for using Sunspeed has passed." He went back. Feng Jing lowered his head, hesitated and stammered, "Then what about the candy in my room?" Feng Jing's mother said, "It was bought by Commander Yang of the Northwest Military Region. He said he wanted to be friends with you." Feng Jing replied with his head down, "I didn't save him. I'm going back." His mother said, "You didn't save him, so he bought the candy." Feng Jing didn't say another word, just silently walked back to his cell. He easily bent the iron bars and squeezed into the room. He tore the candy bag on the bed in half. The candies inside scattered all over the floor. He scooped up all the candies with both hands and stuffed them into his mouth, devouring them greedily. After eating all the candies, he sat by the bed for a long time. Finally, he decided to say to his mother, "Mom, I want to go outside the academy and see the human world from a human perspective." Back to the present, after hearing Feng Jing's story, Zhang Yuan said, "The pitiable person must have something hateful about them. His current situation doesn't deserve your guilt." Feng Jing interjected, "The second half of that saying is that the hateful person must have something pitiable about them." Zhang Yuan immediately retorted impatiently, "I don't know, and I don't want to know what hardships these people have. All I know is that right now we are the victims and they are the perpetrators." Zhang Yuan grabbed Feng Jing's hand and pulled him to jump off the rock, commanding him, "Get close enough and activate life share." Feng Jing hadn't even processed what was happening. After landing, Feng Jing applied the life share ability to Zhang Yuan. As Duan Yang's group was scattering and fleeing, the one running at the very back was suddenly hit by Feng Jing's life share and collapsed to the ground amidst the panic of the others. They were stunned and asked in surprise, "What's going on? How did Chou Ma Gan just die like that?" The blonde guy guessed. "Could it be the legendary instant death?" Another said, "That's a national treasure level ability of the tower climbing nation. How could a high school student from Huasha have instant death?" Duan Yang from behind said without hesitation, "Whatever the ability is, run." Hearing their conversation, Zhang Yuan raised his hands and thought doubtfully, "What is instant death? Also, why do I feel like I was resurrected for a moment just now?" Then he looked at the gesticulating Feng Jing beside him, and couldn't help but wonder, could this guy have linked me with the enemy? Feng Jing also suddenly realized he had linked the wrong person and shouted, "Oh no, I was distracted and linked the wrong person." Zhang Yuan quickly asked Feng Jing if the person who fell was still alive. Feng Jing said expressionlessly, "He almost died." Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and praised, "Good." Zhang Yuan immediately used the domain ruler ability, grabbed Feng Jing's pants and pulled him up to fly, saying, "Then use that move on the remaining three." Feng Jing was startled by being pulled and shouted, "Don't grab my pants, grab me." Zhang Yuan grabbed Feng Jing's hands and feet, lifted him up and asked, "Is this okay?" Feng Jing replied repeatedly, Okay. Then Feng Jing quickly used the life share ability. Once again the three people were linked by life share and collapsed. Feng Jing and Zhang Yuan landed where the people were lying scattered. Zhang Yuan said with satisfaction, "Done. The enemy is half dead." Feng Jing asked in confusion, "Our life forces are different. Are you really not going to avoid me?" Zhang Yuan looked at Feng Jing with a dark face and said, "Can't you tell whether I'm alive or dead?" Feng Jing pulled down his cool sunglasses a bit, glanced at Zhang Yuan and said, "I can tell, but don't tell anyone. Also, don't make me use this move in front of others from now on." Zhang Yuan then said, "This move should be promoted. Using life share to casually connect corpses is a true waste of talent." Feng Jing waved his hand, turned around and explained, "Ordinary life share can only connect oneself with others. My situation is special. It's a classified matter of the academy." Zhang Yuan snorted, "Is that so?" The two walked over to a motionless person on the ground. Zhang Yuan spoke up, "Speaking of which, isn't this the killing move you said the enemy was preparing against me? These people clearly aren't up to the task." Feng Jing replied, "It's just that you're ridiculously strong." Zhang Yuan observed him for a moment, then asked himself in surprise, "How does this guy have a bug on his face?" Zhang Yuan directly stabbed the bug with his knife and quickly sensed something was off. This bug had crawled out of his brain. An ordinary bug couldn't possibly penetrate a human skull. It was an alien. Just then, another bug emerged from the head of a person lying on the ground. The bug flew near Zhang Yuan without him noticing, and it seemed to have a glowing stinger on its tail. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized the key point. Not good. These guys were all decoys. The real killing move was here. He began to wonder, could it be this group of alien bugs? At that moment the bug was already hovering above Zhang Yuan's head, ready to attack him without his awareness. The bug flew in, aiming to attack Zhang Yuan's brain, but something seemed to block its path, preventing it from getting close. Suddenly Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the bug, saying, "I've been waiting for you." Images of Duan Yang suddenly appeared around the bug. Zhang Yuan wondered, is this Duan Yang's memory? The first image showed Duan Yang with a broken arm, unable to get treatment at the academy, retiring from the front lines and switching to a civilian role. Next came his refusal of the military's multifunctional prosthetic for his family, opting for compensation instead. He bought a luxury villa for his wife and children in Maple Leaf Country, but couldn't emigrate abroad due to identity issues. The next turning point in his life was when his son gambled away a huge debt, stole military funds, and got him fired. After that, Duan Yang took a commission from Lighthouse Country on the dark web, used fake documents to get a deposit, formed a team to enter Zhang Jia's dimensional realm, and pieced everything together, making Zhang Yuan suddenly understand these alien bugs could parasitize human brains and retrieve memories. They were highly intelligent, even knowing how to kill to cover their tracks. From this, Zhang Yuan deduced that others likely had bugs in their brains too and needed to be found quickly. Or else, whether they bred here or sent messages to the enemy, it would cause problems. One bug had already flown behind Feng Jing, who was completely off guard. Zhang Yuan saw it and wanted to call out, but before he could, the bug stuck to Feng Jing's hair. Feng Jing scratched his head in confusion, while Zhang Yuan stood frozen. Feng Jing grabbed the bug from the back of his neck. "What's this biting so hard?" He squashed the bug, splattering blood. Zhang Yuan rushed over and worried to check the back of his head. He was alarmed to find it broken and bleeding. A small patch had already gone bald. Feng Jing panicked. "Bald? Yeah, sorry." Zhang Yuan even praised, "Your head is really hard." Feng Jing grew smug again, saying of course smart people always have hard heads. Then Zhang Yuan flew off immediately, but not before telling Feng Jing, "Take a photo of your hand and send it to the staff. I'll catch a few more." Feng Jing stood below, waving and shouting, "Got it." After Zhang Yuan left, Feng Jing picked up 2 bugs to examine. These are Lighthouse Country's special aliens, ghost eye ladybugs. They love eating brains and can parasitize animal brains. Lighthouse Country hasn't shared their abilities or information. Zhang Yuan returned with the double-headed eagle. He and Feng Jing sat beside the 4 corpses. Zhang Yuan immediately called to report 8 bugs total, 4 parasitizing the double-headed eagle's brain, 2 captured alive, 2 killed. I used half-blind against them. They shouldn't attack people for now. The voice on the other end replied, "Good job, the Academy people have already set off for your location. Just hand over the bugs and the parasitized eagle to them." Feng Jing held a bug in his hand, turned to look at the lying Duan Yang, seemed to want to say something but fell silent. Zhang Yuan saw his grim expression, glanced at him and said, "He's already dead. No matter how much you look, he won't come back." Feng Jing said, "I know, even if he were still alive, he'd be executed after the review." Zhang Yuan asked curiously, "Then why are you still looking at him?" Feng Jing gazed at the sky, somewhat regretfully. "I'm thinking if I had chosen to save him back then, would his ending have been different?" Zhang Yuan also looked at the blue sky and said, "I'm not an all-knowing god who knows everything. How would I know?" But then he added, "If you can't be a god, being human isn't bad either." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Feng Jing smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll keep being human." The people sent by the Academy have arrived, but they were stopped by the Tianqian team when trying to enter the dimensional realm. A blonde-haired man immediately stepped forward and said, "Captain Song, what do you mean by stopping us? In an emergency, the Academy has the right to enter any dimensional realm." Song Jiangguo frowned and said, "Sorry, we haven't received relevant orders. According to regulations, we can't let you through." One of the Academy members looked at Qi Tu and asked, "Mr. Qi, what do you think about this?" Before he could finish, Qi Tu coldly interjected, "You can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep. You have to hit them awake." Then he asked the Tianqian team, "Is there a healer in your team? I suggest using life resonance immediately." The Tianqian team responded indignantly, "Don't trouble yourself." Immediately, Qi Tu drew his sword and used the seal breath penetration ability, squinting with eyes as sharp as blades. "Then I'll make my move." He then unleashed Wind Scythe, a double scythe wind technique with immense sword force, flying toward the Tianqian team. On the other side, Song Jiangguo was struggling to counter Qi Tu's ability with his own. However, his body was already covered in wounds from the previous strike. Song Jiangguo said with difficulty, "Even if you're from the Academy, you can't act tyrannically. I'll report you to the Virtual Administration Bureau." Qi Tu walked straight toward him, sword in hand, and said, "Go ahead and complain to Wang Pati, and mention my name, Qi Tu." Upon hearing this, Song Jiangguo collapsed to the ground in shock. Qi Tu, he was the true leader of 9 Voids, the strongest virtual energy organization in Huaxia. Qi Tu returned to the scene where Feng Jing and Zhang Yuan were waiting helplessly. Feng Jing lay tiredly on the ground looking at the 2 live bugs in his hands. He complained, "Why hasn't anyone come yet? My hands are getting sore." Zhang Yuan told him to hold on a bit longer. "The ghost eye ladybugs are too intelligent. I'm not sure how effective half-blind is. I'm afraid they'll escape." Suddenly, Feng Jing's phone rang. With both hands holding bugs, he had to turn sideways and ask Zhang Yuan for help. "Help me get my phone. The password is 778,811. Zhang Yuan lightly, Ed, reached into Feng Jing's pocket to pull out the phone, then held it up for Feng Jing to read the message. "We were delayed by the Tianqian team earlier. Sorry for being late. Unquangfeng's people have set up a reception in the dimensional realm and arranged a private plane to take you back to school. After reading the message, Feng Jing's face nearly twisted. Just catching bugs, and his mom had called Uncle Chi. Chi too sent another message asking, "Uncle has entered the dimensional realm. Are you still at the original coordinates?" Feng Jing immediately sat up and told Zhang Yuan to reply with, "Yes." Zhang Yuan quickly typed the response. Then Feng Jing felt something was off. "No, last time Uncle Chi had Yan Tuo test Yuan and later called me back to Shangjing City to ask all sorts of questions. He was clearly trying to poach him." Feng Jing thought to himself, joining 9 voids means running around all day, working like a dog with no good outcome. He absolutely couldn't let Uncle Chi get his hands on Yuan. After the 2 ghost eye ladybugs were placed in a glass jar, Feng Jing breathed a sigh of relief, the handover complete. Chi too walked over, shook Zhang Yuan's hand and introduced himself. "Hello Zhang Yuan. Uncle is Chi too." Feng Jing quickly interjected to Zhang Yuan saying, "He's an old friend of my mom. I usually call him Uncle Chi." Zhang Yuan shook Chi too's hand and said, "Hello Uncle Chi." Chi too looked at Zhang Yuan and thought to himself he had been planning to be colleagues with this kid in the future, starting with brother. But that unlucky kid Feng Jing had already raised the seniority. He paused for a moment and then said, "Ahem, Uncle heard that a young prodigy emerged in East China. I've been wanting to find time to have a drink with you." Suddenly, Feng Jing spoke for Zhang Yuan, catching him off guard. Yuan is still a minor, he can't drink." Chi too laughed. "Then juice is fine too." Feng Jing waved his hand again. "Alcohol is a carcinogen. Uncle, you should drink less too." Then he turned and pushed Chi too away, saying, all right, take the bugs back to your shabby yard and roast sweet potatoes." Chi too was stunned and wanted to ask, "What about the dimensional realm?" But Feng Jing interrupted, "Old Fox's people have taken over, you don't need to worry." Chi too took the opportunity to hand over a business card, adding, "Zhang Yuan, when you come to Shangjing City another day, remember to drop by our yard." Zhang Yuan took the card and saw it had Chi too's name, his title as General Manager of Shangjing City 9 Energy Human Resources Company, Limited, and a phone number. He nodded and replied, "I'll come if I have the chance," after Chi too left. Feng Jing urgently tried to dissuade Zhang Yuan. Yuan, don't go to his shabby little yard. Those old guys have thick skins. Every time they're short a person they drag me in to fill the spot. We lose, eat skewers, and I end up paying." Seeing Zhang Yuan smile slightly, he asked angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yuan took off Feng Jing's sunglasses, looked at them and said with a smile, Doesn't look like you, not biological." This is the scene on the plane. Everyone had boarded the plane to head back. Zhang Yuan carried a large backpack and said, "Everyone worked hard on this dimensional realm trip." He took out several small pouches and handed one to each person containing virtual crystals. He said, 5 double-headed eagle virtual crystals each. Use them yourself or sell them for money." Xie Yihan stammered in refusal. "These virtual crystals are so precious I can't accept them." Zhang also chimed in. "We didn't do anything except pick up virtual crystals." Zhang Yuan calmly said to everyone, "The fight between aliens and virtual energy users is full of danger. If you have a chance to get stronger, don't hesitate." Xie Yihan took the pouch of virtual crystals and said, "I understand, thank you." Zhang asked in confusion, "Aren't you giving a share to Senior Feng Jing?" Zhang Yuan said, "He said he doesn't need any." Feng Jing spread his hands looking indifferent and said, "For me, virtual energy is the most useless thing." The plane flew through the air. Zhang Yuan reminded everyone, "I still have things to do later. After you get off the plane, go directly to the Academic Affairs office to report and hand over the virtual crystals." Arriving at Quangfeng's office, Zhang Yuan sat nervously and asked, "Commander Un, have the identities of those people been checked?" Quangfeng handed him a stack of papers and said, "Wang Padi just used virtual scan to examine the 6 bugs and found quite a bit." Zhang Yuan glanced roughly at the papers and nodded, confirming that the bugs' memories could indeed be read. Quangfeng added, "Although possible, it's quite fragmented, not as effective as reading a living person's memory." Among the 8 people who entered the dimensional realm, one was a long-term sleeper agent planted in Huasha by the Deng Lian years ago, and also the planner of this operation. Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised as he looked at the materials and said, "Deng Lian?" Quangfeng explained, "The Lighthouse Virtual Energy Alliance, one of the top 10 non-governmental virtual energy organizations, not under Lighthouse Country's government. This sleeper agent is a Lighthouse Country Chinese descendant who participated in the Lighthouse Flame Giant Project experiment. After reviewing his memories, we confirmed the entire chain of events. Every country has dimensional realms for cultivating different aliens, each holding some strategic-level forces. Huasha's most mysterious strategic ability is Meng bears half-blind. Due to their scarcity and difficulty in breeding, Meng bears are protected from hunting, with no virtual crystal stockpile. To obtain it, Lighthouse Country took a risk by sending Robert to Huasha, collaborating with Zhu Yue and colluding with traitors in the central China military region to infiltrate the Shenongjia dimensional realm. After you killed Robert, Deng Lian sent Yuan Kai's group to attack Yingji Academy to recover his virtual crystals. And you killed them in return. And Kuang Feng looked directly at Zhang Yuan and continued. By now, the cost of recovering the Flame Giant's virtual crystals has far exceeded their value. For Deng Lian, giving up is the wisest choice, Zhang Yuan said in confusion, but this time, the enemy still chose to act, and Kuang Feng picked up. That's the crux of the issue. He said that although all clues in this infiltration of Zhang Jiajia point to Deng Lian, he believes they are just accomplices. The real mastermind is the traitor in central China. In this series of events, you've shown immense strength and intelligence, as well as a clear intent to catch the central China traitor, even just for self-preservation. They have ways to win you over or kill you based on the Ghost Eye Ladybug's characteristics. It's not hard to deduce this is a domesticated alien. It can kill, gather intelligence, and even be used as a suicide agent. They released the Ghost Eye Ladybugs, definitely aiming to control or kill you in the chaos. And Kuang Feng smiled and said, "Luckily you have an ability that counters Ghost Eye Ladybugs, or the consequences would have been unimaginable." Zhang Yuan smiled confidently. "Without an ace up my sleeve, I wouldn't use myself as bait." And Kuang Feng also trusted him and laughed. "We trust your judgment, but you must remember, your own strategic significance far outweighs these matters. Protecting yourself is your top priority." Zhang Yuan asked doubtfully, "Are the central China traders related to Zhu Yue?" And Kuang Feng smiled. "Of course, but the exact relationship is still unclear for now." Zhang Yuan asked worriedly, "What about the Tianjin team guarding the entrance?" And Kuang Feng said, "They're still being detained by the Virtual Administration Bureau for investigation." Zhang Yuan stood up and said, "With so many clues, that should be enough for you to investigate, right?" And Kuang Feng said, "Leave the follow-up investigation to us." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, walked to the window and asked, "What about my sister?" And Kuang Feng followed him and said, "Your sister is at the training ground. Uncle will have Xiao Qin take you there." Zhang Yuan stepped onto the windowsill and said, "No need, I'll go myself." With that, he jumped out the window and flew away using his ability wings, and Kuang Feng was startled, his mouth wide open as he shouted, "Oh my god, you went to a dimensional realm and came back able to fly?" Zhang Lan's legs trembled uncontrollably as the instructor outside kept praising, "Good, good." It turned out Zhang Lan was doing a horse dance. The instructor checked his watch and said, "Hold on for 30 more seconds. A few seconds later he said, "Steady, 10 seconds. Time's up." Just as Zhang Lan relaxed, the instructor waved and said, "You can rest now." Seeing Zhang Lan's exhausted look, the instructor explained, "This move is called a horse dance. Practicing it consistently will make your lower body more stable and your power faster. More powerful. You can't use virtual energy smoothly right now, but this is good for training and will solidify your foundation." He handed her a bottle of water and continued, "After a while, once you overcome your psychological barriers and regain control of speed and Tianyuan, your strength will improve rapidly." Zhang Lan replied, "I understand. Thank you, instructor." Suddenly, she scratched her cheek awkwardly. "Oh, by the way, my brother is coming to pick me up in 2 days. Can you not tell him I'm in special training?" the instructor asked in surprise. "Huh, why?" Zhang Lan answered sheepishly. "My brother is too talented. He learns everything instantly. Every time I compare myself to him, I feel so stupid, unable to help with even the smallest things." She drew circles on the ground with her finger as if expressing her inner turmoil. The instructor smiled and then said, "Everyone has their own strengths. Your talent is no less than your brother's. You were just born a few years later," he continued to encourage. "Besides, no matter how amazing your brother is, he can't do everything in the world alone. There will always be times when he needs your help." Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment, then burst into a radiant smile like a blooming flower. She didn't know her brother was standing in a hidden spot. Zhan Hong stood beside him and asked Xuan Ming, "You're standing too far away. Can you really see clearly?" Zhang Yuan replied curtly, "I can see clearly." Zhan Hong continued, "It's fine to come a little closer." But Zhang Yuan had his own thoughts. He said, "She's my sister, not my accessory." His eyes still gazed into the distance. Standing too close would hinder her growth. Zhan Hong proudly boasted about Zhanglan. "Tisk, actually, she's learned quite a bit at the military district these past 2 days." Zhang Yuan was indeed intrigued. "Oh," Zhan Hong immediately added, "she's driven armored vehicles, supersonic fighter jets, and warships. The instructor said she has exceptional driving talent and wants to hear your opinion." Zhang Yuan's mouth fell open in surprise, then he helplessly crossed his arms. "Let her decide her own life. Just give her a little support and let the little sapling grow on its own." Zhan Hong's eyes sparkled with a pleading look. "I have an excessive request. Can you teach me how to shoot clay pigeons? Besides me, there are many others in the military district who want to learn from you." Zhang Yuan sighed wearily. "I'm very busy," Zhan Hong continued to beg. Just one lesson, please." Unable to refuse any longer, he relented. "Fine, just one lesson, no more." As night fell, in a simple room with earthen walls and a wooden door, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at the golden coffin before him. "Phew, after being busy outside for a few days, I can finally get a good night's sleep." He mused further, having absorbed a large amount of snow-bone serpent essence and twin-headed eagle crystals this time, making his drowsiness even heavier. Moreover, the negative energy within the crystals was continuously affecting his mental state, making him irritable and prone to wanting to hit people. Zhang Yuan opened the coffin lid and peered inside. If he activated the ability to multitask, could he truly split himself into two, allowing one to sleep while the other remained active? After climbing into the coffin, he closed the lid with his hand. At least he'd give it a try. In a daze, something within him split in two, appearing as just two entities. He thought about dividing his consciousness into two parts. Well, this step succeeded. He controlled one part to go out, then projected another version of himself outside. In the cramped room, he muttered to himself, "Good," opening his eyes. Vision is normal." Sensing something off, Zhang Yuan froze. "Hey, why is my bed suddenly higher and walking feels strange?" Looking down, I see two cat paws. He had turned into a cat, jumping up in panic and meowing. The cat form Zhang Yuan and the human form Zhang Yuan stood before the mirror looking at themselves. Without a word, he raised a hand to touch his chin, and the cat did the same. Practical tests proved that multitasking could indeed create two selves, but both selves couldn't be Zhang Yuan. He analyzed further. With one Zhang Yuan already existing, the second form defaulted to a black cat. The two selves shared consciousness but could also think independently. Broadening his thinking, Zhang Yuan realized the second form could also be projected as other animals or people, but never as himself, including any other entity he subjectively perceived as a Zhang Yuan image. Recalling the steps to becoming a cat, it started with turning into a cat. When one of his selves went to sleep in the dark world, any other self active outside was forcibly designated as the second form. Unable to maintain Zhang Yuan's appearance, directly turning into a black cat, the cat meowed, giving him a headache. The worst part was that when the cat form tried to speak, the sounds automatically turned into meows. He actually searched for why cats can't talk. That question was indeed a bit silly. The answer Zhang Yuan found was answer 1. Cats lack a language center in their brains. Answer 2. A cat's vocal cords are positioned at an obtuse angle in the throat, unable to produce the specific syllables of human speech. As the cat jumped off his shoulder, Zhang Yuan held his phone, thinking that his current projection only had an outer form. Its interior was entirely composed of dark world energy. If he altered the internal structure of the projection, could he speak human language as a cat? The cat form Zhang Yuan closed his eyes tightly, tensed his whole body, struggled with a purring effort, then collapsed lazily with a meow. With his current mental strength, he couldn't yet accomplish something so complex. In the end, he decided to leave it as is. After all, no one would ask a cat to talk. He extended his hand and said, "I'll sleep first. Wake me at 6 in the morning." "Good night." The cat high-fived him and meowed. The cat form Zhang Yuan stared at the lengthy text on the system panel, not even bothering to read it before falling into thought. With multitasking activated, all his abilities were halved in power, but their essence remained unchanged. The second form could also be used normally. He now had 14 abilities, but aside from thermal explosion pressure and eternal ice domain, which could be precisely controlled before upgrading, none of the others could be upgraded or used. The cat flashed a very Zhang Yuan-like smile, its claws extending from soft pads, plotting a sinister scheme. "Great. While Miao Nu Su Weining is still hunting crystals in the Fangji Sword Realm, it's time to restart the plan to sanction the Miao clan." Arriving at a shop entrance, Zhang Yuan looked down and saw one person and 3 cats. Someone beat me to it." He quickly figured out who it was. "If I remember correctly, she's Zhang Tianshuo's twin sister, Zhang Saiyuan, right? I think I saw her in the 3rd-year special class classroom." Zhang Saiyuan suddenly turned to look behind her. She saw the cat form Zhang Yuan approaching, her eyes lighting up. What a cute little black cat with such graceful steps, that noble aura, truly the king of cats. I've never seen it before. Is it a new cat? Zhang Saiyuan pulled out a piece of food and held it out to Zhang Yuan, calling out, "Meow meow, come here, I have something tasty." But Zhang Yuan thought, "Stop me from sanctioning the Miao clan trying to tempt me. Dream on." A sudden idea struck him. "Since no one knows I'm Zhang Yuan now, I can act like a jerk in front of others. What should I do, Zhang Yuan?" He still let Zhang Saiyuan stand there looking at the group of cats. Those stray cats didn't seem as friendly as last time. Was it because too much time had passed and the super cute act had worn off? Or because he had changed forms? He immediately struck the super cute pose and activated his ability again. In the alley, a wave of purple energy spread outward. Yet the stray cats still watched him quietly. Zhang Yuan's expression grew more serious. Strange, why no reaction? Unbeknownst to him, someone had already approached during that time, chuckling slyly. Zhang Saiyuan's eyes turned into hearts and she said with a smile, "Little kitty, let big sister hold you." Zhang Yuan processed this in a daze, then jumped aside just in time to make Zhang Saiyuan miss. Zhang Yuan thought warily, "Doesn't super cute have little effect on humans? What's up with this person?" Zhang Saiyuan, with dreamy eyes and a greedy smile, was the opposite of the stray cats which showed no reaction. Zhang Yuan finally realized, "No, maybe I've been misunderstanding all along. Super cute isn't more effective on lower intelligence targets, but works best on non-humans. Now that I'm in cat form, using it on cats only lowers their hostility and makes them slightly fond of me, but using it on humans can directly subdue them, even making Zhang Yuan seem more and more like an emperor." He came up with a sneaky trick, using his ability for simple emotional communication evolution to influence human behavior. Zhang Saiyuan then asked, "Boo-hoo, is my cat food not good enough for you? So you don't like me? I'll bring you premium fish slices tomorrow, okay?" She immediately pulled out her phone to take a photo, scaring Zhang Yuan into bolting away. This mind control ability was too terrifying. He'd have to be careful using the cute act in cat form from now on. Sensing Zhang Saiyuan's sneaky photo-taking, Zhang Yuan turned back. He boldly snatched the girl's phone and used his tiny claws to delete the photos of himself. Afterward, the cat-form Zhang Yuan walked away nonchalantly, leaving a bewildered Zhang Saiyuan. "No way, this cat even knows how to delete photos. Am I dreaming?" Despite his caution, not everything was completely erased. The photos were still in the recycle bin. What just happened wasn't a dream. She quickly saved 3 copies. The next morning, with clear skies, fluffy white clouds, and bright sunshine, Zhang Yuan looked at his phone and thought quietly. Senior Zhang had messaged him saying he absolutely had to go to the cafeteria today, claiming she had something important to discuss. In the crowd, a pretty girl with pink hair walked by. "What a beautiful sister. Is she a student at our school? Why haven't I seen her before?" How did another contender for the school beauty crown appear alongside Xuan Ming? The girl approached Zhang Yuan and said, Sorry, I'm late." He asked Senior Zhang. Zhang tossed her hair a little shy. "Well, I promised you that after successfully absorbing the crystal, I'd get a new hairstyle, so yeah." Seeing the girl hesitate, Zhang Yuan said, "It suits you well." Thanks," the crowd awkwardly reacted. "Zhang, is she really that pretty without glasses? Look at how she talks to Zhang Yuan. Are they dating? I heard Xuan Ming already has something going on with Zhang Yuan. Is he playing both sides?" Feng Jing appeared behind them from nowhere. He said, "Am I interrupting?" Zhang turned around, her eyes sparkling, and cheered. "No, you're right on time." In the cafeteria, Feng Jing asked again, "Are you sure you want me to sit here?" Zhang beamed like a flower and said, "Sure, absolutely and definitely." "Fine." Feng Jing brought a bun to his mouth and instantly turned into a fire-breathing dragon. "Damn, how is this Sichuan meat bun so spicy? What is the cafeteria messing with me?" He turned and said, "I'll just throw it away and get something else." Zhang Yuan commented coldly, "Wasting food." Feng Jing shot back, "Then what do you suggest? You eat it for me?" Zhang Yuan immediately replied, "Get lost, you're not my sister." Feng Jing then acted cute, calling out bro, only to get slapped in the face by Zhang Yuan. Hee. Hen sitting on eggs. Zhang sitting at the opposite table, covered her mouth and giggled, utterly delighted. This breakfast was absolutely wonderful. In the faculty office, Xuan Ming walked in with Lei Ba and Shangguan Yi, thinking arrogantly, "This time we got 139 crystals from the Fangji Dragon Mountain. Even if we don't make the national top 10, it's still better than that unlucky Feng Jing drawing the Zhangjiajia Fangji." Xuan Ming confidently pushed the door open and said, "Teacher Gu, Xuan Ying's team has completed the Fangji hunt." She stopped short. Xuan Ming saw the teachers frantically counting crystals, and someone in the room said, "Teacher Gu, here are 1,000 earthmoth butterfly crystals. The quality is quite high. Call it in, pack it up and put it with the already sorted ones." The young man widened his eyes in surprise, holding an orange crystal and exclaiming, "Hey, doesn't this crystal look like a moon fox's?" The young man continued, "It really is. That's even more valuable than the earthmoth butterflies." She closed her eyes and then snapped them open wide, saying urgently, "Quick, check the already sorted bags. Don't miss a single moonfox crystal." That student leaned in and said, "Such precious crystals not stored separately?" Xuan Ming witnessed everything before her and thought weakly, "What's going on? Why is the faculty office piled high with so many crystals, looking like a wholesale market?" Seeing this, Shangguan Yi rolled his eyes at Xuan Ming, signaling her to leave, and said, "I'm out. Handle the report yourself." In the faculty office, cheerful voices rang out again. Found 2 more moonfox crystals. Remember, overtime pay triples. Aim to finish sorting by the day after tomorrow, then throw a celebration party." Xuan Ming was speechless but still thought, "No way, there's no way how could get this many crystals. They must be faking it." The sky turned to a starry night. On a dark road, two figures walked. Zhang Saiyuan said, "All right, stop being mad. Let's go pet some cats to calm down." Su Weiniang obediently replied, "Yeah, okay." Zhang Saiyuan excitedly recounted, "Yesterday I met an incredibly cute, incredibly beautiful, incredibly smart little black cat near the incinerator. I promised it I'd bring good food today." That little black cat was none other than Zhang Yuan's avatar. Sitting on the roof of a house, as a black cat, Zhang Yuan had heterochromatic eyes, one blue, one brownish-orange, and stared coldly, thinking, Zhang Saiyuan actually came. Has the super cute power not worn off yet? Zhang Saiyuan and Su Weiniang were startled by the black cat blocking their path, and Zhang Saiyuan shouted, "It's here." The black cat jumped to the ground, and Zhang Yuan, in cat form, thought, "Get close and sense it. See how much of the super cute effect remains." Zhang Saiyuan blushed and called out, "Meow meow, come here, come here." Beside her, Su Weiniang also blushed, overwhelmed by the black cat's super cuteness, and exclaimed, "Wow, Saiyuan, it's so cute, I'm dying." Zhang Yuan in black cat form sat gracefully, elegantly, and intelligently on a pink cat bed, thinking proudly, "This cat bed is clean enough. Sitting here for a bit isn't bad." Zhang Saiyuan happily held up a food container to the black cat avatar Zhang Yuan and said, "This is what Big Sister prepared for you. Imperial salmon airlifted from the Viking Empire." Zhang Yuan, in black cat form, stared intently at Zhang Saiyuan, judging that his ability had faded, but the traces couldn't be completely erased, and her cat addiction showed no signs of improvement. The effects of the cute act on humans probably weren't permanent, right? Zhang Yuan, in black cat form, was deep in thought when he heard a smooching sound behind him. He turned around in exasperation to see Su Weiniang pursing her lips, trying to kiss him. Without much thought and fueled by his disgust for Su Weiniang, the black cat avatar said, "Harassing a cat, huh?" Then it used its combat master moves to spin Su Weiniang around like a top. Seeing her friend treated this way by a cat, her face twisted and tears streaming like a river, Zhang Saiyuan stepped forward to comfort her. Ying, meanwhile, the black cat avatar Zhang Yuan left proudly, arrogantly, and gracefully. The weather was clear today. Su Weiniang, with one side of her face bruised, looked absent-mindedly at Feng Jing and asked irritably, "Is this why you called me to the infirmary?" Feng Jing said, "Let me see. The wound is healed, but the bruise remains. Since it's been too long, treat it yourself." "Ah," Su Weiniang nodded and replied, "I can't heal it myself, so I came to you." Feng Jing, hands in pockets, asked, "You absorbed a healing ability?" Su Weiniang countered, "Is there a problem?" Feng Jing thought to himself, "The ultimate strength of the final prayer is that even without other abilities, she can use it. By replicating someone from the command department's 100 synergy effect, she can achieve long-term self-destruction as a strategic goal, making herself unbeatable. What's her greatest value? Synergy means randomly copying a target's ability upon contact, lasting 24 hours. Feng Jing stopped thinking and used the Blazing Sun skill to treat Su Weiniang. He left coldly, still leaving a parting remark, "Respect and blessings, just don't die on my doorstep." Hearing this, Su Weiniang let out a confused, "Huh?" Feng Jing glanced back at Su Weiniang, thinking thoughtfully, the footprint on her face is clearly not an ordinary cat paw print. "Has a master appeared in the academy?" The black cat avatar Zhang Yuan was curled up in a tree, feeling drowsy, thinking about Lanlin's training at the military district not yet finished. These past few days his main body could sleep normally in the dark world, while the second form outside could take a nap, effectively letting him sleep double. Feng Jing stood under the tree holding his phone, thinking seriously. Zhang Saiyuan actually posted a bounty on the academy forum for the black cat's whereabouts. Mysterious. Could it have been the one that injured Su Weiniang? The black cat avatar Zhang Yuan saw Feng Jing appear and let out a questioning meow, while Feng Jing was equally surprised to see it. "Black cat." Feng Jin gently removed her sunglasses, revealing those highly penetrating purple eyes, and looked toward Zhang Yuan. In Feng Jin's eyes, that black cat had only two thin eyes with a round zero perched on top of its head and nothing else. Feng Jin calmly asked the cat, which was Zhang Yuan in disguise, perched on the tree, "How about being a proper human like you promised?" Zhang Yuan still didn't understand what Feng Jin was saying, and just meowed, "Meow meow meow," impatiently. Feng Jin put her hands in her pockets, tilted her head back, and continued, "Before asking me why I can see a cat's lifespan, shouldn't you explain yourself first? Why not be a proper human, and why use your abilities to hit people?" Zhang Yuan continued to play dumb, meowing meow meow meow. Feng Jin continued, "No, from an academic feline perspective, I don't understand cat language. There isn't even a so-called cat language center in this world." In his black cat form, Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly at Feng Jin's words, resigned to his fate. Then, muttering something under his breath, he focused on two things at once and dispelled the transformation. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan shifted from his cat form back to a normal human form. Putting his hands in his pockets, Zhang Yuan said, "Feng Jin, human abilities really are something." Feng Jin looked at Zhang Yuan and said from the Xuan position, "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly because your sister isn't here that you started causing trouble, right?" When Feng Jin didn't believe him, Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue loudly. The scene shifted to a certain place where the two were sitting on the rooftop of a building talking late into the night. Feng Jin asked, "Zhang Yuan, in your opinion, what exactly defines a person?" Zhang Yuan pondered and replied, "The sum of all social relations." Feng Jin pressed on, "What about someone who only has a human form but whose essence is like that of an alien, unable to absorb ruin crystals, can only evolve autonomously, and isn't attacked by aliens? Does that count as a person?" Zhang Yuan retorted, "It does." Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Yuan curiously turned his head to look at Feng Jin and asked, "Speaking of which, your abilities have always seemed to be just 4. Old K, Su Ri, Wind, Healing, Rejuvenation, Life Resonance, right? Can those eyes that see lifespans be considered an ability?" Feng Jin mused for a moment, glanced lightly at Zhang Yuan, and replied, "Su Ri is my innate ability with 3 variations. The rest I evolved autonomously during experiments at the Academy of Sciences. As for these eyes, to me, they are a biological characteristic of the ruin crystal, no different from ordinary stones. Even if I ate them, I'd spit out a pile of bones like a 2-headed eagle." Feng Jin looked up at the night sky with a hint of regret and said, "Zhang Yuan, you never did make a move against those 2-headed eagles, did you?" Zhang Yuan lowered his head and said, "There are already enough ruin crystals." Feng Jin teased Zhang Yuan, "You can't bear to see it die once you've seen it alive." "I heard about it." Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Hearing it cry, I couldn't bear to eat its meat." Recalling the scene of hunting monsters, he then said, "I wouldn't go easy on a human, let alone an alien. What I'm thinking about is the competition between humans and aliens. It's a pure conflict of interest. One side's gain inevitably comes with the other's loss. Even if we enter the Fang realm to hunt domesticated aliens, humans still face the risk of counterattack. But if the essence of this competition shifts from rivalry to cooperation, then the benefits humans could reap are actually far greater than we imagine." In the scene, a giant 2-headed bird was soaring high in the sky, with a group of people standing below observing. One of them spoke up, "Principal Bai, this is that peculiar 2-headed eagle king. It doesn't attack people at all. Instead, it actively shows goodwill, even willing to carry people on flights." The person addressed as principal, along with the group, craned their necks, overshadowed by the giant 2-headed eagle's immense silhouette. Principal Bai grinned with a contemptuous laugh. "Sure enough, it's just a beast, stupid enough not to know it's in a slaughterhouse, running to show goodwill to the butcher. How ridiculous." As he finished speaking, the giant 2-headed eagle was landing. It kept lowering its head, begging to be petted, showing immense goodwill. Someone stroked its head and coaxed, "It seems very well behaved." In front of the 2-headed eagle, Principal Bai had already shouldered his large cannon. Satisfied with the eagle's docile and cute demeanor, he hefted the gun slightly, aimed at its beak, and couldn't help but add greedily, "The chickens and ducks in the market are well behaved too." He clicked his tongue. One of the 2-headed eagle's heads showed an adorable expression, its cheeks flushed, staring at the gun barrel that was about to send it on its way. It cooed as if asking what this was. Seeing this, Principal Bai also felt a pang of pity, but bestial nature had already consumed his entire being. He thought pessimistically, "The royal clan's ruin crystal is a precious resource, forcing people to kill each other. Even if I don't kill it, someone else will." As soon as he finished thinking, a loud gunshot rang out. Before him was only smoke and a massive explosion, accompanied by the 2-headed eagle's feathers scattering everywhere. Then Principal Bai put a period to the 2-headed eagle's death. He thought to himself, "In this world, all order can only be maintained through violence. The survival of the fittest is the truth of this cruel ruin energy world." In the evening at a park, Principal Bai was talking with a red-haired girl. The girl accused him, saying, "Rahu, this time you let the Ghost Eye Ladybug fall into Wang Padi's hands and dragged the Tianqian team into it as well. You forced the leader to personally clean up the mess. He's very unhappy with you now." Bai Rahu leisurely crossed his arms and spoke as if everything he did was right. "What? You've come to interrogate me too?" The girl turned her face away, casting a cold glance at Bai Rahu. "No, I'm just reminding you. My goal has always been to become the wife of the 9 Yao leader. I don't care who the leader is. If you fail to ascend, I won't be your partner in crime unto death." Bai Rahu sighed with his arms crossed. "What a cold-blooded woman. I was going to tell you a surprise." The girl gradually lost patience and said, "Stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." Bai Rahu then said, "Feng's illegitimate child discovered traces of the Death God Tower Kingdom in Guangyuan City. Once I have the instant death ability, no one will be able to stop me from becoming the new leader of the 9 Yao." The girl immediately reminded him, "Guangyuan City. I remember the upcoming University League will also be held there. A large number of Ruin energy users will gather. An accident might happen. Bai Rahu, ambitious, seemed to have calculated everything. Danger and opportunity always coexist. I have a very thorough plan. As long as it's implemented smoothly, all potential threats can be eliminated in one fell swoop. At that moment, in a military classroom, Zhang Yuan was discussing plans with Commander N. Commander N briefly explained the ongoing investigation. The Ruin Management Bureau has conducted a thorough investigation of the Tianqian team, but in the end they didn't find much useful information. The enemy either has sophisticated methods that leave no traces or has special means to evade Wang Pati's Ruin Light. Zhang Yuan then proposed a plan. Then let's stay put. Given the level of threat I pose to them, they will eventually make a move again. Seeing that Zhang Yuan's school dismissal time was approaching, Zhang Yuan stood up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go pick up my sister and take her back to school. Commander N stopped him. Wait, you haven't logged into the official Ruin Energy User Mall yet, have you? Generally, you need to join an organization to log in, but the missions you've completed have already accumulated over 1.5 million merit points. We can help you register an account first. Hearing the accumulated points were substantial, Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. Oh, I'll take a look later. On the way to pick up Lan from school, she cheerfully told Zhang Yuan about her new hobby. Flying a plane is really fun. If Instructor Li hadn't said I need to build a solid foundation in all areas, I'd want to switch to being a pilot right now. Seeing his sister's interest, Zhang Yuan reminded her, if you want to be a pilot, you need to protect your eyesight. Don't become nearsighted. Zhang Yuan obediently replied, remembering something, Zhang Yuan said, speaking of which, it's almost New Year. I should buy you new clothes. You always say the clothes I pick are childish. How about you choose for yourself this year? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and said, I think the military district's combat uniforms are very beautiful and neat. They're both aesthetic and practical, but unfortunately, they don't have my size. Zhang Yuan took out his phone and showed it to Zhang Yuan. Lan, look at this. Seeing it, Zhang Yuan exclaimed excitedly, combat uniforms can be customized? Zhang Yuan explained, if you have a military rank, you can customize them in the Ruin Energy User Mall. I'll order all the styles in your size, Zhang Yuan happily said. Okay. Seeing that Zhang Yuan spent all her time studying and training, Zhang Yuan suggested, Lan, ever since you entered Chengying Academy, you've been studying and training non-stop. How about we go out and play together one weekend? Zhang Yuan immediately refused. No, looking directly into Zhang Yuan's eyes, she said firmly, right now I don't want to do anything except become stronger. You're so powerful. If I don't work hard to improve, I'd be embarrassed to call myself your sister. Zhang Yuan had to go along with her wishes. All right, Zhang Yuan continued. I've already arranged with the military district people. From now on, I'll train every weekend. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to agree. Fine, he thought helplessly to himself, feeling that Lan had already embarked on a path of relentless combat in this life, never to turn back. Back in his room, Zhang Yuan sat browsing the mall, placing orders for Lan. His own merit points totaled over 1.5 million. After buying clothes and shoes for Lan, he hadn't even spent a fraction. Let's see what else there is to buy. Suddenly, he came across someone selling rosemary ruin rabbits for 10,000 merit points or 100,000 yuan each, 10 pills per unit. The seller was the East China Military District Logistics Department, Zhang Yuan thought. The rosemary ruin rabbits we turned in last time are already on the shelf. This kind of junk ruin crystal still has so many buyers. Scrolling further down, he saw a knife, a cold weapon from the Jidao series, priced at 150,000 merit points, exchangeable for any standard weapon, with a 1-year warranty and replacement for severe damage. The seller was the Supervision Bureau with a wide variety, knives, spears, swords, halberds, but no throwing knives. The one in his hand was exactly a sample from the Supervision Bureau. Custom exclusive weapons cost 1 million merit points. I have the Combat Master ability. I'm pretty much the same with any weapon. I probably don't need a custom one. As Zhang Yuan continued scrolling, he suddenly saw a bed, but it was shaped like a coffin. The product name was Super Alloy Single Custom Bed, priced at 100,000 merit points plus 100,000 yuan. New product offer. Buy 2 get 1 free, buy 4 get 2 free. The seller was the Supervision Bureau. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, he thought. So the bed I'm sleeping on now was made by the Supervision Bureau. Customize as in customize. Feng Jin's connection with the Supervision Bureau is really deep, he mused. My original body is in the Golden Coffin at the museum, and the alloy coffin I usually sleep in can serve as a medium for me to create a projection body, if I also leave a trace of Shadow Realm energy elsewhere. Could I teleport instantly through the Shadow Realm? After thinking it over, Zhang Yuan pressed the purchase button. Yeah, let's try it. Since it's buy 4 get 2 free, I'll buy a few more. At the Supervision Bureau, an assistant named Heitao rushed in to report, Director Wang, something big has happened. Director Wang, with his shiny bald head, was leisurely drinking coffee and reviewing documents. What's wrong? The assistant said panically. That fantasy coffin bed we put in the Ruin Energy User Mall was bought by someone. 6 of them in one go. Director Wang's face changed upon hearing this. He choked on his water and spat out all the coffee. Cough, cough, the assistant continued. The buyer's name is Zhang Yuan. His file's security level is too high for us to access, so I came to report to you. Director Wang pondered. The replica Golden Coffin was ordered by Feng Zuzan for her son. The recipient is Zhang Yuan at Chengying Academy. It's not strange for him to order one to play with, but why so many? To give away, Director Wang's meaning continued. Zhang Yuan also said to contact him to choose the delivery time and place once the goods are ready. Director Wang had a headache and didn't want to think about it anymore. So he waved the assistant off. Do as he says, follow normal procedures. Remember, take the coffin off the shelf after completing this order. No more fuss, the assistant immediately went to handle it. Understood. Zhang Yuan was still sitting and browsing items, thinking, if I can use merit points and money to buy things in the mall, there should be other transaction methods too. As his thoughts wandered aimlessly, Zhang Yuan saw something quite interesting. This ruin crystal is nice. Product name, White Whale Dolphin Ruin Crystal. Contains abilities. Enlightenment, diving, supersonic. Not for direct purchase, only for exchange conditions. Seller is the North China Military District Logistics Department. Exchange condition, fight 3 times on behalf of the North China Military District. Zhang Yuan analyzed, Enlightenment is instructor Lu's ability to help others improve their ruin crystal absorption success rate. It doesn't seem to have levels. I'm not sure if diving and supersonic can be upgraded, but even the lowest level of diving would be very useful to me. Zhang Yuan clicked on the item to try and contact the seller. At the North China Military District Logistics Department, a military district assistant received Zhang Yuan's order notification and hurriedly ran to report to his superior. Commander Shah, someone has made a transaction for the White Whale Dolphin Ruin Crystal we listed in the Ruin Energy User Mall. The name is Zhang Yuan. His file security level is too high for me to view. North China Military District Commander Shah Jiwi listened to his subordinate's report, stroked his chin in thought. Zhang Yuan, that name sounds familiar, let me check. After thinking for a moment, Commander Shah remembered that Zhang Yuan was the young man who had left a deep impression on him with his combat skills. The Xuan Ming who possessed the strategic level Ban Meng ability and suppressed the Niutu Mountain Ruin Cave. Thinking of Zhang Yuan's talent, he couldn't help but regret, it's a waste of talent to keep someone like that in the East China Military District. If he could be transferred to a unit not restricted by region, able to support the whole country at any time, that would be great. Commander Shah quickly decided not to waste this talent. He stood up, ready to head to Jushu. Jushu is exactly that kind of unit. I'll go directly to ask Qi Tu for his opinion. In the courtyard of Jushu, Uncle Qi was watering flowers while listening to Shah Jiwi talk about Zhang Yuan. Uncle Qi said calmly, actually, Zhang Yuan is already the 8th preparatory member of Jushu. Commander Shah was quite surprised and quickly pressed Uncle Qi for details. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing earlier? Uncle Qi said helplessly. Because the specific situation is complicated. He doesn't even know about it himself. Commander Shah was also surprised. Uncle Qi then recalled the situation at the time when Feng Jin had said to him, Zhang Yuan never plays by the rules. A shabby place like Jushu has many outdated customs. It's already a favor that he didn't level your courtyard. Uncle Qi said to Commander Shah with a worried expression. In short, don't interfere with Jushu's problems. Shah Jiwi also didn't want to get involved in such complicated matters and quickly left. Regardless, I should first talk to Zhang Yuan about the Ruin Crystal. In Zhang Yuan's room, after he ordered the White Whale Dolphin Ruin Crystal, his phone rang. The ringtone was Zhang Yuan Lan's alarm clock voice. Bro, time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. It's a call from a Shanghai number. Zhang Yuan looked at the Shanghai number on his phone and immediately guessed. Is it the North China Military District calling? Zhang Yuan answered the phone. Hello. The voice on the other end also replied politely. Hello, I'm Shah Jiwi, commander of the North China Military District. Should I call you Xuan Ming or Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan replied politely. Call me Xuan Ming. Commander Xia got straight to the point. Xuan Ming, we can give you that white whale dolphin ruin crystal for free, no transaction needed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately refused. That doesn't seem right, Commander Xia explained. It's not that we don't want to ask for your help, but your location in East Shanghai is too far from North China. From the time a ruin cave appears to its opening, it's usually less than half an hour. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours to get from East Shanghai to North China. We can't wait that long, Zhang Yuan then said bluntly. Commander Xia, if you put it that way, then only people from Central China could trade with you. Central China isn't coastal. They probably can't use the diving ability contained in the white whale dolphin ruin crystal. Seeing that Zhang Yuan had already guessed his plan, Commander Xia stopped beating around the bush. He said directly, "You're a smart person, so I won't mince words with you. We listed this ruin crystal as a bounty specifically to attract people from other military districts to North China." Zhang Yuan asked, "Then why are you giving me this ruin crystal?" Commander Xia smiled and said, "I value your future achievements. Consider it making a friend first." Zhang Yuan tapped the table with his knuckles, puzzled. "Oh, that generous." Commander Xia wasn't afraid that I might turn my back on you after getting the void crystal. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Commander Xia replied heartily, "If you turn on us, at worst we lose 1 void crystal. Conversely, if we begrudge this crystal, what we lose is your loyalty to the military district." Zhang Yuan felt quite favorable toward Commander Xia upon hearing this, thinking, "This Commander Xia truly has both courage and magnanimity. It wouldn't hurt to share a little secret with him." So Zhang Yuan said frankly, "Actually, I have an ability for instantaneous movement. It only takes me a few minutes to get from Dongsheng City to North China. For me, crossing regions to help suppress void caves isn't difficult." Commander Xia asked in surprise. "Really?" Zhang Yuan explained briefly. "But before I can activate this ability, I need to send you something similar as a medium for the teleportation." Commander Xia quickly agreed. "No problem, go ahead and send it." In his room, Zhang Yuan was surprised by the order he was about to send. He stared blankly for a long moment before coming to his senses. Are you sure you want to send this to Commander Xia of the North China Military District? The item is the golden coffin you sleep in." Zhang Yuan said firmly, "I'm sure." He picked up a black badge and asked the courier, "By the way, I have a youth-ranking black badge. Can this be expedited?" The courier was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat, and stammered, "Why, yes." He thought, "Damn, you're actually the number 2 on the ranking. No wonder you dare to send this ominous thing to the commander." After the coffin was loaded onto the transport truck, it sped off and soon arrived in front of the North China Military District. Getting off, the courier asked Commander Xia's subordinate, "It's quite big. Where should I put it?" The subordinate said, "Put it in the commander's office." "Follow me," the courier replied. "Got it." He then strained with all his might to carry the coffin forward. Commander Xia's subordinate turned back and was instantly speechless, frozen in place. He thought in confusion, "No matter how I look at it, this thing resembles a coffin. I don't understand the world of the big shots. As long as it's delivered, that's fine." Finally, the courier managed to carry the coffin into Commander Xia's office. Seeing the coffin, Commander Xia was at a loss for words, his feelings indescribable. He stood there, staring intently at the coffin. The courier quickly opened the delivery note and said, "Please sign for it." "This is cash on delivery." Still dazed, Commander Xia said absently, "Oh, okay." Countless thoughts raced through his mind. What on earth is this thing? Why does it look like something newly listed by the Supervision Bureau? How does Xuan Ming have one? Why was it sent to me? Who am I? What am I doing? What's happening? The courier left cheerfully. Commander Xia slowly examined it. He said blankly, "All right." He walked over and opened the lid. It was empty inside. He thought, nothing inside. Is Xuan Ming messing with me? So he angrily picked up the phone and called Zhang Yuan. "Xuan Ming, you've given your uncle quite a surprise." Zhang Yuan asked back, "Have you already signed for it?" Commander Xia confirmed. "Yes." Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Good." Xia Jiwi was baffled, holding the phone and waiting for Zhang Yuan to explain. Suddenly the coffin lid popped open, startling Commander Xia. He slowly turned his head. Zhang Yuan was already standing behind him, greeting him solemnly. "Hello, Commander Xia. It's an honor to meet you." Seeing Zhang Yuan appear behind him in the blink of an eye, Commander Xia shuddered. His eyes locked on Zhang Yuan, one hand holding a medicine bottle. It took him a long moment to recover. An expression of disbelief was written all over his face. As Zhang Yuan stepped out of the coffin, he said, "Commander Xia, you said we could settle up, so I just had Dongfeng Express send it expedited. You don't mind, do you?" Still not fully recovered, Commander Xia stammered, "Oh no, I don't mind." He suddenly remembered the purpose of Zhang Yuan's visit. "Oh right." Commander Xia quickly opened a box, took out a void crystal, and handed it to Zhang Yuan, saying, "The white whale dolphin's void crystal. Here it is. Take a look first." Zhang Yuan said politely, "Thank you, uncle." He then had the system inspected and found that the white whale dolphin void crystal could be absorbed. The system displayed a line of data. The white whale dolphin possesses the following abilities: Energize Red, non-upgradable, Stealth Yellow, upgradable, and Ultrasonic Wave Yellow, upgradable. After reading the data, Zhang Yuan knew he could absorb it. He thought, the records already show I have 8 abilities. I shouldn't absorb the void crystal in front of others. I'll do it later. So he put the void crystal in his pocket and shook hands with Commander Shah to confirm the deal. Then he asked, Commander Shah, do you have any extra white whale dolphin void crystals? Commander Shah didn't hide anything. The white whale dolphin is a rare underwater alien race. It has only appeared twice in Washa. The Academy of Sciences once tried to farm white whale dolphins in an underwater realm but ultimately failed. The total number of white whale dolphin void crystals in Washa is less than 100. Somewhat disappointed, Zhang Yuan said, I understand. He opened the coffin lid, ready to leave. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Commander Shah tried to persuade Zhang Yuan to stay for a meal. It's rare for you to come to Shangjing. Won't you stay for a meal before leaving? Zhang Yuan said calmly. This trip wasn't really much trouble for me. Commander Shah exclaimed in surprise. Moving is easy for you. Are there any time limits or anything? Zhang Yuan explained. The lid must be tightly sealed and no light can get in. Other than that, there are no restrictions, Commander Shah said. I see. Are you sure you won't stay for a meal? There's a traditional Shangjing fruitwood roast duck place nearby, made the authentic way. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Can I take it to go? That evening, Zhang Yuan brought the roast duck back and everyone sat together to eat. Zhang Lan grabbed a duck leg and dipped it generously in chili sauce. Seeing Zhang Lan's way of eating, Feng Jin was a bit surprised. Little Lanlin, you even need chili sauce with roast duck, Zhang Lan said. I don't like it if it's not spicy, Zhang Yuan spoke up discontentedly. Lanlin and I are eating out and you two are crashing the meal? Shangguan Yi explained while eating. You didn't go to the cafeteria, so I thought it was strange and came to the dorm to check. Feng Jin just followed along. Feng Jin chimed in, exactly. After tasting the roast duck, Feng Jin keenly noticed. But why does this roast duck taste exactly like the one from the shop 2 kilometers east of my house? Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, avoiding Feng Jin's gaze. I don't know, I can't tell anyway. Suddenly, 2 cats appeared outside, one white and one black. They ran over, attracted by the smell of the roast duck. Seeing them, Zhang Lan panicked and covered her plate with her hand, shouting, Bro, there are stray cats trying to steal my food, chase them away. Without even looking at the cats, Zhang Yuan raised his finger and flicked a bit of void energy at them, and the 2 cats fled with their tails between their legs. Shangguan Yi watched in shock, even dropping his food. Using void energy to hit cats, better not let any cat lovers see that. Zhang Lan said coldly, So what if they do? Are you afraid of them, bro? She complained discontentedly. Cats are disgusting animals. They're always licking themselves with their tongues, licking their paws, their balls, that thing. They look cute, but they're filthy as hell. Hearing Zhang Lan's disgust, Zhang Yuan instantly froze, as if glued in place, lowering his head without daring to speak. Seeing her brother's reaction, Zhang Lan probed, Bro, you're not a cat lover, are you? Feng Jin quickly came to Zhang Yuan's rescue. Don't worry, your brother isn't a cat lover. He's just especially popular with cat lovers, Zhang Lan said disdainfully. Like Zhang Jiyuan? Feng Jin added with a sly grin. Exactly, and she got slapped by your brother for it. Zhang Lan said with satisfaction. Well done. Feng Jin thought to himself, good thing his sister doesn't like cats, or the cat lovers would definitely swarm him. Just thinking about how the black cat is actually a human, besides staying silent, what else can I say? In the girls' dormitory, Su Wanying's roommates were sitting together scrolling through their phones when suddenly a results announcement was posted. They gathered around to discuss it, and one person spoke up in surprise. The Fangji hunting student rankings are out. Both Feng Jin's team and Lu Bo's team from our school made it into the top 10. Feng Jin's team got 86,619 void crystals. The second place doesn't even have a fraction of that. Is that for real? At that moment, Su Wanying was also lying in bed scrolling through her phone. Hearing their conversation, she learned that someone had reported it to the Void Management Bureau, and the data was ultimately confirmed as accurate. Su Wanying quickly opened the rankings and was so shocked she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought, my team is ranked 11th nationally but 3rd within the school. Only 2 teams per school get selected. Am I going to be eliminated? The next morning on campus, Director Ji announced the rankings. He said solemnly, students, the Fangji hunting is over. The results have been reviewed and approved by the organizing committee. The teams representing our school in the university competition are Feng Jin's team and Lu Bo's team. According to the competition rules, each team can also add 2 reserve members. Instructor Lu Wen added, students from Su Wanying's team, if you're willing, you can join as their reserve members and participate. Feng Jin immediately spoke up, our team wants Shangguan Yi and Chen Shu. Lu Bo's face darkened with anger. What? He turned to Director Gu and said, Director Gu, our team doesn't want Xuan. We don't need her 2 abilities, we want fighters. Director Gu looked at the ability summary table and agreed. Your team of 4 has 14 abilities, half of which are mental control types. Yeah, you're indeed short on fighters. Hearing this, Xuan thought dejectedly. Am I being rejected even as a reserve member? She walked over angrily and shouted, Lu Bo, what makes you think my abilities can't help your team? Lu Bo didn't back down and retorted, Senior, it's not that I look down on you, but our team goes for a quick kill strategy. Control and finish in 1 move. Your ultimate wish ability can't coordinate with us at all, and we already have a healer. The 2 of them started a heated argument. Xuan was furious that Lu Bo dared to underestimate her. Junior, your tactics work against alien races, but not in team battles. Lu Bo argued back angrily, refusing to admit fault. Since you say that, Senior, let's have our teams fight. If you lose, you voluntarily withdraw from the reserve team. Deal? Xuan immediately agreed. Fine. Feng Jin's team was watching on the sidelines. Feng Jin leaned in and whispered to Zhang Yuan, Hey, Lu Bo is about to shake hands with Xuan. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Oh, Feng Jin explained. Lu Bo is a commander type with a synergy ability, which can randomly simulate a target's ability through contact. Just as Feng Jin finished speaking, they saw the 2 shaking hands. Lu Bo immediately changed his attitude and walked over amiably to shake Xuan hand, saying, Senior, we both want to win glory for the school. Let's keep it friendly and not hurt our relationship. Xuan without suspicion shook his hand. Yeah, friendship first, competition second. Feng Jin and Zhang Yuan observed from the side. Feng Jin said, Look how brightly he's smiling, he must have synced with ultimate wish. Feng Jin warned, Yuan, guard against synergy like fire and theft. From now on, be careful not to shake hands with just anyone. Zhang Yuan observed quietly and agreed. He also thought, My abilities have too many secrets. I really can't let anyone sync with them casually. As soon as the match began, Lu Bo's team went for a quick kill, and in the blink of an eye, Xuan entire team was down and powerless. Lu Bo looked down and said, Senior, are you convinced now? Xuan, defeated instantly, had to admit defeat, thinking, No one on our team can break control. We're helpless against them. After his quick victory, Lu Bo turned triumphantly to Zhang Yuan and said, Junior Zhang Yuan, come join our team. With you on our team, we can win the championship without even trying. Feng Jin reached out to block him. Zhang Yuan is fine on our team too. Lu Bo didn't believe it and issued a challenge. I don't buy it. If you've got the guts, fight us. Feng Jin thought, Lu Bo has already synced with Ultimate Wish but hasn't used it yet. He's definitely itching for a fight. To deny Lu Bo his wish, Feng Jin said cheekily, I just won't fight you. Unable to achieve his goal, Lu Bo taunted, You're a coward. Zhang Yuan remained silent, letting the 2 bicker. No matter how Lu Bo provoked him, Feng Jin refused to fight. The gap between us is too big. I'm not interested in bullying rookies. Zhang Yuan quietly observed Xuan, who sat dejectedly in the corner. After some private calculation, he spoke up. Lu Bo, I accept your challenge. Feng Jin stared at him blankly. Huh? Though he didn't understand what Zhang Yuan was thinking. Seeing him agree to the challenge, Feng Jin pointed at Lu Bo's team and said, Fine, since Yuan wants to fight, I'll go a few rounds with you. Lu Bo confidently set the terms. If you lose, Zhang Yuan comes to our team. Feng Jin pointed at Lu Bo and cursed. If you lose, every member of your team has to admit they're dogs, Lu Bo said readily. Whatever you say. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and reached out to help Xuan up. Senior, get up first. Xuan awkwardly took his hand. Okay, she thought. Zhang Yuan didn't have to accept the challenge, but he did. Was it for me? But Lu Bo's team is so strong. Can Zhang Yuan really beat them? At that moment, instructor Lu Wen also sighed and said, Alright, let's begin. As the battle started, Lu Bo quickly commanded, Control Feng Jin first. Don't let him use rejuvenation to break free. Feng Jin smiled confidently as he countered their tactics. Swap positions between me and that fatty over there. Activate Poison Shadow. Enjoy Poison Mist. Dark Night descends. Meanwhile, Lu Bo's side was also using abilities. Mental Cage and Stun. The 2 of them charged at Feng Jin simultaneously. He quickly used Mark Swap, and his position exchanged with the blonde guy on the other team. The blonde guy was still dazed, not understanding what had happened, when he ran headlong into the 2 forces. The orange-haired guy shouted in panic, Ah crap! He quickly used his ability Rock Shield to forcibly block the 2 energies, causing an explosion around them. At that moment, the poison mist began to envelop Lu Bo's team, reducing everyone's visibility and making it impossible to determine direction. Suddenly, a girl on Lu Bo's team shouted, Feng Jin has been swapped, we can't control him. Another person spoke up, We've lost visibility, we can't control anyone else. Seeing the situation turn bad, Lu Bo broke out in a cold sweat and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Just then a team member yelled, "There's poison in this mist," Lu Bo exclaimed in shock. What? By now, everyone on the team was poisoned and collapsing one after another. Lu Bo wasn't much better off. His face was purple, sweat pouring down, barely holding on. The orange-haired guy said while struggling, "It's enjoy poison mist. Once you make a sound you get poisoned. Everyone don't move. Don't make a sound." Zhang Yuan walked over and told them coldly. "Too late. Your healer has lost visibility and can only protect themselves, not detoxify you. Your third-rate tactics are too easy to counter. If you fail from the start, there's no hope of turning things around. If you use the ultimate wish you synced earlier to be invincible for 3 minutes, you might still have a chance to trade a few moves with me. Otherwise, without me lifting a finger, you've already lost," Lu Bo thought. He's right. Our biggest weakness is that if we can't finish it in one go, we have no energy left to continue, even if the opponent simply protects the healer. Helping others rejuvenate can also break our tactics. Seeing that he had no chance, Lu Bo raised his hands in surrender and declared our defeat. The battle ended, and the bone poison quickly dissipated. Instructor Lu Wen announced that the winning team was Feng Jin's team. Lu Bo walked up to Xuan Ming and said, "Senior Su, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. We really need your abilities." Xuan Ming waved her hand and said, "It's fine, I don't mind." Before she could finish, Lu Bo bowed 90 degrees to offer a sincere apology. "Please join our team, Senior." Just then, Shangguan Yi ran over to Feng Jin and said, "President, I want to join Lu Bo's team as a fighter." Feng Jin asked him, "What's wrong? Don't you want Zhang Yuan to carry you anymore?" Shangguan Yi replied seriously, "No, I don't. What Zhang Yuan said earlier made me realize that tacit cooperation is more important than individual strength. The University League is a competition, but it's also a stage for us to showcase team spirit." Shangguan Yi ran over, put his arm around Lu Bo's shoulder, and asked, "A powerful fighter personally trained by Zhang Yuan, do you want him?" Lu Bo replied happily, "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing how close the two were, Feng Jin asked Zhang Yuan, "Cooperation over competition, team over individual. Is that your philosophy in life?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback and asked back, "What?" Realizing he might have been overthinking, Feng Jin quickly said, "Nothing." Feng Jin leaned in close to Lu Bo with a look of anticipation and reminded him, "Lu Bo, remember, if you lose you have to admit you're a dog." Lu Bo, as if expecting this, calmly replied, "Of course I won't go back on my word. Simming, bring out our battle flag." At Lu Bo's command, Simming pulled out an oversized banner. "Got it." Then several team members unfurled a huge banner featuring an image of Zhang Yuan in women's clothing with the text, "Zhang Yuan is peerlessly beautiful," sweeping the arena. "You are the most dazzling," Lu Bo shouted. "I declare that Zhang Yuan's fan club is officially established today." Shangguan Yi joined in the fun. "From now on we are all Zhang Yuan's followers." After shouting the slogan, the group started barking like dogs. Woof woof woof, the commotion filled the corner. Feng Jin was utterly speechless at this embarrassing behavior, extremely flustered. "So this was your real purpose in challenging us all along?" Zhang Yuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Feng Jin, your strategic awareness in the airport hall still has a lot of room for improvement." Zhang Lan happily sent Zhang Yuan off to the competition. She was looking at photos of her brother on her phone, smiling joyfully. "Hee, as expected of my brother. He still looks so handsome in his school uniform." Zhang Yuan, reluctant to part with his sister, asked her again, Lan, are you sure you don't want to come watch the match in person? If I just say a word to the military district, they can arrange a special viewing seat for you." Zhang Lan was still focused on the photos and said, "No, I'm fine watching the match remotely with everyone else." Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and touched his face, then looked him straight in the eyes and said, "Brother, your world is too big. I'd feel lonely in it alone. There are so many sights in this world. And I've come too. Why shouldn't I go see them?" Tears began to glisten in Zhang Lan's eyes. She quickly said goodbye. "Brother, I'm going back to the military district to spend New Year's with Uncle Qin. Take good care of yourself while I'm away." Zhang Yuan waved and agreed. He recalled Zhang Lan's words, "The sights of the world, can I, who has already died, still be considered among the living?" Zhang Yuan returned to his waiting seat in the hall and asked Feng Jin, "Feng Jin, do you think Lan has noticed something?" Feng Jin was sitting and reading a book. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, he said, "Noticed that you're a siscon?" Zhang Yuan retorted, "Where am I a siscon? Isn't this just normal sibling affection?" Feng Jin glanced at him after hearing that. Zhang Yuan asked, "Why are you glancing at me?" Feng Jin said sarcastically, "Are you genuinely worried or are you just messing with me?" Zhang Yuan was left speechless and mumbled vaguely, Feng Jin continued, "To be honest, the first time I met you, you were like a zombie. Nothing could lift your coffin lid except your sister. It wasn't until recently, when your sister wanted to stand on her own and deliberately distanced herself from you, that you started stepping into this world. I can see the change, how could she not?" Feng Jin pinched his cheek. Zhang Yuan said angrily, "If you're going to talk, just talk. Don't pinch my face." Feng Jin retorted, your sister can pinch it but I can't, and you say you're not a syscon. Unable to argue with Feng Jin, Zhang Yuan had to give in. Fine, pinch all you want until you get tired of it. Suddenly Zhang Yuan's phone rang. It was the sound of Zhang Lan waking him up. Zhang Yuan stood up and walked outside to answer the call. Hello, Commander Xia. Commander Xia frowned. The situation seemed dire. Xuan Ming, 5 minutes ago we detected a red-level cave opening in Daxin City. It will activate in about 2 hours. Zhang Yuan quickly pressed for details. In the city, Commander Xia said. Yes, Uncle needs you to come over. Can you do it? Zhang Yuan silently calculated whether he could multitask, suppressing the cave while flying to Guangyuan City. Using someone else's face at the military district wouldn't be appropriate, so it was better to take the plane. After calculating, he readily agreed. No problem, Uncle. Give me a few minutes. Zhang Yuan ran back to his waiting seat, saw that Feng Jin had already fallen asleep and quickly woke him up. Wake up, Feng Jin. Help me out. He swiftly pulled Feng Jin into a secluded corner of the restroom, handed him a backpack and instructed, it's urgent. I can't fly with you looking like this. Cover for me. Feng Jin, still groggy from sleep, asked, Seeing Feng Jin's state, Zhang Yuan forcefully handed him the backpack and continued, we're about to board. I'll hide in the backpack for now. Zhang Yuan quickly transformed into a black cat. While Zhang Yuan was transforming, Feng Jin warily looked around. By then, Zhang Yuan had already become a black cat. Meow meow meow, Feng Jin proposed a system to the black cat. 1 meow for yes, 2 for no, makes communication easier. The black cat meowed once in agreement. Meow, then it quickly slipped into the backpack. Feng Jin picked up the backpack happily and said, when it comes to doing things ordinary people can't, you're still the only one. The black cat meowed twice, meow meow, but Feng Jin liked to tease it and said negation invalid. Meanwhile, at the North China military district, the coffin bed was slowly opening. Outside, Commander Xia was on the phone preparing for battle. The transport plane will take off in 10 minutes for Daxin City. Everyone get ready. By then, Zhang Yuan had already lifted the bed lid and stood up. Commander Xia, I'm here. His assistant, standing nearby, exclaimed in panic, holy crap. Xia Jiwei walked over and patted the assistant's shoulder to comfort him. Don't make such a big fuss. The assistant, having witnessed Zhang Yuan emerge from the coffin bed, stammered, Xuan Ming. He came out of the coffin. Commander Xia interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. This is the latest high-tech metal bed with a lid made by the Supervisory Bureau. Commander Xia ordered the assistant, I'll handle things here. Go get Xuan Ming a set of cave battlefield gear. The assistant quickly obeyed and went to prepare. Yes, seeing Zhang Yuan step out of the coffin, Xia Jiwei chuckled to himself. Last time I was scared by the look of this thing myself. I almost thought Xuan Ming was sending me off. I won't make that mistake again. Zhang Yuan was also puzzled to see him standing there grinning, over at Feng Jin's side. The plane had arrived and everyone was preparing to board. Xie Yihan saw Feng Jin carrying Zhang Yuan's backpack and was surprised. He asked Feng Jin, isn't this Zhang Yuan's backpack? Feng Jin said, he had something urgent come up and asked me to bring his stuff over first. Xie Yihan noticed that the backpack zipper was partly open and quickly reached out to close it. Oh, the zipper on this bag is open. Let me help you zip it up. At the military district, Commander Xia was talking with Zhang Yuan. Xuan Ming, Uncle remembers you're used to throwing knives, right? Do you need any other melee weapons? As he spoke, he turned around only to be startled to find Zhang Yuan gone, replaced by a black cat. Commander Xia exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Commander Xia's panic, the black cat meowed. Meow. He covered his face with his hand, his mind in chaos. How did Xuan Ming turn into a cat? Am I under too much pressure and hallucinating, or am I no longer in the living world? At that moment, Zhang Yuan transformed back into human form and continued, I'll use the Jidao series curved moonblade as my weapon. Commander Xia turned around to see Zhang Yuan standing behind him and was speechless. Xuan Ming, too shocked to speak, he turned and walked away. Zhang Yuan asked, what's wrong, Commander Xia? Is there something on my face? Commander Xia quickly said, no, nothing. Uncle will have that kid bring you your weapon. He took out some heart medicine, poured a few pills into his hand and took them while muttering, old, I'm getting old. My heart and eyes aren't what they used to be. Seeing how startled he was, Zhang Yuan thought, good thing I didn't scare Commander Xia into anything serious, or I'd really have to give him one of my metal beds with a lid to sleep in. Thinking back to how he had transformed into his cat form in front of Commander Xia, Zhang Yuan stroked his chin and pondered, the backpack seal is too good. Once the zipper is closed, it becomes a dark space. The dark world recognizes that as the main body, forcing me to turn into a cat here. Good thing I was quick enough to reopen the zipper, or I'd have to explain everything to Commander Xia. Meanwhile, on Feng Jin's flight, Xie Yihan was surprised to find the backpack zipper open again. He was about to zip it up again when a black cat's paw kicked his hand away. This startled him, and he stood up and shouted, Feng Jin, you dare to bring a cat on the plane? Ji Yuyan also asked Feng Jin in surprise. We're going to a competition, not a vacation. Why are you bringing a cat? The black cat thought. Since I've been found out, I might as well go all in. Then it leaned close to Feng Jin and meowed. Meow meow, meow meow. Feng Jin asked back, are you sure you don't want to keep pretending? The black cat confirmed. Meow. Feng Jin lifted the black cat up, looked at Jiyu Yan and introduced it. Director Jiyu, to be honest, this cat is Zhang Yuan. The black cat also obediently meowed. Meow. Jiyu Yan thought angrily. This Feng Jin is deliberately trying to provoke me, he cursed inwardly. This Feng Jin caused trouble all through last year's competition. And now on the first flight this year, he's pointing at a deer and calling it a horse to test my limits. He roared. Before we take off, take that cat off the plane immediately. The black cat was also calculating. If the backpack can be recognized by the dark world as a sealed space, then I can retain some dark world energy and use it as a teleportation point without needing to multitask. It all happened so suddenly earlier that I didn't think it through. Now that Director Jiyu is kicking me out, it works out. Shang Guanyi immediately spoke up in defense. Director Jiyu, Feng Jin said this cat is Zhang Yuan. We can't kick an important teammate off the plane. Zhang Yi also chimed in. Feng Jin must be doing this at Zhang Yuan's request. It's definitely not just for fun. Members of Lu Bo's team also voiced their opposition to Director Jiyu. Exactly. Lu Bo defended. The opinion of Zhang Yuan's fan club is to support Zhang Yuan. Can Director Jiyu bear to kick such a cute cat off the plane? I'm not a cat person, but I feel like Zhang Yuan the cat makes a lot of sense. The black cat, sitting on Feng Jin's shoulder, thought, no way, my super cuteness is a passive effect. Why do they all look so abnormal? Feng Jin patted the black cat and chuckled. Look at them turning into fans in an instant. Yuan must be using her cuteness. Jiyu Yan, however, was furious. You're all talking nonsense. Xie Yihan raised his hand to interrupt Jiyu Yan. It's Zhang Yuan the treasure cat. Su Weining also looked on curiously. But when she saw the black cat standing on Feng Jin's shoulder, she became happy again. Isn't that the black cat Yuan and I met the other night? Feng Jin brought it on the plane. Su Weining quickly ran to Jiyu Yan's side and pleaded, Director Jiyu, I'm sorry, this cat is mine. Its name is Zhang Yuan. Please don't kick it off the plane, okay? Then she turned to the black cat, pouted, and reached out her hand to hug it. Zhang Yuan, come to big sister. The black cat shot her an impatient glance and thought, don't come near me. Seeing the black cat's impatient disdain for her, Su Weining still tried to get close and hug it. The black cat used its combat master ability, Invincible Meow Meow Fist. 20 strikes per second. Su Wanying's face was nearly shredded by the claws and she fell backward in pain, trembling as she said, Damn it, is this cat really Zhang Yuan? Feng Jin said helplessly. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Feng Jin was also at a loss. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Yan turned around and held his head. Trouble, trouble. Feng Jin, go back to your seat quickly. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Feng Jin quickly replied, okay. On the battlefield in Daxin City, Zhang Yuan walked over with his teammates. The team leader saw him holding a large blade and turned to Zhang Yuan, saying, Wow, little brother, you look pretty refined, but you can handle this big blade? He looked at the blade in Zhang Yuan's hand and said, Red-level aliens are usually huge, so the weapons used against them naturally need to be bigger. The team leader was also quite surprised. So you're not limited to just one type of weapon? Zhang Yuan nodded. Pretty much, by then, the evacuation was mostly complete, and a report came in. The traffic evacuation in the southeast area is done. The 5-temple barrier is ready. The cave's energy fluctuations are abnormal, showing signs of a delayed opening. The leader frowned and looked around, saying, I have a bad feeling about this. Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. Why? The leader explained. A delayed cave opening is often accompanied by many unpredictable emergencies, especially since the initial fluctuation is red level, making the risk extremely high. At the North China Military District, monitoring the battlefield, Xiao Shu was pointing at the system notification screen. The cave's energy fluctuations remain abnormal. The estimated opening time will be extended to 2 hours. Commander Shaw analyzed based on the latest data. There's a 66% chance it's a nuclear cave. Seeing the severity of the situation, Commander Shaw immediately commanded, distribute protective suits to the front lines immediately and raise the civilian evacuation level by 1 grade. Xiao Shu asked for instructions. In that case, should we request support from the 9 caves? Commander Shaw immediately said, no need. The 9 caves are already here. Commander Shaw placed all his trust in Zhang Yuan, believing he could win this battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was sitting and chatting with the leader, and he asked in confusion, What's a nuclear cave? The leader explained. A nuclear cave is a cave that has been contaminated by nuclear pollution. In the early days when humans had no cave practitioners, the main way to suppress caves was with thermal weapons. Thermal weapons were quite effective against gold-level and green-level aliens, but they couldn't break the defenses of red-level aliens. To quickly suppress them, A certain country directly dropped a nuclear bomb into the cave. The effect of the nuclear bomb was obvious. The cave closed, and not a single alien came out. At that time, humans didn't know that the same cave could open multiple times. Zhang Yuan asked again in confusion. Can caves open again? The leader asked Zhang Yuan in return. Don't you know, this is basic cave knowledge taught in school. Zhang Yuan said sheepishly. I haven't graduated yet. How about you give me a brief overview first? The leader began to summarize for Zhang Yuan. Some caves open randomly and continuously within a certain geographical range. Others move around the world according to specific patterns. When a cave that was suppressed by a nuclear bomb opens again, people find that the aliens inside have mutated due to nuclear contamination. Not only are their basic abilities stronger, but they also gain new ones. Even more terrifying is that nuclear caves release nuclear pollution when they open. The radioactive contamination caused by the initial nuclear bomb is all returned to humanity when the nuclear cave opens. Even the alien races among them would become mobile sources of contamination. Those who were fortunate enough to survive the nuclear disaster still suffer from diseases caused by nuclear pollution. But if we retreat, the alien races will destroy the boundary realm, bringing the contamination directly to the outside world with incalculable consequences. Zhang Yuan asked again. Humans nowadays must have stopped using nuclear weapons, right? Headbutt said. That's right. After humanity realized the dangers of nuclear disasters, countries around the world reached an agreement not to use nuclear weapons to combat them, suddenly Headbutt said indignantly. But there are still some countries that knowingly violate this, relying on the fact that the harmful caves will move and directly transfer to other countries. Headbutt vented loudly in dissatisfaction. Those bastards are a disgrace to humanity. Suddenly, a notification came through. Urgent notice. The cave is expected to open in half an hour, and there is a 90% chance this is a contaminated nuclear disaster. Please put on protective suits immediately and prepare for battle. Even while wearing protective suits, you absolutely cannot fight in a contaminated state for more than half an hour. If the suit is damaged during battle, you must retreat and replace it within 1 minute. Someone then brought protective suits and distributed them to everyone. Zhang Yuan looked at the suit and thought to himself, that's easy to say, but once the fighting starts, who's going to remember all that? Holding the suit, Zhang Yuan asked Headbutt, is this all we can do in the face of a nuclear disaster? Headbutt looked into the distance, hoping for a better future. Current human technology cannot eliminate nuclear contamination. All we can do is stand in front of the people when disaster strikes. Zhang Yuan pondered silently, thinking about how to effectively use his abilities. Some of his abilities had already far surpassed traditional physics. What science and technology couldn't achieve, perhaps ruin abilities could. Zhang Yuan then returned to the plane with Feng Jing and the others. Feng Jing was sitting and reading a university physics book. The black cat deliberately placed one paw on the book to get his attention. Feng Jing turned and asked the black cat, not sleepy, want to read with me? The black cat seemed to want to ask him something. Meow meow, then it pointed its paw at the words nuclear reaction. Understanding it meant radiation contamination. Feng Jing asked, do you want to ask me about nuclear contamination? The black cat let out a satisfied meow. Meow. Feng Jing thought to himself. The book in his hand couldn't answer the question it wanted to ask. Feng Jing was silent for a long time, pondering Zhang Yuan's problem. After a while, Feng Jing finally said, Gold Level 3 regeneration can remove the effects of nuclear contamination on people. Upon hearing this, the black cat jumped up happily. Meow meow meow. Feng Jing continued. Ruin abilities can handle yet to be discovered sources of contamination. But in your case, it sat up straight, listening attentively. The Academy studied the person you froze. His inside and outside were isolated by ruin abilities, and his internal temperature was extremely close to 0 degrees. In this state, even protons slow down to an extremely slow pace. Theoretically, it can temporarily freeze the radiation caused by nuclear contamination. Back on the battlefield of the North China military region, Zhang Yuan was seen holding the protective suit, standing for a long time without putting it on. The kind-hearted Headbutt said to Zhang Yuan, Brother, if you don't know how to put it on, I can help you. Zhang Yuan refused. No need, I don't need this anymore. Contact the command center immediately. Xuan Ming contacted the command center. A powerful voice sounded, Speak. Zhang Yuan then made his decision. Have everyone retreat. I'll handle the cave alone. Commander Shah immediately objected. Xuan Ming, the battlefield is no place for games. But Zhang Yuan explained, the presence of others will interfere with my use of strategic-level abilities. Commander Shah firmly opposed. Even so, it's still not allowed, Commander Shah continued. If you make a mistake, the citizens of Daxon City will bear the consequences. As the commander, I cannot approve such a request. Zhang Yuan proposed a condition. 1 minute. If I can't finish the battle in 1 minute, High Pillar can come in for rescue. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to charge into the center of the nuclear disaster, the people around him quickly stopped him. Come back, this is no place for you. The crowd was astonished. What? You're Xuan Ming, ranked second on the youth list? Commander, such a young strategic-level ruin ability user, we can't let him fall into the cave. Commander Xia was observing the situation through surveillance cameras at that moment, still weighing Zhang Yuan's proposal. Although Xuan Ming didn't know it yet, this kid was already a probationary member of the 9 ruins. He held the same command authority as Commander Xia. Although the alien races in the cave were exceptionally powerful, their numbers were small. If this kid's cuteness tactic worked, he could indeed take on the nuclear disaster alone. Moreover, the data showed he had gold level 4 regeneration, immune to nuclear contamination. After careful consideration, Commander Xia made his final decision. Everyone, listen up. Fully cooperate with Xuan Ming's actions. Xuan Ming, once you're up there, use your strategic level ability directly on the alien race. If it doesn't work, retreat immediately and wait for reinforcements. Zhang Yuan replied, understood. He quickly activated the Boundary Realm strategy point, completed the terrain replication, and successfully pulled the cave into the Boundary Realm. Nuclear contamination detected. Contamination intensity is 37 higher than predicted. The Boundary Realm is being continuously damaged by ionizing radiation, estimated to last 16 hours. Zhang Yuan was now very close to the central area. He observed covertly. The area within a few kilometers of the cave was a forbidden zone with space distorted and all ruin abilities nullified. To make a move, he had to wait for the alien race to come out first. The alien beast emerging from the cave was a colossal elephant. This was a one-eyed mammoth, only found in the Lighthouse country. No, they had mutated. They should now be called nine-eyed mammoths. As soon as it appeared, it roared violently, trampling and crushing everything in its path. Zhang Yuan was using his solid ruin domain ability at this moment, forming a pair of ruin ability wings on his back and beginning to ascend. After ascending to face the nine-eyed mammoth, Zhang Yuan used his super cute ability on the elephant, but it had no effect. It continued to destroy everything with its trunk, leaving Zhang Yuan puzzled. He thought to himself, cuteness didn't work. No, the ruin ability feedback indicates it has been completely subdued, but their emotions are filled with pain and discomfort, making communication impossible. Time was tight. I'll just kill it directly. Saying this, Zhang Yuan used the extreme freeze technique to freeze the elephant. He thought to himself, eternal ice domain consumes a lot. Extreme cold only works on a single target below its level, with a similar effect but much lower consumption. The nine-eyed mammoth was instantly frozen, but the elephant's eyes were still struggling to move, trying to break the ice. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yuan immediately wielded a large blade, using a series of combat master techniques. Blood for blood, penetrate, and charge swiftly towards the elephant. He sighed. Red-level alien races are indeed formidable. Even extreme cold can't hold them. I'll have to kill them physically. Zhang Yuan struck ruthlessly, his speed so fast that only flashes of light were seen. In an instant he severed the head of the nine-eyed mammoth. The head flew a distance, blood splattering everywhere. 2 left, Zhang Yuan thought. 2 more. Same method. He quickly froze the other 2 as well, then took the opportunity to swing his blade and sever their heads. Thus in less than a minute he completed the mission. The command center anxiously contacted Xuan Ming. It's been 1 minute. Report the situation. Zhang Yuan quickly replied. A total of 3 nine-eyed mammoths, all eliminated. Commander Xia was stunned for a moment upon hearing Zhang Yuan's report, then quickly assigned tasks. Good, very good. Your mission is over. Reconnaissance team, continue monitoring the situation inside the cave. Logistics team, prepare to enter and handle the contamination. Zhang Yuan added, contamination is also part of the nuclear disaster. I said I'd take it on alone, and I will. Seeing progress in his method, Zhang Yuan thought, extreme cold can indeed freeze the contamination, but it's only temporary. To completely eliminate the contamination, I need to extract the energy from the air. Saying this, Zhang Yuan quickly used the thermal explosion pressure technique, creating an ice cyclone that slowly sucked away all the contamination in the cave. The people watching around were moved to tears. The ionizing radiation eroding the boundary realm disappeared, and the contamination index at all observation points dropped to a minimum. Others asked, with all the wind and explosions, what exactly is Xuan Ming doing? The crowd cheered. It's over, the cave is closing, Zhang Yuan reported to the command center. The Daxon City nuclear disaster has been suppressed, at this moment in the military region. Everyone jumped up in celebration upon hearing the situation report, saying happily, "Report, Commander, the suppression of the Daxon City nuclear disaster is complete. Total time 6 minutes and 23 seconds. No casualties, no contamination leakage. It directly breaks Zhang Buyu's fastest record." Those present were astonished. A miracle. Xuan Ming has created another miracle. Commander Shaw also breathed a silent sigh of relief. Although he had guessed Xuan Ming had many trump cards, this was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Being able to fly was one thing, but even clearing nuclear contamination? On the way back, the ruin ability users hugged each other and cried, "Woo-woo, I almost thought I was going to sacrifice myself for the motherland today. Although I'm not afraid of death, living is always better. Thank you, Lady Luck. Thank you, Xuan Ming." A person sitting nearby turned and asked, "Xuan Ming, you stayed in the radiation for so long. Are you really okay?" Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "My regeneration level is very high." The person next to him kindly reminded, "Health issues can't be taken lightly. You should go to our hospital for a checkup." Zhang Yuan refused. "Really, no need." After the plane landed and everyone got off, Zhang Yuan quickly thought to himself, "I'll greet Commander Shah, then make an excuse to slip away and head to the University League venue." Suddenly, a group of people from the academy approached, led by a woman. She called out happily, "Yuan, Yuan." Zhang Yuan asked blankly, "You are?" He wondered to himself, "Why does this person call me Yuan, Yuan right away?" The woman stepped forward, took Zhang Yuan's hand and introduced herself. "I am Feng Jing's mother, Feng Zuzan." Zhang Yuan said politely. "Hello, Auntie Feng," Feng Zuzan said happily. "My son said you were amazing." "Seeing is indeed believing," Commander Shah, who was behind her, also spoke up. "Dean Feng, Xuan Ming has just finished fighting, let him rest." Feng Zuzan happily put her arm around his shoulder and led him away. Right. Yuan, Yuan, let's go eat and then rest. The car is already waiting outside." Zhang Yuan smiled sheepishly and said, "Auntie Feng, how about letting me change clothes first? It's a bit strange to go eat in this." Feng Zuzan immediately had someone bring over the academy's uniform and said with a happy laugh, "Such a handsome young man, clearly suited to wear our academy's specially made uniform." Meanwhile in the office, Chi Tu said angrily, "Commander Shah, sending a minor ruin ability user to deal with nuclear contamination is grounds for a court-martial." Commander Shah explained, "That kid has regeneration abilities." Chi Tu interrupted Commander Shah's explanation, saying, "That's two different things," Commander Shah recalled. 3 years ago, the Lighthouse Country's O-City nuclear disaster was lost. The contaminated alien race broke through the boundary realm, harming tens of thousands of ordinary people. I couldn't stand by and let the same thing happen in Daxon City. Carrying out high-difficulty missions is precisely the duty of the 9 ruins. Commander Shah continued, "If you simply wanted to protect that kid, you wouldn't have made him the 8th seat, right?" Chi Tu's face turned pale with anger. "He's still a preparatory member now. Before his official return, all publicity must be approved by me. I won't pursue this matter, but don't let it happen again." At this moment, Feng Zuzan happily handed Zhang Yuan a card. Zhang Yuan, Honorary Academician, Huasha National Natural Sciences Academy Branch. Zhang Yuan, now wearing the Academy's uniform, went to eat with Feng Zuzan. Zhang Yuan joked, "Auntie Feng, this Honorary Academician title of mine, it's not the kind where I'm the one being researched, is it?" Feng Zuzan laughed and said, "Look at you talking. The Academy isn't that scary." She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Zhang Yuan, and said, "With our current technology, we don't need to cut people into pieces to see their internal structure." Zhang Yuan quickly stood up. "Is it too late for me to run now?" Auntie Feng replied calmly. "Too late. Your achievement of using ruin abilities to clear nuclear contamination has been recorded. It fully deserves the title of Honorary Academician." Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Is that the reason?" Feng Zuzan chatted while serving food. "Since the emergence of nuclear disasters, the people at the Academy have never stopped researching them. We've proposed many hypotheses and theories but lacked someone to prove them," Zhang Yuan said sheepishly. "The theory was told to me by Feng Jing. I just put it into practice." Feng Zuzan frantically piled food onto Zhang Yuan's plate. "Don't be modest. Theory and practice are equally important. Don't refuse the credit." By this time, Zhang Yuan's bowl had become a small mountain. Feng Zuzan said, "If you can't finish it, it's considered leftovers. Don't put it back on the serving plate." She continued piling another full bowl of food for him. "If later generations see that you achieved results but weren't recognized, they'll lose the motivation to participate in scientific research. After all, there are far more people in this world chasing fame and fortune than those pursuing the truth." After the meal, Feng Zuzan took Zhang Yuan to the research area. She introduced, "Yuan, look, this is the ancient mirage you subdued at Ox Head Mountain. And this is the ghost eye turtle you caught from those mercenaries. After the investigation, they're all being raised at the academy. Feng Zuzhen stopped in front of a glass cage containing a girl who was nothing but a skeleton. Auntie Feng continued, "The materials you cut off helped us solve 3 important problems. That person frozen into an ice block is still on the experimental table." Feng Zuzhen looked at him with an inquisitive gaze and asked, "The ability you used to clear nuclear contamination is different from the one you used to freeze that person, isn't it?" "Let me guess. That's the evolved form of super perception." Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised and asked, "Auntie Feng, how much do you know about my abilities?" Feng Zuzhen was also frank. "I'll be honest with you. As long as it's an ability you've left a record of in the database, it's no secret to me. Actually, you don't need to worry. People below my level can't access your data. The secrets you hold might be the key to humanity unlocking the mystery of ruin abilities. As long as you are willing to help us, we can accept any cost." Zhang Yuan retorted. "Your any cost isn't completely without limits, is it?" Feng Zuzhen turned back to look directly at Zhang Yuan and said, "The ultimate boundary is that the final result must be beneficial to humanity." Zhang Yuan said seriously, "Drawing blood is fine. Selling myself is not even a single strand of hair." Feng Zuzhen was speechless at his train of thought. She asked, "Sai, then tell me, what does regeneration evolve into? Can it heal others?" Zhang Yuan said blankly, "Commanderin hasn't told you yet." Feng Zuzhen immediately said sourly, "So you've already told Commanderin?" Zhang Yuan said helplessly, "It's a long story." Feng Zuzhen pouted and said, "Then don't tell it." Feng Zuzhen raised her phone and saw that the frozen samples of the nine-eyed mammoth had been collected. Auntie Feng's eyes lit up and she said, "The fragments of the nine-eyed mammoth corpse you just killed have been sent over. Strike while the iron is hot." "Oh, strike while it's cold. Help me run an experiment, okay?" Zhang Yuan remained silent, which counted as agreement. In the laboratory, the corpse of the nine-eyed mammoth was set up and the head Zhang Yuan had severed was also restitched. Zhang Yuan asked Auntie Feng, "Are you sure that if I use the authority of life on them, I can not only clear the contamination inside them but also bring them back to life?" Feng Zuzhen said, "Theoretically, it's feasible. You didn't use thermal explosion pressure on them because the consumption was too great to bear, right?" Zhang Yuan admitted, "Yes, in practice. Thermal explosion pressure can convert matter into energy and absorb it until it's completely destroyed. But this method consumes too much, so I only used it to clear the contamination in the air." Feng Zuzhen connected various ideas and said, "Thermal explosion pressure, eternal ice domain, authority of life, death immunity, ice blood explosion. These 5 abilities derived from the snow-bone serpent, although different in form, share many similarities in physical changes. If the power of regeneration acts directly on unstable atomic nuclei, it can cause their decay process to release instantly like ice blood explosion, and the radiation particles will be completely destroyed as if hit by thermal explosion pressure. Moreover, the state approaching absolute zero freezes the process from life to death. Activating regeneration at this moment would produce a similar effect to being invincible." Zhang Yuan stared blankly at Feng Zuzhen's explanation and said, "So I just need to activate the life authority, right?" Feng Zuzhen nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Zhang Yuan immediately used the life authority on the mammoth. In an instant, the nine-eyed mammoth was revived amidst the cheers of all the researchers. "Success, fully revived and the contamination has been cleared. Our theory is correct." Zhang Yuan was also secretly amazed that the snow-bone serpent's ability could have such an effect. It truly held the power of life and death. He happily hugged the elephant and said blissfully, "Strength, the half-adorable power of the half-cute hadn't diminished at all." Feng Zuzhen asked Xuan Yuan, "You've done a great deed again this time. Have you thought about what reward you want?" Zhang Yuan then said, "I want access to the Academy's information on supernatural abilities." Feng Zuzhen quickly agreed, "No problem." After finishing the matter, Zhang Yuan was eager to leave, but another half-day had been delayed. He couldn't put off signing up for the competition any longer. Just as he was about to head back, Zhang Yuan ran into Uncle Qi again. Qi too blocked the way. "Zhang Yuan, my boy." Zhang Yuan greeted him awkwardly. "Uncle Qi." Uncle Qi then extended an invitation. "My shabby company is right next door, come have a cup of tea." Zhang Yuan hurriedly refused. "Some other time. I still have to participate in the University League." As Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Qi Tu said, "Today's University League is just registration and performances. I've already taken care of your certification information. Just find any cat or dog to sign for you." Zhang Yuan glanced at him and agreed. "Cat or dog, all right, if you dare say it. I dare to find one." On Feng Jin's side, a student group participating in the University League had arrived. The administrator stepped forward to greet them, shaking hands with Director Ji Yu Zhangshe. This time, the students from your Chengying Academy achieved excellent results in the Fangji hunt. I wonder how many jaws dropped. Jiu Yan also replied happily. Haha, that was just normal performance, the administrator quickly guided them. Enough talk. Please have your school's students come forward to register. Feng Jin raised his hand to signal, and all the students lined up by grade, with seniors first and juniors last, to begin registration. The administrator on the west side was focused on working with a tablet. Facial verification successful. Please sign. Signature verification successful. Please place your finger on the fingerprint sensor. Feng Jin also confirmed. Feng Jin, fingerprint verification successful. Now only a few people were left. When it was almost Zhang Yuan's turn, he thought. Registration requires facial recognition, signature, and fingerprint verification. Yuan dared to let me cooperate with him to register using a black cat. Someone must have helped him change the certification information. Could it be Uncle Qi? At that moment, the administrator's staff also announced, Zhang fingerprint verification successful. Only Zhang Yuan hasn't registered yet. Is Zhang Yuan here? Suddenly, a black cat poked its head out of Feng Jin's backpack. With a meow, it dashed straight to the registration desk, startling the administrator. What is that? Before he could react to what was happening, the black cat had already quickly gone through facial verification. But what surprised him even more was the notification. Facial verification successful. The administrator said in bewilderment. What? The surprises didn't end there. The black cat picked up a pen and signed Zhang Yuan's name itself. The machine also displayed, signature verification successful. Then the black cat pressed a paw onto the fingerprint collection area. Fingerprint verification successful. The administrator was completely stunned at this point, speechless at the black cat's series of actions. Feng Jin then said, registration is done. Go upstairs to put away your luggage. Everyone prepare to leave. Only then did the administrator realize what had happened. He hurriedly chased after them and blocked their way. Wait, the Zhang Yuan participating in the competition is a person, right? That must have been a machine malfunction just now. Feng Jin turned back to remind him. This cat was able to pass verification, which means the back-end data administrator has identified it as Zhang Yuan. You'd better think carefully about the consequences before interfering in other people's affairs. The administrator thought angrily. Not only did they let a cat sign for a person, but they're also using their authority to pressure me. The people from Chengying Academy are truly lawless. Those 80,000 plus supernatural crystals from the Fangji hunt were probably obtained through shady means too. Tonight's exhibition match will show you what it means to know your place. Entering the lounge, Feng Jin said, Yuan, I've put your luggage here. If anything comes up, come find me next door. The black cat let out a satisfied meow. Meow. Feng Jin seemed to remember something and whispered to the black cat, Oh, and one more thing. If Uncle Qi bullies you, just tell me. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was at Uncle Qi's ninth court and burst out laughing upon hearing Feng Jin's words. His expression was a mix of emotions, turning pale and then green. Hearing Feng Jin's words, he thought to himself that he had never told Feng Jin any secrets. Not only had he guessed that he could split himself, but he had also guessed that his main body was sitting with Uncle Qi. This reasoning ability was just too exaggerated. After Feng Qi too poured tea, he said, Zhang Yuan, Feng Jin said you're a minor and can't drink alcohol. So I took the liberty of substituting tea for wine. Zhang Yuan replied softly, It's fine, Uncle, this isn't the only thing you've taken the liberty of doing. Seeing Zhang Yuan say this, Uncle Qi was momentarily at a loss for words and felt uneasy all over. He asked, Which matter are you referring to? Zhang Yuan said directly, The matter of transferring my file to the 9th ruins. Uncle Qi asked in surprise, I didn't tell Feng Jin about this. How did you find out? Zhang Yuan explained, Because you've already told Commander Sha. Commander Sha is from the ruins. He gets angry at the sight of a coffin and is strict about military discipline. But when you weren't even sure of my strength, you not only allowed me to face the operation but also agreed to let me fight alone. That already says a lot. Uncle Qi silently admitted. Zhang Yuan continued, Yan Tuo, ranked 150th on the youth list, was sent by you to test my strength, right? Of course his words alone weren't enough, so during Golden Week you called Feng Jin back to Shangjing. If I'm not mistaken, Feng Jin advised you not to recruit me. After all, I hate it most when others make decisions about my life for me. Hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, Uncle Qi broke out in a cold sweat and thought, Oh no, the secret file transfer has angered this kid. With such a powerful strategic-level supernatural user, if he holds a grudge against the 9th ruins, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Yuan was still sitting leisurely drinking tea. Uncle Qi lowered his voice and said, I apologize for the file transfer. Zhang Yuan interrupted Uncle Qi with a light laugh. Uncle Qi, don't be nervous. I'm a pretty peace-loving person. At least for now I have no intention of violently flattening the 9th ruins court. I know what you're worried about. My power far exceeds human limits. Few people can pose a threat to me. A nuclear bomb has 2 keys, but a force stronger than a nuclear bomb is in my hands, and no one can feel at ease. Actually, my weakness is quite obvious. Anyone with eyes can see it. You uncles can't go and disturb her because of this. Your character barely passes. Seeing Uncle Chi standing there silently, Zhang Yuan said, "Speak up, uncle. You stopped me from competing. Besides wanting to drink tea, is there something else you want to say?" Uncle Chi said awkwardly, "You've said it all. What else can I say?" Suddenly, Chi too made a decision and said, "Here." He then took out a card, the 9th seat of the 9th ruins. Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, "What is this?" Uncle Chi said, "It's the credential for the 9th seat of the 9th ruins. It can be used to solve any problem you encounter. Although nominally you're still the reserve for the 9th seat of the 9th ruins, the actual authority is no different from being formally appointed. As long as you retain the position of reserve seat, the military district has no right to bypass me and directly assign you tasks." Zhang Yuan looked at his photo on the credential card and asked, "I understand, but what's with this photo?" Uncle Chi calmly explained, "This was a choice I made after careful consideration, with strategic deception in mind. The 9th ruins has 9 people, each with deliberately displayed characteristics to shape their image through rumors. It makes enemies tremble in fear. The characteristic of the 9th seat is mystery and unpredictability, that no one can truly kill him." Zhang Yuan picked up the card and examined it. "Tisk, the rules of your 9th ruins are really numerous and hard to understand." Uncle Chi said lightly, "You don't need to do anything, just maintain the status quo." Zhang Yuan then said, "Oh, then let's talk about the benefits." Seeing Zhang Yuan ask about benefits, Uncle Chi instantly froze. "Ah," Zhang Yuan asked in succession, "now I'm working full-time for you, uncle. Salary, annual leave, social insurance, subsidies, don't I get any of that?" Chi too then explained the benefits to Zhang Yuan. Monthly salary of 50,000, 120 days of annual leave per year, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. All subsidies at the highest national standard. "What do you think?" Zhang Yuan asked. "And what about my student status?" Uncle Chi answered. "Your student status remains unchanged. It won't interfere with you protecting your sister at school." Zhang Yuan hurriedly stood up to leave, holding the card in his hand. "I'll take this. Uncle, you'd better make sure it's useful. And don't call me my boy. I don't like being a younger brother." Uncle Chi then said, "Having Feng Jin call you uncle wouldn't be a loss for you either." Zhang Yuan said with a dark expression, "I see Miss Feng values you quite a bit, uncle. Could it be that Feng Jin wants me to call you dad or uncle?" Uncle Chi was so frightened by this that he begged for mercy. At that moment, Zhang Yuan returned to his own room and ended his dual consciousness. He thought to himself, "By letting clothes and items absorb the aura of shadows, I can teleport them into the Golden Coffin. When I need to use them, I can just project them directly. It's quite convenient." As for being caught teleporting, Xuan Ming was handling business in Shangjing today. "What does that have to do with me, Zhang Yuan?" Zhang Yuan then walked to Feng Jin's room and saw everyone sitting around discussing tactics. "For tonight's exhibition match, the organizing committee will have us face the Wind Dragon team. Did you all see the notice?" Yi Han spoke up. "I saw it. It also specifically stated that substitutions are not allowed. The registered black cat must also participate." Zhang Wei also said, "Anyway, the exhibition match results don't count. Playing around with them isn't a bad idea." Zhang Yuan walked in and asked, "Long time no see. How's tonight's exhibition match?" Yi Han asked in surprise, "Who are you? Isn't Zhang Yuan a black cat?" Zhang Er also happily chimed in. "Feng Jin's cat turned into a human." Feng Jin said seriously, Yuan, you'd better just stay as a cat tonight." Zhang Yuan looked confused and asked again, "Is this cat business not over yet?" In the evening the scene was lively, with many people cheering for tonight's exhibition match. "Good evening everyone, welcome to the 2043 Supernatural University League. This league will be broadcast live on television to all military districts and major universities." The beautiful hostess introduced herself. "I'm the host, Cheng Yun." The young man standing beside her was called Kui Kasheng. He is a senior commander of the South China Military District. The two of us will be commentating for this league, witnessing the exciting moments of the contestants together with everyone. Next up is the opening exhibition match of this league. The defending side is the Wind Dragon team, active-duty supernatural users from the South China Military District, led by Feng Wumo. The main attacker is accompanied by 2 assistants and 1 healer. Are they trying to use a 3-protect-1 tactic? The challenging side is Feng Jin's team from Chengying Academy. They obtained 86,619 supernatural crystals in the Fangji hunt. This achievement is astonishing and has attracted much attention even before the start. Kui Kasheng said in surprise, "Oh, Feng Jin's team only has 3 people and a black cat on stage." Cheng Yun then introduced. The 3 people currently on stage are Feng Jin, a healer, Xie Yihan, a controller, and Zhang Wei, a support. Their main attacker is Zhang Yuan. As she was introducing, a logistics staff member held up a notification board for the host, Cheng Yun. Contestant Zhang Yuan cannot participate in the opening match. After reading it, she continued, latest news, contestant Zhang Yuan is unable to participate in the opening match due to special reasons. He didn't even have time to register. Chengying Academy used a black cat to register on his behalf. According to the rules of this league, the black cat has signed, so it must participate in the opening match, someone exclaimed in admiration. This black cat contestant looks full of fighting spirit, with a posture like an emperor. So cute, my dream cat has come true, his teammate scolded him. Quickly put away that cat lover expression. Next to them, Zhang Tianshuo also lamented, is the organizing committee deliberately causing trouble? Ren Chu stood nearby, busy fixing his hair, and said, anyway, it's an exhibition match. We can play however we want. Zhang Tianshuo regretted, it's a shame Zhang Yuan isn't playing. Feng Jin looked at Feng Wumo and thought, Feng Wumo doesn't seem like the type to volunteer for an exhibition match. There must be another reason for him to be here. Feng Jin greeted him happily. Brother Feng, long time no see. Feng Wumo asked in confusion, why hasn't Xuan Ming come yet? The black cat heard this, walked over and raised its paw to greet him. Why isn't he here? Xuan Ming is right here. Meow, but Feng Wumo ignored it. He stepped forward to greet Feng Jin. Forget it. If he's not coming, he's not coming. Let me be clear first. I won't go easy on you just because you're short-handed. Feng Wumo handed Feng Jin a note while shaking hands. Feng Jin responded, all right. He gently pinched the note and hid it. Cheng Yun commented, the two teams happen to form a 1-2-1 formation. The vanguard of Feng Jin's team is actually a black cat contestant. If the Wind Dragon team kills this adorable cat, they'll probably be condemned by all cat lovers. Kui Kasheng added, Chengying Academy always comes up with astonishing tricks. It's truly eye-opening. Feng Jin silently thought about tactics. My rapid healing makes all attrition tactics meaningless. If Feng Wumo wants to win, he can only use Shadow Burst to throw everyone out of the arena. As long as Zhang blocks the light with Poison Fog, Shadow Burst will fail. The victory is certain, however. Feng Jin asked Yuan, look at this Feng Wumo bullying the few with the many. Do you want to teach him a lesson? The black cat raised its paw in agreement. Meow, Feng Jin then commanded, all right. Then you stay on the move line and be ready to strike. Xie Yihan, no matter who Feng Wumo attacks, swap the position of the person being attacked with the cat for me. Xie Yihan was puzzled but agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Wei asked, what about me? Feng Jin said, you adapt to the situation. Zhang Wei objected, how can you do that? But his objection was futile. No one paid him any attention. The referee raised the flag and shouted, both sides prepare. Countdown 3, 2, 1, match start. Feng Wumo immediately charged in to attack. He thought, Feng Jin's rapid healing is too strong. I have to take out the other two first to reduce their numbers. His main body attacks Xie Yihan while Shadow Burst attacks Zhang Wei. He continuously used skills like Blessing, Wind Breath, and Acceleration. Target locked. Seeing Feng Wumo approaching, Xie Yihan thought, now, and used his ability to swap his position with the black cat. Feng Wumo was surprised to find that the Xie Yihan he was aiming at had turned into the black cat. The black cat then used the fearless ability. Meow Zen Cat Ground, meow until madness, never stop. Invincible Meow Meow Fist. The black cat kicked Feng Wumo in the face, sending him spinning several times and flying 10 meters away, even losing his weapon. Everyone was watching the match on screen. The host commentary rang out. Contestant Meow Meow Fist Invincible has directly incapacitated Feng Wumo. The Wind Dragon team concedes. Feng Jin's team wins. Is this the invincible strength of the black cat? Or is Feng Wumo's acting better than a movie emperor? Just now, the South China Military District submitted Feng Wumo's mental evaluation report. It turns out he has suffered from ailurophobia for many years. He faints at the sight of a cat. After hearing this, Zhan Hong, who was watching the match on TV, suddenly burst out laughing. Among the many exhibition matches, this year's has the best effect. Zhang Yuan, who was nearby, also heard these words. She looked very sad. She quietly walked out, still hearing the host's voice from the TV. The black cat player played a strategic role in this match and was truly the MVP. Zhang Lan was strolling down the street when she suddenly heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Lin Dongliang walking out of an alley. Zhang Lan shouted, Uncle Lin, you're mocking Zhang Yuan the moment we meet. What happened to my brother? He kept saying he wanted to make it into the top 10 in the individual competition, but then he showed cowardice in the opening match and even got a cat to substitute for him. Zhang Lan said sadly, my brother isn't like that. He, Lin Dongliang, immediately flew into a rage. He scolded Zhang Yuan harshly, saying that when you do something wrong you should admit it and correct it, not make excuses here. Zhang Lan tried to explain. Suddenly, Zhan Hong appeared and shouted loudly, Lin Dongliang was startled and turned around. Xuan Hong said angrily, "I've been putting up with you for a long time." Then he quickly rushed forward to attack Lin Dongliang, landing a punch right on his face. He followed up with a series of kicks to his face, hitting him while shouting furiously, "What did the Xuan Ming brothers do to offend you so badly that you won't let it go? Back when you were teaching, you made me miss the chance to learn from Xuan Ming. And now you dare to come again." Lin Dongliang was beaten black and blue with 2 streams of blood flowing from his nose. He asked blankly, "Xuan Ming, what are you talking about?" Zhang Lan's brother isn't. Zhang Lan was also stunned and asked, "The Xuan Ming you talk about every day, is that my brother?" Xuan Hong realized he had let it slip and scratched his head, explaining, "You didn't know?" "No, I mean anyway your brother is Xuan Ming, and Xuan Ming is your brother." Lin Dongliang also stood up to fight back, saying that now that Zhang Yuan had a military rank he should act even more appropriately. Xuan Hong didn't back down either. "Don't try to guilt-trip me. How Xuan Ming fights is none of your damn business." Lin Dongliang immediately retaliated, and the two refused to give in. "Xuan Hong, you're hitting someone out of personal grudge, which is a serious violation of military discipline." Passers-by shouted, "What's going on? Someone's fighting." Zhang Lan anxiously tried to stop them. "Stop, please stop fighting." Suddenly, Cage walked over, patted Zhang Lan on the shoulder to comfort her, and then shouted, "Stop it, all of you." The 2 men finally stopped fighting, and Cage comforted Zhang Lan, saying, "It's okay, Zhang Lan, don't be afraid." Zhang Lan finally felt a little relieved. And Cage said, "What exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Then Cage took Zhang Lan home. The 2 went to the balcony to talk. Zhang Lan recounted the whole story of the 2 brothers enrolling. After listening, Cage suddenly sighed. "Something like that actually happened when you enrolled," Zhang Lan said sadly. "Although Uncle Lin has a prejudice against my brother, he didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I have health issues that messed up Uncle Lin's plans." And Cage said indignantly, "What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong? He violated Article 262 of the criminal law, the crime of abducting and trafficking children. Even if your brother went to school with you, he would still be convicted of intentional crime." Zhang Lan lowered her head and said, "Let's just forget it. It would only give you a headache, Sister Anne. Why are you siblings both like this? Is swallowing your anger the nature of people from Shandong?" Zhang Lan was still defending Lin Dongliang, but Uncle Lin was also trying to recruit talent for the country. "He even gave me such precious solid crystals. Even if you investigate carefully, you won't be able to find out who gave them." Suddenly, Zhang Lan said happily, "Most importantly, my brother has already made an agreement with him. As long as my brother makes it into the top 10 in the individual competition of the University League, all grievances will be settled." Hearing this, Cage said helplessly, "All right, since Xuan Ming has already decided, I won't say anything more." Zhang Lan said gratefully, Thank you, sister." Cage thought to herself, Lin Dongliang often looks for people with solid energy talent among ordinary people. He might have done some bad things. Once he settles his grievances with the Xuan Ming brothers, I'll expose all his tricks." Zhang Lan suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, don't tell him that I found out Xuan Ming is my brother." Cage said, "Do you siblings really like hiding things from each other so much?" Zhang Lan stammered, unable to explain the reason. "It's just that my brother, well, just don't tell him." The young girl was on the verge of tears from the difficulty, and Cage had to go along with her. All right, I won't tell." After promising, Cage said goodbye. "Well, it's getting late, I'll go now, you should get some sleep too." Zhang Lan waved goodbye. When she was alone, Zhang Lan muttered to herself, "Stupid brother, are you afraid I'll see your ungentle side? Whatever, I don't have the right to blame you since I'm the same way. Afraid you'll see my ungentle side." Zhang Lan took out her phone and sent a message to her brother. "Brother, the championship ring for the University League is so beautiful. Can you bring one home for me, over there?" Zhang Yuan smiled when he saw his sister's message. He replied, "No problem, I'll bring 2 back. One for you to tie your hair with and one to clip your hair." Zhang Lan happily sent a smiley face, then continued, "Brother, that black cat is actually yours, right? You can keep a cat, but you have to bathe it every day, and no kissing the cat with your mouth." After reading the message, Zhang Yuan thought, Lan actually doesn't hate my cat form. Is it because of the super cute influence, or is she saying this to avoid hurting me? Even if I ask, Lan would say she doesn't hate cats. Better not to ask. Zhang Yuan put down his phone and opened the window. There was another matter that needed urgent attention. Zhang Yuan then turned into a black cat and jumped out of the window, arriving at Feng Jin's room. Feng Jin, in cat form, was reading a book. Seeing the black cat on the windowsill, he said, "Knock. Even if you're not human right now, you still need to knock." Zhang Yuan turned back into human form and teased him, emphasizing knocking. "Are you reading something shady?" Feng Jin retorted, "Do you want to read a serious and solemn book on plastic surgery?" Zhang Yuan said, "The book is serious, but you're not. All right, you didn't close the window. Didn't you guess I would come? You know what's on the note Feng Yummo gave you, right? Hand it over." Feng Jin then took out the note which read, "Tonight at 12 White Russian Bar." At the bar, Feng Yemo was drinking gloomily, holding a glass. Soon after, the two arrived at Feng Yemo's table. "Brother Feng, we're here," Feng Jin said with a smile. "Too afraid to call, so you use this method to meet us. What's going on?" Feng Yemo mused. "Let's talk somewhere else." At Qing Ancient Garden, Feng Jin spoke up. "Wow, you swapped that crazy wild dance hall for this. Is a bony beauty going to stand up from a coffin and dance with us later?" Zhang Yuan was also surprised, saying, "This really is a kneeling experience." Feng Yemo said while climbing over the wall, "The cemetery attendant isn't here, so we have to climb over." Feng Jin turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, "Hey Yuan, if I come to your house someday, will you give me a kneeling experience too?" Zhang Yuan said happily, "Come on, when you fall asleep I'll nail 7 copper nails into you, guaranteeing you'll become a hard-to-raise corpse like me." After successfully sneaking in and walking a bit further, Feng Jin asked again, "How much further do we have to go?" Feng Yemo said, "It's just ahead." Feng Jin said weakly, Yuan, protect me." Zhang Yuan said disgustedly, Stop messing around." At that moment, Feng Yemo shone his flashlight ahead and said, "We're here." Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, "This is," Feng Yemo said, "This is my brother's grave, Yi Zhen." Then Feng Yemo talked about his childhood. Feng Yemo ran far away to his brother and shouted, "Yi Zhen, I know everything. You are my real brother." Yi Zhen stood up and turned to leave. Feng Yemo said, "The Feng family has wronged you all these years. I apologize to you on their behalf." "Come back, brother," Yi Zhen asked. "Is it your own idea to have me return to the Feng family?" Feng Yemo couldn't refute it. Yi Zhen put on a stern face and said, "Don't make promises you can't keep." When he got home, Feng Yemo said to his family, "Yi Zhen is so outstanding. Better than me in both studies and combat. He has the same blood as me. Why won't Dad accept him?" His father lowered his head and said sternly, "Accept him? Don't you know his mother almost killed you back then?" Feng Yemo retorted, "His mother did wrong. Why should he bear the consequences? My mom told me everything. Back then, because Auntie couldn't have children, Dad, you found a surrogate. After the birth, the mother and son were brought back to the Feng family. Later, when I was born, Dad, you directly kicked them out. It was clearly Dad who was wrong first. They're both your sons. Why are you so biased?" Feng Yemo's father said angrily, "Get your priorities straight before you speak. You are the legitimate heir of the Feng family. Him staying in the Feng family would only threaten your position." Feng Yemo immediately turned and left. "What priorities? What family? I don't understand. I don't have to be the heir of the Feng family." Feng Yemo's father said, "Fine, if you're so capable, don't eat the Feng family's food, don't live in the Feng family's house. Let's see how long you can survive." That night, Feng Yemo sat alone in the cold rain, his stomach growling with hunger. Feng Yemo thought, "Endure it. Isn't it just not eating? I'd rather starve to death outside than give in to them." Suddenly he smelled the aroma of food. It was so fragrant. He looked up and saw Yi Zhen holding an umbrella in one hand and a bag in the other, handing it to him. Feng Yemo exclaimed in surprise, "Brother." Yi Zhen handed the food to Feng Yemo and said, "You win. Your father, to get you to come home, reluctantly acknowledged me as his son. He only recognizes the blood relationship publicly. But I won't live in the Feng family, and he won't drive us away. I don't understand why you insist on acknowledging a brother you've only met a few times." Opening the lunchbox, Feng Yemo asked, "Did you buy the food?" Yi Zhen said, "What about it?" Feng Yemo said with a smile, "You're a brother who buys food for his little brother when he's hungry. Is that reason enough?" Yi Zhen was also helpless about Feng Yemo's thoughts and shook his head, saying, "HMPH, you're truly an incurably foolish little brother." Back to the present. Before them was Yi Zhen's grave. Feng Yemo opened the bottle cap and poured it all in front of the grave, saying, "After my brother graduated, he joined the solid energy user team of the Southern China military region and achieved great military exploits. But 3 years ago he got cancer. His condition deteriorated quickly, and soon there was no cure. That night he pulled out the plug of the life support machine himself and died silently and alone. Over the years he did countless things for the family, but those people in the Feng family didn't even spare his body, using it for trade. This tombstone is empty underneath. There's nothing." After listening, Zhang Yuan thought, "Cancer? Doesn't that sound like a side effect of nuclear radiation?" According to the Academy of Sciences theory, regeneration can cure this type of cancer. What he really needed wasn't immortality, but regeneration. Feng Yemo must have brought him at least 100 snow-bone snake solid crystals. Logically, he should have been able to absorb them. After finishing everything, Feng Yemo made a request. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. "I want to ask for your help. Use your status as second on the youth rankings to get my brother's body back. His life was already hard enough. I don't want him to have no peace even after death." Zhang Yuan said, "I promise you, but I can't guarantee success." Then Zhang Yuan thought, "This matter probably has other hidden details. Better go back and find a way to check Yi Zhen's file first at the Blue Sky Hotel." Feng Jin was guiding Zhang Yuan on how to log into the Wagwo Solid Energy User official website. This is the Wagwo Solid Energy User official website. Just log in with your original account. Uncle Qi has already transferred your file to Jushu. Your access permissions will also be upgraded. Zhang Yuan asked urgently. Isn't this abusing public office for private gain? Feng Jin replied calmly. If you don't even have this right, who would want to do that lousy job for Jushu? Besides, if Yi Zhen is really still alive, even if you don't investigate, someone else will. Zhang Yuan searched on his phone. The file showed that 3 years ago, Yi Zhen had participated in the nuclear-powered battle in Osity, Lighthouse Country. The time matched when he got cancer. The file read, Name Yi Zhen. Participated in the nuclear-powered battle in Osity, Lighthouse Country 3 years ago. Below the information was a line. The information you are viewing has been deleted. Zhang Yuan then said, Hey, wait, his record of being transferred to the Osity nuclear-powered battle has been deleted. Ordinary people can't see it. The person who edited the record is Zhang Buyu, first on the youth rankings, always 1 rank above me. Feng Jin had a bad feeling. This is troublesome, although you can beat Zhang Buyu in terms of strength. The forces behind him are too complicated. Better not get involved in this muddy water. Zhang Yuan said confidently, What's there to fear? I just got this Jushu identity. Can I let myself be bullied like this? At the University League venue, a man and a woman walked up to the management office and said, Hee, sorry to bother you. The venue manager said politely, It's no problem. If I had left my phone in the venue, I'd be just as anxious as you. The girl said, Then we'll go in. As they walked, the girl said, Tisk, your Wagwo Fengji doesn't have a day-night cycle. Staying inside too long will definitely mess up your daily routine and seriously affect your skin quality. Yi Zhen, walking behind, said, Could you please have some awareness that we're infiltrating enemy territory? Don't act like you're shopping. Sulani, walking ahead, turned back and said, Oh, anyway, you're going to fake the surveillance footage later. It's all the same. Yi Zhen then released countless ant god drones. Sulani exclaimed in surprise, Lighthouse Country's ant god drones really look like real ants. Can the students recognize them? Yi Zhen replied. They won't recognize them, and they're not our target. Smart people like to overthink. The more they think about finding them, the more useful it is. The next morning at the University League venue. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2043 Solid Energy User University League. The host Cheng Yunchen said energetically, According to the schedule, we have team competitions in the morning and individual competitions in the afternoon. For the team competition, the draw for this round's opponents will be based on the Fengji hunting rankings. After 6 rounds, the top 10 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. As everyone knows, luck is also part of strength. Let's give a warm welcome to Feng Jin's team. The team ranked first in the Fengji hunting rankings will make the first draw for this event. Feng Jin was grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Yuan encouraged him. Go for it, Captain. Draw the strongest team for the first match. Beat them down. The teams behind will see us and automatically surrender. Feng Jin then said, I really appreciate your fighting spirit. As Feng Jin walked to the draw station, the host said, Here he comes. The legendary Divine Hand is about to reappear in the world. Let's see who Feng Jin's team will face in the first match. Feng Jin pressed the button and the screen displayed, Chengying College Feng Jin's team versus Shangjing University directly affiliated Solid Energy User College Su Tai's team. The entire venue erupted in cheers. It's last year's champion, Su Tai's team. Watching Feng Jin draw is more interesting than watching the matches. Feng Jin walked back to his seat and high-fived Zhang Yuan in celebration. Mission accomplished. Host Cheng Yunchen announced a message to everyone. I regret to inform you that the Black Cat player, who showed formidable strength last night, has been permanently banned by the Dogside Standing Committee due to being too cute. Today, their team's main attacker, Zhang Yuan, has successfully returned to the team. Please look at the big screen. The screen showed a black cat with the caption, Chengying College, Zhang Yuan, attack type, youth ranking 137. Host Cheng Yunchen quickly said, Sorry, wrong photo. Please wait a moment. Then the screen showed a female-dressed Zhang Yuan. The host explained again, This one's not right either. Sigh anyway, please look at Zhang Yuan in the rest area. The Zhang Yuan fan club under the stands immediately started cheering. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan. The host quickly tried to calm them down. All right, that photo just now was correct. I was being superficial. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, had a dark expression and couldn't speak. In the stands, the attendees were packed like sardines. The host's voice sounded again. Now that the draw for all teams was complete, Team Feng Jin and Team Su Jie were also in position, ready for the first battle. Both sides sat simultaneously on their benches. Team Su Jie didn't even have a captain. It could be said to be the epitome of advanced nonsense. Silence speaks louder than words. A person sitting high up in the stands smirked smugly, thinking, Feng Jin, oh Feng Jin. I told you to go to Shangjing University, but you refused, insisting on being a hero at that third-rate school. Today I'll give you face and make sure your first loss isn't too ugly." A purple-haired girl was now standing opposite Feng Jin, speaking arrogantly. "You could have still fought for second place based on points. Too bad you ran into us," he responded calmly. "Don't worry, we're not competing with you for second, we're taking first." Over on Zhang Yuan's side, the system panel displayed transmission. Link multiple targets simultaneously under attack. Lock on target. Dedicate all nearby abilities to the target. After listening, he instructed his teammates. "Chen Shu, when the match starts, use transmission to link the four of us together. Then just lock onto one of them. Let me know when you're done." Xie Yihan was to protect Chen Shu. Chen Shu acknowledged he understood. Xie Yihan also replied seriously, "I'll do my best." The referee raised his hand and announced loudly, "Both sides prepare. Countdown 3, 2, 1, begin." Hearing this, Chen Shu began to raise his hand to release spiritual energy invisible to the naked eye. The commentator's voice rang out, "Team Su Jie's 4 members have adopted a 22 formation charging towards them. Team Feng Jin, on the other hand, has once again chosen the counterattack tactic." Suddenly, the members of Team Su Jie were struck by the transmission attack and froze in place. They were utterly panicked, then locked down. Chains of spiritual energy tightly bound Team Su Jie's members. Chen Shu happily reported, "It's done." Meow. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He began to emit powerful spiritual energy around himself, thinking at the same time. Domain Dominator, besides flight, can also alter the airflow within the field of vision to a certain extent, increasing the power of air projectiles. It's perfect for this situation. Then Zhang Yuan began to raise his hand and use penetrating air bullets. 3 streams of spiritual energy transformed into bullets and shot out. They flew straight towards the lockdown targets in the air and pierced right through. Cries of piercing rang out. The commentator's voice sounded again. "Good heavens, what just happened?" The 4 members of Team Su Jie were struck by an invisible attack and are falling like raindrops. At this moment on the field, the 4 members of Team Su Jie were bound by chains. Each had been hit by 3 penetrating bullets and blood was splattering. Feng Jin immediately said to the referee, "Quickly rule them out any later and their lives will be in danger." The referee pondered for a moment, then looked at his watch and began counting slowly. 30, 29, 28, murmurs arose again. It seems the referee believes Team Su Jie still has a chance for a comeback, so he's choosing to wait out the count. Seeing this, Feng Jin thought anxiously, "Not good. The lives of those on the other side won't hold out." He quickly ran towards the 4 fallen injured players. Seeing this, the referee shouted sternly, "It is forbidden to pursue fallen players. One more step and I'll show you a red card." In his desperation, Feng Jin waved his hand and shouted, "Get out of my way!" The referee stumbled backward, his nose bleeding. The arrogant figure from the stands earlier finally panicked. He raised his hand and shouted, "We surrender. Shangjing University surrenders. Call it now." The referee, who had just been struck, was still rubbing his head, dazed. After a moment, he slowly blew his whistle. "Win, you win. Team Feng Jin." Feng Jin was still doing his best to treat the 4 injured. Su Riren and Chen Shu were now angrily pointing at the referee's face and cursing, "Is this referee blind? Feng Jin is trying to save people." A teammate pulled him back, trying to dissuade him. "Chen Shu, calm down. Don't clash with the referee. The red card has been issued and can't be taken back. We can only appeal after the match." The referee looked confused, dazed as if he had just fallen from the sky. A slender hand picked up the red card. Zhang Yuan calmly placed the card in front of the referee and sneered, "Is this the standard of referees for the University League?" Hearing this, the referee's face flushed with anger. He raised a yellow card and shouted, You maliciously insulted the referee." Yellow card? Zhang Yuan just clicked his tongue and gave him a contemptuous look. The people in the stands buzzed with discussion. The match has just ended. The referee panel has unanimously ruled that the winner is Team Feng Jin from Cheng'an College. Host Cheng Yun commented while reading the data, "This match lasted a total of 37 seconds. It was only 2 seconds slower than the team record set by the young Marshal Zhang Buyu back then. It almost broke the record." The co-host Kui Kasheng followed up. "Cheng'an College has filed an appeal with the organizing committee. The red card issued to player Feng Jin by the referee has been withdrawn." The referee was suddenly called away. The scene shifted to an office in the South China military region. Below the blue sky stood a magnificent building. "Disregarding human life, going out of your way to drag it out to 37 seconds. You really did give me face," a person said, tapping his fingers. The referee now had a fawning smile on his face. "Of course. How could we just let some freshman from a third-rate school break your record so easily?" The person raised a hand to support his chin, grinning as he asked, "In your opinion, is Zhang Yuan just a nobody who anyone can trample underfoot?" The referee, still wearing a sycophantic expression, replied, "Not exactly, but here in South China we value loyalty above all. This hothead came to Guangyuan City and made you lose face right away. Of course we had to teach him to be more humble." At this, Zhang Buyu clicked his tongue twice. Then he sat up straight, his expression darkening as he asked coldly, "You say he made me lose face, but do you know who you just made lose face?" The referee felt a sense of dread and didn't know how to answer. Zhang Buyu continued, pulling his chair back as he stood up. "Behind the University League is the entire virtual energy faction of the Hua Kingdom government. The referee's authority is equivalent to the authority of the Hua Kingdom government. By deliberately officiating unfairly to suppress talent, you are trampling the nation's dignity underfoot." His hand was now on the referee's shoulder, making the referee pale and break out in a cold sweat. Unsure how to respond, Zhang Buyu brought his face close to him and said coldly, "I wouldn't dare accept this kind of face." The referee, terrified, fell to his knees, clutching his legs and wailing for mercy. "Young Marshal, I was wrong, truly wrong. I won't dare again. Please have mercy on me." Zhang Buyu only replied calmly, "You can avoid the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. Since you can't be a good referee, go home and farm." The referee could only look up with tear-streaked face. Back at the competition, host Cheng Yun announced again, "Good afternoon, everyone. We've just received the latest news from the organizing committee. The referee who wrongly issued the red card to player Feng Jin has resigned." Kui Kesheng picked up. "Unfortunately, according to the principle of respecting referee decisions, yellow and red cards that have been issued will not be rescinded. In the next team match, player Feng Jin will not be able to participate. This afternoon will be the individual competition, which uses a double elimination format. Due to the large number of participants, we will have a special guest conduct the draw." "Let's go," host Cheng Yun said, resting a hand under his chin with a dangerous expression, adding drama to the competition. Below, a black cat was being brushed with a grooming rake. Feng Jin sat nearby and asked, "Does that thing feel good?" Zhang Yuan replied, "It's not really comfortable." Curiosity piqued. Feng Jin said, "That makes me want to try it." Suddenly, a call startled him. "Player Feng Jin, is player Feng Jin here?" Feng Jin stood up, turned around, and scratched his head in complaint. "They're calling me to draw lots again. Are you guys trying to make me fight Su Jie first and then Zhang Yuan?" Xie Yihan watched, thinking with concern, "Oh no, our school has a lot of people signed up for the individual competition. If Feng Jin draws the lots, they're doomed. What do I do? What do I do?" Then he looked at Zhang Yuan, who was brushing the cat with the grooming rake, clapped his hands and cheered, "Ah, got it." He then raised his finger and cheerfully used position swap. Feng Jin had already reached the draw location. He reached out to press the button when suddenly, spiritual energy swirled around him, replaced by the black cat. The cat's paw had just touched the button when it started meowing loudly. The crowd below erupted in chaos. This is someone just used a position swap ability. They swapped Feng Jin and the cat. "Wow, let it draw, let it draw." A girl helplessly held her forehead, saying, "I think letting a cat draw is better than letting Feng Jin do it." The black cat thought helplessly. "All right, fine, I'll do it then." Host Cheng Yun marveled again. Player Black Cat used its esteemed paw to press the button and determine the entire individual competition bracket. "Haha, Feng Jin's first opponent is actually Su Jie. Is this fate?" Below, Zhang Yuan, focused on grooming, asked, "Comfortable?" Feng Jin, despite blood on his head, wore a satisfied smile. "Extremely comfortable." Zhang Yuan complained again, "Your head is too hard. You broke my iron comb." He then turned his head and frowned, saying, "Let me find where the iron prongs fell. I can repair it and use it again." Zhang Yuan raised two fingers using Super Sense, Eagle Eye. On Feng Jin's side, he happily raised his hand to his head, using Su Ri's self-heal. Suddenly, an ant appeared before him. Why is there machinery inside this ant?" He didn't hesitate to pull out his phone and take a picture, thinking, "I'll take a photo and ask if anyone recognizes it." The screen now showed a chat log with Uncle Chi. "Found this at the league venue. It has machinery inside. Do you know what it is, Uncle?" Uncle Chi replied. "Initial assessment suggests it's a reconnaissance drone produced by Lighthouse Nation, called Ant God. It has basic video recording and navigation functions. It's one of the most common scout drones. Lighthouse Nation's technology doesn't support cross-border communication. Someone must enter the area or fly the drone out to transmit data." Zhang Yuan asked, "Isn't the University League broadcasting footage of the virtual energy users live? Wouldn't stealing the live data be more convenient than using a drone?" Uncle Chi replied, "This matter is suspicious. I'll leave it to you to investigate." Zhang Yuan frowned, thinking, "Uncle really knows how to dump things on me. Oh well, for the sake of being a Zone 9 investigator, I'll look into it." At this time, in a small arena, two people stood facing each other, with others watching from the perimeter. An ant crawled through the crowd. Zhang Yuan began analyzing again. The size of the venue is only slightly larger than the competition grounds. Searching with Super Sense isn't hard, but it's draining. Is it really necessary? Think differently. If I had a drone like this and the target was information only obtainable at the League, I'd definitely place it on the command vehicle or on an important staff member's clothing, not let it crawl around like this. Could it be that the other side is actually waiting for the drone to be discovered? As he pondered, Feng Jin turned his head and said, Yuan. The next match, I'm on court 1. You're on court 3, Zhang Yuan calmly replied. Feng Jin then pulled out another small comb and said, if you can't find it, don't worry. I'll buy you a new one, Zhang Yuan replied casually. Whatever, feeling something was off, Feng Jin asked, why are you so distracted, something wrong? He answered seriously, just a small matter, my cat will go deal with it, it's almost time for our next match. The black cat was now searching everywhere. It saw another ant and thought, it's the same one again. That's 5 discovered so far, all wandering around the venue without a clear target. Ordinary people can't recognize them. Whoever can find them will know their origin. Upon discovery, they'll definitely assume Lighthouse Nation is stealing information. Regardless, the event organizers will definitely be investigated and held accountable. Could the target actually be the organizers? The cat's eyes now turned one gray and one gold. Without hesitation, the black cat stepped on the ant, continuing its thoughts. The best way to find out who's stirring up trouble is to create a crisis for them and force them to react. Break a few first to test if they can control them. Host Cheng Yun began speaking again. Let's take a look at court 1. The black cat's divine paw draw has pitted player Feng Jin directly against player Su Jie in the first round. As we all know, player Su Jie is the champion of the previous 2 individual competitions. A top expert ranked 65th on the youth rankings, his strategic level ability is astonishing, undefeated to this day. Feng Jin, on the other hand, is the only healing type within the youth rankings top 100, currently ranked 82nd. This is his first individual competition. Su Jie stood opposite Feng Jin and said, Feng Jin, on behalf of my teammates, I thank you for saving them this morning. In this match I concede. Before he could finish, Feng Jin interrupted, conceding before the match even starts, without changing rankings, let me fight, then you can forfeit. Su Jie felt a bit exasperated. The new referee reminded, player Feng Jin, please do not encourage your opponent to throw the match. Su Jie spread his hands with a flat expression. Fine. Today I won't use extreme tremor. Whether you can win against me is up to your skill. On Zhang Yuan's side he was facing a girl. The commentator's voice rang out. The 2 players on court 4 are also in position. The competitors are Zhang Yuan from Cheng'an College and Lan Shuang from Peijun College. Earlier this morning, player Zhang Yuan single-handedly defeated 4 members of the opposing team. His abilities are not yet officially disclosed, but his strength is undoubtedly formidable. His opponent, Lan Shuang, is a player who specializes in mental control. Her mental control ability can affect 19 people at once. According to the 3-2 educational system of the virtual energy academies, she should be a 5th-year student, already part of an official team undergoing internships. However, for some reason, she hasn't been assigned yet. Zhang Yuan frowned and thought, this girl looks very fragile. I feel like I could kill her with just a little force. Feng Jin is in the next court and can't get here quickly to provide emergency aid. No one else can use life resonance on her. I should choose non-lethal attacks, just knock her out of bounds. Alright. The rest period is over. He begins his combat stance. The referee started to call, both sides ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the words fell, he waved his hand. Lan Shuang was highly focused. A trace of spiritual energy appeared. Zhang Yuan leapt and brushed past her body. Lan Shuang, who was in an attacking stance, looked on in surprise. She couldn't change her movement in time and received a kick on her backside. Lan Shuang gritted her teeth, maintaining a horse stance, and used her ability Firmness. When receiving a non-fatal attack, stand firm without falling. A layer of spiritual energy emanated from around her. Zhang Yuan, behind her, thought, she took one of my attacks and still held her ground. She's got some skill. Suddenly, the referee raised a yellow card and angrily reminded, Student Zhang Yuan, please respect your female classmate. Do not harass your opponent. Both competitors turned their heads wide-eyed and looked back. Zhang Yuan thought helplessly, I picked the safest spot to hit. How is that harassment? So if my opponent is a girl, I can't use physical attacks at all? Suddenly, Lan Shuang reached out and called Zhang Yuan. She began to emanate a negative aura, attacking mentally. You are wounded. You are grieving. You have lost all hope in life. You can no longer fight. Zhang Yuan assessed inwardly. I've activated courage. She's launched a mental attack on me. I can't physically hit her, but a mental counterattack should be fine, right? He began to muster the courage to fight back, scowling as he retorted to Lan Shuang. You're thin, you're anemic. If you think you can win, I suggest you drink more hot water. She was both embarrassed and furious. Lan Shuang pressed on. Zhang Yuan, I'm beautiful and gorgeous. You're obsessed with me. You like me. You love me deeply. You do everything I say. Just admit defeat. Then the two fell into a silence, staring at each other. Zhang Yuan refused to concede and struck back. "You're ugly, you're vicious, and you have ulterior motives toward me. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you," the referee suddenly interjected. Zhang Yuan passive fighting. First warning. He turned his head in displeasure and said, "Referee, I'm countering her mental attack with my own mental attack. How is that passive fighting?" The referee was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Oh, you have mental attack abilities too," he explained. "This is a mental attack I created by combining psychological literature and performance techniques." MC Cheng Yun, observing from above, also commented, "According to the personal information Lan Shuang submitted, she doesn't have immunity to mental attacks. Zhang Yuan's mental attack probably operates on a physical level, right?" Ku Zheng suddenly interjected. "Wait, Lan Shuang has fallen from the attack." Sure enough, Lan Shuang suddenly fell backward below, shouting, "Noah, don't come near me." Then, tears streaming down her face, she struggled to raise her hand. "I'll fight you to the end." At that moment her spirit had completely collapsed. Zhang Yuan looked up to the observation area and analyzed, "It feels like some force swept past my head. Was that also her mental attack?" The referee, checking his watch, announced, "Zhang Yuan's mental attack is effective. Lan Shuang is down. Countdown 27, 26, 1. Zhang Yuan wins." Zhang Yuan looked at Lan Shuang lying on the ground and asked in confusion, "That works? I feel like she's acting." He pondered that he had already destroyed the drones, and this was the last one he found. The operator hadn't reacted yet, possibly not at the venue. "Damn it," Black Cat analyzed. The ants were communication devices. The ant eyes were recording equipment. The ant mouths were audio recorders. The ant bodies were chips, very suitable. The ant rear ends were batteries. The opponent was using ant drones. Maybe they wanted everyone to think he was attacking the competition's information system. "I've deliberately destroyed the last communication device. I can act like a fool, trying to trick him into physically recovering the data. That should make him move." With that thought, Black Cat began using thermal pressure attacks toward the ant direction. "I feel like I've leaked some important information. I thought about it while waiting. Over here." Feng Jing had already defeated Su Jie. The announcement sounded. Contestant Feng Jing uses Ji Zhongzong's northern-style kicks to kick contestant Su Jie out of the ring, winning directly. Is this really an attack a healing type can deliver, or did contestant Su Jie quietly let it happen? Feng Jing, while using Healing Wind to treat Su Jie, said cheerfully, "Double elimination format. We have another match in a few days. Next time, use your ultimate move all you want. I'll still beat you," he replied happily. "Not necessarily. Maybe you'll lose 2 in a row." Directly eliminated. Feng Jing answered confidently, "This year in the University League, only one person can beat me." He then walked to the waiting area and asked everyone, "Where's Zhang Yuan?" "Didn't the big screen show he finished long ago?" That friend spoke up. The organizing committee determined he deliberately used mental attack abilities to cause serious harm to others and called him to the office. Director Ji Yu is arguing with Peijun Academy. Feng Jing immediately pulled out his phone. "I'll ask him about the situation," he then thought. Satellite phones are great. They have signal even in the boundary realm. The phone screen showed a conversation with Zhang Yuan. "Need help?" Zhang Yuan replied. "Check if Lan Shuang is alive or dead. Don't worry about the committee, see if she needs saving, no problem." Zhang Yuan looked at his phone and thought, "I only discovered the drones after the draw. Peijun Academy probably has nothing to do with the drones. Wait, the timeline. This is the real breakthrough for investigating the drone source." Suddenly, a group of people in front of him angrily accused, "Zhang Yuan, immediately lift the ability you used on Lan Shuang or you'll be permanently banned. Not only that, you'll face a military tribunal." Zhang Yuan calmly raised his hand and replied, "Sorry." "Hold on a moment. Look at the map on the screen. The boundary realm is a new space obtained by replicating real terrain. The terrain itself is entirely simulated by the boundary realm's energy and cannot exist independently of its anchor. Even the competition venue's wires and pipes must be specially designed for this to function normally after being detached from the real world. Items that can be brought out of the boundary realm can only be placed after terrain replication is complete. The University League's boundary realm was replicated yesterday. The drones could only have been deployed within these 2 days, so the investigation scope is very small." Zhang Yuan raised his hand to support his chin as he analyzed. "The surveillance footage inside the venue is very clear. If we check the cameras, we can probably trace the drone's trajectory and who brought them in. Combined with city surveillance outside the boundary realm, we're sure to get many important clues." After thinking this through, Zhang Yuan pulled out a card and said, "Jushu business, cooperate." The group panicked and exclaimed, "What? Who from Jushu looks like that? Let me see if it's real or fake." The card displayed a photo of Zhang Yuan in women's clothing with Jushu 8th seat written beside it. A crow flew over their heads and everyone wore helpless expressions. Then came a fierce interrogation. Are you messing with us? If I hadn't seen this fake photo, I might have believed you. Zhang Yuan, forging a Jushu ID is a serious offense. Yeah, I don't think you can fool us by just passing off some random person. They tossed the card back to Zhang Yuan. Finding it hard to explain, he rolled his eyes, then angrily slammed the card to the ground, pulled out his phone, dialed a number and gritted his teeth. Boss Chi, I'm firing you. At that moment, someone using super camouflage stepped out of the space, unnoticed by the two nearby who only felt something odd. One spoke. HMPH, it felt like a breeze passed by. The other replied. An illusion. After passing through the crowd of security guards, Zhang Buyu deactivated his super camouflage ability. He thought, I can just use super camouflage to enter the venue. The University League security is subpar. It needs a shake-up. That referee this morning must have given Zhang Yuan a bad impression of me. I need to apologize directly. Regardless, Zhang Yuan is a second-tier strategic asset. His combat power might even surpass mine. Even if we can't be friends, we must never become enemies. Would going in openly to find him be too flashy? But using super camouflage is too suspicious. Should I wait for him to come out? He's 16, I'm 25. Will there be a generation gap in conversation? I hear high schoolers his age like to chat, but I don't wear suspenders, don't play basketball, and the shoulder-shaking dance I used to know is outdated. Thinking this, Zhang Buyu felt a bit helpless. Suddenly he passed a chair with a black cat lying on it. He thought again, is that black cat his replacement? I feel like there's a secret about this cat. The excuse that Feng Yu is afraid of cats is just a pretext. Then he suddenly stopped. Zhang Buyu leaned his face close to the black cat. The black cat was startled by the sudden appearance. Zhang Buyu began using rational insight, targeting the subject without obstruction. The black cat, sweating, glanced at him. Suddenly, Zhang Buyu pulled out a notebook and a pen, flashed a friendly smile and offered them, saying, Can I have your autograph? I watched your match live. I'm a huge fan. The black cat stared at the notebook swaying before it, confused. What's up with this guy? If he wants an autograph, just ask why activate his ability. When it comes to abilities, I'm not afraid of anyone. At worst, we'll both lose. Then the black cat extended a paw to knock the pen away, but quickly caught it with its mouth while using super cuteness to take the notebook. A charming pink spiritual energy emanated from the black cat. The notebook already had the words Zhang Yuan written on it. Zhang Buyu looked at the writing and inwardly wailed, I asked for your autograph and you write Zhang Yuan. Are you also called Zhang Yuan? Or has this cat been specially trained to write those two characters when it sees a pen? He pointed to another page in the notebook and said, Can you write magic is deceptive? But those who watch magic like being deceived, the black cat thought in confusion. Phantom White's words too concentrated. Then the black cat touched the notebook with a paw and meowed, saying it was too long to write. Zhang Buyu groaned inwardly, then pulled out an item to tempt it. I have one last piece of chocolate for you. Please, I'll treasure your calligraphy for life. The black cat slumped back into the chair and replied, Meow meow. Chocolate contains theobromine. Cats die from eating it. Zhang Buyu, unaware of this, was startled. Oh, I see people nowadays like naming their cats Chocolate or Winnie and stuff. The black cat grew annoyed. Meow meow, are you a proper cat? Whatever, I'm not a proper cat either. I'll write it and kick him out. After finishing, the cat decided to pick up the pen with its mouth and began writing on the notebook. Magic is deceptive, but those who watch magic like being deceived. Zhang Buyu took the notebook, reading and pondering, definitely not a trained cat but a real person. Is she Zhang Yuan or someone else? Then the black cat turned to chew him away. Meow meow, you can scram now, don't disturb my sleep. Zhang Buyu hurriedly stopped it. Hey wait, why is he panicking inside? I'm done, no more topics, it'll be awkward if I keep talking. Suddenly an idea struck and Zhang Buyu called out, Ah, got it. After thinking, he began tiptoeing around to this side, then suddenly pointed at his pen and accused, You bit my pen, look at this hole. The black cat was a bit confused, then thought angrily, This guy is so annoying. Since I'm a cat now, I'll just meow a couple of times to brush him off. So it started meowing, meow meow. Zhang Buyu thought helplessly, playing dumb. Come on, let's learn to meow like cats. Then he sat down without embarrassment and started meowing. Meow 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 meow. Zhang also meowed in confusion. Zhang Buyu patiently sat there and continued, Meow 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 meow. The black cat, now truly angry, snapped, Meow meow, speak properly. Zhang Buyu then turned away pitifully, covering his face and complaining, You bit my pen and played dumb with me. Then with teary eyes he recounted, I've used this pen since first grade, it's been with me through countless victories and solved countless problems, it means a lot. The black cat immediately called him out, Meow meow meow, nonsense, you got that from the antique convenience store with points. Zhang Buyu still shamelessly replied, That's right, it's the one. Though it's changed countless bodies in my heart, it's always that pen. The black cat crossed its arms and replied weakly, Meow meow, I'll get you a new one then. Meow meow meow, go out. Turn right 200 meters to Yangtze convenience store, use my phone number and points to get one. Meow meow meow. The membership password is 300,412. The phone is Zhang Buyu was frantically entering the numbers, sweating as he thought, this is the phone number on Zhang Yuan's file. She is Zhang Yuan. The black cat, exhausted to the point of smoking, collapsed on the chair and called out, meow meow, I'm sleeping. Zhang Buyu then said, sleeping in broad daylight? Get up. The black cat raised a paw, frowned in annoyance and said, I've already compensated for the pen. Why won't you leave? Can this guy really understand me, or is he faking it? He used his ability on me earlier, wasn't it a translation ability? Anyway, I'll say something about abilities to test his reaction. Then the black cat turned and explained while probing, meow meow meow. To be honest, I've absorbed too much void crystal and the negative energy in it affects me. I can only relieve it by sleeping. Meow meow meow, my main body has a ton of things to do, and only this second form can catch a few naps. Zhang Buyu then crouched down and said, busy with the competition? You're already second on the youth rankings, why still compete? If you want something, just ask in Guangfeng. The black cat replied, meow meow meow, I still have to compete because I have a promise to fulfill with someone. Zhang Buyu calmly announced, all right then, I've already fired the referee who blew the whistle this morning. If anyone dares to bully you again, I'll act first and report later. The black cat took the chance to complain, meow meow meow, they're bullying me right now. I have a mission to do, I showed my ID and they said it was fake, meow meow meow, so I just decided to sleep like this. Zhang Buyu exclaimed in surprise, what they? Suddenly a phone rang, the fish is too big, Shark Lake. He pulled out his phone and said, wait, I need to take this call. He went to a secluded spot and answered, and the voice on the other end immediately snapped, Zhang Buyu, are you running things with an iron fist in South China? You don't even respect my Jushu people? This left him confused and alarmed. Zhang Buyu looked back at the black cat sleeping on the chair and replied calmly, I don't understand what you're saying. Uncle Chi shouted angrily on this end. Jushu personnel are on a classified mission in Guangyuan City. That kid showed his ID but was falsely accused of forging it. Zhang Buyu exclaimed in panic. Oh my god, Zhang Yuan is actually in Jushu? Uncle Chi continued. Drones were secretly deployed at the University League venue. No one noticed, only my little Eiza eyes caught it. What about your venue's security? No site inspection. Drones are a big deal, you must handle it immediately, Shi Shu thought bitterly. I barely got Zhang Yuan into Jushu. If that kid quits over this, it'll be a huge problem, Zhang Buyu replied. Understood, then he quickly hung up. Strange. Jushu can directly find my number. If Zhang Yuan was on an urgent mission, he should have called me directly. Why is Qi Shu telling me this? Is there infighting in Jushu? Infighting in Jushu would only harm China. Besides, this time it's my fault for lax supervision. I have to take the blame. I can't pass it on, as he thought. He looked at the sleeping black cat. Then Zhang Buyu knelt on one knee and said loudly, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Buyu, commander of the South China military region. I deeply apologize for the organizing committee's negligence. I'll go in and resolve this immediately. This startled the sleeping black cat awake, looking bewildered. Zhang Buyu said sincerely, I don't dare ask for your forgiveness, but I hope you understand that our goals are the same. I promise you, I will one day create a world where you can sleep peacefully. Until then, can you be a little more patient? The black cat's eyes lit up, and its heart raced. Qi Shu messed up the photo printing, so the committee didn't recognize it. He didn't say a word and just took the blame. The top of the youth rankings and commander of the South China military region is actually this kind of person? Then the black cat meowed. Meow meow meow, how did you know I'm Zhang Yuan? Zhang Buyu raised a hand and explained, I used my strategic level ability, rational insight on you. As long as you can express your will, I can understand it, no matter the form. I've seen your profile, a quick comparison is enough to recognize you. The black cat asked again, can you resist my cuteness? He replied, doesn't the effect of being cute just reduce hostility? I have no hostility to begin with, the black cat continued probing. You just said you'd create a world where I can sleep peacefully. That's a huge promise, can you deliver? Zhang Buyu answered honestly. Alone maybe not, but with you I can. Hearing this, the black cat turned around with a hint of grievance. You said you were my fan, but you were lying to me, weren't you? Then she turned, lifted one foot and tapped Zhang Buyu's hand, saying cheerfully, you're a complete liar, but I'm happy to be fooled. Zhang Buyu sighed and replied, I'll solve this problem with you. Just tell me what you need me to do. The black cat immediately thought of that strange ant and said, the drone just moved and is about to leave the boundary. Let's follow it first. We can ignore the organizers for now, Zhang Buyu answered succinctly. I'll drive, you navigate. The yellow car began speeding down the road. The conversation resumed. The black cat said, I've already broken the drone's antenna, so it can't be remote controlled, it can only follow its preset route. He then replied, It seems to know someone will follow it, even waiting for traffic lights, the black cat continued. You usually handle cases like this for the virtual bureau, right? Is the enemy targeting the bureau? Zhang Buyu focused on driving while explaining. More precisely, it's the virtual bureau director, Wang Padi. The black cat turned in confusion and asked, How do you know? Zhang Buyu explained. A senior of mine often said that smart people tend to overthink. The ant god drone's appearance is a filter. Only clever, knowledgeable people can spot it, and they're also prone to overthinking. The more they imagine the conspiracy behind it, the more likely Wang Padi is to be drawn into investigating it himself. The black cat praised him. Your senior really understands human nature, Zhang Buyu suddenly replied with melancholy. No one in this world understands people better than him, but I just attended his funeral last month. The black cat sighed and comforted him. My condolences, Director Zhang, he turned and instructed. We're the same rank, just call me by my name, the black cat blurted out. Zhang Wuyu. He began to explain that his name was Zhang Buyu. The word Buyu means without worry in the Guangyuan dialect, although Wu sounds like without, it's written as Bu. The yellow car continued speeding. The conversation grew dull, too troublesome. I'll just call you young Master Zhang. Then I'll call you young Master Yuan Shao then. It sounds like Yuan Shao in Chinese, homophonous with young Master Yuan. Suddenly, the black cat became interested again and asked, By the way, do you have a photo of Wang Padi? Zhang Buyu pulled out his phone and replied, Here. Suddenly the black cat transformed into a man with yellow eyes and stubble on his chin. The black cat asked, Does it look like him? Zhang Buyu, startled, blurted out, Infinite illusion. The black cat broke into a cold sweat, thinking, I only changed my appearance based on the photo, but if there's a similar ability, I can just claim it's infinite illusion from now on. Zhang Buyu came up with another fun idea, pointing at his own face and laughing. Young Master Yuan, you can turn into me too, right? I've been working for 5 years without a break. Can you cover my shift, please? Even sleeping in the office is fine. The black cat confidently replied. Young Master Zhang, one day I'll create a world where you can take a break whenever you want. Until then, please be patient. The scene shifted to another place where a middle-aged man was lying on a recliner sunbathing with a yellow dog playing nearby. A sigh echoed, I don't want to kill anymore. The yellow dog continued chasing a butterfly. 2 young men in black suits and sunglasses appeared, standing beside the middle-aged man. Another sigh came, The more I kill, the more I feel life is something to revere. I'm old, I can't see clearly anymore. Why do you still come to me? I just want to live out my remaining years in peace. Before he could finish, the 2 interrupted in turns. Mr. Pembu, ever since you inherited the instant death void star, peace and a peaceful life have been out of reach. You left the Iron Tower country 5 years ago. Did you really think you could wash your hands of it? Mr. Pembu's face darkened as he replied. Pushing me like this, aren't you afraid I'll fight to the death? One of them replied arrogantly. The instant death ability can only be activated once a day on a single target. But there's more than one of us. We can kill you after you activate it. Then have your daughter inherit your void star alien species and your title of Death God in the Iron Tower country. You don't want to kill, but your second daughter will do it for you, he spoke in a threatening tone. Mr. Pembu gritted his teeth, tormented inside. He recalled the sight of a body hanging from a swing in despair. A sharp voice rang out again. Whatever you want, money, fame, women, we can give it to you. Only freedom you don't deserve. Behave, and if you dare to run or betray us, we'll make you regret it. Before him was a small body that had ended its life with a rope. Mr. Pembu had shouted in despair, How can you be so cruel? She was only 6, she hadn't even enjoyed the beauty of this world. Then he drew a knife, trembling. It's this inherited void star instant death passed down through generations. It robs people of their conscience, it robs me of my freedom, forcing me to live like a tool in this world. If I can condense the void star alien species before I die, I can end this chain of sin. His trembling hands prepared to stab himself. Around him, a dark aura emanated. His face turned black. His eyes, bloodshot, stared at the knife in his hand as he muttered, If I just stab, there will be no more sacrifices. Then suddenly the knife clattered to the ground. Sobbing began again. Woo, he knelt in agony, unsure how to resolve this pain. Then the scene showed a man smoking, staring blankly ahead. A voice beside him said, What's wrong with being a killer? You don't even know the people you kill. It was a blonde girl. They were lying together on a bed. She continued, Their deaths just become your money and fame. Your children, your children's children, will all live a good life like you in the future. Isn't that happiness? The man tilted his head as if to sever emotional ties and replied, That doesn't matter anymore. What keeps me alive? Just the fear of death. A street corner scene appeared, with high-rise buildings and cars speeding on the road. A newborn baby wailed loudly, and someone seemed to be talking to themselves. Afraid of dying yourself, and afraid of others dying because of you. Mr. Pembu stroked the yellow dog's head, comforting himself. If I activate instant death one more time, I'll die from exhaustion. If I fail, they'll make my second daughter take over, so I have to succeed this time." His expression turned silent. Then suddenly a scythe appeared in his hand, placed against the neck of the yellow dog, which looked at him with innocent eyes. Mr. Pembu continued, "For the next operation to go smoothly. Sorry, Da Huang." In the distance, Solana was observing through binoculars, saying, "We're peeking from afar, only seeing the operation commander." So boring." Yi Zhen stood beside her and asked, "Wang Padi's void photo can read people's memories. The fewer people who see us, the lower the risk. Do we need to be this cautious?" Solana said, somewhat dissatisfied. "He just placed the ant god drone in the venue and set it to act according to plan. He's already toyed with the enemy. And both Wang Padi and Zhang Buyu have taken the bait and followed. How can they be so stupid?" Then she turned to discuss with Yi Zhen. "Yi Zhen, after we collect Pembu's Void Star instant death, will you come back to the Iron Tower country with me? We've provoked the Virtual Bureau first, then teamed up to kill the 9 voids. After we kill Wang Padi and Zhang Buyu this time, no one in Huasha will dare to keep you." Yi Zhen didn't know how to answer, just lost in thought. Solana added, "You can't go back anymore. Come with me, your only retreat is the Iron Tower country." A fallen leaf landed on Yi Zhen, making his face even more sorrowful. The yellow car was speeding down the road. Zhang Yuan, in Wang Padi's form, spoke, "Young Master Zhang, do you have any life-saving abilities?" Zhang Buyu let out a confused "ah." Then he quickly explained, "I currently have 6 synergistic abilities: Rational Rule, Infinite Dream, Super Decomposition, Super Disguise, and Strong Attack. Life-saving is indeed my weak point." Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "Really, you're just telling me that outright?" Zhang Buyu replied cheerfully. "You also know the secret that I can turn into a cat. We're even now." Zhang Yuan curiously pressed further. "Oh, what about your luck when drawing cards?" Zhang Buyu looked into the distance and answered calmly. 2 consecutive SSR pulls in a 10 draw. I really want to kill you right now. You just changed your fate by spending money. Draw enough and it'll come." Zhang Yuan turned his head with a snort, then said, "Then synergize with me. If you can draw my life-saving ability, consider yourself lucky." Zhang Buyu looked at Zhang Yuan seriously. Then he asked, "Do you think we might die soon?" Zhang Yuan replied, "My intuition is always accurate. If you don't draw it, get out of the car immediately and don't go to your death." Zhang Buyu clicked his tongue while driving. "Tisk, you've hidden a bunch of strategic abilities not in your file, right? Are you sure it's okay for me to synergize with you?" Zhang Yuan turned irritably and reminded him, "Why are you so long-winded? Just synergize when I tell you to." Zhang Buyu remembered and quickly extended his hand, replying hurriedly, "Okay, then I won't hold back." Zhang Buyu placed his hand on Zhang Yuan's. Suddenly his eyes looked both dazed and confused. He blurted out, "This is." Before him appeared a formation of complex, incomprehensible symbols. He had synergized to gain the life authority. Zhang Buyu still stared blankly in one direction. Then an iron door appeared and an ant emerged from under the ground. After stepping through the iron door, Zhang Yuan spoke. The drone stopped in front of a dilapidated neighborhood entrance. "The enemy should be lying in ambush for us inside." The two began to walk in. Zhang Buyu added, "Although the enemy knows we're coming, super disguise can still interfere." Zhang Yuan agreed. When the fight starts, use the life authority directly. Don't hesitate." Zhang Buyu replied. "The life authority consumes a lot. I can only maintain it for a few seconds, and I can't use other abilities while it's active." Zhang Yuan looked at him with disdain. "Is this the level of the top youth on the rankings?" Zhang Buyu sighed helplessly and said, "You're second on the rankings, which isn't realistic either." "Go ahead," Zhang Yuan said expressionlessly. "No, I refuse to be a meat shield." Zhang Yuan activated his abilities, Eagle Eye Super Sensing. His eyes lit up, and he warned, "Stop the nonsense. I see the enemy." Zhang Buyu confirmed, "Are you sure they're not ordinary residents?" Zhang Yuan described, "In the vegetable garden there's an old man holding a stiff dead dog in his arms, still petting it. Clearly it's a deliberate trap to lure us over." Zhang Buyu frowned with a hint of horror and asked, "How do you know he's not preparing tonight's dinner?" Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. He hugged himself, saying fearfully, "I've heard you people here eat anything, even cockroaches." Zhang Buyu quickly explained, "Water cockroaches aren't cockroaches, they're dragonfly larvae with the hard shell removed." Zhang Yuan still dodged in panic. "You're not coveting my body too, are you?" Zhang Buyu quickly explained, "I'm not. I have no interest in being gay." Zhang Yuan had already jumped back a distance, exposing him. "You even said it outright, which is just covering up." Zhang Buyu stammered in panic. "The explanation is getting even more perverted. Guangyuan people don't eat Shandong people, nor Shandong cats. No, I mean we don't eat people. Don't believe the rumors." An argument broke out. "I'm a true cat lover. I would never covet a cat's body. You feed cats chocolate." "No one believes you." The 2 men in black suits and sunglasses witnessed this scene and muttered to each other. "It seems the enemy is arguing, using super disguise and still arguing so loudly. Are they looking down on us? Damn it. One of them pulled out a sniper rifle from somewhere and said confidently, "It doesn't matter, super disguise makes no difference to me." He activated sight break, his eyes lit up, and through the scope a sharp bullet shot forward with immense power. Zhang Yuan was about to angrily retort, "You're?" Suddenly, as if sensing something, he quickly pushed the person beside him, warning, "Watch out." The shooter was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes, and blurted out, "Impossible. How could he react the instant I pulled the trigger? Can he foresee the future?" Then a voice came from above. "Wang Padi is hit. Instant death Zhang now." Zhang Yuan was still raising his hand, using the extreme cold ability power emanating from his hand. He was alone, fending off attacks from two above. Suddenly a beam of light shot down, grazing his body. Mr. Pembu charged at Zhang Buyu, thinking, "Sorry Director Zhang, I'm being forced." Zhang Buyu, controlled by another's wind blessing, was in utter panic. Mr. Pembu took the chance to use instant death. "Let me explain this ability. Designate a target for immediate death. If the target's ability level is higher than the instant death ability's level, it's ineffective, and it can only be used once a day." Zhang Buyu stood still, looking up in shock. Zhang Yuan turned back, shouting in worry, "Young Master Zhang!" He quickly assessed that Zhang Buyu was in trouble. Even if this was a residential area, he had to freeze the entire area first to eliminate all enemies, then thaw it. Zhang Yuan thought and slammed his hand to the ground, creating an eternal ice city. A surge of blue power erupted and Zhang Buyu stiffened and fell, landing in the ice. Mr. Pembu was already frozen. He quickly used the life authority, appearing just in time to support Zhang Buyu, who lay motionless in the ice. Zhang Yuan worriedly thought, "Life authority plus immortal body only works on oneself. Healing others is at most a gold-level regeneration spray, but I hope he wasn't attacked. Regeneration can't fix this." Zhang Buyu still lay still. Zhang Yuan sat down beside him, crying bitterly and scolding, "Zhang the liar, you lied. You promised to create a world where I can sleep peacefully, but you gave up halfway and fell. Woo-woo, victory and defeat are common in war. Great hero, please start over." Zhang Buyu's face began to twitch. Zhang Yuan stared at the person before him, displeased, then said angrily, "Are you done acting? If you keep playing dead, I'll really bury you." Using Wang Padi's face to say that, "I won't die, but I'll die laughing." Zhang Buyu tilted his head, holding back a laugh, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl up. Zhang Yuan sighed in defeat and said, all right, I'll change back." Then Zhang Yuan transformed back into the black cat. Zhang Buyu looked at the frozen person and said, "If I'm not mistaken, he's the legendary death god of the Iron Tower country." Pembu, the black cat sitting on Zhang Buyu's shoulder, said in surprise. "The Reaper of the Iron Tower Nation," Zhang Busho explained, "was connected to a case Wang Padi had been investigating some time ago. An illegal entry by Pembu 8 years prior. If the matter was related to Pembu, it would explain why they had set a trap for the Virtual Bureau. The Iron Tower Nation possessed a strategic level ability known as Absolute Cessation, from which the title Reaper derived. It was said that only Pembu in the world possessed an instant death ability. He had once stood between Wa and the Iron Tower Nation, shaking the world 30 years ago, but had vanished 8 years ago, rumored to have retired to Wa for his twilight years. He then explained that he had indeed felt the force of instant death strike him just now. However, he had already preemptively activated the Authority of Life, and the instant death force was blocked by the Authority of Life combined with his immortal body. This ability, which could trigger without a target, was indeed noble. He said it casually, but Zhang Busho was secretly sweating bullets in reality. If that sniper hadn't seen through his super disguise and fired early, he wouldn't have had the chance to activate the Authority of Life before being struck dead. If it weren't for Yuan Shao pushing him aside, that bullet would have killed us both. We could only wait for death. Tisk, if I hadn't activated the Authority of Life, I might have gotten off the bus halfway. The black cat beside him also thought ruefully, if I had known he was fine, I wouldn't have used Eternal Freeze. Now the entire neighborhood was frozen, and they'd have to figure out how to clean up the mess. Then the two turned their attention to the frozen Mr. Pembu. Zhang Busho looked up and asked, "Hey Yuan Shao, even though Pembu is frozen, you can bring him back to life, right?" The black cat asked in confusion. "What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid he'll use instant death again?" He replied, "Not afraid. I have a special technique for persuading surrender." The black cat was still puzzled. "Why persuade him to surrender? Wouldn't it be better to just extract his star core?" Zhang Busho explained. "He's been the Reaper of the Iron Tower Nation for so many years. He must have a vast network of connections and knowledge. Alive, he's more useful than dead," the black cat said helplessly. "I'll just handle the thawing, the rest is up to you." With that, it raised a paw to activate the Authority of Life. Spiritual energy began to emanate, and Zhang Busho responded, "No problem." At that moment, the ice melted halfway, revealing half a youthful face, while the other half, still frozen, bore wrinkles. Zhang Busho raised his hand and activated Infinite Nightmare. Purple currents spread out, and he flashed a confident smile saying, "Now it's showtime." At this moment, on a barren patch of land beside a large house, Mr. Pembu was lying on the ground questioning his existence. Was he dead? Right, he had activated his final instant death, his body completely depleted, and no one could save him. Then he struggled to stand up, still puzzled. Is this heaven or hell? Someone like me only belongs in hell after death. Suddenly, a familiar pair of feet appeared behind him. Mr. Pembu turned around nervously and was startled, blurting out at the little girl before him, "Annie, you're still here. This is the afterlife. We're both dead." The little girl smiled at him, and then Mr. Pembu hugged his daughter tightly, bursting into tears. "Annie, Daddy is sorry. If Daddy had accepted his fate as a tool for killing sooner and obeyed obediently, you wouldn't have died because of Daddy." Annie then asked seriously, "Daddy is dead too. Will he bow to fate and admit defeat?" Mr. Pembu replied tremblingly. "I'll admit defeat. What does it matter how precious others' lives are? You are Daddy's daughter. If life could be nived over, even if Daddy's hands were stained with blood, I would protect you no matter what." Suddenly, the little girl said coldly, "If Daddy is that kind of person, I would rather die." Mr. Pembu was struck as if by lightning, his eyes wide open. The fear of death is human instinct, but what moves the heart are stories of sacrificing life for righteousness. People often speak of revering life, but what truly deserves reverence is not life itself, but those intangible yet moving spirits when humans dwell upon life. Annie showed a bright smile and urged her father, "Go back, Daddy's life isn't over yet. Take the lives you've killed and swing the scythe at those who killed your humanity and turned you into the Reaper." Mr. Pembu replied weakly, "They're too strong, I can't resist at all." Annie encouraged, "As long as Daddy is willing to serve Wa can also be Daddy's ally, protecting Daddy and Daddy's family." He still sat down worriedly and asked, "I was born in the Iron Tower Nation and grew up there. I only have half Wa blood. Will they really accept me?" The little girl quickly replied, "Wa never judges heroes by their origins." Mr. Pembu was still deeply conflicted. "Can they even forgive the sins of my entire life?" Annie answered decisively, "No, only you can forgive yourself. When Daddy has washed away his sins, we'll meet again in another world." With that, the little girl showed a bright smile, her face full of innocence and sweetness. Mr. Pembu trembled and shed tears again. He gritted his teeth and replied, Annie suddenly remembered something and continued, "Oh right, one more thing." He was still crying but had to stop out of curiosity. The next second, the little girl, drooling and eyes sparkling, said, "You killed the dog, so you're responsible. White cut dog and walnut stew are specialties of Guangyuan City. You just need to find the recipe." With that, the little girl's figure gradually faded away. Back in reality, Mr. Pembu was now sitting in front of a plate of meat. He ate while crying profusely. "Wa Dahuang, I'm sorry, it's really delicious." Watching this scene, the black cat was moved but frowned, while Zhang Busho beside him wore a devilish grin, holding something in his hand. The black cat turned to him and said, "I'm not a real cat, but you're truly a dog." Zhang Busho replied calmly, "He almost killed me. A little revenge isn't too much, is it?" The black cat retorted, "I'll believe you when you put down the takeout box." Zhang Busho said helplessly, "Well, you froze the entire neighborhood. That must have taken a lot out of you, right? No need to be so tense next time. You're tough, you won't fall easily." The black cat replied, "It's fine. Freezing everyone at once allowed us to catch all enemies in one net and prevent counterattacks. As for the nearby residents, one use of the authority of life won't harm them, and the cost isn't great." Zhang Busho was shocked and said, "Not great?" The black cat, arms crossed, said disdainfully, "You can't handle it because you're too weak. Go train more." As they were bickering, someone pushed the door open and reported, "8th position, sir. We've completed the investigation of everyone in the neighborhood and found 4 ability users from the Iron Tower Nation." The black cat replied calmly, Leave the follow-up investigation to the uncles from the Virtual Bureau. Remember to check the surveillance at the University League venue. There might be important clues." The person raised a hand in a military salute and replied, "Understood." The black cat felt a bit awkward and said to the person, "Director Wong, please don't call a junior sir, it sounds strange. Just call me by my name, or Xuan Ming." Director Wong replied happily, "All right, Xuan Ming, thank you for handling the drone incident. If not for your intervention, I'm afraid I'd be in grave danger." The black cat said bluntly, "Don't thank me yet. I have another favor to ask of you, Director Wong." Director Wong became serious and asked, "What is it? How can I help?" He entered a phone number and said, "Come with me to the hospital to visit a student. I'll explain on the way." On the phone screen was a chat log with Feng Jing. He kept sending messages. "I've checked on Lan Shuang's condition. She's unconscious because she used the mental exhaustion ability. Mental exhaustion is a mutual destruction move. When activated, the user suffers the same damage. I think something's off. I searched the Academy's database and found some issues. Ling, look at this. Complex mental illness. Case C19E. Security level B. Name, Lan Shuang. Ability, mental slow control. Main cause, mental exhaustion. After absorption diagnosis. Mental pollution reversal. Symptoms. After using mental control, she gets reverse polluted by the target, causing intense hallucinations. The hallucinations mainly come from the negative emotions absorbed by the target when absorbing void crystals. Cause, young age during first void crystal absorption. Short intervals between each absorption with frequent failures, leading to accumulated negative emotions interacting with existing abilities and mutating. After reading the information, the Black Cat said, Peijun Academy has already reported to the Virtual Bureau and requested to take over the investigation, right? Director Wang quickly replied, yes, but because it involves Academy issues, only those with sufficient security clearance can investigate, or it can be transferred to the Academy for diagnosis. The two were now sitting in a car, heading somewhere. The Black Cat continued, Lan Shuang's current condition is indeed related to me, but the reason involves S-level or higher classified content. I can't go into detail with you. It's not convenient for me to act as Zhang Yuan in this matter. Director Wang, can you lend me a Virtual Bureau uniform? Director Wang took out an item and said, no problem. I'll give you both the identification vest and the physical vest. From now on, you're a special investigator of the Virtual Bureau. Your treatment will be at the deputy director level. The Black Cat picked up the clothes, grinning speechlessly, and asked, I understand, but why is it women's clothing? Director Wang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. This is the only spare shared outfit left. He quickly put on the clothes and said, forget it, I'll use it. Use illusory disguise to transform it. Director Wang couldn't help but exclaim, damn, your face hasn't changed much, but you look like a completely different person, the Black Cat replied calmly. Nowadays, everyone recognizes people by their hairstyle. Still incredulous, Director Wang's eyes widened as he said, you even look a bit more mature. If you said you looked like this, I'd believe it. Then he turned and asked, Director Wang, could you activate Void Reflection later to let me see what happened to Lan Shuang at the time? The scene shifted to a later time, now at sunset, in the hospital. In Lan Shuang's ward, a doctor saw them enter and said, Director Wang, you didn't have to come all this way for our student's matter. Director Wang replied politely, no need to be formal. Let me first see the child, the Black Cat interjected. Everyone please leave. The doctor looked puzzled and asked, and this is, Director Wang raised his hand to introduce him. He's a special investigator from our bureau. Xuan Ming, a young doctor, heard this and exclaimed, Xuan Ming, ranked second on the youth list, and he's this young? Another doctor chimed in, saying he looked a bit like Zhang Yuan. Is it just my imagination? The older doctor quickly waved at the two and said, let's go, we'll talk outside. After observing Lan Shuang for a while, Director Wang asked how she was doing. The Black Cat hesitated slightly before replying, maybe she can be saved, but I need to see her memories from our fight. Director Wang quickly complied. All right, I'll use Void Reflection. With that, he began to activate the Void Reflection ability between his hands. Above Lan Shuang's body, a golden space appeared. The Black Cat stepped into the circle of that space. Data surged toward him like a tidal wave. Moments later, he was already in Lan Shuang's memories. Returning to the earlier battle, he was verbally attacking her. You're ugly, you're vicious, you had ulterior motives toward me. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. The referee raised a hand to interrupt. Zhang Yuan was warned for passive fighting once. Lan Shuang thought worriedly, his mental control is useless against him. I still have mental exhaustion, but that's not an ability to use in a match. Forget it, I'll just surrender. Suddenly, a strange force began to assault her. Lan Shuang panicked. The mental pollution reversal is here. Wait, what's going on? How are his negative emotions so exaggerated? The next second, a massive sharp claw appeared before her, reaching out from a strange space. She screamed, no HMPH, don't come near me. The claw grabbed Lan Shuang, and in her terror she still struggled with trembling hands, shouting, I'll fight you to the death. The claw used mental exhaustion, tightly gripping Lan Shuang's body and mind, leaving her crying in pain. After a while her eyes slightly opened, and a figure came into view, gradually becoming clear. It was Director Wang. He was asking with extreme panic and concern, Xuan Ming, are you okay? Wake up. Then he moved closer to support the Black Cat's body. The Black Cat had a slight headache, raised a hand to rub his temple and replied, I'm fine. Then he suddenly realized, so this is what Lan Shuang saw at that time. The two continued to observe Lan Shuang, who was unconscious in the hospital bed. The Black Cat thought, that giant claw that killed me and Lan Lan in the past life has appeared in this form. Is it because I have so few emotions left inside? Almost only fear and hatred for this giant claw. Her spirit was now extremely weak, almost in a vegetative state. My dark realm energy is still inside her, so I can establish a connection with her. Thinking this, he reached out and released black dark energy into Lan Shuang's head. Moments later, he stood in another space, thinking along with that dark energy. Her mental world is completely destroyed, nothing left. Even her life is sustained by my dark realm energy. If left untreated, when this energy fades, she will die directly. Then he spoke in that space. Lan Shuang, I saw you fighting that alien. I only have one question for you. If you encounter it again in the future, are you willing to fight it to the death? His eyes suddenly sharpened. A voice came from the depths of the space. I am. The current still surrounded the black cat. Then he pursed his lips, reached out to catch the dark energy and said, Lan Shuang, I take back what I said before. You're not ugly, you're not bad. You are a brave and fearless warrior. The dark energy began to gather toward the black cat's hand. Moments later, it condensed into a familiar figure. He continued, Let's fight for humanity together. After a while, two people walked out of the black cat's hospital room, and someone who had been waiting for a long time asked, Is the investigation done? Director Wang patted the black cat on the shoulder and replied, She's healed. The person said in surprise, Healed? Lan Shuang had also woken up and said to the person opposite, Leader, I'm fine now. The person found it hard to believe and asked, What, aren't you? She explained, I just overexerted my mental energy and collapsed from temporary weakness. It was a misdiagnosis before. A master from the virtual bureau has already healed me. Zhang Yuan didn't attack me improperly. Don't wrong him. The scene shifted to another place where a group of people sat on a sofa looking like they were waiting, chatting among themselves. How has Zhang Yuan been in the bathroom so long? He didn't activate his ability and run away, did he? The people guarding the Fangji entrance didn't see him come out. Today's matches are over. Let's clock out or stop waiting. Looking at the cards on the table, they continued, He called some boss Chi earlier. He can't be an ordinary student. How else would a student have a satellite phone to call from within the Fangji? Just bluffing. Suddenly, Zhang Busha walked in with his hands in his pockets looking grim, and said, You did well this time. Behind him followed two subordinates with equally bad expressions. One of them asked, Commander, why are you here? He replied in a harsh tone, Why can't I be here? You've colluded with external forces, obstructed the 9 ruins from carrying out a classified mission. The evidence is solid, the impact is severe. This will be treated as treason. This left several people present baffled. Then they fell to their knees in panic, crying out their grievances. We are utterly loyal to the nation and would never dare do such a thing. Zhang Yuan forged the ID, Commander. You can't believe him. Look at this photo. Is that him? Zhang Buyu glared and said, Isn't it just light makeup? How is that not the real person? Can't you use a card reader to check if it's real or fake? The venue wasn't without internet, yet those people kept refuting with flimsy excuses. Commander, we've been respectful to old Zhang all these years. Do you really want to force us to our deaths? Yes, we were all promoted by Commander Zhang himself. You're slapping your father in the face, Zhang Buyu sneered. TCH, ignoring the law and appealing to personal ties, fine, I'll give you a chance. Go apologize to Zhang Yuan yourselves and let him decide the punishment. After a moment, the group went to find Zhang Yuan. Ji Yin walked over on their behalf and said, What business do you have? Our academy's contestants have already rested. One of them said, Leader Ji Yu, we're here to see Zhang Yuan. Ji Yan immediately questioned, Zhang Yuan was locked up by you for so long and barely got back to rest. You still dare to disturb him? The few softened their expressions and replied, No, we're here to apologize. He asked in confusion, What requires an apology? If it's something trivial, I'll accept it on his behalf. Hearing this, they began to explain in a flurry. It's not easy to say. Can't you just let us in to see him? Actually, he dropped something and we're here to return it. Ji Yan said calmly, Give it to me. I'll return it for him. But they insisted, saying it was too important to hand over personally. With that, the lackey tightly hugged Ji Yan, shouting, I'll hold him off, you guys go upstairs. The old man then cried out in panic, You dare to force your way in? The rest had already taken the chance to rush inside. Ji Yan extended a finger to eliminate friction. Suddenly, the outer pants of those few fell off automatically, creating an extremely comical scene. By then, they were already kneeling before Ji Yan, holding up their pants. He roared, Run if you've got the guts, run up and find him. They pleaded sorrowfully, Leader Ji Yu, don't be like this. Leave some leeway in life so we can meet again down the road. Hearing this, he grew even angrier. Meet again? My tastes aren't that heavy. In the distance, a figure appeared, watching them. The person's foot was beside Zhang Yuan's card, which had fallen from their pockets. I already gave you a chance, you just didn't use it. It was Zhang Buyu. As he thought this, he bent down to pick up the card. After a moment, a hand reached out to knock. Dong dong, Zhang Yuan opened the door to find Zhang Buyu. Seeing him, Zhang Buyu said, Young Master Yuan, you look terrible. Zhang Yuan replied, affected by manifested negative emotions. I'll be fine after some rest. I see. Zhang Buyu then began to use rational common sense, and Zhang Yuan was enveloped in a gentle, soothing aura. He asked, Does it help a little? Zhang Yuan answered, Some effect. Can your translation ability also ease emotions? Zhang Buyu replied. Depends on the situation. He then continued to explain. When rational common sense is safely activated, it can, to some extent, assimilate your thinking with the targets. As long as I stay calm enough, I can use my rational common sense to help you calm down, Zhang Yuan asked curiously. To what extent does the assimilation go? Zhang Buyu sat down on a chair as he replied. Not as strong as your cuteness. It can't turn someone who isn't interested in cats into a cat lover instantly, Zhang Yuan said. Your cuteness seems as ineffective as a miss, completely unnoticeable. Zhang Buyu grew curious. Your cuteness must be falsely reported in rank. I've already revealed the secret of rational common sense, so you should share the secret of your cuteness too. Zhang Yuan had already sat by the bed and explained. The rank in the file is indeed wrong. My cuteness is an upgraded version of ordinary cuteness. If someone falls for it once under certain conditions, their cognition is permanently altered. They see me as their master and submit to me. Zhang Buyu blurted out in surprise. A lock cuteness curse. Zhang Yuan replied dazedly. This can't be messed around with, Zhang Buyu added. Seriously, your cuteness effect is so strong it's permanent. What if one day some poor soul gets hit by it, fawns over you to please you and ends up wrongfully dead? That would be fun. He said it very earnestly. Zhang Yuan said, Commander Zhang, your fear of cuteness has already been transmitted to me through rational common sense. As the saying goes, your seat determines your thoughts. You sit in the human chair, so of course you hope all non-humans in the world are conquered by your cuteness, submit to you and give you whatever you want. Zhang Buyu revealed a sly, sinister smile as he replied. But if the tables turn, humans would be toyed with by non-human cuteness, lose their dignity, feel pity for them, and use taxpayers' hard-earned money to buy peace and joy for non-humans. Then he flashed a warm, friendly smile. If I don't hit the mark, I'm not human. If I can't hit the head, at least I'll hit the butt. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Then he backed away, looking terrified, and asked, Commander Zhang, have I done anything to upset you? Zhang Buyu was taken aback. No, I was talking about Xuan Ming. Why are you backing away? Zhang Yuan said fearfully. Your expression is too kind, and you've been staring at me this whole time. Only then did Zhang Buyu pull out a few items from his hand, saying, I almost forgot the main business. I'm here to return your things. Zhang Yuan picked one up, kept his own card, and turned away calmly, saying, I'll take the chocolate. Take the trash away. This reaction left Zhang Buyu a bit stunned. After a moment they sat together again, and Zhang Buyu pulled out another card, explaining, Young Master Yuan, just flash this card and you'll have direct supreme command over any military district. Don't treat it as trash. Zhang Yuan still didn't want to take it, pointing at it and asking, Isn't this still hazardous waste? Zhang Buyu tried hard to explain. This card uses Hua Nation's top-tier chip technology and is compatible with most card readers on the market. You can use it to buy food and drinks. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan finally showed interest, picked it up and praised. It has that function, let me try. The scene shifted to that group of people. One guy was already sweating profusely, begging for mercy. Leader Jiyu were sincere. Please let us off easy. The few had already been beaten into a mess, piled up with their butts exposed. A furious shout rang out, "Pa, full of nonsense. If you hadn't run 3 times I might have believed you." Beside them, Zhang Buyu and Zhang Yuan stood in contemplation, observing. Zhang Yuan raised a hand to cover his eyes and sighed. These old guys really have all sorts of tricks. Zhang Buyu pulled his hand and said cheerfully, let's go, don't bother with those old ghosts. Suddenly, the lackey seemed to spot something, his eyes lighting up. They each showed their skills, lunging at Zhang Yuan like starving ghosts, wailing, Zhang Yuan is here, we were wrong, we were really wrong, please have mercy and let us off. Zhang Yuan looked blankly at the person beside him. Commander Zhang, you didn't call them here, did you? Zhang Buyu flashed a devilish grin and replied, these people deliberately obstructed your mission. Whether it's treason or dismissal, it's up to you. He broke into a sweat and replied, it doesn't have to be that extreme. Then he began to analyze. Although their attitude was poor, the Blue Kang incident wasn't purely malicious obstruction on their part. As for not claiming responsibility, the main fault lies with Chi Tu printing the wrong photo. After considering, he turned to Zhang Buyu and said, the University League can't go without management. A minor punishment to teach them a lesson, a light sentence will do. Zhang Buyu listened and replied, fine, pardoned. The few thanked him profusely. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Commander. Zhang Buyu then looked like a 2-horned demon, his face dark, and said, it's not too much for you to cover all the losses from this mission, is it? The few, tears streaming down their faces, replied in unison, not too much, not too much. He continued, you can go to the Virtual Administration Bureau to collect the penalty documents, including economic losses and the consequences of the security breach. They all answered in unison, yes. Zhang Yuan then tried using the card. He held it up to scan, the machine beeped, and the payment was successful. Zhang Buyu was stunned, his mouth wide open. It worked. The legend is true. Zhang Yuan bent down to pick up a drink can and asked. You didn't even know if it was true, Zhang Buyu explained. I've heard you can also use it to buy items from the virtual ability mall with no limit. Try it. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and replied, I've looked at the virtual ability mall too. There's nothing I want to buy. Zhang Buyu quickly snatched the phone from his hand, excitedly tapped a few times and handed it back. Latest limited edition Snowfield Guardian Du Cow. Amphibious, powerful, can drive on snow, and has ice-breaking capabilities. Plus, a fully furnished villa with a large garden, move-in ready, perfect for a handsome guy like you. Payment successful. This made Zhang Yuan turn pale with fright. He screamed, What? After snatching his things back, he frowned and said, Commander Zhang, I don't have a passport, and I don't plan to settle in Guangyuan City. You're too wasteful. Zhang Buyu, still happily resting his chin on his hand, replied, The 9 Ruins budget is double that of other military districts. If you don't take good care of it, I'll keep spending it recklessly. Zhang Yuan quickly answered, Fine, I'll take this hazardous waste, okay. After a moment, Zhang Buyu turned and waved hi in farewell. Dismissed. The organizing committee still has a lot for me to handle. Zhang Yuan followed behind, feeling a bit guilty, and called out, Commander Zhang, standing behind you and admitting my mistake using cuteness on you in a hurry was wrong of me. I won't appear before you in cat form again. You should also be careful not to drive away all the committee members just to help me vent. I don't care about such trivial matters. Zhang Buyu clenched his fist, his face dark, and replied, If a weaker person had encountered this today, if it were me, I couldn't bear it. Punishing them was my personal decision, not influenced by cuteness. Zhang Yuan could only watch him with a contemplative gaze from behind. By then the moon had risen, and a tall building stood tall. Even from outside, reprimands could be heard. Damn it, these useless fools were all captured alive. And that Peng Bu. After using Shizi, not only did he not die from exhaustion, but he even rejuvenated. What's going on? Yi Zhen turned to the girl beside him and said, It's fine. Kill him proactively and retrieve the virtual crystal, Shizi, and the corpse. Sulani looked at Yi Zhen with confusion and asked, You were so careful in handling the traces before, did you foresee that this operation would fail, or was everything intentional on your part? Yi Zhen looked away and replied calmly, You're overthinking it. Our failure was purely bad luck running into Zhang Buyu. Zhang Buyu's strength is average. But the title of Hua Nation's Child of Fortune isn't for nothing. The scene shifted to the competition venue. Hosts Cheng Yun and Kui Kashang began to announce, Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule has reached the second round of the team competition. A new draw begins. The first to draw is our famous Black Cat contestant. The latest news is that contestant Feng Jing received a red card in the team competition and cannot participate. The organizing committee has lifted the ban on the Black Cat contestant. The draw results will be revealed shortly. Today, Feng Jing's team's opponent will be, it's actually Shangjing University's Su Jie team. The two teams are truly fated rivals. Su Jie helplessly covered his face and instructed his teammates, Get ready, we already lost last match. This time we fight seriously. His teammates' expressions varied quite a sight. On Zhang Yuan's side he held the cat and said, No healer today. Who's taking the hits? I'll switch positions with the cat. Hearing this, Xie Yihan exclaimed in panic. Zhang Yuan added, If there are other situations, Chen Shu can use transmission to transfer the attacks to the cat. Chen Shu also broke into a sweat and replied, The cat is so cute, can you bear it? Feng Jing then raised a hand to push up his black sunglasses and said calmly, Su Jie is an extreme cat lover. The black cat's presence is the strongest shield with full defense and counterattack capabilities. Zhang Yuan interjected, Feng Jing isn't here this time, so the fighters will take longer. Xie Yihan and Chen Shu, make good use of the cat and protect yourselves. Leave the rest to me. By then the two teams of 7 people and 1 cat stood face to face. The host's voice rang out, Both teams are on stage. Pre-match communication begins. A person from the opposing team saw the black cat sitting leisurely on Zhang Yuan's shoulder and trembled with anger, thinking, It's really on stage. So insidious. How can I even attack, but then maybe I can too. He then extended a hand toward the black cat, flashing a sly smile. Hello, black cat contestant. Friendship first, competition second. Zhang Yuan quickly covered the black cat's face, thinking, This guy is a command type with synergy. Shaking hands casually would be trouble. He then replied cleverly, My cat is afraid of strangers. Don't move rashly. The man retreated in tears. A girl on the other side thought, Last time you beat me so badly, this time I'll make you pay. Her expression was extremely sinister as she calculated that only Zhang Yuan on the opposite side could fight. The rest were useless. As long as she used 7 seals at the start to seal Zhang Yuan's 5 senses, explaining that 7 seals could instantly deprive the target of all 5 senses for 3 minutes, she schemed darkly. The opponent has no healer, so will definitely gain the upper hand. Losing all 5 senses means being unable to perceive anything in reality, not even knowing if you're alive or dead. So far, aside from Commander Zhang Buyu, no one has stayed calm after being hit by 7 seals. As she thought, her hand moved, generating spiritual energy. When both teams took their positions, the referee began to shout, "Contestants, get ready. Match start." The girl seriously raised her hand, activating the already prepared 7 seals. Zhang Yuan and the black cat froze, standing still. He worriedly thought, what's going on? I've been hit. Courage isn't activated. It's not mental control. Both the cat and I are trapped in this state. The ability targets the mind, not the body. He felt as if he were sinking into a dark night. The silence had no time or space. Like when he had ignorantly died and his spirit was imprisoned in a golden coffin. Zhang Yuan's breathing grew labored, and he tried to calm down. Bad timing. The negative ability from absorbing the virtual crystal is flaring up now. He quickly leaned back to dodge an incoming spiritual energy stream. Suddenly, a massive claw appeared again, attacking Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, the sinister girl was still controlling everyone, urging repeatedly, "Sujie, make your move." Sujie stood with his fists clenched, but his whole body trembled in front of the black cat held up by Chen Shu. She shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you in the middle of a match?" The lackey teammate leapt up, swinging his fist and gritting his teeth. "I'll control the cat. You guys hit Zhang Yuan." This panicked Chen Shu, who was holding the cat. On Zhang Yuan's side, he seemed to snap awake, frowning as he thought, "There's killing intent, not an illusion. Who's attacking me?" He then raised a hand. His other fist clenched, already encased in a layer of icy cold. He suddenly swung his hand out and sharp ice crystals followed, hurtling toward his opponent. Cries of pain rose one after another. The treacherous girl was now panicked, unable to believe what was happening. How could he still counterattack when he had lost all perception of the outside world? Those ice crystals struck everyone indiscriminately, friend and foe alike. Zheng Shu, who was holding the cat, also panicked. What was going on? The ice crystals condensed together, forming a massive layer of ice. But it wasn't over yet. The ice crystals continued to fire densely, spreading across the entire arena. Sujie shouted in panic as he ran. "Zhang Yuan has lost control and gone berserk. Our team concedes defeat. Call for rescue immediately." The referee only then announced Feng Jin's team as the winner, then quickly raised a yellow card and shouted, "Zhang Yuan, stop now or it's a yellow card." But unexpectedly, the yellow card in his hand also began to freeze gradually. The equipment throughout the venue started to freeze into blocks as well. Commentator Cheng Yun said worriedly, "The referee has declared Feng Jin's team the winner, but contestant Zhang Yuan's screen has gone black." Kui Kesheng also watched with concern. The arena temperature was too low. All electronic devices had malfunctioned. A group of men in black were now running out simultaneously, shouting incessantly that Zhang Yuan must be brought under control as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there will be a major incident at the venue. Call for more healing-type practitioners quickly. Patients frozen for too long won't be saved. The ultimate wish granter from Chengying Academy is in the audience. I'll assist her. Above the stands, Su Wenying was now being helped by everyone. Sharp ice crystals were still coming relentlessly. Shangguan Yi asked in confusion, "Why be so rude?" Su Wenying replied somewhat helplessly, "Probably to assist me." A man in black quickly ran off. "Damn it, it's the healing wind." Above, Feng Jin took off his glasses and observed, Zhang Yuan's eternal ice domain today seems different from before," Zhang Lan said worriedly. Eternal ice domain. The arena suddenly turned cold. Could it be? Feng Jin immediately stood up and hurriedly left, but not without reminding his sister to sit here and not run around. "I'll go check it out." Damn it, he thought. Luckily he had been frozen by Zhang Yuan's eternal ice domain once before at Snakegate Mountain, and his body had evolved to develop cold resistance. In Zhang Yuan's subconscious, countless close people were now lying in pain, including his beloved little sister. While he roared in anger, "Bastard, come out, I'll kill you." He kept turning left and right, searching. "Where are you hiding? Come out." He grew increasingly furious. "You killed my sister. I'll tear you limb from limb and grind your bones to dust." At that moment a huge claw also appeared from above, accompanied by an extremely powerful dark aura. Facing that immense source of power, he still said calmly, "You've finally shown yourself." Outside, Feng Jin was still desperately using his rejuvenation ability on Zhang Yuan, who was trapped in an illusion. The massive red claw began to dissipate above Zhang Yuan, while he remained standing still with his head down. Feng Jin had now approached Zhang Yuan, his finger pointing directly at Zhang Yuan's forehead to heal him. Feng Jin called out softly, "Wake up quickly, there's no enemy in front of you, only friends." Back in reality, Zhang Yuan was a bit dazed, thinking, was that all an illusion? Right, during the match he had fallen for the opponent's trick, and after sinking into darkness, the negative energy from the void star he had absorbed took advantage of the situation. Luckily, the ability he activated in his subconscious was the eternal ice domain, and he almost swept away the authority of life for them. Then he pretended nothing had happened. Now he stood among massive ice blocks, face to face with Feng Jin, with some frozen people still lying beneath. After understanding everything, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Feng Jin quickly supported his hand. Zhang Yuan panted tiredly and said gratefully, "Thank you, my friend." Feng Jin also replied happily, "That's what I call striking when the iron is hot." Zhang Yuan's expression turned speechless as he answered, "How old is that song?" Feng Jin then put his hands on his hips and said dramatically, "Who was forced to listen to it by their mom?" Note: the song mentioned is Song of the Good Guys. Then he put his arm around Zhang Yuan's shoulder and started humming as they walked. "Hey ya, Zhang Yuan said helplessly. "Just sing a couple of lines." The members of the opposing team had just been thawed and all breathed a sigh of relief. "We're alive. Zhang Yuan has regained consciousness. He even thawed us out." Zheng Shu, holding the black cat, cried out in distress. "Great, the cat is cold." Another teammate stroked the black cat and said sorrowfully, "Frozen solid, no hope." On the other side, Sujie wailed, "Black cat." Later, a grand funeral was held mourning the black cat's spirit. May it rest for 1,000 years. On the table was a photo of the black cat next to a coffin with an incense burner holding 3 sticks of incense plus a large wreath. Everyone cried sorrowfully, "Meow meow," hoping there are no void energy users in heaven. Another girl stood nearby comforting, "Take it easy, senior. Cats can't come back to life." Even Suyan lowered his head in pity, sighing with regret. It has finally returned to Cat Star. Feng Jin and Zhang Yuan quietly watched this scene from outside. Feng Jin turned his head, frowned, and asked in a low voice, "Is this your ideal funeral? Look how much they like you. Why don't you want to live anymore?" Zhang Yuan could only look up at the sky with tearful eyes in silence, then turned and walked away. Feng Jin quickly followed. Afterwards he asked, "Do you still remember the specific effects of acting cute?" Feng Jin then recalled increasing charm, eliminating hostility. Zhang Yuan replied, "Right, the effect of increasing charm is permanent. Even if not activated, it passively continues to work. And when activated, it becomes even stronger. The cat's cuteness effect is too strong. Just the permanent passive effect alone can make people lose consciousness and lose all sense of right and wrong. When actively activated, it can even turn people who don't like cats into cat lovers." Feng Jin was still confused. "So what?" Zhang Yuan said somewhat helplessly. "Yesterday, I met someone who was afraid my cat would charm everyone and bring disaster to the country. So they wanted to get rid of my cat." Feng Jin frowned and leaned in to question, "Who the hell is so heartless?" He didn't hide it and answered honestly, "Commander of the Southern Theater Command." After hearing Zhang Buyu's name, Feng Jin paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, PFFT, ha ha ha. That guy has been single since birth, and it's all his own doing." Zhang Yuan was stunned by this reaction. Feng Jin added, "Seeing something cute and wanting to get rid of it, he's truly the enemy of all women." Then he started hopping and humming. "The little commander goes down the mountain to fight monsters. The old commander had instructions. The black cat down the mountain is a tiger. Run when you see it." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh so hard tears came out. Feng Jin leaned in and whispered, Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. A power like acting cute is too strong not to use. Only an idiot would waste it." He was still holding back laughter. Feng Jin said happily, "Charm in simple terms is being liked. If you want to be liked by those who love beauty, become beautiful. If you want to be liked by those who love wealth, become rich. If you want to be liked by those who love goodness, become kind. If you want to be liked by those who love strength, become strong. You use void energy to control feelings, show cuteness, and give people emotional satisfaction. There's no essential difference between this and physical cuteness." Zhang Yuan still had some concerns, "But I can't just use it casually." Feng Jin then explained, "Acting cute itself has no right or wrong. It depends on the user, isn't that right? Your sister is watching the match live. Does she hate your cat or not?" At that moment he suddenly realized. A voice came through the phone, "Brother, I said it's okay to keep a cat. As long as it makes you happy, keep it. I just want to see you doing what you love." After hearing his sister's words, Zhang Yuan stood there in deep thought for a long time, then broke into a happy smile. Zhang Lan winked playfully and added, "Of course, if keeping it brings you pain and suffering, then forget it." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan nearly fell over backward. Feng Jin, who had been eavesdropping for a while, was holding back laughter, and then he couldn't help but lean into the screen and say, "Oh, little Lan, don't you think the black cat is not cute at all?" The little girl on the other end still insisted on her point of view. "It is cute, but my brother clearly likes cats and worries because he's afraid I'll hate them. That's the cutest thing in the world." As she spoke, she blinked her super cute eyes. Zhang Yuan, praised by his sister, started covering his face and shouting happily, Lan says I'm cute. Hee, cute." Then from somewhere he pulled out a pair of gloves shaped like cat paws and started hopping around, shouting, "Meow meow." Seeing this, Feng Jin broke into a sweat and said, "Zhang Yuan, don't be like that, you're scaring me." Zhang Yuan, still immersed in happiness, walked toward him, pulling at Feng Jin's mouth enthusiastically. "Come on, not acting cute is like having water in your brain." Feng Jin could only helplessly curse ABC. How ridiculous, actually holding a funeral for that cat. Suddenly a mocking laugh rang out, making the two serious as they turned around. Another voice retorted, "The hotel has been booked by our Chengding Academy. If you don't like it, leave." Eagle Saint, with a few lackeys, said arrogantly, "People die every day in this world. So many heroes go unmourned, yet you mourn a cat. Truly a clear stream among third-rate schools. I have to hand it to you," Xuan Ming responded loudly, full of morality and justice. "But not caring about the things around you. That's true heartlessness," he still replied with a lecherous expression. "The eldest miss of Baikan Group, a favored daughter of heaven with ultimate wish-granting, hanging out with these people all day will cheapen you." Xuan Ming refused to back down, pointing at him and shouting, "I'm not a commodity, so don't talk about prices with me." Eagle Saint snorted coldly, "HMPH, I've long heard that at Chengding Academy, Zhang Yuan treated you coldly and heartlessly, and now you're holding a funeral for his cat. Truly foolish behavior and eye-opener." Another female student appeared to refute him. "If she wants to chase Zhang Yuan, Feng Jin will deal with her. What's it to you?" The student next to her stopped her. "Shut up." Eagle Saint then turned around in panic. "What? Feng Jin is Su Wanying's real boyfriend? What a mess." Zhang Yuan, who had been watching on the sidelines, spoke up and asked, "Who is this guy?" Feng Jin, looking at his phone, replied, "Judging by the look, he's from Zhangnan Academy." "Let me check." The phone screen displayed someone's information. Eagle Saint, son of Eagle Zongxing, deputy commander of the Central Military Region. Known for absorbing flight abilities, he probably wants to make a name for himself through the competition, but inadvertently got overshadowed by you, so he's stuck causing trouble. Zhang Yuan turned to look at the guy named Eagle Saint and said to his friend, "He's practically shoving his face into my claws. It's only reasonable for me to grant his wish to get hit, right?" Feng Jin, already itching for a fight, cracked his knuckles and flashed a gleeful smile. "Perfectly reasonable," Zhang Yuan said. "Go ahead, it's your turn to perform." Then Feng Jin appeared before them, saying arrogantly, "Yo, what little brat is this? Seeing our funeral, are you so tempted you want to jump into the coffin and take its place?" Eagle Saint, not knowing who it was, asked irritably. "And who the hell are you?" Feng Jin pointed at the black cat's body and introduced himself with force. "I am the guardian of the profound dark cat. Feng Jin, my lord, walks between light and shadow, wielding the authority of life and death. You are not worthy of desecrating his presence." Eagle Saint kicked over the black cat's spirit table and cursed, "Are you crazy?" Feng Jin covered his face with one hand and assumed a combat stance with the other, saying coldly, "Today was supposed to be my lord's day of rest, but you foolishly destroyed his shrine, disturbing his peace. He will surely rise from the abyss of death and hunt you to the ends of the earth." Eagle Saint shouted angrily, "Do you take me for a fool?" The black cat had already opened its eyes and woken up, replying, "Aren't you?" Then it leapt and pounced on Eagle Saint. He panicked. The black cat didn't hesitate to swipe a claw at him, sending him sprawling backward, spitting blood. Eagle Saint slammed into the wall, and his lackeys called out worriedly, "Young Master Eagle, get healing!" The crowd, who had been grieving moments before, now cheered with immense joy. "It's alive! The cat is alive! The power of love is omnipotent!" Even Ji Yuan rushed in quickly, exclaiming in surprise, "There was no heartbeat. How is it alive again?" Eagle Saint, still being treated by his lackeys, stubbornly shouted, "Feng Jin, you privately keep an alien cat. Assault and injure people. You deserve to die. I knew your Void Star hunting results were fishy. You collude with aliens to do evil. Luckily, Principal Bai discovered it early and got rid of the twin-headed Eagle King you were working with, eliminating harm for the people." As he spoke, a hint of joy at having caught Feng Jin and the others in the act appeared on his face. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan walked up to him with an icy expression, looking down at him like a demon, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you just say?" Zhang Yuan demanded again, "Say what you just said one more time." Eagle Saint, still stubborn, repeated, "Are you panicking? Hit the nail on the head, didn't I? You're human, but your heart leans toward aliens. You're cruel to humans and merciful to aliens. You keep an alien cat for personal gain, and you even injured me, an upright human." Zhang Yuan continued to question, "If you can say something like that, it means the twin-headed Eagle King didn't directly attack humans entering the dimensional realm, right?" Eagle Saint, now being helped up by two others, wore an extremely arrogant expression. "Although I don't know what you did to that stupid eagle, it must have been some dirty, shady deal. Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare to make the battle report public?" Zhang Yuan remained silent, while Feng Jin behind him thought worriedly, "Damn it, if Yuan can't hold back and attacks this guy, he'll really be taking the blame for what he's been accused of." Then he quickly kicked Eagle Saint out the door, shouting, "I can't be bothered to waste words with an idiot like you. Get lost." Eagle Saint still wore a mocking smile. "Ha ha ha, you're scared." Feng Jin couldn't be bothered to explain, closed the door, and left a parting remark, "You maliciously harassed your opponents. I'll report this to the organizing committee." Then he turned to look at his friend, thinking that Yuan's state today was already off. And then he had to run into this kind of nonsense. When I get the chance, I'll definitely kill that guy. After thinking it over, Feng Jin spoke to comfort him. Yuan, your goodwill toward the Eagle King wasn't wrong. Zhang Yuan interrupted him. Feng Jin, he said with a furrowed brow and a melancholy expression, the essence of acting cute isn't goodwill but enslavement. At least that's how it is between me and the Eagle King. Then he turned and waved, saying, the arena is frozen solid. It won't be fixed until tomorrow. Let's head back and rest for today. Feng Jin could only remain silent, not knowing what to say. In a high-level meeting, many seasoned individuals had gathered. One person spoke up. It's obvious that Zhang Yuan doesn't need to compete anymore. This kid's strategic level ability is too unfair to others. And Guangfeng replied calmly at that moment, I agree that he doesn't need to compete, but your use of the word fair needs further discussion, the man shouted angrily. And Guangfeng, what do you mean? Someone across from them interjected to calm things down. Stop arguing. Just give him the same rewards as the champion. Zhang Buyu spoke calmly at this point. Zhang Yuan is indeed too strong to need to compete, but that can't be a reason for us to strip him of his right to compete, someone nearby immediately retorted. The University League is supposed to be a stage for students to showcase their abilities, but Central Plain's strength had already broken the balance. Upon hearing this, he responded calmly, matches have winners and losers. As an old saying goes, victors are certainly worthy of respect. But those opponents who persist in running to the finish line even when behind, and the spectators who watch such opponents without giving up, are the true pillars of Huasha's future. Another person chimed in, saying it wasn't impossible to let him continue competing, but his strategic level ability was indeed unsuitable for use on the field. A nearby leader also began to voice his opinion, suggesting a ban to balance the strength. Yet another person spoke up. On the ruined battlefield, no one could ban the strategic level abilities of the alien races, and Guangfeng still looked cheerfully toward Zhang Buyu, tossing the issue over. The league was hosted by South China this time, so the final decision could be left to Commander Zhang. The person sitting next to him turned to discuss. Commander Yang's experience was shallow, and Guangfeng had little to refute. His military achievements surpassed Guangfeng's, which left the other person directly speechless. Neither noticed that Zhang Buyu on the other side was staring intently at them. Then he frowned and spoke, my opinion is to maintain the status quo and impose no restrictions. After the meeting ended, he looked at the instant noodle box beside him and thought, after such a long meeting, the noodles had turned to mush. Just as he picked up the noodle box, Zhang Buyu suddenly saw a familiar object meowing. Zhang Yuan transformed into human form and landed by the window, saying happily, Commander of the South China Military Region, is this your dinner? Zhang Buyu responded somewhat helplessly. All restaurants and eateries were on holiday, and takeout couldn't be delivered into the military zone. Zhang Yuan asked in confusion, can't you go out to eat? Zhang Buyu replied with a grimace while picking up noodles. The Shaolin snakes raised in the Luofu mountain realm were too ferocious, frantically gnawing at the realm's simulated environment. Last year, the maintenance cost of the realm had become astronomical. This report should have been read yesterday, but it was delayed due to the League matters. It couldn't be put off any longer today. After speaking, he turned to ask the young boy Yuan Shao, did you come to my office specifically to take my shift? Zhang Yuan quickly replied, I have a favor to ask, and after you help, I'll take your shift. Zhang Buyu asked curiously, tell me what it is first. Zhang Yuan's expression became unprecedentedly serious. I want my cat to die today and fade from public view, but there are always people forcing me to act human, and I don't intend to go too far. I just want to beat him up. For the University League's electronic draw, did you leave a back door? Zhang Buyu then rested his chin thoughtfully. Use it as you wish. The shift can wait. Now I want something else. Zhang Yuan asked, what? Zhang Buyu replied happily. How about inviting me to dinner at your place tomorrow night? After a while, Zhang Yuan jumped back through the window into his room. Feng Jing was sitting reading a newspaper and waiting, and upon seeing him asked, back? Zhang Yuan said, you didn't even remind me to knock. Looks like your mood really exploded. Feng Jing turned his head and continued reading the newspaper while replying, I was afraid you might hate humans because of the Great Rock King and defect to the alien camp. Zhang Yuan pulled out a chair and replied, I did have that thought. Isn't it you who keeps dwelling on the Great Rock King? This left Feng Jing speechless. Zhang Yuan had already sat down and explained with his head lowered, I admit I really like that two-headed Great Rock King. I once had some naive wishes, but now I understand that humans' affection for their own kind and for alien races is different. Lan Lan and I can pat each other's heads and give everything, even our lives, for each other. Our relationship is completely equal. As for alien races, I can eat their meat with peace of mind, enjoy their fawning, pat the two-headed rock's head, and then crush a few cockroaches with one foot. But if an alien race eats human flesh, it forces people to grovel and fawn over them. They would kill people on charges of ugliness, and I would only see it as a scene of hell. Zhang Yuan looked out the window and continued, humanity's innate nature is not equality but selfishness, and even I find it hard to give up such unequal benefits. So how can I ask others to restrain themselves for the common interest with alien races? By then, it was dark outside, and starlight fell upon the world, allowing people to see clearly. After hearing this, Feng Jing remained silent, and then a hand stroked his head as if to comfort him. Zhang Yuan stood beside him and said happily, now we have relatively equal human rights. Those were won by people who refused to be slaves, fighting with hammers and sickles. The great Rock King cannot be human, but you can. The scene shifted to the arena. Two teams stood facing each other, with a referee in between. Host Cheng Yun's voice rang out again. Next up is the match between Cheng Ying Academy's Feng Jing team and Zhongnan Academy's Eagle Saint team. Today, Cheng Ying Academy still hasn't let their main player Chong Yi take the field. Could they be saving her as a secret weapon for the end? Eagle Saint then flashed an arrogant smile and said, Feng Jing, today I'll end your winning streak and make you my stepping stone. Feng Jing raised his hand to adjust his glasses and replied calmly, hurry up. I can't be bothered to scold fools. He remained arrogant. Ha, foul-mouthed, can that mouth of yours even work? Then he raised his hand, conjured a small flame, and continued with a dangerous expression, I won't hide it from you either. I've absorbed the hidden ability unique to royalty from the two-headed Great Rock King's Ruin Crystal. Its power can truly be called strategic level. Before it, you're completely helpless. Zhang Yuan behind him found it even more interesting and replied with a smile, oh, let me see. Feng Jing then broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, if it's bad, use the blade. If it's good, leave only one life for crystallization. The referee felt helpless. Why was this match so intense? Then he raised his hand between the two teams and gave the command, enough. Both sides prepared to start the match. As soon as the words were spoken, Eagle Saint leapt up using airwalk, and a pair of wings formed from spiritual energy appeared on his back. Host Cheng Yun commented in surprise. The match has begun. Player Eagle Saint uses airwalk to fly into the sky. Kui Kasheng continued, as we all know, the University League does not allow lethal attacks. There are only 3 ways to defeat an opponent: control or knock them down for over 30 seconds, severely injure them to the point of incapacitation, or knock them out of the arena. The two alternated their commentary. Player Eagle Saint's weapon was a bow specially designed by the Central China branch, and combined with his armor-piercing ability, he could deal extremely strong ranged damage. With his teammates' locking ability, Eagle Saint had directly dominated the first 2 matches, overwhelming opponents from the air to the ground. Eagle Saint then conjured a crossbow with an arrow nocked and said arrogantly, hey, with my airwalk and armor-piercing, let's see how you handle this. The arrow tore through the air toward Zhang Yuan. He stood still, waiting. As the arrow flew in, he quickly tilted his head, caught it effortlessly with 2 fingers and turned to the referee holding the arrow, asking, referee, does that count as a lethal attack? The referee raised a yellow card and replied, Eagle Saint team's locking support failed but caused no casualties. According to past practice, a yellow card warning. Wouldn't it be fair to give Eagle Saint a red card directly? The referee's too nervous, right? It's over. Zhang Yuan then pulled a red card from his pocket with a dark expression. Feng Jing was startled. Isn't that the red card the referee gave me in the match against Jingda? The referee shouted in panic, what are you trying to do? I warn you, no attacking the referee. Zhang Yuan said calmly, don't worry, I'm not attacking you. Then he raised the red card and said coldly, this red card just sends you off. After that, Zhang Yuan directly put down the red card. It fell and stuck into the ground, leaving the referee both confused and panicked. The two were extremely shocked. Facing the referee's unfair judgment, player Zhang Yuan actually pulled out a red card to expel the referee. The grudge between Zhang Yuan and the referee had been building for more than 1 or 2 matches, and it finally erupted. According to Li Si, players have no right to punish referees, and Zhang Yuan's red card had no effect. The students sitting below angrily reflected that the referee was too unreasonable. Could he have taken a bribe from Eagle Saint? Zhang Tianchuo also gritted his teeth and said, I should have given the referee double the money to make him favor Zhang Yuan. Su Qi's side also commented, Zhang Yuan is too impulsive. Confronting the referee on the field is asking for humiliation. Today, Zhang Yuan didn't bring his cat. Upon hearing this, the girl shouted at him, besides the cat, what else do you know? Little Su Kai could only close his eyes and endure. Will Zhang Yuan be punished later? Su Wenying turned to ask everyone. Jiu Yan still rested his chin and thought, Not necessarily. Shang Guanyi confidently replied. Zhang Yuan has never done anything without certainty. The group that Zhang Yuan had previously led off was also discussing, what do we do, which side should we help, what's there to hesitate about. Zhang Yuan is the 9 ruins. Right. If he hadn't shown mercy, we'd have been sent to prison by the young marshal long ago. We can't be ungrateful. The referee then pointed at Zhang Yuan's face and shouted, Zhang Yuan, how dare you question me? You're not a referee. What right do you have? Suddenly, a man in black rushed over, covered the referee's mouth and shouted, say less. Another person walked out and directly announced, Zhang Yuan's red card is valid. The head referee is expelled. The match continues. The referee could only let out muffled sounds. Eagle Saint in the air panicked at the sight. Damn it, the organizers are on Zhang Yuan's side, and they even changed the referee. After dealing with a minor thug, Zhang Yuan looked up and said with satisfaction, good, let's continue the match. I don't like looking up at people, please come down. He then used his Dominion domain and a pair of extremely beautiful crystal-like dreamy wings appeared on his shoulders. Immediately after, Eagle Saint's ugly broken wings shattered. He then fell freely, panicking as he descended. How did I fall? What ability did he use? Wind Seal, HMPH, Wind Seal is useless against me. Let me show you the hidden ability of the two-headed Great Rock King. Take the damage from falling from the sky yourself. He still gritted his teeth and schemed, then used life transfer to attack Zhang Yuan from above. But he was suddenly struck directly to the ground by a golden energy pillar. Sending shattered rocks flying, Zhang Yuan then used his immortal body. No matter how strong the force, it only tore his clothes, leaving his body intact. He then began to frown and thought, oh, so it's an ability to transfer damage to oneself. My passive immortal body was triggered. It seems the damage from this fall exceeded the limit of my projection body. Then he looked at the 3 opponents. Eagle Saint's 3 teammates hadn't moved. Were they trying to use life transfer to kill me? He then turned to Feng Jing and said, Feng Jing, leave Eagle Saint's 3 teammates to you. Feng Jing replied excitedly, all right, Eagle Saint uses damage transfer. How are you going to fight him? He said, damage transfer is useless against me. It'll only make him take more hits. He uses power to oppress others, so I'll use power to oppress him back. He values face, so I'll make him lose face. Saying this, Zhang Yuan used his combat mastery, and a blazing red flame appeared behind him. Then he punched Eagle Saint in the face, making him spit blood. Get into the textbook. Another punch hit the other side of his face, and he spat blood again. Then a punch to his chest. Enthusiastic commentary rang out. Zhang Yuan's punches are like wind and thunder, exquisite and unique. The supreme principle of the Tao now attaches itself to his fists. Every punch wind is a strike against the mundane world. This precious set of boxing techniques has been recorded by our cameras and will be shared on the Ruin User official website for everyone to watch and learn. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Thank you, Eagle Saint, for using his extraordinary endurance to create the most valuable boxing technique teaching video in history. Feng Jing and the others had already subdued Eagle Saint's remaining teammates. He lounged in a chair and asked, got any sunflower seeds? The referee replied, sweating, be glad you have a chair to sit on. Eagle Saint tried to speak but kept receiving Zhang Yuan's consecutive kicks. I surrender, the off-field referee muttered helplessly. Sorry, Eagle Saint, I really can't afford to offend the 9 ruins. Anyway, you won't die, so take a few more hits. We all thank you for your contribution to teaching. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. He stood up, then bent so low to pull out his phone that his face nearly touched his rear to see who was calling and said in surprise, why is Director Wang calling me at this time? The scene cut back to 20 minutes earlier at the Iron Tower Nation Embassy, a tall building standing against the blue sky. 2 people were talking in the room. Su Laney sat in a chair and asked, Yi Zhen, isn't it time yet? Yi Zhen leaned by the west window holding his phone and replied, wait a little longer. She asked again, why do we have to time our actions so precisely? Yi Zhen looked at his phone screen and answered briefly to avoid trouble. On his phone screen was a message from someone called Mr. Bai. The Peng Bu you took last time is not the real Wang Padi, but a student participating in the University League. This person is extremely dangerous. You are no match for him. I have summoned the Challenge General to ensure he not only continues to compete but also fights in person. As soon as the league starts you must act and win quickly. Yi Zhen replied, killing Peng Bu is easy, getting the body out is hard. The other replied, as long as Peng Bu dies the body will naturally be taken out. Su Laney rested her chin on her hand looking at him, and asked, actually from the start you planned to cut ties with the Iron Tower Nation after retrieving the Ruin Crystal upon death and join the 9 Radiances, right? Then she said sorrowfully, Yi Zhen, I Su Laney don't think I've wronged you in any way. On the contrary, the 9 Radiances have always been evasive, giving only half of every piece of intelligence and never trusting you. Yi Zhen replied. Don't think about all that nonsense, she insisted. If you don't want me to think nonsense, then after you kill Peng Bu, absorb his ruin crystal mutant yourself, become the new death god and be supervised by the Iron Tower Nation. He replied coldly. Got it. The scene shifted to the Ruin Administration Bureau. Two people were talking. One asked, Send these to the cafeteria. Why haven't they been plucked and skinned? The person pushing a cart with killed animals replied. Maybe the cafeteria wants to experiment with new dishes. Mr. Peng Bu was holding a bottle of wine and instructing the chef. Using wine and seasonings to flavor traditional Guanyuan dishes can sometimes yield unexpected results. The chef asked doubtfully, If we put these in the soup, won't it become dishwater? Peng Bu replied, Don't limit yourself to soup. The cart of meat then appeared. The person pushing the cart came in and said to him, Peng Bu, I've put the meat here. Mr. Peng Bu waved his hand casually and replied, Good. Then he walked over to the animals on the cart and observed thoughtfully, the way these poultry are processed is strange. They don't look like proper ingredients. This situation was like using a sacrifice to activate some kind of ability. Thinking this, he felt something was wrong and was instantly thrown into a panic. Mr. Peng Bu quickly jumped to the side, shouting loudly, An enemy ambush? Quick, call Director Wang. At that moment the floor beneath him had already cracked open, like a split hillside. On the other side, Yi Zhen and Sarani were communicating using some kind of nerve fiber. His first attack missed. Peng Bu ran towards the 6 o'clock direction to reposition. Understood. The guards also appeared rapidly, each raising shields to protect Mr. Peng Bu on full alert. Damn it, where exactly is the enemy? What kind of ability is this? Mr. Peng Bu shouted anxiously. It's most likely the hidden ability of the Tower Nation's Guillotine Altar. Using this ability to deliver a fatal strike against an enemy allows one to fully recover the power of that strike. Subsequent attacks require no consumption. As long as you can land a killing blow, you can continuously unleash them. The Guillotine Altar requires someone to locate the target to activate it. The enemy is nearby. Suddenly, a sticky substance appeared under his feet. The radar was already on, but still couldn't find anyone. Then the substance began to extend on its own, stabbing upwards. They formed ropes and tightly bound Mr. Peng Bu. He was now speechless, completely controlled by that ghastly thing. Then suddenly countless hidden projectiles flew towards them. He and the other guards were pierced by those sharp projectiles. Crying out in pain, HNNNGH. That ghastly thing began to operate, attempting to dig out Mr. Peng Bu's heart. He could only endure the pain in terror. At that moment Director Wang appeared swiftly, shouting, Old Peng. He reached out his hand using life resonance and pressed it against Mr. Peng Bu's wound, striving to heal it. Hang in there, Jushu is on his way, though in pain. Mr. Peng Bu still tried to warn him. Director Wang, be careful. Then a sharp consciousness also shot towards Director Wang. He cried out in surprise, Behind you, and quickly withdrew his hand. He used air bullet to counter that force. Mr. Peng Bu had now collapsed in pain, unable to stand. Both were thrown back, soil and rocks surging around them. Suddenly a hand reached out, using Su-Ri to promptly heal both of them. The two adults were enveloped in an extremely comfortable spiritual energy. Zhang Yuan flew over at this moment with his crystalline dreamlike wings, accompanied by his good brother Feng Jin. He spoke, asking, Am I too late? Director Wang urged everyone hastily, No more talk. Just go ahead and look at old Peng's memories directly. He began using Void Shine. Zhang Yuan responded immediately. Okay. Feng Jin also chimed in. Show me too. While watching Mr. Peng Bu's memories, Zhang Yuan began to think. The Guillotine Altar requires positioning to activate, so the other side must be monitoring the scene. It was a shadow servant that dug out Peng Bu's heart. At this thought his eyes widened, then he raised his fingers to between his brows using super sense. One eye lit up, appearing in another space, looking at a fleeing figure. He thought, it wants to take the void crystal from Peng Bu's heart. The person was completely black, running away with the heart. Suddenly a flying knife shot out. The knife stabbed directly into the heart. The person panicked and dropped the heart, letting it fall to the ground. The shadow servant then tried to turn back and grab the heart. As Zhang Yuan arrived, he calculated that the flying knife couldn't attack the shadow servant. In any case, he had to retrieve the void crystal first. Just as his hand was about to touch the heart, the shadow servant instantly beat him to it. It grabbed the heart, absorbed it in a hurry, and then vanished quickly. Only wisps of black energy remained in this sky. Picking up the empty shell of the heart, he thought, the shadow servant disappeared and the heart has no void crystal in it. Wait, Feng Jin just used Su-Ri to treat old Peng. He wouldn't need to use it again, right? At that moment, Feng Jin also arrived and asked worriedly, Zhang Yuan, are you okay? Zhang Yuan turned and asked about something else. You used Su-Ri on that person whose void crystal was taken before, right? Feng Jin scratched his head and replied, Yes. The Void Crystal splits into two. It's an S-class confidential project of the Academy of Sciences. Zhang Yuan gave him a strange look. And they didn't lock you up, you just go around scanning void crystals? Feng Jin answered. That's all in the past. Zhang Yuan suddenly slapped Feng Jin hard on the back, flashing a sly grin. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll never let you become a tool for scanning void crystals. Feng Jin yelped in pain. If you were a villain in a comic, I'd have to scan 1,800 void crystals just to keep you from escaping. He then immediately turned serious. Enough joking. Seriously though, the light that flew into that shadow servant just now, I have a strong feeling it looked exactly like the light that absorbs void crystals. Though there's no precedent, it's possible that this shadow servant can absorb void crystals. At this moment, Director Wong was helping Mr. Peng Bu out of the basement. Looking somewhat tired, Director Wong sat down and said, "That hypothesis is too far-fetched. Could this shadow servant have gotten irradiated and mutated?" Feng Jin, while examining Mr. Peng Bu's wound, spoke up. "There is indeed one person who was exposed to nuclear radiation and also possesses shadow servant abilities." Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously. "You mean Feng Yumo's brother, Yi Zhen?" Feng Jin explained. "The shadow servant that escaped just now showed a brief moment of delay when the heart was pinned. It should be in a shadow clone state, meaning the shadow servant is at the red level, and the clone can operate dozens of kilometers away." After hearing this, Zhang Yuan sighed. Yi Zhen's file lists his shadow servant exactly at the red level. Theoretically, he could control the guillotine altar from dozens of kilometers away. No wonder the Void Bureau's radar couldn't find him. Suddenly, Director Wong interjected. Uncle also remembered something. That night, I checked the surveillance footage from the University League venue. Although the footage inside the venue was deleted and the relevant personnel had memory issues due to mental control, the traffic cameras outside the venue's boundary still captured someone. Saying this, he held up a picture on his phone and continued, "These two people are wearing the uniform of Sanshan Academy, but this year's players from Sanshan Academy don't have anyone with these numbers." Zhang Yuan also looked down, then frowned and said, "Yi Zhen's alma mater is Sanshan Academy. Too many coincidences, they can no longer be considered coincidences." Suddenly, Feng Jin turned around and said darkly, "Actually, there's one more lead. Those poultry were sacrificed when the guillotine altar was first activated. We can also use Void Recall to view their memories." His eyes were now extremely serious. "Even if the other side deliberately hid their appearance, we can still find the farm and batch information from the poultry's memories, and thus deduce where they were sold." At this point, everyone was standing by the cart containing the animals. Director Wong reached out his hand to cast the spell, saying, "Found it. It's the Tower Nation's embassy within Guangyuan City. These bastards have been hiding for so long their foxtails are finally showing." Feng Jin turned to Zhang Yuan and invited him. "Let's go check out the Tower Nation embassy." Zhang Yuan advised, "The other side has an instant death ability. Don't go, there's still one individual competition match in today's league, and coincidentally it's between us. I forfeit." Feng Jin, having lost his usual jokey demeanor, replied very seriously, "Fine, I won't hold you back." Then he turned to leave, waving his hand without looking back. "As for the individual match, I forfeit this one. It's a loser's bracket format. If I don't beat Su Jie, I won't end up in the loser's bracket." Zhang Yuan also watched his back and quickly replied, "Good. Then I'll see you in the finals." Then he turned to Director Wong and used Super Cute on them. "Regarding today's events, everyone knows what can and cannot go into the report, right?" Director Wong, affected by the ability, immediately replied, "Understood. No information related to the Academy of Sciences will appear in the report." Mr. Peng Bu suddenly spoke up. About me and the instant death ability," Zhang Yuan instructed. "Uncle, just act as if you've become an ordinary person. Zhang Buyu and I spared your life because of who you are, not because of your ability." Mentioning Zhang Buyu, Director Wong said, "Kid, Uncle wants to ask you something." He said, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan asked, "Can his infinite dream fool your void shine?" Director Wong began to answer. "Theoretically, yes. But why are you asking?" Zhang Yuan replied. "During the boundary hunt, the Tianqian team stationed in the Zhangtianjie boundary fell into your hands, Uncle, yet yielded no results. The most reasonable explanation I can think of is that someone activated an ability to deceive your void shine." Director Wong asked again. "Even so, it has nothing to do with today's events, right?" he replied. "Not necessarily. According to my analysis, this incident involving Mr. Peng Bu involves three factions. Besides the Void Bureau and the Tower Nation government, there's a third party looking to profit from the conflict." Director Wong was even more surprised. The drone incident did indeed have a third party trying to stir up trouble, but how do you know it's Juyao? Zhang Yuan explained honestly, "Helping Yi Zhen fake his death to join Tower Nation, then sending Yang Sheng to provoke and distract me. The coincidence between these two things is that Juyao could orchestrate both, Director Wang continued. And what about Commander Zhang? After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan replied, the connection to Zhang Buyu is so coincidental it's hard to believe it's just chance. For now, everything is speculation. More talk is useless. Once I visit the Tower Nation Embassy, the truth will naturally come to light. With that, he turned and calmly walked away. The scene shifted to night. At this time, at the main gate of a residential complex, two people stood guard outside while countless pedestrians passed by on the street beyond. Zhang Yuan had already transformed into a black cat and was now observing from a high vantage point nearby, thinking, this is the Tower Nation Embassy. The black cat began to analyze. The embassy looks like an ordinary building, but if I activate my super sense, I can see a boundary hidden inside using foreign technology, and it has its own independent day-night cycle. The entrance to the boundary is integrated with the embassy gate through special technology, so the boundary is invisible. Like a dungeon portal in games, you can only enter the boundary through the front gate. Climbing over the wall only gets you into the real world, which is empty. It seems the embassy is hosting a banquet today. Everyone will be arriving in formal wear soon. If I want to sneak in, the best way is to find someone to carry me in. Suddenly, the black cat noticed a girl sitting in a car below, yelling loudly on the phone, I waited 5 minutes for you and you didn't show, and you still have the nerve to call me? Scram. You're dumped. You never have to come again. After hanging up, she happily scrolled through other numbers, muttering, sigh, for tonight's banquet, should I go with boy toy number 2 or number 3? Suddenly, the black cat walked over and let out an endearing meow. This startled the girl for a moment, but then her eyes lit up and she cheered, oh my god, how can there be such a cute little kitty in this world? The girl quickly got out of the car and picked up the black cat, saying happily, who needs boy toys when there's a black cat? Big Sis's boyfriend tonight is you. At this moment, the black cat nestled in the girl's arms, eyes wide, meowing, lying between two rolling hills. The black cat lamented, rich women are terrifying. But as the girl carried the black cat to the gate, a man stepped forward to stop them. Miss, pets are not allowed inside the embassy. The girl immediately spun a lie. He's not a pet, he's my boyfriend. The black cat also meowed in agreement, very cutely. The man's eyes were now fixed intently on the black cat. The black cat was satisfied. Good. Super Cute's passive has already lowered the guard's IQ. It can charm without even activating it actively. Suddenly, the man said, go ahead. The girl flashed a sweet smile and replied, thank you. The two guards then started muttering to each other, that cat is so white, wake up. It's a black cat. In my next life I don't want to be human. Let me be a cat. Now in a wide courtyard people were gathered chatting. The black cat began to formulate a plan. Successfully infiltrated. I'll slip away when there's a crowd. Then, as the girl was talking to someone, the black cat jumped down, causing a wine glass to be knocked over. The girl looked over in panic. The man quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. The girl replied, it's okay, it's okay. As the black cat ran, it looked back and thought, farewell, rich lady. I hope we never meet again. A moment later, the black cat appeared on the railing of a building. The black cat stretched and thought, this floor is the guest rooms. The person I'm looking for should be here. Then it randomly entered a room, just planning to check room by room. So the black cat began using super sense, its source of spiritual energy spreading outwards. Let me see, in the first room, there's a suspicious safe hidden behind a painting on the wall. The safe became visible. The black cat approached and used heat wave press. Sparks flew on the safe. After a moment, the safe door burst open and some quite unspeakable things flew out as well. The black cat's eyes widened in shock, thinking, damn it. Used underwear piling up so much, aren't you afraid it'll stink? It then quickly stuffed the pile into the toilet, happily thinking, helping you with hygiene, you're welcome. Next room. At this time the black cat found a black suitcase. A suspicious suitcase was found under the bed. Inside were some oddly shaped small objects. The black cat thought again, gun parts, this stuff is smuggled. How many years would you get for this? It then once again kindly crushed that item into the toilet and said calmly, helping you destroy the evidence of your crime, you're welcome. Next room. Something seems to be hidden in the cabinet. When the black cat opened the cabinet door, it was shocked. The poultry in here died in exactly the same way as the ones at the Void Bureau. The owner of this room is the guillotine altar ability user. Suddenly, countless sharp spiritual energy blades attacked down. The black cat was instantly startled and jumped to the side to dodge the attack. Breaking out in a cold sweat, it thought, no one is home nearby and there are no surveillance cameras. I must have triggered a trap just now when I used void energy. The blades from just now didn't cause fatal wounds and they can't be fired continuously. The guillotine altar user will probably come back soon to finish the job. Why don't I change form, blend in with the corpses and wait for them? Having thought this, the black cat transformed into a poultry and jumped into the pile to hide. Suddenly, the door opened. The black cat thought, here they come. At that moment, two servants walked in. Seeing the scene, a maid covered her mouth in horror. "Oh my god, what happened here?" The black cat was confused. It's not Yi Zhen, nor the blurry woman from the photo. Or maybe they're disguised as ordinary staff here. The blonde boy quickly pushed the girl outside, saying, "Quick, call security to come and see." By now, the black cat had changed back into cat form, puzzled. Is the guillotine altar user not here? Suddenly, the black cat panicked and thought, turning its head, "Wait a minute, this outfit is the Sanshin Academy uniform that woman in the photo was wearing. And this silicone fake chest and the wig. I'm such an idiot, this person is actually a cross-dressing master. I only thought about how void energy doesn't allow shape-shifting, but I forgot people can physically disguise themselves. Let go of me, you pervert." A sudden voice caught the black cat's attention. It's the voice of the rich lady. The girl who had brought the black cat in earlier was now being insulted by a man. "You bitch, raising a bunch of boy toys and still acting innocent with me," she retorted defiantly. "What's it to you if I keep boy toys? They make me happy while you just make me sick." Seeing this, the black cat could only feel speechless. As they left the room with the black cat, the blonde man finally spoke. "Yi Zhen, it was right for you to have me disguise myself. Seriously, someone did come looking." Yi Zhen replied calmly. "Was it Zhu Shu?" the other asked. "Zhu Shu, weren't they already killed by us? This is someone else," Yi Zhen explained with a dark expression. "Zhu Shu is Hua Kingdom's strongest secret weapon. They wouldn't deploy two Zhu Shu for the same incident last time. Zhu Shu's number 8 position assisted the Void Bureau in investigating us. We only got the upper hand because they ran into a siege by a third party. Now they've appeared again, meaning they didn't die last time." The blonde man then looked at the camera and continued, "The Zhu Shu your subordinate saw at the Void Bureau was a long-haired high school student, right? But the appearance was somewhat different from before. Could it be a different person?" Yi Zhen replied. "I'm not sure. Zhu Shu number 8 is mysterious and unpredictable. Just now they were a high school boy, in a little while they might become the cat brought by that rich lady." The blonde man exclaimed in surprise. At this moment the surveillance screen showed the girl holding the black cat. He continued, "Look at this footage. Pets aren't allowed in the embassy, but she used mental control to bring the cat in." The other asked, "What is she bringing the cat in for?" Yi Zhen crossed his arms and speculated that it might be a condition for activating some ability, or a way to divert attention. The blonde man pointed and reported that she seemed to be getting harassed by someone. Yi Zhen looked and then warned, "Don't be careless. She's definitely faking it. Haven't eaten the tiger's meat yet. She's pretending to be weak while controlling everything. The light where she is isn't clear enough, so I'll need some time to activate a shadow servant from her, stall her and keep her attention." Meanwhile, the girl had been pushed down by the man, her clothes torn. He then attacked her using mental prison. The girl could only sob, "Wah, wah, wah." As he manipulated that pink spiritual energy, he said smugly, "Never seen this before. This is mental prison, a type of void energy. In Tower Nation, void energy has long been an open secret. Only you people in Hua Kingdom try every way to hide the truth. This is the consequence of your blind secrecy. Look at how pathetic you are now. It's laughable." The girl gritted her teeth, crying in pain. The man's expression turned even lewder. "I don't like to force people. Why don't you be smart about this and take the initiative?" Suddenly, he was struck from behind by something strange which pierced straight through his chest. Blood splattered, accompanied by a mouthful of blood. Sarani, in the form of the blonde man, had attacked him using the life-sacrifice guillotine. The girl's expression contorted, drool dripping incessantly. "Why you killed someone?" Sarani withdrew his weapon, grinding his teeth in anger. "Zhu Shu, stop pretending. Let's speak plainly. Don't try any tricks either, or else the blade used to sacrifice him will immediately sever the heads of those ordinary civilians in the banquet hall," the girl retorted. "What, Zhu Shu? Turn yourself in now and you might get leniency." Sarani replied impatiently, "You can actually say something like turn yourself in? TCH. Big breasts, no brain." The black cat, observing for a while, thought, "It seems this guillotine user mistook the rich lady for Zhu Shu. I'll just freeze him with extreme cold later, but I wonder where Yi Zhen has run off to." Suddenly a shadow servant appeared behind him, startling the girl. The black cat frowned in displeasure. A shadow servant appeared. "I see, their tactic is to have the ability user draw attention." Then the black cat quickly leaped out, using instant death to counter that impact. The black cat meowed. The shadow servant panicked, thinking instant death doesn't hurt or itch. The girl saw this and cheered happily. "It's you, little kitty, you came to save Big Sis." The black cat struggled to think, "No, I can't chime in right now." Suddenly the shadow servant began to flee. The black cat thought angrily, "Damn it," the shadow servant disappeared. The other side doesn't want a direct confrontation. This rich lady is a hindrance. Better get her to the car quickly. So it immediately transformed into human form and said softly, "To ensure your safety, I will escort you to your car now." The girl, utterly shocked, blurted out, "Little kitty, you turned into a human." On the way to the red car, a voice sounded, "Please keep what happened tonight confidential." Zhang Yuan carried the girl, instructing her. In that situation just now, killing in self-defense counts as justifiable. Next time before advising someone to turn themselves in, learn the law first. The girl was now blushing, thinking, what just happened? My cat turned into a human, saved me and carried me to the car. Am I dreaming? He continued. Drive yourself home later. If you're not clear-headed, call someone to drive you. Soon they reached the car and Zhang Yuan simply tossed the girl inside. The girl leaned out and shouted, wait, can I see you again? Zhang Yuan replied flatly, no, don't come looking for me even if something happens. Call the Void Bureau, he said while tossing a lipstick into the car. I wrote the phone number on your lipstick. Goodbye. A string of numbers now appeared on the girl's chest. She could only watch him go, speechless. A moment later, Yi Zhen had already fled to a corner. He felt anxious, thinking too strong, too terrifying. This Zhu Shu isn't afraid of instant death and can instantly copy others' abilities. I have no chance of winning in a direct fight. Then he caught his breath, his mouth wide open, and calmed down, thinking, he is now hiding in a lake he dug out using ultra decomposition. Zhu Shu won't find him. As long as Zhu Shu leaves, he can still plan his next move, although using telepathy consumes mental energy, and it's impossible to know the source of the thoughts. Right now he could only rely on it to confirm the situation outside. So he used the power in his eyes to brighten them, instantly seeing the thoughts of all targets within a certain range. What emerged were useless bits of information. This banquet is so boring. I just want to go home. Or hold a charity auction banquet, use the merchant's money to do charity for the Tower Nation royal family. The things used by the ambassador's 6-year-old son are being sold for 5 million. These bootlickers' brains must be fried. As long as my son becomes a void energy user, I'll immigrate to Tower Nation immediately. Where exactly has Yi Zhen run off to? Hearing this, Yi Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Su Caney knew his name. This inner voice should be hers. She has top-tier escape abilities, so she should have gotten away successfully and is now looking for him. So he opened the lid and climbed up, happily shouting, Su, but standing there was Zhang Yuan, waving his hand with a friendly greeting. Hi. Yi Zhen retreated back down. This move left Zhang Yuan speechless. He quickly lifted the round cover and sighed, don't run from reality. Yi Zhen, I want to talk. Come out first. Yi Zhen was now curled up below, not answering. After a moment he still climbed up quickly and asked, what do you want to talk about? But he started scheming, can't fight directly, only outsmart. I'll use telepathy to read his thoughts, maybe find a breakthrough. Zhang Yuan began, how about we start with this? Why did you successfully absorb the regeneration ability from the void crystal Broken Bone Snow but never told your younger brother who went to retrieve it for you? Yi Zhen read his thoughts. This face is exactly the same as the photo on Yi Zhen's tombstone. I called him Yi Zhen and he didn't deny it. So he really is Yi Zhen. Feng Yumo asked me to find Yi Zhen's body. I could just turn Yi Zhen into a body and take it back, wouldn't that? Yi Zhen set a trap before, trying to kill Wang Padi. If we arrest him, the punishment would probably be life imprisonment. Plus, colluding with the illegal organization Zhuyao, he'd likely face multiple sentences. Hearing these thoughts, he frowned, unsure how to answer. Zhang Yuan continued to think, right, the former Zhu Shu number 8 was also killed and retired by him. I am the new number 8. Taking over this case is a form of karmic resolution. The punishments for these crimes are severe. Even Feng Yumo's family could get implicated. Maybe I should just help Feng Yumo uphold justice by eliminating a relative right here. Then he suddenly clenched his fist and said, Zhu Shu, you've got the wrong person. Then he began to spin a story. Yi Zhen died long ago on his sickbed amidst the world's cold stares. The one standing before you now is just a nameless demon who inherited Yi Zhen's body but went against his will, committing countless sins. I shouldn't have harbored illusions in this cold, cruel world. Yi Zhen had his own pride. This body is better off destroyed by my own hands. Saying this, he pointed spiritual energy at his own head. Instantly, Yi Zhen's body shattered into fragments. Zhang Yuan was utterly horrified. He reached out to grab it, shouting, I wasn't done talking. Why did you suddenly? System prompt. Abnormal void crystal detected. Absorb? This surprised Zhang Yuan. The system panel showed that this abnormal void crystal possessed the following abilities. Ultra decomposition, level 7, cannot be upgraded. Decomposes matter into 0.5 nanometer particles and temporarily eliminates intermolecular attraction. Copper skin iron bones, level 1, cannot be upgraded. Permanently enhances physical defense. Speed sync, level 1, cannot be upgraded. Copies the speed of a target within the same frame of reference. Shadow Servant, level 5, cannot be upgraded. Creates a Shadow Servant using one's own shadow. The servant inherits 10 of the host's combat power. Maximum separation distance for the shadow is 50 kilometers. Telepathy level 2 cannot be upgraded. Instantly sees the thoughts of all targets within a certain range. Regeneration plunder level 4 cannot be upgraded. After reading the prompt he thought, this is Yi Zhen's abnormal void crystal. Wait, Telepathy. Looking at the dissipating shadow, Zhang Yuan panicked. Something's wrong. Yi Zhen is dead, so why is the shadow servant still gathering? Could his shadow servant be immune to death? Then, as if realizing something, he gritted his teeth in anger. What he said just now wasn't a final testament. He heard my inner thoughts and acted to make me lower my guard. A shadow servant, if not recalled by its master, exists in a state of neither life nor death. Now he's relying on death immunity to become a masterless shadow servant. If I absorb the void crystal back into the main body, no one will be able to balance him. Even if absorbing the abilities from this void crystal locks their levels, I have no other choice. Absorb everything. Saying this, he extended both hands to welcome the surging new abilities. Yi Zhen had now transformed into an extremely bizarre creature. He spoke, "Very well, Ju Shu. You saw through my intentions and even took my void crystal." After a moment, Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, frowned, then reached out his hand, condensing a powerful spiritual energy, and said, "Yi Zhen, don't blame me for being heartless. You chose to stop being human first." Zhang Yuan began using telepathy, he said. "Death immunity was the hope for survival your younger brother Feng Yumo sought for you. Yet you use it to betray the country. Does this do justice to your brother's efforts?" Yi Zhen, now transformed into a shadow servant, gritted his teeth filled with anger and resentment. "Hope for survival? Don't make me laugh. All these years I slaved away for the Feng family only to be suppressed by them. Living was worse than death. As for Tower Nation, as for Juyao, I have no hope left. Now I am immortal, even without my main body's void crystal. As long as I escape successfully, I can still gain freedom." Zhang Yuan began using super cute again. A pink power emanated around him. "If you remain stubbornly bent on this path, I won't show mercy either." That power surged towards the shadow servant. He panicked, thinking, "Damn it, what is this ability? Why do I suddenly find this man incredibly charming and feel an uncontrollable urge to follow him? How can I have such disgusting thoughts? No, I can't give in." But suddenly the shadow servant knelt and shouted, "Cute, cute, long live the king." The shadow servant now knelt before Zhang Yuan. He thought to himself, as expected. Shadow servants count as non-human. Super cute's effect is still very good. Then he asked coldly, "Now can we talk properly?" The shadow servant gritted his teeth and began to recall. The night was now deep and a massive building appeared. In a spacious room a woman was slumped over a table, sobbing and trembling. Several empty liquor bottles were on the table. Why is my life so bitter? I ran into another Feng bastard again. He promised me a lifetime of wealth after having the kid. It was all lies." A young boy approached and reached out to call, "Mom." The woman shook off the boy's hand, scolding him. "Get lost. If it weren't for you holding me back, I could still marry into another family." The wine bottle fell and hit the boy. One bottle shattered. The young boy looked at the broken pieces before him, blaming himself. "Mom's life is so bitter, all because I'm useless." Suddenly, a hand handed something to the young boy. Overjoyed, he took it and asked, "If I absorb this successfully, will I be useful then?" The man smiled and replied, "That's right. Go ahead, start." The young boy, single-mindedly wanting to become stronger to take care of his mother, didn't hesitate and began to absorb the item. After a moment, he happily told the man, "I did it. Ultra decomposition. Plunder red, level 7. The man also cheered happily. "Success, success. I knew the Feng family's constitution was suitable for this." Quickly, "Let Yumo absorb the other one," the attendant beside him replied. "Yes." The young boy still looked on with innocent eyes. He spoke blankly. "So, this is my use?" The scene shifted to a small table, now covered in countless messy scribbles. A young boy was being teased and mocked by several people. "A bastard son, worthy of going to the same school as us, TCH. A bookworm, no father, yet wants to show off." The young boy, Yi Zhen, now somewhat older, replied with a dark expression, "Useless. Grades, abilities, character, none of it matters compared to birth." Suddenly another youth appeared, waving his hand and shouting at those people, "Bastards, I'll beat you idiots, take this." The others scrambled in panic. "Run, run, that's Dragon Bone transformation. It's Commander Yang's son." The youth snorted in contempt after seeing them flee. Behind him, Yi Zhen broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "You are?" The youth turned back and winked, replying, "My name is Zhang Buyu. If you have any trouble, come find me in class 1 grade 10, Yi Zhen then said. "This is a grade 12 classroom." The adolescent Zhang Buyu laughed heartily and replied, "Don't sweat the details. Whether it's grade 8 or grade 12, they all go into the pot." The scene shifted to another time. Zhang Buyu was now sitting on a public bench, his face swollen from a beating. A voice asked, "Who hit you?" Yi Zhen walked over and sat beside him. Zhang Buyu looked at him and replied, "My dad told me to cut a watermelon and then I got a backhand slap." Yi Zhen said coldly, "It was a bit immature of you to rush into a grade 12 classroom to play the hero." Zhang Buyu asked plaintively, "So I should just pretend I didn't see it?" Yi Zhen then said gently, "You're the commander's son. You can do whatever you want." Zhang Buyu retorted loudly, "I'm not just the commander's son, I will also enter the command center and become the commander." Yi Zhen lowered his head somewhat sadly and continued, Hanging around with a lowly, useless civilian like me will only bring you shame, Zhang Buyu replied angrily. What are you saying? The grassroots people are also masters of Wa Kingdom. Even if they're weak, they still shine. Even if they only manage to eat and clothe themselves through labor, they are 10,000 times better than those parasites who reap without sowing. All the military region's funding comes from taxes. Behind every single void crystal lies the sweat, blood, and trust of the people. If you're too ashamed to get down in the mud with them, too afraid to speak up for them, then what right do you have to wield this power? The two of them were still sitting there talking. Zhang Buyu patted Yi Zhen on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "You're an esper too. It's your duty to rid the people of harm. At least next time you run into school violence, fight back." Yi Zhen remained silent, just looking at the boy beside him. After a moment he replied, "I'll try next time." The scene shifted to another place where three arrogant guys were swaggering over. They said haughtily, "How did the dragon transformation bone of the Zhang family end up in high school?" "Tisk, last time at the banquet, my dad invited Commander Zhang and his whole family. Maybe I said something too fast back then and he heard it. He's been trying to stand up for Yi Zhen. Let's find another toy to play with." Then they pointed at a student in front of them and said slyly, "That guy over there looks like he could use some attention." The thugs cornered the student against the wall and started taunting him. "You're so ugly, you're hurting our eyes. You owe us 3 pairs of eyes that haven't seen you. Either that or pay us compensation for mental distress, and we'll let it slide." The student was terrified. Suddenly, Zhao Yingpu appeared and locked down one of them, while Mingtong subdued another. The third was grabbed by a hand. That person was Yi Zhen. He grabbed one head in each hand and smashed them together. The two thugs stood motionless, as if their souls had been drained. After the collision they both froze and collapsed. The one still trapped by Zhao Yingpu trembled and begged for mercy. "Spare me, boss." Yi Zhen raised his fist and threatened, "Don't let me catch you bullying the weak again. Zhang Buyu won't really kill you, but I will." With that, he punched the guy in the face, making him spit blood. The student who had been cornered tried to say something, but Yi Zhen cut him off. "Don't thank me," he turned and encouraged him. "You're an esper too. Next time, fight back yourself." Now standing in front of the teacher's desk, the teacher said, "Yi Zhen, your strength is truly unfathomable. Don't be nervous. I didn't call you to the office to criticize you." Then he gave a somewhat strained smile and explained, "The military district thinks highly of your abilities and intends to train you, but your background is a bit awkward. South China is full of esper families and they value personal connections above all." Hearing this, Yi Zhen's face darkened. The scene shifted to home. Yi Zhen was kneeling before his father as if begging for something. His father replied displeased, "You want to go back to the Feng family? Impossible. Your mother tried to harm Yemo time and again. It's already merciful that I didn't kill the both of you." A young boy with innocent eyes ran out from the door and asked, "Are you my brother?" Yi Zhen didn't turn around and answered bluntly, "No." Now, on a stormy night with thunder and lightning, shouts came from a room. "You monster, what kind of spell did you cast on Yemo to make him run away from home just to force me to acknowledge you?" Yi Zhen replied calmly, "Father is convinced I'm the one sowing discord, so no matter how I explain, it's just excuses." He continued to roar. "Fine, very well, you win. I'll acknowledge you as my son, all right. If you insist on being a member of the Feng family, then I demand you take on the corresponding responsibilities. From now on, you'll work for the Feng family. Any problems?" Then, at a competition venue, an announcement rang out, 2034 College Esper Tournament, individual champion, Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen was holding a huge trophy, with those ranked lower standing beside him. His father saw the trophy, snorted coldly, and still said displeased, "HMPH, you did well. For your year-end internship, go to Han Wan's team. The Han family has been developing rapidly, and the Feng family must maintain good relations with them." His younger brother happily popped his head out and cheered. "Big brother won the championship. Wow, that's amazing." His father waved his hand and said, "What are you so happy about him winning? Go do your homework." Yi Zhen sat dejectedly in the classroom, head down. A classmate turned around and asked, "You look down. What's on your mind?" Yi Zhen rested his chin on his hand and replied listlessly, "Just thinking about how hard it is to read people's hearts." The classmate advised, "There's actually a shortcut to understanding what others are thinking. I heard the Zhang family has an esper crystal for mind reading that they've kept hidden for years, but since no one in the Zhang family has the right constitution, it's just been sitting there." After a while, following his friend's advice, Yi Zhen took out an item and gave it to Zhang Buyu, saying, "Junior Zhang, this rational insight esper crystal is something I won at the college tournament. Can I trade it for your heart link?" Zhang Buyu asked in surprise. "Huh? Rational insight is a strategic level ability. Are you sure you want to trade it?" Yi Zhen affirmed, "I'm sure." Afterward he began practicing heart link, thinking, "With heart link, I can finally understand what my father is thinking." But when he read his father's thoughts about his beloved son, he couldn't help but feel despair. Yi Zhen is too outstanding. He'll eventually threaten Yemo. I shouldn't have gone through with the artificial insemination. If only that child didn't exist. He was raised by that damned woman with the surname Yi. Han Shu is definitely up to no good. Shamelessly trying to return to the Feng family, her goal must be revenge. After hearing those thoughts, Yi Zhen gradually grew numb and walked out into the rain. He sighed, "Heart link." Then he looked up, facing the cold raindrops, and whispered painfully, "The heart cannot connect." Yi Zhen lowered his gaze, listening to the person in front of him. "Yi Zhen, the military district was planning to promote you, but you've been too flashy lately. They want you to calm down and train. Can you understand your teacher's good intentions?" Yi Zhen straightened up and replied, "I understand." The teacher in front of him rested his chin on his hand and said with satisfaction, "Good." Yi Zhen used heart link. The teacher's thoughts surfaced. Principal Liu said earlier that he wanted to promote Yi Zhen, so why is he asking me to hold him back? I wonder why. Could it be related to the Feng family? I'm just the messenger, stuck in the middle and pleasing no one. Yi Zhen walked out. Other students looked at him, but they didn't know he could hear their thoughts. That Yi Zhen kid is really pitiful. No good background but such high talent. Strange, he's already ranked 6th on the youth list, so why isn't he choosing another military district? Commander Yang's son is interning at the command center next year. A good family background is what really matters. My dad told me to stay away from Yi Zhen. I don't know why, but it must be for my own good. Someone thought gleefully. Han Wan said that if we steal Yi Zhen's credit, we can let him take the fall if something goes wrong. My dad said that as long as I step on Yi Zhen, I can have whatever I want. That annoying Yi Zhen is dragging me down, keeping me from getting good missions. I can't stay on Han Wan's team anymore. This mission has little credit and a lot of trouble. Perfect to hand over to Yi Zhen. Following along to suppress him is the right move. So what if Zhang Ling's son becomes the new commander? Without the support of us old families, what is he? Little Commander Zhang actually wants to recruit Yi Zhen. How foolish. Yi Zhen is a jinx. Nothing good happens when he's around now. Yi Zhen was at a banquet, the whispers echoing incessantly in his ears. Yi Zhen picked up his glass and took a sip. A long-haired man sitting beside him spoke up. The emptiness in your chest can be drowned with wine. The injustices of the world can be cut down with a sword. Yi Zhen's cheeks were flushed, slightly tipsy. Hearing this, Yi Zhen said, "Oh, what injustices do you think exist in this world?" The long-haired man's face darkened as he replied, "The ability to absorb Esper crystals comes from family lineage. That is the greatest injustice in this world." Yi Zhen sobered up a bit and asked the man beside him, "How do you plan to eliminate this injustice?" The long-haired man replied, "Reveal the existence of Espers to everyone, promote the universal awakening of Espers. As for talent, there's no way to change it." Yi Zhen looked at him and questioned, "The ability you're using to hide your appearance, is it Infinite Dream?" The man beside him answered, "That's right. If you're willing to join us, I can dispel the dream." Yi Zhen asked in alarm, "Who are you? Who are you people?" The man's face was never fully revealed, only his mouth and nose were visible, his eyes covered. The man introduced himself. 9 radiances, white halo light. You can also call me Mr. White. Mr. White and Yi Zhen sat facing each other in a shop with music playing softly. Decay in the corner cannot return like light. Yi Zhen refused that day. "Sorry, 9 Radiances is an unrecognized underground organization, and I still have ties on the surface." Now Yi Zhen was sitting in a drink shop with a friend. His friend sat across from him, reaching out a hand and saying, "Yi Zhen, we keep getting stuck with bad missions. That's not sustainable. How about taking on some private work?" Yi Zhen held his cup and asked doubtfully. "Private work," his friend explained, "the mercenary jobs posted on the dark web." Now in a place thick with smoke and gunpowder, Yi Zhen and his friend were ragged and covered in wounds. Yi Zhen supported his struggling friend as they trudged forward. Around them were shouts, "Nuclear blast, the nuclear blast in our city, run. That damned old man Tita tricked us mercenaries onto the battlefield without giving us protective gear." Some called for help, others wept, "I don't want to die, I don't want to get cancer." Now in a hospital, Yi Zhen sat on the bed. Yamo held Yi Zhen's hand and comforted him. "Brother, I will find a way to cure you. Wait for me." Yi Zhen reached out to touch the snow snake-shaped Esper crystals and felt a resonance. "I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light." The system notified Yi Zhen, "You have acquired the regeneration ability." Snow snake-shaped Esper crystals floated all around Yi Zhen's hospital bed. Yi Zhen stood up, walked to the window and spoke into his phone. "Mr. White, I've made up my mind." The voice on the other end asked, "Oh, which country do you want to go to?" Yi Zhen countered, "Which country? Didn't you say I was joining 9 Radiances? I mean, well, I'm sending you to another country as a spy. It's an important mission for you alone. You won't refuse, will you?" On the table sat a sphere, the Rising Sun Esper Research Institute. Mr. White, Zhang Yuan looked at the dark figure before him and said seriously, 9 Radiances has been shouting about eliminating injustice in the world, but what have they made you do? Scheming against 9 ruins, scheming against the Ruins Administration Bureau. How many more people do you have to kill before you see the truth behind their fake masks?" Yi Zhen knelt on the ground, reaching up to touch his head, and begged, "Enough, stop talking. I don't want to deal with these conflicts anymore. I beg you, let me be free." Zhang Yuan asked again. "You want freedom?" His eyes were cold. "Freedom is stopping the search for approval." Under the night sky, Zhang Yuan reached out toward Yi Zhen's Jiaoying Pu. "If you still have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in your heart, don't use freedom as an excuse to run away." Yi Zhen knelt on both knees, hands on the ground, head lowered, hesitating. Zhang Yuan interrupted. "If it were me, even if I were dead, I'd crawl out of my coffin to swing my sword and cut down every injustice that torments me. If you share my belief and need my approval, then follow me and be my shadow." Jiaoying Pu appeared, and a dark shadow gradually emerged. Yi Zhen sighed with sorrowful eyes. "Yeah, what I want isn't freedom." Yi Zhen manifested shadow movement, and a dark shadow appeared beneath Zhang Yuan's feet. Yi Zhen thought to himself, "Even if I fall again and again on the path of chasing the light, these bruises turn into darkness, I will still chase the light." In another place, Bu Yu sat at his desk, phone in hand, speaking. "Zhang Yuan has already penalized the referee with a red card. I was the one directing this operation. Any problems? Actually, she's a special referee I secretly hired." Bu Yu laughed happily. "At least she's more reliable than those referees clinging to the deputy commander's coattails. If there's nothing else, goodbye." Bu Yu hung up, put the phone on the table and slumped over it, wailing, "Young Master Yuan promised to have dinner with me. It's past 8 in the evening and still no word. She got a call this morning and ran out of the arena. It must be an urgent mission. Is she still on it now?" Bu Yu looked worried, then saw the instant noodles in front of him and started drooling. "Should I eat something first? But what if she's cooking, or maybe the food she ordered is delayed because of an accident on the road? Sigh, I had 3 cups of ice cream for afternoon tea." The phone screen lit up with a message. Bu Yu jolted awake. "A message?" He quickly grabbed his phone. "Go to Blue Sky Hotel, but not through the main entrance. Feng Jing has a poster up about sterilizing the Great Demon at the hotel front desk." "What's going on?" At night in the Blue Sky Hotel, Yi Zhen was stirring a cup. "Lord 8, please." Zhang Yuan sat on the bed looking at the shadow cast on the floor. "Yi Zhen, I don't need you to do these unnecessary things. When everything is over, I'll perform the shadow split and give you freedom." Yi Zhen sobbed. "No, please let me follow Lord Miao King forever." Zhang Yuan tiredly rubbed his forehead. "This guy's been affected by super cute, and it seems like he's turning into a simp." Zhang Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. In comparison, Zhang Buyu is definitely the one with the strangest reaction after being hit. He says he's become a cat slave, but his behavior is completely normal. Once he activates rational insight, you can tell he's really scared of being cute. Buyu suddenly appeared at the window looking delighted. "Young Master Yuan, I'm here." Yi Zhen's jaw dropped in shock. What is the South China Military District Commander doing sneaking through the window of 9 Ruin's bedroom in the middle of the night? And why didn't you take the elevator? Climbing 15 floors, it's like you're trying to keep a secret date. Yi Zhen's shadow suddenly split. Yi Zhen panicked. "I cracked it." Buyu pointed blankly at the shadow under Zhang Yuan's feet. "Young Master Yuan, your shadow shattered into pieces." Zhang Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the shadow. "Yi Zhen, stop messing around. Your junior Zhang came to see you." Buyu exclaimed in surprise. "Yi Zhen, why are you telling such a scary story?" Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "Yeah, a scary story. Whether you make it to the end depends on your role in it." Zhang Yuan secretly used Heart Link. The Buyu in front of him looked confused, but Zhang Yuan heard Buyu's inner thoughts. Yi Zhen didn't sell salted duck eggs. He just had his 100-day memorial last month. The food Jia Xuanzi provided was pretty good, worth the money I gave for the funeral gift and condolence payment. Wait, young Master Yuan must have checked the Ao City nuclear blast movement records. This dinner is definitely a hangmen banquet. Where's the food? At least give me a pig's trotter so I can draw my sword and chop it up to eat. Sai, I really want sticky rice, 8 treasure rice, crystal shrimp dumplings, taro paste with ginkgo, fish porridge, fried rice noodles, braised beef offal, white-cut chicken buns, garlic spare ribs, chicken wing pot, fish-flavored eggplant, steamed sea bass, honey-glazed char shao, oyster sauce, chicken feet, fish ma. Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly, at a loss for words. In just half a second this guy's mind flashed through so many dishes. It's like I promised him dinner yesterday. Has he been starving himself until now? Zhang Yuan cheerfully picked up the cup Yi Zhen had prepared earlier and handed it to Buyu. "Have some water first." Buyu reached out and took it. Oh, Buyu took the cup and drank big gulps, but his mind kept racing. "I drank too fast. Is the water poisoned? If she wanted to kill me, would she even need poison? To be fair, if I fought her, I'd just get crushed. If I sealed her courage and activated Infinite Dream, maybe I could put up a fight." Zhang Yuan heard this and quickly asked loudly, "You still have a seal? What level?" Buyu was startled and stammered, "Catastrophe level." "Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? Heart Link?" Zhang Yuan immediately admitted, "That's right. Without the rational formula, the more I eat, the hungrier I get. I'm starving to death. Let me eat my fill before you kill me, please." Zhang Yuan also responded to Bu Yu. What's the rush? After you seal my courage, what kind of dream are you planning to show me? Bu Yu stood opposite Zhang Yuan and replied, I haven't decided yet, but I'll start by saying I'm someone who watches dreams and illusions. Right, a bug hunting version, wearing my sister's clothes, playing games in her room and getting caught by her. How about that? Zhang Yuan looked disgusted. That dream isn't very healthy. I suggest you don't do it. Bu Yu asked again. Then what do you want? Zhang Yuan reminded him. The dream about kicking 12 golden hairpins. The topic is getting more and more twisted. What's going on in your head? Bu Yu looked helpless. It's not something I can control. How about I give you a confirmation box? If you press no, I'll voluntarily shut down telepathy. Bu Yu handed over a box that read, Are you over 18? Zhang Yuan reached out to confirm. It's fine, your mental age is already 20. At that moment in reality, Zhang Yuan and Bu Yu were staring at each other. Yi Zhen looked confused, wondering to himself, why did they suddenly stop talking? Did they take each other out with their mental abilities? The words Poison Bearer appeared above Zhang Yuan's head. Zhang Yuan grabbed Bu Yu by the collar, his eyes cold and sharp. What happened to Yi Zhen's file? Spill it. Don't try to hide it from me. Bu Yu looked at the menacing Zhang Yuan in front of him with innocent eyes. No starting fights, no bots, no stand-ins. Don't like it, don't watch. I don't want to retell this toxic story. Zhang Yuan grinned wickedly and shoved Bu Yu into a barrel. I'll help you plant a full set of armor poison bearers. I'm starting now, Bu Yu wailed. No please, I admit I know my mistakes but won't change them. Give me some face, I'm begging you. Zhang Yuan refused with an evil grin. No, a flashback appeared. Bu Yu punching General Zhang square in the face. That was Bu Yu's father. Bu Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. General Zhang, his face bruised and swollen from the punch, smiled nonetheless. Not bad, you dare to hit the old general's face. You forged yourself a backbone of pride. Bu Yu, half-lidded, tired and struggling, asked the man before him, Dad, when exactly did you start scheming against Yi Zhen? General Zhang replied. From the year you ran from middle school to high school looking for someone. Bu Yu was shocked. What? General Zhang explained. At an official banquet, someone deliberately let you know that Guan Mao's grandson was bullying Yi Zhen. You stepped in, split the Guan and Zhang families. I gave you a beating to save face. Let's pretend nothing happened between the two families. At that point, if you wanted to take Yi Zhen under your wing, that would have been fine. But instead, you had him strike back against the Guan family. That meant you pushed him to the opposite side of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's biggest rival is the Lu family, who are old friends with the Feng family. The Lu family saw an opportunity and wanted to recruit Yi Zhen, hoping to persuade him to return to the Feng family. But forcing favors would only backfire. The same goes for family bonds. I just needed to slightly increase Feng Wumo's willingness to acknowledge his father, creating conflict between father and son that would require outside help to resolve. The Lu family mistakenly thought recruiting Yi Zhen was no big deal, so they used the University League to give Yi Zhen Yuan Kuxing's rational formula. At that point, I took the opportunity to let Yi Zhen know that the Zhang family had Kuxing Kantong, which could help him truly integrate into the Feng family. Sure enough, he chose to exchange Kuxing with you. Among the entire younger generation of Huasha, no one had a strategic ability like the rational formula to compete with you. Meanwhile, because Yi Zhen had telepathy, he became the target of rejection by all the southern noble families. After all, every noble family has secrets they don't want others to know, and they certainly don't want him to find out. Bu Yu slumped to his knees, collapsing to the floor with a thud, stunned. From the very beginning, Dad, you had everything calculated. General Zhang stood before his son. I have backup plans for every step. The current situation is just one of countless possibilities. If I couldn't even pull off this kind of child's play scheme, you could resign as commander right now. Bu Yu bit his lip, his eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. General Zhang continued, Yi Zhen took private jobs, encountered nuclear power and got cancer. The noble families only kicked him while he was down, even forging his transfer records. Trying to let him recover peacefully and live a few more years wouldn't just fail, it would give them leverage. General Zhang turned and walked away. You've been commander for 2 years now. You should know how to handle this. I don't need to teach you. After that, Bu Yu knelt before Yi Zhen's grave. Baseness is the passport of the base. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Looking at Yi Zhen's photo on the tombstone, Bu Yu understood General Yang's warning in his heart. Staining yourself with the black of baseness will cost you your pure white. Stay calm, blend into this world where black and white coexist. But remember, this is black. Never because you've been stained black and feel wronged. Twist black into white or confuse right and wrong. Bu Yu kept his father's words close to his heart, placing a bouquet of flowers before Yi Zhen's grave, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. At that moment, Zhang Yuan sat on the ground and commented, I never thought that with telepathy and the rational formula both fully activated, you could achieve this kind of command-type mental communication. Bu Yu lay sprawled on the ground, limp and powerless. I'm already a salted fish. Then he turned his head and saw a black figure. Young Master Zhang, have you really decided? Buyu replied. I have. Buyu sat up and knelt before Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen, I'm sorry. You were ostracized in the military district because the noble families feared your telepathy. At this point, Yi Zhen's mind was still full of question marks. Buyu explained more clearly. To take the commander's seat as quickly as possible, I schemed against you and took the rational formula that belonged to you. I was afraid that as you grew stronger, you'd see me as an enemy, so I used the hostility toward telepathy to make the noble families suppress you. Yi Zhen finally understood, and the angrier he grew, the more disappointed he became. What? All because of telepathy? Buyu closed his eyes and bowed his head in apology. I ruined your life. Even if you killed me right here, I wouldn't have a single complaint. But I still have heavy responsibilities on my shoulders, so I can only owe you this debt. Yi Zhen crossed his arms and looked at Buyu, who was pleading with him. Yi Zhen closed his eyes, remembering your words today. If one day you do something unworthy of this ability, I'll take your life with my own hands. Buyu stood up. Thank you. Yi Zhen sat in his chair and waved him away impatiently. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. Buyu turned and left, raising a hand in farewell. Xiao Yuan, I'm heading out. As Buyu's hand touched the doorknob, Zhang Yuan called out to him. Zhang, you liar. Zhang Yuan looked at his own pristine white clothes now stained with mud. Your clothes got dirty on the way up. I can take them to the dry cleaner downstairs. Zhang Yuan smiled. It's a shame about the dirty clothes, but I can't give them back. Zhang Yuan held up the card for Zhu Shu. If you keep stalling, I'll just do it myself. Buyu quickly obeyed, taking off his dirty clothes and handing them over. Sorry for the trouble. Zhang Yuan pointed at his pants. And the pants, if I wash everything, are you going to wear the emperor's new clothes? Wang Padi gave me a special uniform from the Void Management Bureau. Put it on. At that moment in the supermarket, Zhang Yuan was pushing a shopping cart. Buyu was wearing clothes that looked no different from a high school girl's, striking an exaggerated pose as he said to him, selling meat, chop the bones small. Zhang Yuan was exasperated. You dawdle for ages over washing clothes, but wearing women's clothes to the supermarket doesn't slow you down at all. Buyu wasn't embarrassed at all. He turned back and winked. A commander who doesn't want to wear women's clothes, isn't that just a really skilled weirdo thief? Zhang Yuan and Buyu walked through the market, one in front of the other. Zhang Yuan asked, if I hadn't messaged you today, were you planning to starve to death at your desk? Before I had telepathy, I never imagined the mighty southern commander could be such a procrastinator. Buyu smiled calmly and replied, dawdling over small things won't kill you. He handed over the payment card and the system beeped. Beep, payment successful. Back in the apartment, Zhang Yuan was holding his phone. Let me check, this is the house you bought for me in Guangyuan City using Zhu Shu's card, right? The two walked inside. The lights came on, revealing a clean and tidy room, but the stovetop was completely bare. Zhang Yuan couldn't believe it. You said it was just move-in ready, but there's not even a pot in the kitchen. Buyu thought for a moment. How about coming to my place? Full kitchen setup just a few steps away. Zhang Yuan said, I suspect you planned this all along. At Buyu's house, the dining table was laden with all kinds of tempting, delicious dishes. At the center was a tender, juicy chicken, surrounded by other colorful and aromatic plates. Zhang Yuan spoke up. Zhang, you liar, I made dinner, just like I promised. Buyu wolfed down his food, quickly picking up dishes with his chopsticks, eating blissfully with his mouth full. In my entire life I've never eaten anything this good. Zhang Yuan looked at the pretentious man before him and asked, Are you really not going to change out of that women's clothing? Buyu was still chewing. If you didn't force me to wear it, I'd change as soon as I got home. Wouldn't that be disrespecting you? Zhang Yuan crossed his arms. Closing his eyes, he said, I can't stand seeing your white clothes get dirty, especially when it's my fault. Buyu casually picked up some food with his chopsticks. Whether it's a commander in white or a commander in black, the one who can suppress void movements is a good commander. Zhang Yuan glanced at Buyu. I see right through you. You understand perfectly. Don't play dumb with me. Buyu continued eating. Ah, let's drop it. Your cooking is amazing. Any interest in working as a private chef at my place? Name your price. Zhang Yuan rubbed his chin and made an offer. Does that include selling yourself? Buyu was startled and reminded him. Tell me what you want me to do first. Zhang Yuan gestured. During the University League, I'll handle your breakfast and dinner. In that time I can use all your cuxing freely. What do you think? Buyu asked with a smile. What ability of mine are you after? I can help you get the cuxing, Zhang Yuan replied. Let's be straightforward. I need your rational formula and infinite dream. Buyu picked up some food with his chopsticks. There are no spare rational formula cuxing in Washa's warehouses. I've only heard that infinite dream is being kept hidden by the noble families, Zhang Yuan replied. I don't want the rational formula itself, I need you to activate its effect. Buyu still didn't quite understand. Zhang Yuan explained more clearly. I told you before, I've absorbed too many cuxing and accumulated a huge amount of negative energy. Your rational formula might have a different suppressive effect, reducing my need for hibernation, Buyu asked. Are you sure you can assimilate the effect of the rational formula? Using it occasionally is fine, but if it's too frequent, you'll end up as shameless and procrastinating as I am, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Assimilation is indeed terrifying, so I need to ask you 3 questions first. Please answer them truthfully, Buyu agreed readily. You can turn on telepathy and ask. Zhang Yuan activated telepathy and began. First question. In the Zhangjiajia boundary I used cuteness to tame a twin-headed eagle king. I made it take on a form close to humans. Later, Bai Shanli, the dean of Zhongnan Academy, entered the boundary, killed the twin-headed eagle, and took its cuxing for Eagle Saint to absorb. What do you think about this? Buyu evaluated. The alien races raised in the boundaries are all military property, measured by their value. A fully capable twin-headed eagle king that can serve humans is worth far more than its cuxing. From a living eagle to a cuxing, even if Eagle Saint successfully absorbs it, the overall value has decreased. Bai Shanli acted for personal gain, both stupid and evil. Zhang Yuan continued questioning, recalling the time he was lying in the hospital. Zhang Lan was turned into a cuxing user by Lin Dongliang. Second question. When I was still an ordinary person, I lived with a 12-year-old sister with no mother or relatives. Nighthawk Captain Lin Dongliang discovered my sister's talent. When I was severely injured in an accident, he hid it from me and demanded that my sister become a cuxing user in exchange for curing my illness. What do you think about this? Buyu inferred. Turning from an ordinary person into an ability user is a major turning point in life. Those who fight out of trust are warriors. Those who fight for profit are mercenaries. Those who fight under threat are expendable pawns. A 12-year-old girl's mind is still very immature. Becoming a cuxing user in this way will definitely warp her psyche. It's no exaggeration to say it could ruin her life. Lin Dongliang corrupted his student, both stupid and evil, Zhang Yuan continued. Third question. Yi Zhen was supposed to die of illness, but his younger brother Feng Wumo, due to a coincidence I created, found a large number of snowbone snake cuxing for him. He absorbed regeneration himself, and his shadow servant absorbed death immunity. Buyu was shocked. Brother Feng Wumo went east to fight the Snake Gate Mountain Army. He really got the snowbone snake cuxing? By the way, what state is Yi Zhen in now? Zhang Yuan interrupted. Hold on, let me finish, he explained. After Yi Zhen got regeneration, he faked his death using Zhu Yao's ability. Zhu Yao demanded he become a spy, taking the opportunity to seize the instant death cuxing that the Iron Tower Nation was preparing to retrieve. He and Su Kaer, the daughter of Duke Sen Ph of the Iron Tower Nation, searched for the residence of death god Peng Bu in Guangyuan City, but ended up provoking the Void Management Bureau. To prevent my sister's life from being ruined, I became a cuxing user, triggering a chain of events that indirectly led to Zhu Shu's former number 8, who was assisting the Void Management Bureau in investigating cases, being severely injured by Yi Zhen and forced into retirement. From this point on, Yi Zhen began to accumulate more sins on his hands. He even used sword god drones to assassinate Wang Padi, nearly killing me as well. After that, Zhu Yao, to make it easier for Yi Zhen to infiltrate the Void Management Bureau and kill Peng Bu for his cuxing, deliberately provoked Eagle Saint to anger me. I lost my cool for a moment and forgot about Peng Bu. In the end, Yi Zhen and Su Kaer killed 6 Void Management Bureau investigators. By the time I arrived, Yi Zhen's shadow servant had absorbed the instant death cuxing right in front of me. According to him, if I hadn't rushed to the Iron Tower Nation embassy to fight him, he might have actually left Huasha and returned to the Iron Tower Nation with Su Kaer, becoming the new death god of the Iron Tower Nation. In the end, I cornered Yi Zhen and killed his original body with a single super decomposition strike. His shadow servant inherited his memories, and thanks to death immunity survived, becoming an immortal monster with instant death abilities. Zhang Yuan continued explaining. From the moment Yi Zhen obtained the snowbone snake cuxing, everything that happened was directly or indirectly related to me. How do you view this stage of his fate? Buyu asked seriously. Is this your third question? Zhang Yuan replied. Yes, if you insist that Yi Zhen's tragedy is your fault, then I share the same guilt. Buyu fell silent, closing his eyes. I've never believed in so-called fate. I only believe that everything has rules and underlying causes. Even if metaphysics exists, I still prefer science. Buyu opened his eyes and smiled. If you're not also trying to find someone in this story who is both stupid and evil, then the god of fate fabricated by this string of coincidences is both stupid and evil. Zhang Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Good. Even without assimilation, our philosophies are aligned. Feel free to use the rational formula with me. you cunning white-clothed commander. As for your infinite dream, since my enemy happens to have that ability too, I want to study it thoroughly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated." Outside the window in the night, a black cat leapt in through the window. It transformed into a human form. It was Yi Zhen's appearance. The shadow servant Yi Zhen asked in surprise. "Lord number 8, you can still take my form?" Zhang Yuan walked in. "Just chatting a bit." He sat down in a chair. "Ju Yao's Mr. Bai cut ties with you after I saved Peng Bu, right?" Yi Zhen replied, "Yes." Zhang Yuan asked, "Do you think he's Bai Shanli, the dean of Zhongnan Academy?" Yi Zhen replied, "I'm not sure." Zhang Yuan gave a meaningful look. "I've already sent everyone from the Eagle Saint team to the Void Management Bureau for a thorough investigation. Even Eagle Saint's father asked Uncle Qi to arrange for capable people to review the case. If the investigation proves they're innocent, that means they're definitely guilty." The hot pot on the stove was steaming, its aroma wafting through the air. Zhang Yuan asked, "How many slices of smoked meat do you want? Let me think." Zhang Yuan quickly replied without hesitation, "2 slices, no 4. How about we just throw the whole pack in?" He reached for the spatula and continued, "How many eggs?" Zhang Buyu wondered. Usually how many eggs go in a sandwich? Any number is fine. Can you make them runny?" Zhang Yuan repeated. "Any number is fine. Can you make them runny?" "Yes." Zhang Yuan cracked the eggs and said, "And earlier you were complaining that Buyu could agonize over breakfast like this. Zhang Buyu, I think you truly live up to your name. A lifetime of 100 years, yet ever troubled by 1,000 autumns." Buyu waved his hand and laughed. "People name their children for what they lack." Zhang Yuan passed him a plate and asked, "Want latte art with your coffee?" Buyu replied, "If you're making it, you have the tools for it, aren't they in your cabinet? Got any lettuce or cheese? You Guangyuan people really have puzzling ingredients." Buyu thought for a moment, then wondered if Yuan Shao was planning to use his tea set to brew coffee. Could it really be used that way? Though he didn't quite understand the coffee habits of the Shandong people, a person waiting to drink shouldn't be picky. Buyu happily presented a white cloak thief-shaped latte art. Zhang Yuan refused. "No, that might easily get me noticed by someone on the 0 list." Buyu brought out another one. "A phantom thief in white, not one in black." Zhang Yuan continued to refuse. "Neither works." Buyu resigned himself. "Then I'll just go with my usual design." It was now a slightly grumpy-looking cat-face coffee. Buyu still took it happily, expression excited, aroma rich, flavor deep. "Is this really coffee? No computer parts hidden in it?" Zhang Yuan answered. "I added a bit of void energy, grinding the beans using the Fighting Master method and using air bullet to froth the milk." Buyu looked at Zhang Yuan with admiration. "You must have used your abilities to make it taste better too, right?" "Not really." Zhang Yuan looked at his phone screen, dropping the small talk. "To business. Boss Qi just told me some bad news. The entire Yangsheng team was taken for review yesterday, along with Yangsheng's father. After a whole night of scrutiny, no violations were found. On the other hand, his immediate superior, the Central China commander, died suddenly last night for unknown reasons. His brain is suspected to have been eaten by ghost-eye ladybugs." Buyu stroked his chin. "Yang Zongxing had bribed personnel in the organization department and prepared a super void star charge as a reward for Yang Sheng. You still have the evidence." Zhang Yuan, sitting across from Buyu, spoke. "I was also planning to investigate Bai Shanli, the dean of Zhongnan College, but he cleaned up too thoroughly. I couldn't find a proper reason to arrest him." Zhang Yuan looked at Buyu. "Thanks to your reminder yesterday, I realized my fatal weakness. The fact that my courage is immune to mental control is on record. It's only a green level. Once countered by other types of abilities like sealing, Infinite Dream could catch me off guard without my even realizing it." Buyu put his cup in the sink. "After Infinite Dream stops being actively used, its effects aren't withdrawn. They persist, and the caster can sense the connection through void energy." Zhang Yuan also put his plate away. "Even for me, directly acting against them carries some risk," Buyu continued. "Worst case scenario. You don't kill them, they get spooked, and you might even get brainwashed by the dream." Outside, the sky was clear and the leaves were lush. Inside the room, the two discussed. "I have to resolve the negative energy issue first before I can absorb void stars again. To fix this, that'll take at least 10 days to half a month. Today, let's use your Infinite Dream for a small experiment." Under the white clouds and blue sky, sunlight bathed the arena, with referees standing below. They looked at the chair prepared for the mother, puzzled. "What is this thing? A cat bed? Who put it on the referee's stand, and on the head referee's seat no less?" On it was a representation of the young marshal. A black cat appeared and spoke calmly. "Move aside." The referees all stared at the black cat, exclaiming in surprise. Then they felt something was off. Did that cat just talk? Isn't it normal for cats to talk? Yeah. Why would I find it strange for a cat to talk? The black cat sat on the referee's chair. So this is the power of Infinite Dream, acting directly on concepts, truly fearsome. It sat comfortably, pressing the buttons, chair rocking slightly, squinting. Even the air conditioning deserves 5 stars. The screen also showed videos that could be played on the hard screen. Let me see what it's connected to. Forging swords, going out to sea to catch seafood, clipping fire claws. The referees, eyes wide as stars, dumbly watched the black cat trying out the items here. As if manipulated by someone, they looked at the massive screen, puzzled. What are we here for? TCH, watch this video first. The black cat looked at them, thinking that his son's deceleration ability seemed even stronger than Infinite Dream. In the commentary booth, Ku Sheng and Cheng Yun were commentating intently. Currently underway is a fierce showdown between the main teams of Sanchin College and Hanlin College. Both sides are locked in a protracted battle of attrition. Down on the field, the players were fiercely attacking each other. Hanlin College's main attacker finally couldn't hold back, aiming a strike at the opponent's throat. So it was a feint after all. The referees were discussing, does this count as a lethal attack? I think so. It didn't look like a feint to me, and Guan Tisheng dodged it anyway, but Yang Sheng's earlier lethal attack didn't get carded. Should this one be? The black cat sat silently on the chair, then pulled out a red card from its hand. Since you won't give this red card, you might as well eat it yourselves. The referees were stunned, the commentator excited. After intense debate, the referee panel has finally made a red card decision. After countless instances of turning black into white, the referees have finally done something humane. Let's take another look at the referees' stand. The referees were in a dilemma, looking at the black cat dozing on its chair. The commentator was amazed again. Oh, this is excellent. Let's give a warm welcome to our new black cat referee. Its rulings are fair, strict, and impartial. Truly a model for felines everywhere. Feng Jing, sitting in the stands cheering, watched admiringly and said, if referees were always like this, no wonder it's your family's cat. Zhang Yuan crossed his arms and spoke. The previous referees were all dismissed. Short-handed, Commander Zhang asked me to serve as a referee. Feng Jing immediately asked, is it a paid gig? Zhang Yuan put his hands on his hips. He successfully got this cat to talk. How long can it last? Zhang Yuan recalled Buyu saying, Infinite Dream can't make a real cat talk, but if your phantom body itself has the potential to speak, it can learn on its own. Once your subconscious gets used to this state, withdrawing the energy won't affect it. Zhang Yuan replied. Theoretically, it's permanent. Feng Jing rubbed his chin. TCH, that Zhang guy is sly. I can't find any fun for you. He'll trick you into spending 5 years. Zhang Yuan heard this and asked, what do you want to do? You're already sitting on the referee's stand. Can't I do what I usually do? Zhang Yuan smiled and agreed. Fine. Today I'll just sit and watch your show. Tian Shuo, brimming with joy, hugged himself. We got drawn just now. Zhang Yuan himself drew our team in the lot. Chu Ren stood beside him smiling. President, calm down. Don't get too excited. Tian Shuo was ecstatic. My sister said Zhang Yuan's been staying in his dorm lately, so no photos. Do you know how I've survived these 3 months? Now I can finally speak in front of my idol. Chu Ren pointed at the TV screen. The captain of Team Feng Jing announced the lineup, and Zhang Yuan isn't playing. Tian Shuo exclaimed, what? Chu Ren nudged Tian Shuo's shoulder and whispered, Feng Jing as captain has ulterior motives. He's deliberately keeping Zhang Yuan out. Don't you want to beat him? Cheer up and cut through the thorns of love to defeat Feng Jing. Tian Shuo hung his head, brows knitted in discomfort. Cheng Yun announced excitedly, next up is Chengying College's captain Feng Jing against Huling College's captain Zhang Tian Shuo. These two have been rivals on and off in Shandong City for years. In today's match, although player Zhang Yuan isn't competing, his spirit and his teammates are right here. On the field stood Feng Jing, Lu Wen and teammates full of confidence. But more notably, a feminine image of Zhang Yuan was worn on the chests of Team Feng Jing's players. They even made flags with Zhang Yuan's cross-dressing image on them. Tian Shuo couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, Feng Jing's tactics are too dirty. The Huling College players all thought, it's over. We can't fight this. Feng Jing held small badges printed with Zhang Yuan's feminine image, looking smug. Look at that peerless grace, that unmatched beauty. Can you bear to see these photos shattered into pieces in battle? Tian Shuo trembled with rage, while Team Feng Jing's players hugged each other, crying. Our freshly printed uniforms will be used in the first fight like this. Although we printed 100 sets of the same design, every single one damaged tears my heart. Zhang Yuan, sitting in the stands, commented, it's superficial to be a fan only for the looks. If you are my fan, you should learn to use my full combat abilities. The players on stage chimed in. Well said, that's our person. The shadow under Zhang Yuan's feet emerged. Yi Zhen shed 2 streams of tears. An 8th seat of the mighty Zhu Shu, yet still a high school student, sitting on the referee's stand, still wanting to compete and teaching fans to use his cross-dressing photos as shields. I'm shattered again on the field. Tian Shuo threw a fist straight at Feng Jing. But Feng Jing raised the photo of Zhang Yuan in women's clothing. forcing Tian Shuo to stop. Tian Shuo also called to his teammates, "Stop, don't hit Zhang Yuan." One of them soberly replied, "It's just a print, don't be like this." Tian Shuo itched all over. Chu Ren, standing beside him, was energized and angrily reminded, "President, I ask you to fight with your eyes closed." Tian Shuo closed his eyes. As long as he couldn't see, his beautiful long-haired black beauty wouldn't be shattered. But that image of Zhang Yuan's flowing hair and beautiful face shattered in Tian Shuo's mind. When Tian Shuo opened his eyes, his teammates were already down. At the same time, those photos of Zhang Yuan lay scattered and broken. The commentator shouted, "And the winner is Team Feng Jing." Tian Shuo seemed to collapse, shattered, still shattered. On another side, Chu Zhen grasped Feng Jing's hand. "Feng Jing, we fight as we fight, but occasionally let's have a joint social between our schools." Feng Jing shook hands in agreement. "Sure, whoever proposes it pays for it. No problem." Chu Ren pulled Tian Shuo's hand and said cheerfully, "President, cheer up." Feng Jing agreed to a joint social. "Zhang Yuan looks even better in person than in the photos, right?" Tian Shuo was still dazed. Oh, the referees looked at the Black Cat. "Isn't Feng Jing's tactic maliciously disrupting the match atmosphere?" The Black Cat radiated a shimmering light all over. "An effective tactic is a good tactic. Don't be so narrow-minded." The referees accepted the lesson in unison. On the field, Feng Jing raised his hand. "Sealing technique, Zhang." Tian Shuo. "Great success, Zhang Yuan, you were right. Beauty is a weapon. Indeed, your photo can even be called a strategic-level asset. Defense increased by 10,000%. Zhang Yuan gave a thumbs up with two little devil horns on his head and a sly look. "Excellent, I'll leave the future matches to you too. If you can't win, just call me." Feng Jing still had Zhang Yuan's cross-dressing photo stuck to his belly, now cracked, and asked doubtfully, "Are you really going to keep muddying the waters like this?" Zhang Yuan countered, "Can a referee muddy the waters?" Feng Jing thought to himself, "Yuan Yuan is way more mischievous than usual today. He's definitely been corrupted by that Zhang guy." Yi Zhen said to Zhang Yuan, "Lord 8th Seat, it seems you don't want to compete anymore. Stomping weaklings is boring. Your loyal shadow servant humbly requests to fight in your stead." Zhang Yuan replied, "Oh, then I'll just stand still for this afternoon's individual match." Cheng Yun continued to excitedly announce this tournament's dark horse, Zhang Yuan. He has already brutally crushed opponents in previous matches. It appears he's grown tired of boring one-sided victories, and also doesn't plan to appear in team competitions anymore. On the field stood Zhang Yuan and his opponent. The referee counted down 3, 2, 1, start. The commentator continued, "However, his courtesy is limited to team matches. In individual events, he will still ruthlessly crush anyone daring to challenge him. And today's opponent is Fang Quan from Shuimu College." Zhang Yuan spoke, "Go." Yi Zhen entered frenzy state. "As you command." Yi Zhen materialized. The shadow servant inherited all of the master's attributes. "I'll activate all abilities of the carnival ghost to enter co-fight state, boosting the shadow servant as well." Yi Zhen appeared instantly in front of Fang Quan. Fang Quan was shocked. In an instant, Yi Zhen knocked Fang Quan down. Looking at the field, Yi Zhen sent Fang Quan flying with a flash of light. The commentator exclaimed in awe, "Good heavens!" Zhang Yuan unleashed his shadow servant ability and sent player Fang Quan across the isolation line in just 2 seconds. Fang Quan out of bounds. Zhang Yuan wins. Medical staff quickly take the fallen Fang Quan away. "She looks in a bad way," the commentator praised endlessly. This match lasted a total of 2 seconds, setting a new individual match speed record. Zhang Yuan's strength is truly unfathomable. He has overwhelming power and a ruthless touch, perhaps a bit excessive. Even with a record, such heavy-handedness isn't praiseworthy. As Zhang Yuan walked off, he said to Yi Zhen, "Yi Zhen, the shadow servant does the hitting. The master takes the responsibility." Yi Zhen showed a look of guilt. "Lord 8th Seat, I was wrong. Your strength is too immense. Even inheriting only 10, it's terrifying. I'll go lighter next time." The commentator watched Zhang Yuan's direction in surprise. "Oh, player Zhang Yuan is heading towards the medical room. Could it be a change of heart going to apologize to Fang Quan?" Zhang Yuan's phone rang with a ringtone. "Bro, wake up, the sun's already up." Zhang Yuan reached into his pocket to pull out his phone. "It's Lan." Zhang Yuan's face was stern. "Bro, where are you going? To check on the opponent from just now?" Zhang Yuan became more serious. "No, you're not going." Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed concern as she advised, "Don't listen to those two. University leagues are competitive sports. Why apologize for injuring an opponent? It's not like you left them uncurable. Come on, read after me." "As long as I have no morals, I won't be morally blackmailed." Zhang Yuan walked along with the phone. "Don't worry, bro isn't going to apologize." "Really? Really? Then I feel better." Yi Zhen was surprised again. "Lord 8th Seat has such a gentle and cute side. The contrast is too big, I can't take it. I'm going to crack again." At this time in the medical room, the doctor advised Fang Quan, "The wound is healed. Rest for now and observe." Fang Quan lay on the bed with tears streaming. "My embarrassing defeat just became the backdrop for a record, didn't it?" the doctor tactfully said. Though it's cruel to say yes, that's the case, Fang Quan cried sadly. Zhang Yuan appeared at the door. You can't say that. The doctor was surprised. Zhang Yuan reasoned. Fang Quan, losing to me is not shameful. You clearly knew I was extremely strong and wouldn't hold back, yet you still faced me. That proves your courage and spirit. Zhang Yuan extended his hand and smiled. You are a worthy opponent. Fang Quan blushed, took his hand and said, Thank you Zhang Yuan for granting me the life authority. After finishing, Zhang Yuan said goodbye and left. Fang Quan watched his back, blushing and thinking what he said was totally straightforward, but why did it sound so thrilling? And he's handsome too. Fang Quan held her glasses in her hand. Surprised, she thought, wait, how could I see so clearly just now without my glasses? And all the scars on my body are completely healed. Countless whys flooded Fang Quan's mind. At this time in the hall, players were playfully mingling, the atmosphere lively. It's your turn. The Joker must be with you. Tian Shuo wore a look of contentment. Not here yet. Zhang Yuan's not here yet either. Chu Ren held 2 cups of hot water. President, don't be too upset. You know Zhang Yuan's personality. It's normal for the friendship between our schools to proceed without him. The black cat lay on the sofa thinking that before these people only knew the cat on the plane, but since his main body appeared, they seemed to have defaulted that this cat was raised by his main body. I'm not sure if Super Half-Cute's passive ability to lower IQ is too strong or if they just stopped believing it from the start. The black cat lay lazily on the sofa anyway. Zhang Huidao had already cast Infinite Dream on himself. Everyone sees me and defaults to me being Zhang Yuan's cat. In short, overriding their cognition avoids unnecessary trouble. Although it doesn't seem to work on Feng Jing, that's fine too. Liu Bei, hands in his pockets, approached Tian Shuo. Tian Shuo, interested in joining our Zhang Yuan fan club? Tian Shuo recognized Liu Bo, the minister who printed all those Zhang Yuan photos. Liu Bo admitted, Yes, Tian Shuo accused them. You guys went too far. How could you use your idol's photos as shields? Liu Bo smiled. Zhang Yuan supports it too, so what's the problem? So what if Zhang Yuan supports it? Tian Shuo pulled out a photo of Zhang Yuan, annoyed. What does Zhang Yuan know? The black cat also looked up in surprise upon hearing this. Liu Bo was stunned for a moment, then said, If Zhang Yuan himself doesn't know Zhang Yuan, then who does? Others also chimed in. Zhang Yuan himself probably knows, but some people know him better than he knows himself. Tian Shuo pointed firmly at the cross-dressing photo. Think back, why did you all become his fans in the first place? Wasn't it because of his magnificent beauty, that VR courtesan-like pureness? Tian Shuo's eyes grew dreamy as he thought of Zhang Yuan's beauty-filled image. He was the brightest star in that night sky of light. He was the purest stream in that tranquil lake. Every smile and frown made hearts race. Just seeing him made all troubles melt away. Then Tian Shuo proclaimed loudly, Does he understand how we feel when we see him? He doesn't. We must protect him with all our might, and let more people feel this beauty. That is a fan's love. The people sitting and listening were also stunned. A female player spoke up in refutation, praising his appearance while ignoring the essence of his soul. Can that be called love? Tian Shuo retorted. Appearance is also an objective physical fact, an inseparable part of him, the female player said realistically. Everyone ages and becomes ugly. If he becomes ugly, will you stop loving him? Tian Shuo's expression was fierce, affirming his love. Becoming ugly is impossible. In my heart he will always be young and beautiful. If he is no longer beautiful, it proves my love for him isn't enough. The players cheered, acknowledging him as a kindred spirit. You are the one who understands Zhang Yuan best. The Zhang Yuan fan club sincerely invites you to join. I hereby officially announce that Zhang Yuan himself has been stripped of his fan status. The girl sat on the chair, stunned. I'm speechless, she said. The boy beside her replied, I told you, it's Feng Yuan's right-hand man, Zhang Jing. The black cat sitting beside Feng Jing didn't understand what they were talking about. Feng Jing explained, they're discussing which of us is the father. Feng Jia is fine, you changing your name to Zhang Jing might not be bad either. Feng Jing reminded him, hey, we're at home, Zhang Buyu. Zhang Yuan held an image of a fat cat with a pink bow on its neck and 2 eyes of different colors. Zhang Xiao, the half-cute effect on you should still be active, right? Can you use this photo to attack? Buyu focused on his meal but still answered Zhang Yuan. If what I can gain from attacking this photo is enough to outweigh the pain I feel from attacking it, then I will strike without hesitation. Zhang Yuan hummed in acknowledgement. Buyu kept eating. My father once told me that the most important thing for a commander is decisive reward and punishment. Buyu recalled Commander Yang's words. Commander Zhang had taught seriously. Decisive reward and punishment means quickly and accurately weighing the pros and cons of different choices. Reward and punishment mean abandoning unfavorable plans without hesitation. Recklessly drawing your sword is not in the highest interest. That's not decisive action but willfulness. Yi Jian appeared and asked, Is this why you agonize for half an hour choosing between chives and garlic for your AD? Buyu replied, I was very decisive when I gave up on the frying plan. Zhang Yuan reminded him, Don't change the subject, we have serious matters. Yi Zhen asked. Does half-cute count as a serious matter? Zhang Yuan answered. Yes, if even someone who relies on straight male willpower to defend against half-cute can't attack me, then I'll use my cat form to sneak into enemy territory and use half-cute once. That way, even if the Juyao people have seals plus my infinite dream, they can't hurt me, Yi Zhen asked in surprise. What if the opponent has a combat ability that isn't affected by half-cute? Buyu spoke up. Yuan Shao could simply absorb insight. Even if trapped, he'd still have a backup plan. Zhang Yuan praised him. Good idea, Buyu pointed out. Yuan Shao, your ability cap probably shouldn't exceed 8, right? Zhang Yuan shrugged. My abilities have no cap. I can absorb similar void stars to upgrade them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to borrow your rational formula to resolve the negative energy from absorbing too many. Yi Zhen chimed in. Is it strange for the ability cap to exceed 8? After becoming a shadow servant, I also have 16 abilities. Buyu was speechless. Zhang Yuan recalled and offered information. By the way, there's one more thing. Last night, I transformed into Yi Zhen and used telepathy to check the Void Bureau. I wanted to see if I could directly fish out the enemy, but I didn't catch anything. In the end, I only confirmed that no one at the Guangyuan City Void Bureau branch knew that Yakasakana Sarani, Yi Zhen's former client, had already been sent by me to the Academy of Sciences as material. I had Wang Padi announce that she was dead, to see if we could catch a few fish. The Tower Nation had a strong reaction to Sarani's death. Her fiancé, Muka, declared he would avenge her. He has already entered the country and gone to the Tower Nation embassy today. Buyu wondered. Wasn't her fiancé the one who said Sarani was a cross-dresser? Zhang Yuan explained. The Academy of Sciences gave her a full-body examination. Although flat-chested, she is indeed female. Yi Zhen was surprised. She's actually a woman, Buyu complained. Senior Yi, how long did that junior girl chase you? And you still ask that question? Are you even a man? Zhang Yuan more painfully declared. He's not even human anymore now. Zhang Yuan turned serious. Anyway, I need to deal with Meng Ka first tomorrow. Yi Zhen was full of fighting spirit. Lord number 8, your loyal shadow servant requests to fight. Now I'm not a weakling. I can use instant death once a day. Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Zhen and declared. Instant death requires distance and face-to-face use to guarantee success. For you to use instant death, I'd better infiltrate in disguise. Buyu held some clothes, with 2 ghost horns on his head and a sinister grin. If it's infiltration, then wear the legendary urban camouflage outfit for battle. Meng Ka stood in the middle of the road, holding his sword with both hands, chest puffed with confidence, feeling mighty. He said arrogantly, You Wa Kingdom monkeys have accepted our duel challenge, haven't you? Why aren't you here yet? His subordinate stood behind him and comforted him. Sir, don't rush. This road is usually congested during peak hours. Since it's empty today, they must have done traffic control and are preparing for battle. Hearing this, Meng Ka ordered his subordinate, Have them bring Tuasangna's body. The subordinate, hearing this, had no choice but to fall silent, then gently corrected his master's slip of the tongue. Sir, it's Tuolani, not Tuasang. Outwardly respectful but inwardly harboring entirely different thoughts, Meng Ka actually called his fiancée by the wrong name. No wonder Tuolani would fancy that Wa Kingdom pretty boy. Knew that hairless little girl couldn't accomplish anything, just wanted to steal the credit and take back the Void Star for instant death. Does he really think Wa Kingdom's Ju Shu are pushovers? At that moment, Zhang Yuan was riding his rented bicycle past them. He continued to hear the subordinate's inner thoughts. The embassy toilet is clogged, there are gun parts in the sewer, hard to fix. The Duchess, to fight against the Tower Nation, had casually found a Wa Kingdom mixed-race chef back then. Meanwhile, to increase her strength, instant death fell into that mongrel's hands. All Wa Kingdom monkeys have inferior blood. Perfect, Tuosang, let me take this chance to kill a few more stinky monkeys in Wa Kingdom and vent my anger. Zhang Yuan's figure gradually became clear in Meng Ka's sight. Seeing him cycling on this road, a subordinate wondered, isn't the road closed? Why is there a high school student cycling across? Meng Ka then noticed Zhang Yuan. He said, Bad eyesight. If you ignore the no entry sign, you have to pay the price. The subordinate thought. Kill this passerby to warn the Wa Kingdom monkeys. Zhang Yuan nonchalantly pedaled past Meng Ka, the two brushing past each other like the wind. The subordinate, seeing Zhang Yuan ride past Meng Ka safely, couldn't help but wonder, didn't he say he'd make this high schooler pay? A sudden silence fell. The subordinate heard no reply from his master. Very puzzled, he turned back and asked, Lord Meng Ka? He saw Meng Ka trembling violently, unsure what had struck him. Then suddenly, with a scream, a line was cut across Meng Ka's body, shocking and stunning the subordinate. Meng Ka fell from his horse face down on the ground with a loud thud. The subordinate stood watching, screaming in terror. Lord Meng Ka, needless to say, it was Zhang Yuan's doing. Just a brush passed, yet they only hurt each other. Such injury from just a brush. From then on, the legend of the high school divine would spread across the world. The scene shifted to where Zhang Yuan had arrived. He propped his bicycle under his feet. His shadow servant Yi Zhen was chattering excitedly. Haha, Meng Ka didn't even get a chance to strike before he was killed. Lord number 8 is wise. Lord number 8 is invincible. Lord number 8, 10,000 years. Listening to Yi Zhen's clamoring praises, Zhang Yuan was deafened. He said sternly, "On the road, behave yourself." Zhang Yuan took out his phone and paid 10 yuan, 2 yuan more than the bus fare in Shandong City. He checked his phone and commented. After a series of transfers, his phone chimed, "Return successful." Just as he finished the transfer, the car arrived. "Yuan Shao, here, get in." In the car, Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Buyu, who was in the driver's seat, and said, "Zhang Shao, are the public bicycles in your Guangyuan city blessed?" "The price has gone up by over 25, Zhang Buyu sighed upon hearing this. "That dark," Zhang Yuan replied. "The average salary in Guangyuan is lower than in Shandong, but prices are higher. That's quite unreasonable." Zhang Buyu sighed too, secretly calculating, but said aloud, "Sai, your monthly allowance went up by a few hundred too." Director Wang, listening to their banter, constantly complaining about Guangyuan's prices, also had a headache. Tired and irritated, he said, "Today's gas and bicycle fees will be reimbursed by the Void Bureau. You two, one a Ju Shu, the other a military Void commander. You both have dedicated cars and planes for transport. Why are you fixating on a few yuan or a few hundred yuan? Have you dealt with Meng Ka or not?" Zhang Buyu ignored Director Wang's words, focusing on driving, then asked Zhang Yuan, "Yuan Shao, don't you really want to get a driver's license? Ever since you got a car I've been driving." Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "Why should I drive myself? Isn't it good to have a commander as my chauffeur?" Director Wang, sitting in the back and feeling ignored, was getting anxious. He couldn't help but ask urgently, "Can you at least tell me if Meng Ka is dead or alive first?" Zhang Buyu glanced back. He said casually, as if it were obvious, "Yuan Shao is back, so clearly he succeeded." Zhang Yuan added, "And I dug out the Void Star too." He tossed the gleaming yellow Void Star to Director Wang. Catching it, Director Wang blurted out in astonishment, "Meng Ka was at least ranked 43rd in the world. You killed him and took his Void Star before even getting out of the car?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan scratched his head and said matter-of-factly, "I was going to get out and lock the bike, but it was a bit troublesome, so—" Director Wang, about to hear another complaint about public bicycles, interrupted with a headache, "Enough about the public bicycles. Tell me about Meng Ka." Zhang Yuan had no choice but to get back to business. Anyway, it was telepathy, half-cute, instant death, all in one smooth move. Then I had my shadow servant grab the Void Star on the way. Hearing Zhang Yuan describe his abilities so simply, Director Wang asked incredulously, "Telepathy, instant death, shadow servant, just how many abilities do you have?" Zhang Buyu didn't want to elaborate and interrupted, "Director Wang, it's classified." Director Wang had no choice but to fall silent. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan tried to smooth things over. "It's okay. You report to your superiors about your own Ju Shu." Director Wang was extremely conflicted. He scratched his head, his face turning pale, a sudden inexplicable fear welling up inside him. "Damn it, if I don't keep quiet I won't leave this car alive today. Those two number 8s of Ju Shu were complaining to me about Commander Zhang just the day before yesterday. I never expected them to be on the same side." Zhang Buyu turned the steering wheel, his driving posture looking very elegant due to his peerlessly handsome face. Cheng Yun, host of the Xinhua program, said, "The team match points race has entered its 5th round. Team Feng Jing still isn't letting Zhang Yuan play today. Zhang Yuan himself isn't at the venue either. Only player Black Cat is on the referee's stand cheering them on." On the referee's stand, the Black Cat looked at the endless stream of people in front and couldn't help but think, "I used to think this league was full of tricks, but now I am the trick." Back to the match, Feng Jing pulled out an enormous speaker from somewhere. It was bigger than the entire team combined. Kui Kasheng commented in surprise, "Player Feng Jing has brought out a strange weapon today. It seems to be a large speaker." The other players were also very surprised and confused. "What kind of person is this, antisocial?" they muttered among themselves. "Does that even count as a weapon?" Another replied, "No one can beat me in my BGM." Another player also asked doubtfully, "Is that a foul?" He replied, "It's not a foul if it's not banned." Cheng Yun said excitedly, "The match begins." Suddenly, a thick fog appeared on the field, obscuring everyone's vision. "Is this Zhang Rui's ability?" Zhang Rui was now releasing her ability, standing there casting Toxic Mist and Dark Sanctuary. Kui Kasheng observed, "Looking at the color, it should be Toxic Mist." Cheng Yun explained, "Toxic Mist is a special area denial ability. Anyone who makes a sound within the mist will be poisoned." Kui Kasheng added, "Toxic Mist can be dispelled by healing type abilities like Rejuvenation, but the troublesome part is that it blocks vision." Seems something strange is happening." She looked towards the field in surprise and said, It seems like a strange sound is coming from the field." The speaker Feng Jing brought suddenly boomed loudly. The little girl imitated the TV and asked, "Dad, where are we going?" Dad ignored her. Mom laughed. The little girl turned to look at Mom. "Mom, why are you laughing?" Hearing this story, the opponent couldn't help but laugh too. Such an early spring festival joke. I don't know why this harmonious story made them laugh. Giggling laughter echoed subtly. They must be laughing heartily. It was clear to see the tactics and methods of Team Feng Jing. Chen Yun said, that loudspeaker is playing pre-recorded jokes. The opponent can't help but laugh and will keep getting poisoned. The antidote can't clear it in time. The loudspeaker keeps playing these boring yet unexpected jokes. It might be that Captain Feng Jin referred to the matchmaker's jokes to come up with these jokes that aren't funny but are funny because they're not funny and because the teammates are funny. The next joke comes on. The shrimp and the clam both scored 100 points. The teacher asked the shrimp, "Who did you copy from?" The shrimp said, "I copied from the clam." The teacher said, "What are you so cocky about?" Ha ha, even Ad found it funny after hearing it because it was just too hilarious. The funny factor was definitely caused by the chaotic moves. Kui Kashang looked at the scene before him. He saw the opposing team's healers lying scattered on the ground and said, "The healers are exhausted, all the opponents are poisoned and passed out. Team Feng Jin wins." Chen Yun couldn't help but be surprised. She said, "So this was the big trump card Team Feng Jin had been hiding all along?" Looking at the scene, the black cat couldn't help but exclaim with interest, "Not bad," Chen Yun commented happily. Team Feng Jin, as the main team of Chengying Academy, could be said to have dominated this match, and their school's team led by Lu Bo was no slouch either, having won all the way until now. Kui Kashang commented on the side, saying that their team's Wanying group didn't need much explanation. Ultimate Wish was already a well-known strategic-level ability. What was noteworthy was that Shang Guanyi's strength had suddenly surged this year, seemingly mastering the legendary prediction ability. Hearing about the prediction ability, Chen Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion. Prediction ability? Kui Kashang explained. Prediction is a battle instinct that allows you to foresee where an attack will come from at a critical moment. According to Shang Guanyi himself, he developed this ability through countless sparring sessions with Zhang Yuan. Chen Yun suddenly understood and replied, "Is that so? I wonder if Zhang Yuan also has such a prediction ability." Kui Kashang found it hard to judge after hearing that. He gave an objective assessment. Zhang Yuan's strength was overwhelming. In this year's league, there probably wasn't an evenly matched opponent that would force him to use his prediction ability. The black cat, huddled in a corner, also became curious. It pondered prediction to itself. Come to think of it, when it played Frisbee, it relied on intuition to predict. Could Shang Guanyi develop prediction ability without playing Frisbee? It thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, it decided not to think about it. To let the cat have fewer worries, it simply stopped caring. No more caring, no more thinking. It was lunch break time, so it would sleep first. The scene shifted to Zhang Buyu's office. Zhang Yuan was sprawled out on the sofa. He said lazily, "I've made lunch to recharge you." Zhang Buyu sat at his desk, turned on high-power rational general knowledge mode, and replied, "I'm currently in the optimal energy saving ratio output mode. If I increase the power, I'll have to switch to power saving mode at night." Zhang Yuan ignored that and said, "Turn it on. I have a match this afternoon, and that'll be enough to fully charge you." Zhang Buyu turned his head and asked Zhang Yuan seriously, "Young Master Yuan, what agreement is it that forces you to play in the University League all the way to the end?" Zhang Yuan was also conflicted and could only reply, "It's a long story." Zhang Buyu proposed a way to shorten the storytelling time just as Zhang Yuan was eating with chopsticks. A few grains of rice were still stuck to his lips. "Activate your heart-reading ability and connect it to my rational general knowledge. An hour's worth of talk can be done in a minute." After a while, in the spiritual realm of Zhang Yuan and Zhang Buyu, the two sat cross-legged and chatted. After a while, Zhang Buyu suddenly said, "Your sister's talent is actually a charging ability." Zhang Yuan replied, "If this gets out, she'll be a target for her talent, even becoming a tool for absorbing rare abilities." Hearing this, Zhang Buyu explained to Zhang Yuan, "Young Master Yuan, actually, the key issue isn't your sister's lifespan." Hearing such strange words, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He let out a "ha" in confusion. Zhang Buyu explained, "Lifespan isn't something that can't be sacrificed. It depends on what you get in return." He gestured with his fingers as he continued, "If charging could make all void holes disappear forever, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 20 years or even 20 lifetimes, or even lose my personality and force others to charge." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan asked, "If forcing my sister to charge could make void holes disappear forever, would you do it?" Faced with such a pointed question, Zhang Buyu could only answer vaguely, "That depends on you. If you destroy the world because of it, then it's better to keep the void holes." The more they talked, the more uncomfortable it felt. So Zhang Yuan had to cough to break the tense atmosphere. Where were we?" Zhang Buyu said. "Your sister absorbed super speed and Tianyuan." Tactically, these can be replaced by the support skills of Seal Breath and Lock. Clearly it's not worth sacrificing 20 years of life for, but your sister still chose to pay. The root cause is that her worldview has been distorted. She undervalues herself too much and values others' approval too highly. The academies that train void energy users are essentially military schools. From the moment you enrolled, you and your sister have been under the jurisdiction of the academy and the military district. It has nothing to do with Lin Dongliang personally. Lin Dongliang is connected to everything about you two. Even if he subjectively intended to train your sister, the objective fact is that he's using his power to destroy your sister's personality. If convicted, it would be at least 20 years. Hearing such an infuriating thing, Zhang Yuan's blood boiled, his face darkened, and he stood up saying, "Wait for me. I'm going back to East China right now to deal with this." Seeing his brother so angry he was about to lose reason, Zhang Buyu weighed the pros and cons and quickly advised him not to rush. And Guangfeng is recognized by all military districts as a cunning old fox. There's no way he can't see your sister's psychological issues, yet he lets your sister become twisted. After saying that, he put on a dangerous expression and asked, "Is the old fox keeping Lin Dongliang around so that your sister can break her own mental demons and rebuild herself?" Zhang Yuan took out an exquisite lunchbox filled with a variety of dishes, each looking very tempting. He said, "I just made this, want some?" Feng Jin saw that his brother was acting unusually strange today, like he had gone berserk. He couldn't help but worry, thinking that skipping a match to cook was definitely not the usual Yuan. Feng Jin asked worriedly, "You smell like a fox." Instead of getting angry, Zhang Yuan responded, "I've been getting a bit cunning lately." Understanding Zhang Yuan's intention, Feng Jin said, "What do you want me to help with? Just say it." Zhang Yuan didn't want to beat around the bush, he wasn't that kind of person. Zhang Yuan asked, "Did you submit Lan's medical records about her void energy condition? I want to modify them." Feng Jin took Zhang Yuan's lunchbox and examined it. He replied, "How do you want to change it?" Zhang Yuan answered, "Not too much, not too little. Just enough to sentence Lin Dongliang to 20 years in prison." Hearing such shocking news, Feng Jin was stunned. He turned his head seriously and looked at Zhang Yuan, asking, "Are you planning to ignore the agreement and go after that Lin guy directly?" Zhang Yuan's face was stern, with a nameless fire burning in his eyes. He said with extreme indignation and anger, "No matter who makes the move, this is a problem that must be solved. The truth about Lan's talent can't be made public. It would either force her to swallow her pride and act obedient when talking to others, or make others think she's unreasonable. Only by putting the loss on the negotiation table in another form can this issue be resolved fairly. Whether she wants to be a saint, an ordinary person, or a villain, she should make that choice when her subjective feelings align with objective facts." After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Feng Jin was silent for a while. He thought for a long time before saying, "All right, after the match I'll modify Lan's medical records." Knowing that there's no free lunch in this world and no one helps without expecting something in return, Zhang Yuan asked reasonably, "What do you want in return?" Feng Jin lifted the lunchbox slightly and said, "Isn't this meal enough?" Zhang Yuan said seriously, "Helping me clean up the mess isn't worth just one meal." Feng Jin began to narrate. "My mother, Feng Zuzan, is the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. She entered the academy at 16, becoming the youngest academician in history, and participated in Professor Su Zheng's experiment. Under the guidance of the head of the Life Sciences Department at Peking University, she researched how to make people naturally possess void energy. At 20, she gave birth to me, the crystallization of life technology. The experiment was a complete success, and she became the Dean of the Academy of Sciences with honor. That same year, Uncle Chi too was heartbroken and joined the Nine Voids. After years of struggle, he finally secured the 6th seat, the helm. In reality, the Nine Voids appears glorious and powerful like a myth, the gathering place of Hua's strongest void energy users, but it's actually a dangerous unit. Ordinary people don't live to retire. They're silently replaced by countless generations. Maybe even Uncle Chi didn't expect to live this long in the Nine Voids. Although he has many tricks, often acts on emotion, and seems only interested in romance, he fought for my basic human rights. It's not that I don't want to set up my mom and Uncle Chi, but things always backfire. My mom is determined to dedicate her life to science. She just wants a man. However, Uncle Chi is trapped by traditional views on marriage and has stepped into darkness on the path of power and strength." As he spoke, he walked to the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the view outside, and then said, "I want a drink at their wedding. If you get a chance, help out." The scene shifted to the match venue the next day. The organizing committee issued a notice that the afternoon individual matches were about to begin. The current elimination progress was displayed on the big screen. Due to the unique nature of the double elimination format, today we were about to witness a dramatic showdown. In the losers bracket, Feng Jin and Su Jie, who had faced each other once before, were about to meet for a second fateful duel. Feng Jin stood on a high vantage point looking down and sighed, "Good. Today I'm going to show Su Jie what violence means." Zhang Yuan, standing behind him, heard this and asked in confusion, "What grudge do you have with Su Jie?" Feng Jin replied with some reluctance, "The Su family keeps poaching my mom's people, and now they want to take my cat." Catching the key point, Zhang Yuan became interested. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at Feng Jin with a meaningful gaze, saying, "Oh, so you two grew up together, loving and killing each other." Feng Jin immediately jumped up and retorted, "No love, only killing." After this little episode, Feng Jin's mood lightened a bit. He strode majestically toward the arena like a general about to go to war. Zhang Yuan said, "It's your turn. Go on." Feng Jin walked with his chest puffed out, saying, "Cheer for me." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan could only offer some meaningless and ridiculous encouragement. "Feng Suri, charge, tomorrow pork prices will go up." The host began to speak. "The two contestants, Feng Jin and Su Jie, have taken the stage. Start the trash talk." Su Jie pointed at Feng Jin's nose. He shouted loudly, "Feng Jin, I won't go easy on you this time." Feng Jin showed no excitement. He put his hands on his hips and said calmly, "Even if I let you, you still can't beat me." Hearing Feng Jin's confident words, Su Jie also got interested and said, "So confident, dare to bet the cat with me. If I win, you give me the cat." Feng Jin shrugged and replied calmly, "Betting on cats is bad for health. I'm not betting with you." Hearing Feng Jin say this, Su Jie lost interest. He sighed in frustration and said, "Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's fight." The referee began to shout, "Both contestants get ready. 3, 2, 1, start." As the match began, Feng Jin quickly retreated into the shadows. His behavior was puzzling. The commentator said, "Feng Jin is retreating into the shadows at the start. Su Jie is chasing after him. It doesn't seem like he wants to use shadow stealth for close combat, but rather to win with a single strike using extreme vibration." Just as Su Jie reached Feng Jin, a strange look of disgust appeared in his eyes. "Feng Jin, if you can't block it, just surrender quickly." Chen Yun watched the match situation, stood up excitedly, and said, "Here it comes, here it comes." Su Jie is using extreme vibration. As everyone knows, extreme vibration is Hua's unique strategic level ability. It can designate a polar substance and cause it to vibrate violently. This ability requires determining the target type. If you specify the target type the first time you use it, it can't be changed later. Su Jie's extreme vibration target is water. Water molecules are typical polar molecules because the angle between the two positively charged hydrogen atoms isn't 180 degrees. Under the effect of extreme vibration, they oscillate back and forth, colliding with each other, rapidly heating up, evaporating, and expanding. Exploding inside a living organism causes massive damage. To put it simply, it's like putting an egg directly into a microwave to heat it, the commentator said excitedly and nervously. Contestant Feng Jin withstood the extreme vibration and took no damage. After enduring the fierce attack, Feng Jin gradually steadied himself, then looked at Su Jie with a highly provocative gaze and said in a tone that made anyone want to punch him, "Your microwave ability is nothing. Someone can withstand your attack." And insulted. Su Jie was furious, his anger reaching its peak. He asked in confusion, "What? Did you absorb a new ability to become immune to extreme vibration?" Feng Jin didn't waste words. He sneered, "TCH, shallow. How could mere extreme vibration shake my indestructible body?" Though he said that, he thought to himself that ever since he was hit by Su Jie's extreme vibration in last year's team match, his body had evolved resistance to it. When the water molecules in his body were attacked by extreme vibration, the original bonds between hydrogen atoms automatically stretched to 180 degrees, becoming completely non-polar molecules, fully immune to the attack. Hearing Feng Jin's taunt, Su Jie was furious, his blood boiling. He said, "HMPH, you deliberately stood in the shadows wanting me to use shadow stealth against you. Fine, I'll give you what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jie used shadow stealth, executing a move that surprised everyone. The commentator couldn't help but say in surprise, "Su Jie activates shadow stealth, merging with the shadows. His position can't be seen, and it's impossible to predict when he'll emerge." Hearing this commentary, everyone felt fear because in a match, the worst thing is not knowing where the opponent will attack from, like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Feng Jin was not. He still stood there calmly, as if everything, the situation, the moves, the events, was going according to his plan. The commentator remarked, "The moment he jumps out of the shadows to attack will be the moment Feng Jin loses." Feng Jin silently repeated the commentator's harsh words, "loses." He twisted his neck a few times, thinking that although his vision was impaired by wearing sunglasses, it was still enough to clearly see Su Jie's position. Looking at this trajectory and speed, he was about to strike. Now, Su Jie jumped out of the shadows, charged at Feng Jin, and threw a punch, but Feng Jin dodged it quickly and easily, even though it was an attack from behind. Then Feng Jin turned around and punched Su Jie in the abdomen with a backhand. Su Jie flew far away. The commentator couldn't help but say in surprise, "Good heavens, Feng Jin seems to be able to predict where and when Su Jie will strike." He turns around at an inhuman speed and punches Su Jie, flying with one blow. The referee beside him shouted, "Su Jie out of bounds." Feng Jin wins. Kui Kasheng was amazed. He said, "From the video replay it can be seen that Feng Jin's turn time perfectly matches the moment Su Jie appeared. Does Feng Jin also have a prediction ability like Shang Guani?" Chen Yun beside him was also stunned and said, "This is definitely not a reaction to sensing an attack." "Does everyone around Zhang Yuan have precognition?" Kui Shusheng guessed. "It's strange, his strength is so unreasonable, yet he's only ranked 137 on the youth rankings." Cheng Yun thought it was unfair and argued, "Maybe he just doesn't seek conflict and doesn't like challenges." Kui Shusheng argued back, "Strategic-level talent can actually be ranked through combat simulations. According to the East China military region, he possesses at least 3 strategic-level abilities. They just don't want to make a big deal out of it." Cheng Yun finally concluded, "Let's leave the ranking list headaches to the committee." She returned to her position and initial work, saying, "Next up is Zhang Yuan. His opponent today is Lu Zijing from Jinling Lan." At Zhang Yuan's match, Lu Zijing stood before him, saluting with a serious standard military salute. He said, "Zhang Yuan, I know you are actually Xuan Ming. Thank you for saving my cousin at Niu-Tu Mountain." Cheng Yun was stunned upon hearing this. "What? Xuan Ming?" Kui Shusheng replied helplessly. "See, I told you, so he was already in the top 2, it makes perfect sense." Cheng Yun said, "Hey, and in the individual competition he broke the young marshal's record. Could he be even stronger than the young marshal?" Hearing such bold words, Kui Shusheng felt somewhat resigned. He had to say, "You dare say that? I'm afraid Mei Jia might want a new partner." Zhang Yuan was very displeased that his well-hidden identity was exposed so inexplicably. He could only force a wry smile to brush it off, silently complaining, "Couldn't this brother have given me a heads up before exposing me, even though there's nothing much to hide? Zhang Shao has urged me more than once to change my ranking. He's not afraid people will say I'm married off." Lu Zijing said excitedly, I heard from my cousin that since you taught Zhan Hongfei the flying disc technique, Zhan Hong also learned precognition. I would like to ask for your guidance." Hearing such shocking news, Zhang Yuan found it a bit hard to believe. He was stunned. Even Zhan Hong can do it? Lu Zijing was extremely excited, his eyes shining like car headlights, showing his determination and interest. He said, "Shangguan Yi said that as long as you are in a life-or-death moment, you can unlock your potential. Precognition, could you give me a chance?" Seeing this brother's enthusiasm, Zhang Yuan couldn't bear to refuse. He had no choice but to cross his arms and say helplessly, "All right, just once." Lu Zijing was overjoyed and cheered, "Oh yeah." To avoid gossip, Zhang Yuan quickly warned Lu Zijing in advance, hoping he would back off if it got tough. "Let me be clear first. I don't even know where their precognition ability comes from. Don't blame me if you can't learn it." Cheng Yun, watching the scene, said with some surprise. Player Zhang Yuan asked the referee for a wooden sword. Player Lu Zijing, not wanting to be outdone, also asked for a wooden knife. Kui Shusheng also commented on this special situation. "It seems this match is turning into a coaching session. Regardless of the outcome, we will upload the relevant video to the official website for everyone to study." The referee handed Zhang Yuan a wooden sword. "Here's the wooden sword you asked for." Taking the sword, Zhang Yuan thanked him, and then used his ultra-decomposition ability to break the wooden sword down into a bundle of uniform wooden strips. The commentator exclaimed in extreme surprise. The wooden sword turned into a handful of wooden strips in Zhang Yuan's hands. "What kind of power is this?" As the commentator discussed his abilities, Zhang Yuan had already quickly organized the strips. As he arranged them, he thought about how he had used ultra-decomposition to cut tofu while helping Zhang Shao cook. A brilliant way to change an object's shape by decomposing it into specific parts. After a moment, when Zhang Yuan was ready, the referee's call rang out. The match began, and both assumed their starting stances. Zhang Yuan said, "The individual competition is approaching the finals. To have made it this far, your strength must be considerable. Let's start with 6. Lu Zijing readily agreed. Zhang Yuan threw 6 wooden strips at an astonishing speed. His throwing posture was also extremely relaxed, clearly demonstrating his extraordinary ability. While throwing, Zhang Yuan thoughtfully reminded Lu Zijing, "Careful, don't die." Lu Zijing used his wooden knife to sweep away the incoming strips, his speed not inferior. Suddenly, one strip evaded his block and shot, trait towards his body, he quickly used his copper skin iron bones ability. With a clang, the flying strip was blocked and didn't harm Lu Zijing much. Honestly, Zhang Yuan, who has now officially exposed his identity as Xuan Ming, is a complete beast in this tournament. Not only did he shatter the young marshal's legendary speed record, but he also left the entire crowd completely speechless by showing off his top-tier ultra decomposition ability, turning a simple wooden sword into a deadly rain of wooden splinters in the blink of an eye. But this intense sparring match with Lu Zijing is just the warm-up. His stubborn opponent is desperate to walk the line between life and death just to unlock the precognition ability. But can he actually survive the incoming barrage of wooden splinters when Zhang Yuan decides to stop holding back? The individual finals are right around the corner, and even weirder opponents and more explosive battles are waiting for him. Who will be the one worthy enough to force Zhang Yuan to unleash his true power? All the most thrilling, action-packed moments are coming in Part 2, so don't miss out. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss the latest videos. Once Part 2 is released, the playlist link will be updated in the description or pinned in the comment section. But for now, thanks for watching and see you guys next time.